and families in a once-in-a-generation salute to America's fighting spirit. This Saturday, Real America's Voice right here will deliver live coverage of America's Marine 250, Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute beginning at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted by Steve Bannon. On the ground, we'll have Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Don't miss it. American Sunrise Early Edition. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Dark skies still this morning in Atlanta, Georgia this morning. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. A very busy day. We have so much to cover. It's a Thursday. Thank you for joining us on Getter and Rumble and X and Substack. I feel like at the end of Romper Room with the Magic Mirror, I see all of you and I hear all of you. Thank you so much. Once again, our top story this morning, President Trump has brokered a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Again, the thing that we're all really waiting for is the return of the hostages, living and dead. We understand now from President Trump that that will be on Monday. So holding my breath, crossing fingers, whatever you want to say, we're really hoping that that does come about. But again, a point I made earlier in the program, I want everyone to understand this. First of all, there's going to be a lot of people in this country who are going to be angry. Yes, angry that this has ended. First of all, you have the people who just don't want President Trump to have any success, no matter how good it is for them, the rest of the world, etc. I'm so tired of those people, honestly, really. You know, when President Obama was president and we got Osama bin Laden, I knew it would sort of help him. I knew, again, but who cares? We got Osama bin Laden. I mean, really, grow up and be honest about that, please. But this is also a great defeat for the people in the world who wanted to really take advantage of this war every day that it lasted and every day that the hostages were still in captivity as an excuse to rub salt in the wound of the people who were suffering from this, to start riots in the streets and riots on our campuses. They'll still try, but I don't think they're going to have the traction anymore. So I want to make sure everyone understands that. That's really very important for us right now. All right, coming up, we have an interesting situation going on at Paramount where David... I got to tell you, where David Ellison, the new leader of that company, is dealing with all kinds of problems. So I want to make sure everyone knows that that's going to be a story I'm going to talk about. They want him to go woke. All right, now I want to tell you something about something else. And this is very personal, folks. If you are tired of thin and lifeless hair, tell me about it. If you cringe every time you see another clump in the shower drain, that was years ago for me, then your hair probably needs more protein. Don't make the same mistake I did. Just like our muscles lose protein as we age and atrophy, our hair loss protein loses as well. We have hair loss protein. We have protein loss in our hair. It happens. I lost mine, as you can see. it leads to thin, dry, and brittle strands. That's where HydroLift Volumizing Shampoo by Purience can help. HydroLift contains wheat protein that strengthens your hair follicles from deep within. This transforms thin and lifeless hair into fuller, more resilient locks. Do it while you still can. It also contains betaine from sugar beets, which draws water into your strands, making your hair feel silky and soft. Right now, you can try HydroLift Volumizing Shampoo risk-free and save 35% with discount code EARLY, E-A-R-L-Y. Head over to Purience.com to shop and save. And by the way, Purience has many other fantastic products if you're looking to rejuvenate your skin, hair, or nail appearance. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. These are USDA certified organic, so they're great for your body and the environment. Again, you can save 35% on your entire order with discount code EARLY. Go to Purience.com to shop and save today. And if you want to save your hair, don't make the same mistake I did, folks. Look at this product. All right, as I said, we'll be back with more American Sunrise in just a minute. We're going to look at that woke rebellion at Warner Brothers and Paramount.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life.
Well, the sun is shining and the wind is blowing in Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey this morning. That's a live shot. Beautiful shot. We've been having just dry weather here in New York. We had some rain yesterday, finally, in the New York area. Going to get some over the weekend, but I don't think until Sunday. But it's going to be a clear day today, so if you want to get some boating in, this might be the good day to do it. Hey, let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin today. We had new all-time closing highs set yesterday for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. The Dow literally lost like 1 or 2 points yesterday. A very flat day. It looks like a very flat open on all three there. Gold taking a very small breather, still well over the $4,000 per ounce level. So you have that. Crude oil also pretty flat, the $62 a barrel level. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, which has been flirting with its all-time high as well. And it's darn close. It's at 122.5. Again, that all-time high is about at 125, so we're really close to that as well. Hey, President Trump has been calling the Fed chairman, Jerome Powell, Too Late Powell. Mr. Too Late. Maybe he'll now call him Too Unclear. Every couple of months after a Fed meeting, the Fed releases the minutes of its meeting. In other words, like the official transcript. It's not every word. It's just sort of the official statements that they make. And Wall Street wasn't able to make much out of them. They were very murky. They couldn't tell whether we're definitely going to get more rate cuts this year or not. So not only is Powell taking his time with cuts, but it's not really even clear. And the markets didn't get much of a message about it yesterday. So I think President Trump will have a new name for him. Maybe he'll call him Muddy Powell or Unclear Powell, or who knows. But now he's also just not really being very clear. Hey, the wokesters in Hollywood are trying to stage a rebellion at Paramount. You know, it's called Paramount Skydance now. It was bought by this guy, David Ellison. He bought it out and now has control over it. You've heard of some of the things he's already done, like putting Barry Weiss, who's still a big liberal, by the way, but she seems to be a lot more fair than a lot of her fellow journalists. So she's in charge of editorial now at CBS News. But they're angry at Paramount. They're a bunch of basically anonymous cowards. They're all anonymous. But hundreds of them have signed on, and they're demanding that David Ellison be more anti-Israel. It's always about that, isn't it? I mean, these people, it's just incredible. They don't really care about any of that stuff. They're just violent, disgusting people. It's all I can say. Let me give you some advice to David Ellison. Do not give in to them. If you give in to them, they will never be satisfied. They will just continue to bother you. They don't care about Israel. They don't care about what you're doing. They're specifically, by the way, upset that Paramount's going to come out with this documentary about the October 7th attack. So they want something to balance it. It's a true documentary. The only way to balance it would be to do something untrue, and you shouldn't do that. David Ellison, stand strong. Don't give in to them, because if you do, it's going to be a disaster over there. Find out who they are, actually, and just get rid of them. If they can work somewhere else where they're allowed to protest. They can get a job at Hamas. I understand they're hiring. All right, Amazon is now selling prescription drugs in vending machines because why not? You know, Amazon is in every single business in the world. It's the most obvious monopoly in the history of the United States. And here they are getting into something else. We know that they've been selling some drugs and prescription drugs via online and their delivery service. Now, if you go to One Medical, which is one of those kind of urgent care type places in Los Angeles, they now have vending machines. Of course, you still have to get the prescription from a doctor, and you have to prove it. I guess there's some kind of verification code that you get so that you can get it out of the vending machine. But look for this to go all over the country. I got to say, CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens, you're asking for this. It takes so long at some of these places now to get certain prescription drugs, and you often run out of supplies. I've got lots of friends who have told me that drugs that used to be available are no longer available all the time. So you asked for it. You've asked for Amazon to kind of claw into your business. It's your fault. I hope you love your results. All right, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. This is Moving America, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company. ArtilleryTeaCo.com. Use promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. Artillery tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. ArtilleryTeaCo.com, promo code LIBERTY for 20% off your order. Remember last week when I told you about GM, and I actually praised them for their innovation, for at least being smart, about how GM was finding a way to extend the EV tax credit. Remember, the EV tax credit expired on September 30th, $7,500 for people who buy electric vehicles. GM decided to do something I think pretty smart. I don't love EVs, but I like being smart. They decided to buy up or try to buy up a ton of EVs, get those tax credits, and then pass them on to their customers if they leased those cars. So give them a cheaper lease out of it and basically take $7,500 off the total price for a 3-year lease or something like that. I thought that was a pretty smart thing to do. But GM's decided to back off of this. Why? Because people don't want to buy or lease EVs in enough of large numbers to justify the whole plan. EV demand, tax credit or no tax credit, has been falling steadily in this country for 2 years. It had a big pop, and what it is now is about 8%. I think it'll max out at 10 at the most. 8% of the market is interested in buying EVs. That's it. It's not worth all the hard work that GM had put into thinking up this plan. It's very simple. This is the market here, and what you're going to hear from the news media and from the Democrats for the next year or so is how President Trump killed the EV market by taking away the tax credit. That is not true. It was dying, or at least getting weaker before that. Don't let anyone push that down your throat. That's my advice. All right, I told you yesterday about that terrible fire at Novelis. That's a company in Oswego, New York, that supplies the aluminum for Ford. It's a very, very bad situation. I told you about that. But now, in the last few hours, we've learned just how bad it is going to be for Ford. $1 billion bad. That's how much this is going to cost them as Ford needs to find new suppliers. You know, they switched over to aluminum in a lot of their vehicles about 10 years ago. It was a big, big controversy when they came out with the first aluminum Ford F-150. They got through that, though. The buyers stayed loyal to the Ford F-150, but now I bet you they're kicking themselves that they didn't keep some non-aluminum types going, because they really rely on that very precious commodity. Okay, those cheaper Model Ys and Model 3s at Tesla that I was telling you about, one that's under $37,000 and one that's under $40,000. Hey, go for it if you want it. Again, you 8%ers out there who like to buy electric vehicles, the 8% of you go buy what you want to buy. But honestly, there's not that many of you. But anyway, just as a warning, if you buy one of these new, cheaper, stripped-down Teslas, it's missing something. It's missing a radio. I mean, someone told me that the last time cars didn't come with radios was like the 40s. Anyway, no AM or FM radio in the new Tesla. I guess people just connect their iPhones and iTunes to the car anyway, but that's a little bit of a notice. This reminds me of the Slate, which is the company that's owned by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Remember that pickup I told you about that sells for like $24,000? It doesn't even come with power windows. You have to crank it up like the old-fashioned way. All right, maybe that'll be the next thing that Tesla does. All right, now here is a great American story. I want you to listen to the man I consider to be the best car salesman in America. Listen to this story.
All right, story time. This won't take long because I hate long stories. But anyway, back in June, sold a 2017 Tucson Ultimate all-wheel drive, 85,000 miles on it roughly. Sold it for $12,500. Folks bought it for a college student driving to, I think, Manhattan maybe every day from Kansas City or somewhere. Had it since June. Put 2,000 miles on the car. And the motor goes out. She calls me, mom calls me and says, hey, I think the motor's out of this car. Yeah, it's been 4 months. She's like, can we get it looked at for free? And I'm like, absolutely, have it towed in here. So they towed it in from here in Kansas City. Didn't take much. We're like, yep, motor's out of it. Look for extension, warranty extension. Nope, nothing. So we're got nothing. They bought the car with a 30-day, 1,000-mile warranty on it. And what are we going to do? I'm going to take care of the customer. Told her to come in this week when I find the right car for her. We'll give her her money back and put her in the new car.
Yeah, so he's replacing the motor completely at no cost. An amazing guy. His name is JP Knudsen, by the way. He's got a great TikTok account. He has a great online presence. I just had to show you that because I show you a lot of stories about horrible things that happen to people who buy cars. That's a great story and a great guy, and he's got a pretty active account out there, and he's getting a lot of credit. He deserves it. Okay, coming up, the North Carolina flood disaster last year created some new heroes in that state, and one of them is now eyeing a seat in Congress. You'll meet him when American Sunrise Early Edition continues.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life.
It's Thursday, October 9th. Here are this morning's top stories, and there are a lot of them. They're coming home. President Trump announces a ceasefire and hostage return deal has been reached between Israel and the terrorist group Hamas. The hostages, the living ones, are expected to be back in Israel on Monday. Moving to Chicago, where there is no peace, President Trump says Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker should be in jail for endangering federal agents and then blocking the White House from sending in the National Guard. In L.A., the feds and the cops arrest a 29-year-old Uber driver and charge him with starting those massive fires, the Palisades fires, earlier this year that ended up causing $150 billion in damage. The man arrested is actually from Florida. He was a donor to the Biden-Harris campaign. He looks like another troubled 20-something. And former FBI Director James Comey isn't in jail, but he did get arraigned for lying to Congress yesterday. He pleaded not guilty. And of course, he wasn't paraded in cuffs for the cameras. He didn't have his home and bedroom raided by the feds. Lucky man. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. A very busy Thursday. I want to get right into it with former Green Beret and now a Republican candidate for Congress from North Carolina, Adam Smith. Sir, as a former military man yourself, got to get your comment on the big story of the day about this ceasefire deal. I'm sure this is still a dangerous time for the Israeli army in the field. But, you know, leave no man behind. I mean, there's women, too, involved here. This would really be a nice day on Monday if we see some of those people coming home.
End of the day, the work that's gone into this obviously it's been an uphill battle. But to come out with the opportunity for this to be a ceasefire and to bring peace into that region I would say it's a great success. So it's good news.
Yeah. And as I've been saying, too, also a great defeat for our enemies at home and abroad. You know, a defeat for those who said, oh, we're going to send 1 million American troops in there. I mean, that was always a lie and a conspiracy theory. We want to have terrible riots here on campus until this war ends. Well, it's over. And let's see if the students on campus are dumb enough to follow these professional terrorists trying to get them to join into another riot on campus when this war ends.
You and I both know that they'll just find the next opportunity to protest and riot about the next major issue that pops up. We're seeing it right now in Oregon with Antifa against ICE. We're watching it first. We watched it firsthand during the Black Lives Matters and Antifa riots a few years ago. There's always an opportunity for the left to get up in arms and to come after anybody that disagrees with them and anybody of a differing opinion. So it's awesome that this peace opportunity is presenting itself, and at the same time, don't have an expectation that we're going to see a diminishment in protests or violent actions against conservative-minded individuals. They'll just find the next excuse to do it.
Yeah, maybe the food in the cafeteria. All right, talking with Adam Smith here. So you have an interesting path to politics. It started as a result of how you reacted to all that terrible flooding at the end of last year or in the fall of last year in Western North Carolina. Now, again, you decided to jump into the race as the news media was reporting at the time. This is a recent decision of yours. Tell us about why you've done this and what's ahead of you in this campaign.
You know, I've seen plenty of bad leadership, and one of the things that I have a hard time with and I can't stomach is repeat bad leadership. And during the Hurricane Helene relief and recovery efforts, we watched firsthand not just the failures, but the willful neglect of the people of Western North Carolina. The former Biden regime, Vice President Harris, we saw, former Governor Cooper, now Governor Stein, all of them dragged their feet over and over again to create roadblocks, to create more bureaucratic red tape in order for money to flow. And now that we have the Trump administration in place, we watched firsthand an uptick in progress and an uptick of money coming into the region. But the problems still haven't been completely fixed because we see a failure of leadership by our current representation when it comes to their ability to actually build a coalition of forces to move dollars from the governmental level, the gubernatorial seat, down into the hands of the people of Western North Carolina. And more importantly, when we got into town on our race to get into Western North Carolina, I thought my daughter had died and her mom.
Ooh.
And we live right along the Broad River. And life is too short to sit on the sidelines. There is a moral crisis that's happening in the United States, and the moral decay that we continue to watch, it has to be abated. And to sit on the sidelines means that we abdicate our voice. We abdicate as conservatives. We abdicate our position to push back and have a say in the direction of this country and this government. And when my daughter is 20 years old, will I be able to look in the mirror and tell myself that I did everything I could to be a service to my country at every opportunity that presented itself? And is this country a better place? And is it ready for her to step into the world to create some level of success? As of right now, I can't say yes to that. And that doesn't sit so well with me.
Wow, that's a powerful message there. And I got to bring it to something else that's going on in the country. You know, you talked about your personal challenge and the threats to the lives of your loved ones. I've been saying on this program, and I use the words advisedly because I really don't want this to be true, but I do believe that we are now in the beginning of a new civil war in America. There's been a cultural one for a long time, but sadly it's become kinetic. It's become a physical one in the last few months, especially in places like Portland, Chicago, as you mentioned, places like that. And I just have to ask you, is this something as well, like where you say to yourself, could you look at yourself in the mirror? Because I won't be able to look myself in the mirror and say, I don't want to have to say, hey, I didn't do something that could have stopped this. You know, I feel like we have another Fort Sumter going on, for example, in Portland. The last time we had a Fort Sumter and it didn't end up properly, 600,000 people died as a result. I'd like for this to end now. I'm sure you have some thoughts about that as well, especially from your military experience. This has to stop now, doesn't it? I think we may have lost. Yeah, we may have lost Adam. Speaking of civil wars, I think some people are attacking Zoom these days. He may come up in just a second. I want to remind you all about, although a little bit why we're talking to Adam Smith. Again, he's a former Green Beret, and he's running for Congress in Western North Carolina. He's going to be running against an incumbent Republican that we don't talk about enough on this program. There are still a lot of Republicans in office, especially in Congress, who aren't doing right by their constituents, aren't really waking up to the situation in this country. They don't have to be the biggest Trump fans. This is not about a Trump takeover of the Republican Party. It's about what caused and precipitated the Trump takeover of the Republican Party. You had a Republican Party that seemed to be more interested in Wall Street. You're back, Brad Smith. Tell me what you think about this growing civil war here in America.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as saying that we're in a civil war. I think ultimately where we are is it's obviously we've been in an ideological and a cultural war in the United States for some time now, especially under President Obama. And I wouldn't go as far as saying that we're in a kinetic civil war either. And at the end of the day, nobody wants that. I can tell that. I can say that definitively. Nobody wants to have any sort of level of kinetic operations taking place or the idea that we're in that position. What we are in is we are in a true and legitimate ideological battle for the soul of our country. And there are two opposing sides to this ideological battle. There's the side that believes in the Constitution, that believes in God, that believes in true and legitimate freedoms. And then there's the side that believes in totalitarianism, authoritarianism, and believes that the Marxist or communist ideology is the way to run a country. These are ideologically opposed in such a way that it's very hard to coexist in the same geographic footprint. But I wouldn't go as far as saying that we're in a civil war. anymore. What we are in is we're in an adjustment. Every once in a while, when that pendulum swings to the far left or to the far right, what we see is we see the pendulum start to adjust the opposite direction. The fight that we're actually in right now is to ensure that the pendulum doesn't swing the other direction too far. And that's one of the critical issues that ends up happening. In these course corrections that we see oftentimes a course correction that could go too far in the opposite direction. This time, I think we're doing it the right way. The president is handling business the right way. The current administration is taking care of business. They're upholding laws. They're enforcing laws that are currently on the books, and they're doing everything they can to bring that pendulum back to the middle so that we can have a moderate constitutional republic that isn't constantly at odds with one another and has the ability to pass legislation that's in the betterment of the American people.
Adam Smith, I only have about 30 seconds left, but I want to get your comment about statewide what's going on in North Carolina. It took your governor, Josh Stein, until the very deadline to sign Arena's law into law. Just ridiculous that he wouldn't do that right away. Even in North Carolina, you have law and order being ignored. It's just incredible.
Yeah, it is. And it's an unfortunate travesty to see Josh Stein continuing to wait and wait and wait. The fact is that bill that got pushed through the House and the Senate at the state level was a positive, sound bill for all of North Carolinians in general, and especially the people in Charlotte that are seeing an uptick in violent crimes over the last 25 to 30 days. I mean, just the count that we're watching is a little ridiculous. But again, I think it goes back to the ideological differences, law and order versus anarchy. Anarchy provides a talking point where law and order takes away the talking points. But with all that being said, Western North Carolina is on a path to recovery. It's just a matter of moving dollars.
All right, that was Adam Smith. Adam Smith, former Green Beret. Adam Smith running for Congress in North Carolina. Had some technical issues there, but I really appreciate him coming on. I pity the fools running against him. That's a strong candidate, by the way, probably without any political consultant help, because they don't help. All right, coming up, he's still in the race, speaking of elections. And why not? Jay Jones hasn't exactly been in the spotlight in the mainstream media. David Brody and I will discuss. But first, I want to tell you something about what's going on here on Saturday, here on Real America's Voice, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. It's called AMAC Boot Camp for Patriots. AMAC's Boot Camp for Patriots is a day of truth, action, and resolve. It's going to bring together conservatives and patriots from across the country to learn, connect, and mobilize ahead of critical elections. The program features panels and discussions on key issues, including immigration, education, and indoctrination. Oh, also election integrity. Now, this event is going to be hosted by Dr. Gina Loudon, David Brody, Ben Berquam, and John Solomon, with additional featured speakers. They include Frank Gaffney, Nicole Kipralov, Lynn Taylor, Jason Sneed, Charles Suckland, and Jennifer Bengtson. This is more than just a conference, folks. It is a rallying call for grassroots engagement and civic action nationwide. Take a look.
This Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, Real America's Voice brings you an exclusive special event. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Boomers.
Give me liberty or give me death.
You're invited to a pivotal gathering of leaders, experts, and patriots coming together at a time when America stands at a crossroads.
But be out there fighting in that realm.
Education and indoctrination, election integrity, and more of the urgent issues that matter most to your family, your community, and your country. More than a conference, it's a call to action. Whether you're a citizen, a community leader, or a grassroots activist, your voice is needed now. Join us as we unite around faith, family, and freedom, and take the fight for America's future to the next level. Don't miss it. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Boomers this Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Real America's Voice. Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp A Week Away in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more time.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. We got the flags flying in front of the White House today. It is a victorious White House today. I'm sorry, all you Trump haters who would rather see the world destroyed. I think that's really the truth, sadly. Who would rather see the world destroyed than for Trump to get victories. But this brokering of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is a huge victory for him. More importantly, it's a huge victory for America. For all of you conspiracy theorists out there who are talking about, oh, we're going to end up with troops, and we're not sending any troops here. We never were, by the way. But now we're definitely not doing that. Please stop. And also, for all of you trying to start the next campus riot, you'll have to complain about your school's football team or something. Maybe you can do that at North Carolina and have an angry rally against Bill Belichick. But you'll have to stop because this war is ending. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Hey, the mainstream media, surprise, surprise, is giving Virginia Attorney General candidate Jay Jones a huge pass. Just about no time, zero time, has been dedicated to this incredible scandal. He was caught sending text messages and then making a phone call to back up those text messages. It wasn't drunk texting. To say that he wanted to kill and get 2 bullets into the head of the then Republican leader of the House of Delegates in Virginia and have his wife and children killed as well. Oh, and then we found out he's also in favor of cops being killed every once in a while, just to keep them honest. David Brody joins me right now. We're both refugees from experiences with the mainstream media. I worked in it. You had to deal with them. But, all joking aside, this is actually now getting really annoying to me. This is no longer, oh, those are terrible stations and they're just parroting bad propaganda. We saw yesterday with Dana Bash finally pushing back just a little bit on Nancy Pelosi about the shutdown, and all of a sudden she's fumbling. Two more questions like that and the shutdown would be over. Just 1 or 2 mentions on CBS or NBC or ABC about this Jay Jones controversy, and he'll be out of the race, and people like him will be admonished for the future, but they won't do it. That's called enabling. They're like enabling a drug addict, David, and I want them to stop.
Thank you. And so do I. And I have a file for refugee status, just so you know, in case you were wondering. that is, the paperwork is in, Jake. Right. And so here's the thing. The problem with the Jay Jones story for liberals, and this is low-hanging fruit to say this, but it doesn't fit their narrative. And if it doesn't fit their narrative, they're going to do a couple of things. One, sometimes literally ignore the story, or it'll be below the fold. And when I say below the fold, I mean, hold on for a second. Oh, there it is in like 8 font and Times New Roman. I mean, that literally they'll barely cover it, but they'll scream, we covered it. No, you didn't. And you know darn well you didn't cover it. You didn't cover it the way you would cover whatever, the guy with the MAGA hat, what was his name? Nick whatever on the mall, that, that type of stuff, because that fits your narrative. Even though that proved to be a bunch of junk, too. And then, of course, they didn't report the other side of it when they realized that their narrative didn't fit on that. So this is what they do. I've always said, Jake, that the media bias isn't necessarily in the jargon and what they say, because it's there, obviously, and it's also in the headlines, but it's also in the stories they don't report or minimize. That, I think, is the biggest media bias of all.
Yeah. It's also costing them money. These are big stories. It would get them clicks. It would get them eyeballs, and they won't do it. I want your eyeballs to stay here. We got American Sunrise coming up. Early edition coming.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. James Comey is set to be arraigned this morning. He's expected to plead not guilty to charges including making false statements to Congress and obstruction. Obviously, this is going to be interesting. What I'm watching out for is whether there will actually be a perp walk or if he'll just kind of be whisked into the building unassumingly so the public doesn't get a chance to see it.
I am so tired of the left-wing media. Sorry to go in so directly here, but I was thinking about this. I literally woke up at 4 in the morning and I was just steaming mad about this. I'm so tired of the left-wing media saying this is President Trump targeting his enemies. No, this is President Trump seeking justice for the American people, for those who targeted us.
First of all, let's be clear. Everybody talks about Trump and Pam Bondi and the DOJ going after Comey. Hold on. It was a liberal grand jury in Alexandria, Virginia, that indicted him with a majority of them on that jury. Let's just be clear about that.
It is day 8 of America held hostage. The Schumer shutdown. It continues because of his pride, his arrogance, his ego. They want to obfuscate, lie, gaslight the American people. A recent Harvard-Harris poll shows that 65% of Americans, 2/3 of Americans agree with us that a clean CR is the way to go. They are seeing past the games of Chuck Schumer, who's living out of fear because he's fearful of being primaried by AOC.
Brian, always good to see you, my friend. Good morning. Let's get right to that Antifa roundtable. I think that's interesting, and I'm curious what's likely going to come out of this.
I think this is one of the things that's been on the table, no pun intended, for President Trump for a while, ever since we've seen the violence increase due to these ICE raids and ICE occupation in some of these cities. So we're going to start to find out how they are organized and who potentially is behind funding all of this.
No, Armin, I'm afraid you're totally wrong. I watched Chicken Noodle News, and they told me that actually Democrats, they don't even have a crime problem in the inner cities. Republicans are just lying about that. Their cities are perfectly crime-free. There haven't been any gunshots or any sort of gang violence or anything like that.
I like to turn the Democrats' word against them. Where is the equity for the people who are living in these neighborhoods who have to live with this kind of crime? Where is the inclusiveness of these low-income folks who have to be surrounded by drug gangs, by folks who are assaulted, by just retail theft into these neighborhood stores? Where is their voice? Do their black lives actually matter? Apparently they don't.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more time.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Breaking news from Real America's Voice.
We begin with an update on breaking news involving the first phase of Israel and Hamas's agreement for peace under President Trump's plan. Posting on Truth Social following Thursday's deal, the president writing, "I am very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly," he writes. We're, of course, now hearing that the first 20 living hostages held by Hamas will be returned to their loved ones this weekend. Those families thanking President Trump personally.
They want to say something. Is that right? Hold on. President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump? Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
You did it.
You did it.
Thank you.
This is amazing. Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you'll fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
All
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Have fun. So long. Goodbye.
Let's bring in David and Dr. Gina to discuss a little bit more. Obviously, this is huge news. Phase one, we'll see the return of hostages. While that's great news, I'm still cautiously optimistic. David, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I don't want to get to the negativity. We'll save that for a moment. But the art of the deal, President Trump, and I'm so glad those hostages are going home. ... No thanks to Hamas. Okay, so let's just put that aside, first of all. But you know what this is about, guys? This is about the Abraham Accords. That's where the seeds were sown in the first Trump administration. Because he got Arab nations to basically put all the pressure on Hamas to say, you're done. It's over. Without that, it doesn't happen. And T. Bates, credit to you, when that United Nations speech was happening with Trump, and you pointed out, you said, I'm more interested in what's happening on the sidelines with those Arab nations. And indeed, that's exactly where this started. And when I say started, literally picked up speed, because the UAE was involved, Saudi Arabia at the UN, Trump, there was others, Turkey and others. And of course, we know with Egypt and Turkey and Jordan all working together. That was the genesis. But let's be clear, Gina, and I've got a lot to say. We got to get to our guests. But I looked at the 20-point peace plan. 5 of the 20 points were agreed to, not the other 15. That's where we'll see the rubber potentially meet the road here. Hamas has not agreed to lay down their weapons. Hamas has not agreed to give up governance of Gaza. There's a lot of things Hamas has not agreed to. So we'll wait and see about all of that because I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. But great news, obviously, this morning, Dr. J.
Two questions, David. Number one, what does Israel have to give up in this? And number two, how many of these hostages are realistically alive at this point?
Yeah, well, a couple of things.
The
there
number
are 48
is 20.
Yeah, 21 is what I'm hearing. 21
I had heard, well, I guess in speaking with some of our producers, I had heard that there is at least speculation that that number might be off. So I'm just asking you, David, because I know you look at this stuff. I've read what the headlines say, but I'm asking you what you know.
It very well may be. There are 48 total that they'll get back. 21 they believe are alive. The other ones not. The ones that are not, 2 of them are Americans believed to be killed, murdered, I should say. So there's that. In terms of what Israel will do, look, they're going to bring back the border. When I say the border, the zone, if you will, a little bit further away. They're still being Gaza, but they'll be further away. That's one thing that Israel's going to have to do. The other thing, to understand is that Israel is going to have to release these 250 or so Palestinian, and I'll put them air quote, prisoners. Okay, these prisoners, let's be honest, these are terrorists that have multiple life sentences. My sources are telling me that the 4 that Hamas really wants to be released, which are kind of like the ideological leaders of Hamas that were captured, they will not be released. Israel, that's a red line for Israel. We're not giving you your really bad guys. We're just giving you the bad guys.
Yeah.
But we're not giving you the really bad guys. So anyhow, that's a big part of it. We'll dissect it later in the show and in the days and weeks to come.
All right. Well, very appropriately, let's get to our Bible verse. It's from Philippians 2:14 and 15. Do all things without complaining and disputing, that you may become blameless and harmless children of God, without fault in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation, among whom you shine as lights in the world. I love that one. I could go on about it all day long. I actually did a deep dive when I saw that was our verse today, but we don't have time for anything that I learned. But I'm putting it all in a devotional book for you guys, so you'll be able to see it later. But joining us now is Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn. Senator, your initial reaction to this peace deal?
It is such a marvelous step forward and such a wonderful day. And indeed, gratitude to President Trump, to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and also to Ambassador Huckabee and the negotiators that President Trump has had working on this. It's been a powerful team, a team that has been very patient, and we're seeing the results. And David, as you said, this is the first phase, and we will see what happens as we move forward. But, pardon me, yes, indeed, let's get these hostages home.
Yeah, and the good news for Israel is, like, once they get the hostages home, then, the pressure changes at that point. And then we'll see what happens in a good way. In other words, Israel will have more flexibility to do what they need to do going forward. So we'll see. I could ask you 20 other questions about Israel, but I want to get to the shutdown. Obviously, it's entering its second week. It's in its second week. It's probably going on its third, maybe fourth. Democrats obviously blocking the funding bill for, what is it, the 6th time? I've lost count. You've got Cortez Mastro. You got Angus King, who's an independent, technically. John Fetterman voting with the GOP. What's the latest? I mean, how long do you think this is going to go on for? I mean, what's the longest? Isn't it like 35 days or something? I don't know. What is this going to go on for, like, weeks?
Well, as we've all heard, and as the Democrats have said, Chuck Schumer has had a war room set up for about 3 months on what he wanted to accomplish in a shutdown. And they've already voted for these numbers 5 times. This is a Biden budget. It's a clean CR to allow us to finish the appropriations process and move from that Biden budget to a Trump and Republican budget. But Chuck Schumer doesn't want that. We hear that the Schumer shutdown will last through October 18th. That is when the Democrats have this big No Kings rally that is going to be here in D.C. And what we've heard from some of the Democrats is that Chuck wants to be able to take the stage and, wave his hands in the air and say he is opposing Donald Trump. Look at this shutdown. And say that it's because healthcare is being deprived, which is not true, of course. But the real reason is they want to say, look at us. We are of the left, the far left. And he doesn't want AOC to out-left him. So he is going to continue with this through October 18th and the No Kings rally is what we are picking up from Democrats.
That's a shame. Reopen the government.
It is, because troops won't be paid. And think about the things, Terrence, that, we're having to make provisions for moms that get WIC and SNAP to be able to swipe those cards and get groceries. At this point, the troops are not going to be paid. We're trying to deal with that because it appears the Democrats will carry this through the No Kings rally. And you can pull up a little flyer online for the October 18th No Kings rally, and how horrible for personal political gain they would have the American people suffer. Federal employees not getting checks. But you know what? They don't care about those things. And they don't care about what happens with people that are getting benefit. What they care about is power and control. And right now, they're struggling, and they see this as a pathway. But the American people aren't buying it. Look at the stock market. It is ignoring what is happening. And basically, the stock market is saying, you go, Donald Trump. If you want to cut the size of the federal government while it's shut down, have at it. And I think that the reaction they're seeing is not what they anticipated.
Senator Blackburn would like to bring your attention to this Breitbart headline, which reads, Hawley on allegations the FBI spied on GOP senators. Quote, we need a special prosecutor who's going to go at this hard. You, of course, were one of those senators who we're hearing was spied on. As you look back at this and realize that conversations you thought that you were having in private were being spied on, your thoughts, what does this say about the weaponization of the DOJ and the FBI under the Biden administration?
Yes. And Terrence, I think that to look at the thing holistically, you have to move back to the fact they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of 23. They indicted President Trump. And this was Jack Smith and his Arctic Frost operation. And then a couple of weeks later, they somehow get a subpoena, who we don't know who issued that, for some unknown reason to surveil 8 U.S. senators. And what they pulled, get this, was every call that either we made or came into us, the individual and the number from which the call was either made or received, the length of time, the duration of the call, and then the tracking information where each of us was physically located at the time of making or receiving that call. So yes, indeed, it is illegal. It is spying on U.S. citizens for no cause. We have found no predicate. As soon as the FBI uncovered this information, they informed us, and then the information was made public. Now, the DOJ will get inside that grand jury information and see if they can uncover who signed off on the subpoena, who was responsible for targeting us. Why were they doing this? Because if you're going to go to court and get a subpoena, you better have a reason for that. It's just not, we don't like these people. The commonality that we have found is that each of the 8 of us are Republicans. We support President Trump, and we had valid questions about what happened in the 2020 election. So we can surmise as to what they were up to, but we're waiting to find out further. I consulted legal counsel yesterday. I think it's curious that a wireless company in the U.S. would receive a subpoena for my records sitting sitting U.S. senator, and that they would not challenge that subpoena, nor would they contact to say, we have received this subpoena. And we'll see what we uncover with this. There's a lot of information yet to be shown, but it does show that the FBI was weaponized, it was politicized, and that it conducted illegal activity, which was the spying on the 8 of us.
Wow. Well, Senator Blackburn, keep us posted on that, please.
We will.
We'll want to hear about that, and always praying for your protection. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Right.
Got it.
Thanks,
Take care.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you.
All right. America's Marine 250 Uncommon Valor Special, a 250th anniversary salute that marks a historic tribute to 250 years of the United States Marine Corps. This honors generations of courage, sacrifice, and service from its founding at Tun Tavern in 1775 to today's warriors who defend freedom across the globe. This ceremony will feature powerful historical tributes and appearances from top military leaders, including Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Navy John C. Phelan, and Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps General Eric M. Smith. This will be uniting veterans, Marines, and families in a once-in-a-generation salute to America's fighting spirit. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
You know, Matthew 5:9 in the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers, the peacemaker in chief right there at the White House this morning. What a glorious day regarding the first phase of the hostage situation coming to an end. The hostages should be back on Monday. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. We have a lot coming up, but first, let's get to T. Bates, standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
President Trump will host his cabinet secretaries at the White House in just a few hours. 47 will likely open the meeting to journalists and, by extension, the public, as he did during his last cabinet meeting. You probably remember that one. Expect much of the conversation to revolve around the ongoing government shutdown and the challenges that each cabinet secretary is facing as a result of furloughed staff. The Senate once again failed to pass 2 government funding bills on Wednesday, seeking to reopen shuttered agencies around the nation's capital. The bills mark the Senate's 6th attempt. Maybe today will be the day, though. In the meantime, the president will welcome Finland's president to the Oval Office this afternoon to discuss trade and national security. We'll, of course, be covering both events for you right here on Real America's Voice. That's a quick check of headlines. Now let's get a quick check of your forecast from coast to coast. Meteorologist Tracy Anthony joining us. Tracy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Terrence. You know, very chilly out across the Northeast. We have widespread frost and freeze warnings that aren't just in place this morning. They're going to stick around for Friday morning. So bundle up if you're getting out there early. The good news is daytime highs are going to be picture perfect for fall. Now, the East Coast really just can't cut a break. We're also tracking a low pressure center that's going to work up the coast as we get into the day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, bringing in more high surf, strong rip currents, and coastal flooding with a good amount of rain, and expect prolonged periods of gusty winds. So a lot of coastal impacts here for the weekend ahead. And then out west, areas like Arizona into southern Colorado, they are going to get in on some tropical moisture from Tropical Storm Priscilla, and it's going to be moisture that's about 200% more than the atmospheric moisture that's typically available this time of year. So it's definitely going to be a soaker out west. Terrence?
All right. Thanks so much, Tracy. We'll check back with you next hour. Up next, more on the peace agreement between Israel and Hamas. What does this ultimately mean for the rest of that region? We'll discuss.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
That is the White House, President Trump, America, Israel. Very happy this morning because the hostages are coming home. Once again, no thanks to Hamas, but thanks to President Trump. and all of the White House staff, Secretary Rubio, Witkoff, Jared Kushner involved at the last moment as well. Welcome back, folks, to American Sunrise. All right, as we have been covering and talking about throughout the show, Israel and Hamas have agreed to that first phase of President Trump's peace plan. Hamas is going to release all remaining hostages in exchange for prisoners, about 250 or so prisoners. I put prisoners in air quotes. These are just bad dudes. These are basically terrorists. Israel will also begin withdrawing troops from Gaza to an agreed upon line. President Trump said he believes the hostages will be released on Monday. So we're looking forward to that. The president may also travel to the Middle East. Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. G and Terrence to vamp a little bit here about this. So, as I look, Terrence, the peace plan here is 20 points, right? We talked at the top that 5 of the points have been agreed to, which is the kind of the first phase. But Hamas has not agreed at all to lay down their weapons. They haven't agreed to this idea that they will no longer govern Gaza. They haven't agreed to what also is in the plan, which is that all the tunnels will be destroyed and not be rebuilt. So, I can go on and on. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen before there's true peace in the Middle East, or at least temporary peace in the Middle East. And by the way, I've read my Bible. Peace in the Middle East, I mean, sorry to be a spoiler alert here, but there's going to be some issues going forward in our nation's history, or I say our nation's, in the world's history. Go ahead, T.
Yeah. Thanks for saying that, because I sometimes just feel cynical, like I question everything, and this is one of those things that I question. Phase 1, great. Will we make it to phase 2, 3, or 4? I'm not so confident. The victory here is, or will be, I'll believe it when I see it, the release of all of the hostages, be they the bodies or the actual living hostages. There's an agreement in place for that, as we heard. It's expected to happen by Monday. I'll believe it when I see it, though, Dr. Gina. Until then, I'm just going to be cautiously optimistic and hopeful that that happens. And I will say the good news, Dr. Gina, and then I'll leave it over to you, is that once those hostages are home, I think that's less leverage that Hamas ultimately has, and it gives Israel an opportunity to truly move forward and to put it colloquially, handle its business once and for all, Dr. Gina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the only incentive left now will be, military action, obviously. And the problem that arises there is we, as Israel / the U.S. Takes any military action, there will be a massive public outcry again around the world. This isn't, of course, just in the United States or in Israel. And so, so those are the sort of leverage points, or the tension points on this whole negotiation as it moves beyond the hostage situation. And then you add to that we think there are about 4, you said, David, out of the prisoners, the terrorists that they that have to be released, who are that Hamas wants back, but we don't know. And what we do know, if you watched the videos, which I watched on the you don't ever want to call it an anniversary. I never know what to call it. On the demarcation of the year, this year on October 7th, if you watch the videos, the amount of civilians there that day who were celebrating, who were picking up guns and shooting Jewish people in their homes, the amount of children who did some of this. You can only imagine, David, that even though there are 4 top Hamas officials who they desperately want back, right, and they might not be released, these people are the worst of the worst of the worst. I mean, these are not innocent people. These people murdered multiple people, these people that are being released. And so when you think about those people being freed and being back on the streets, David, I don't know. And then what did they learn in prison, by the way? What did they learn in captivity from their cohorts, right?
Yeah, so let's be clear how Hamas sees victory here. They're rearming. That's what this is.
That's what I was trying to say. Yes, you put it in a word. Thank you.
This is all this is a temper. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't want to be negative Nancy or negative Nick or whoever I am today. What gender am I? I'm sorry. This isn't MSNBC. But look, I mean, bottom line is they were just rearming. And so to be clear, even though Israel is saying, no way, you're not getting your top 4 really bad guys, there's still all these people that are being released have committed major atrocities against Israelis. Okay, so these are the bad guys. And so Hamas is like, great, we're rearming. And so that's wonderful. I believe, Gina and Terrence, and you mentioned the kids here, true peace in the Middle East will never happen until there's generational change. Because the truth of the matter is, remember, there's 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds who saw their daddy, who is a Hamas leader or in Hamas or wants to kill Israelis and river to the sea and all that. They saw daddy die for a wonderful cause, and he's going to be around 72 virgins. This just in, he's not. He's going to hell. But they think that. And so until they step up and say no more, and until Israel steps up generationally and says no more, and the both generations kind of get together, however that looks, and I don't know, I'm not that smart, but however that happens, that's the way peace will begin to take form and seeds will form between generations. I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I'm not saying it's easy, but that's their only chance. Peace deals are great in the interim, but other than that, I don't know about it.
I think the thing that was so shocking to me, I've watched a lot of war movies. I've raised 3 boys and a husband. That was a joke. But
in other words, 4 boys is what you're saying.
They love watching these gory, violent, awful war movies. So if you want to have a movie night with your family, that's what you're doing. So I've seen a lot of things, and I've watched a lot of war documentaries and all the rest. I think what was so shocking and different about the October 7th videos is the glee with which these people commit murder. There is a cultural difference. I've watched footage from Vietnam and other wars, and there's a stoicness, there's even a sadness you can see as our soldiers carried out the duties, and you hear the horror stories of some sort of laughing or celebrating back channel, but you don't see that across the board. On October 7th, I'm telling you, the children, the young men, everyone laughing, I mean, I'm sorry to discuss this on a morning show. I shouldn't even go there. But that's the part that shocked me the most, David Brody, was I realized what a cultural difference there is. And I want to say this, a psychopathy. There was something psychopathological about what I witnessed that day, not just in the people giving the orders, not just in the people committing the atrocities, but in the people watching gleefully, David. That's what's different, and I don't know how you ever fix that. I think we are worlds apart spiritually, worlds apart culturally, and I just don't know that there's a fix for crazy.
You don't. No, you don't. And because it goes back to the Quran, and it goes back to Muhammad, and it goes back to the barbaric nature of what wants to be accomplished from a radical Islamic terrorism standpoint. It's just that simple. It's in their book. It's in their book. Muhammad, you go back to Muhammad and beyond Muhammad. I mean, just go look throughout world history. It's all about conquering and in a very barbaric way. So don't get me started, but
Zero empathy whatsoever. Something exactly counter to whatever empathy is. Yeah.
Well, this was a light subject. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, great. How am I going to make a transition to this? But I'm going to try. Coming up, who doesn't love an ice-cold soda on a hot day? But what risks do they pose to your health? We're going to have some astonishing new numbers on all of this just ahead on American Sunrise.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us. Time now for today's health news, sponsored by the Wellness Company. And under the microscope today, the risks of drinking sugary drinks and artificially flavored drinks. People could be at a higher risk of developing fatty liver disease if they are indulging in sugary sodas and diet drinks daily. This new study in the UK found that people who drank 9 or more ounces of artificially sweetened beverages had a 60% higher risk of fatty liver disease, and the sugary sodas had a 50% higher risk. That's a shocker. If you're drinking the ones that don't have sugar, you have an even higher risk. But if you're indulging at all in these sugary drinks or sugar substituted drinks, you're still indulging the risk. The participants were tracked over 10 years. 124,000 people took part in this study. 1,200 people did develop fatty liver disease. 108 died from said disease, liver issues surrounding it. Alcohol, of course, a major contributor to fatty liver disease. And the scary thing about fatty liver disease is that you don't know you have it. It's very silent until it's deadly. And so that's one of the scary things. It can lead to all sorts of problems, not just cirrhosis, but also even cancer and other liver problems. And so you really want to stay away from this. Just, water, tea, honey, those kinds of things, good for us. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality, though, there's only so much government can do. If we really want to make America healthy again, it's going to start at home with each of us. And that is where the Wellness Company comes in. You see their doctors on our network all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you an opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever comes your way with their series of prescription med kits. These kits have an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks that assist you in the proper use of the meds in the kit. Also, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss, liver cleanses, by the way, so much more. These can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of yourself and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV. Give it an order. That's twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV. That'll save you 10%. Over to David.
Thank you, Dr. Gina. Why did that sound so official? All right, I appreciate it. A Florida man has been arrested for starting that Pacific Palisades fire. We know all about that. Major coverage on that at the time. Authorities say, by the way, he did it maliciously. Officials say 29-year-old Jonathan Rinderknecht is now facing federal charges in connection to the fire, including destruction of property by means of fire. He now faces between 5 and 20 years in prison. He reportedly lied about where he was when the fire broke out. The Palisades fire caused more than $250 billion in damage. It left 12 people dead, destroyed more than 6,800 structures. So for more, let's bring in the former chairman of the California Republican Party and the chairman of Californians for Election Fairness. That would be Tom Del Bassaro. Tom, So authorities say on the day that he lit the fire, he was angry and agitated. He was listening to a rap song with a music video that showed literal objects being lit on fire. There's still no clear motive specifically. I'm curious to get your thoughts this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning to both of you. Well, it demonstrates the danger one person can pose in this circumstance, because California for decades has not prepared for things like this, hasn't done proper forest management, hasn't allocated enough money to protecting its citizens, and one person can cause all this damage. And you can look to the greater issue of sort of the breakdown of our society. I mean, what would lead someone to do this? Anyone would know what a significant risk this is. So if you're looking for motive, the motive is a generation perhaps lost because our society imposes or teaches no values at any level. For most of our country's history, values were a part of our educational system and life was cherished. That, of course, is no more.
Yeah. I mean, this guy deserves the death penalty. There are people that are dead. He won't get it. I mean, I'm sorry to be cynical, but he won't get it. But he deserves it. 12 people dead, numerous, hundreds of livelihoods, homes, businesses, irreplaceable things, people's whole family histories, their photographs, their wedding albums, war mementos, from their dead loved ones. The list goes on, and it's really heartbreaking when you take a hard look at it, Tom. But there is prosecution needs to happen to California politicians, Tom. I've been writing about this since I lived there. You've been fighting this your whole entire life and career as well. I was writing 20 years ago about the Delta smelt, the 3 fish that are still to this day, as far as I know, being preserved and coddled instead of the waterways that needed to be made available. This has burned down farms well before this. And then they have the unmitigated gall, Tom, to go on national television, people like Gavin Newsom, but a million others, Governor Brown did it before him, and say things like, this was all caused by climate change. They love to use these wildfires as climate change when, in fact, the people responsible before this arsonist ever lit a match or probably was even born, to be honest, are the politicians who refuse to restore the water highway that is so necessary in California, that burns farms every year that we never even hear about, right? Has completely destroyed these poor farmers, many of them Republican, so no one cares, and they take gleeful pride in the fact that this happens. Tom, I could literally talk the rest of this, but there's only about 90 seconds left, and I need to give it to you.
I would say you're on fire, but that's really inappropriate for this particular segment. You are 100% right. There's no accountability. My Facebook post yesterday was they made an arrest related to the fire, and his name wasn't climate change. They immediately went up and tried to tell Americans that, this is the fault of me driving an SUV. California, you well know this, California over the last 20 years has seen either somewhere between 300,000 and 2 million acres burn a year. And that is on the rise because of decades of mismanagement. And California as a whole has been completely mismanaged. And yet somehow Gavin Newsom leads among Democrat candidates for the nomination. And that is because there is none of this accountability. But I think all of this coming together demonstrates how bad California is. And I think Americans, look, I've been on the East Coast a lot in the last 2 years. I've been traveling the country, and I think people see him for what he is. And on my podcast, Politics in Perspective, I talked to longtime Chronicle journalist Carla Marinucci, and she doesn't think Newsom can actually win or get the nomination because of how bad things are in California.
Well, I hope she's right, Tom.
Yeah.
And I hope you keep fighting. You and your beautiful family. You're one of the holdouts who stayed. All my friends have left California. I'm going to visit next month, and I'm like, there's no one to see. But Tom, we'll be hanging out. It is so great that you continue this fight. You're doing a lot.
No on Prop 50. No on Prop 50.
No on Prop 50. And Tom Del Baccaro, an old friend. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, take care.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, coming up, former Fox News and NBC host Megyn Kelly speaking out about Joy Reid and her new ventures. And let's just say there's no love lost from Megyn Kelly. We have her comments next. American Sunrise continues.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It's now time to stay awake, not woke. And who is woke today, you ask? Well, it would be former MSNBC host Joy Reid. Former Fox News and NBC host Megyn Kelly tells the New York Post that she believes Reid is racist and that her podcast will fail. Kelly also said that she believes the network cut ties with Reid because they had enough of her. We, of course, should note that Joy Reid wrote an essay for MSNBC that she believed she only got into Harvard, due to affirmative action. Here at RAV, we, of course, will have coverage of the Marines' 250th anniversary celebration that's coming up, which is hosted by Steve Bannon. But after we have this conversation, let's have a little preview here.
2.5 centuries of honor, courage, and commitment. This Saturday, Real America's Voice presents America's Marine 250. Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute. From the founding at Tun Tavern to today's Marines defending freedom worldwide. Witness a historic tribute to their service and sacrifice. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hosted by Steve Bannon, Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Join us for this once-in-a-generation salute, only on Real America's Voice.
We, of course, hope that you join us for that coverage. In general, log on to Getter, Rumble. Let us know what you're thinking about the show so far today, and let us know what you think about the upcoming anniversary of the U.S. Marines, 250 years. Wow. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, faith under attack. Some students at a recent Turning Point USA event believe that their faith is coming under fire. So what can be done to stop it? That story is next here on American Sunrise.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It is now time for our moment of faith, which is brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, faith under attack. In light of the shootings at religious places, students at a recent Turning Point USA event spoke out. One student said they think that it's incredibly sad to see people go to extreme levels based off of religion and to target people of faith. That student cited the shooting at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Michigan. Another student said they believe that Charlie Kirk was killed because he was outspoken on faith. For more, let's bring in evangelist, pastor, and the founder of Revival Today, Jonathan Shuttlesworth. Jonathan, always good to see you. In short, I think it's probably safe to say that people of faith are under attack, be it Christians, be it Jews. I'm not so sure one can make that argument for Muslims, but the faith world is under attack. Do you see it that way?
In a way, I do, in the sense that there's a lot of demon-possessed people, which the Bible said you would see an increase of that type of violence against Christians in the last days. But at the same time, you have the Department of Justice with an entire wing devoted to help Christians and people of faith that are in exactly that kind of situation. So, yeah, it's almost like the devil's upset because he's losing, is the way I see it. And you have the wind at your back as a believer like you've never had it before.
Jonathan, so let me ask you a theoretical question. Can a secular agency fight back in the spiritual realm?
Yeah, absolutely. All through the Old Testament and even in the New Testament, you had God use people that weren't even believers to aid believers. So you can have secular agencies work against the church, like the IRS targeted, and then now you have all those organizations now have people in charge of them that are not anti-church or anti-believer. It's a great day to be alive.
Is it incumbent on Christians, and I'll just speak to Christians because that's what I know, that's the faith I know, is it incumbent on us now to protect ourselves in a secular way? And when I say that, I mean, are we at a point where we need to be carrying guns to church just to protect ourselves? Are we at a point where security needs to be ramped up just in order to protect parishioners who are coming to peacefully praise their Lord and Savior?
I'll tell you let me answer that in two parts. I've had armed security at our church since its inception before any of this happened. You're an idiot if you're a pastor and you don't have proactive things in place that would deter somebody attacking your congregation. A pastor is a shepherd, and a shepherd protects the sheep. Having said that, as soon as the church only protects itself and its rights and tries to defend itself like they're doing in Europe and Canada, it begins to die. The way the church protects itself is by advancing the gospel and leading people to Christ. And that in and of itself is its own protection, is to go on offense.
Okay. I like the principle of the idea, but I'm curious at how challenging it is in this day and age. And let's just focus on right now when we're seeing these increases in attacks on churches. And maybe I'm just more aware of it, particularly as someone who is generally new to faith, I'll say in the last 10 years. But it seems to me that it would be much more difficult in this day and age because of what appear to be increases in attacks on people of faith and institutions of faith.
Well, I'm not like going to shame any place that's had an attack, but those attackers go after soft targets. So I don't see it. I'll tell you where it was problematic, where you still had the same attacks 3 years ago, but the Department of Justice didn't care. You had an administration that almost seemed happy that there were attacks against Christians and were aiding in it. From the IRS, the Department of Justice didn't do anything. Now, at least, you have the ability to be proactive against those attacks. And then if something's happening, you have an FBI and Department of Justice that is going to help the church and aid the church. So I felt it was way more challenging last year and before than now. You at least have help at the federal level. I see America going in the right direction. And listen, are there challenges? Yes. But if you read the Bible, one of the comforting things is the devil was never that bright. Everything he plans always fails. Just like Trump was never supposed to be in office. But everything evil has failed, and the church has a window of opportunity now to do the most good that it's ever done.
Jonathan, fascinating take, very insightful. Always good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too, Terrence.
All right, we'll talk soon. Be sure to tune into Revival Today this Sunday morning. It's at 9 a.m. right here on RAV. There it is on your TV screen. Definitely going to be a good show. All right, folks, we're back with the second hour of American Sunrise in a couple of minutes.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years.
Coming up on the second hour of American Sunrise, President Trump announced Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his peace plan and that all hostages will be released very soon. We're hearing Monday. The president says it is the first step that could lead to lasting peace in the region. We're going to bring you more on this breaking story as these details emerge. Plus, are Republicans shooting themselves in the foot at midterms if they win the Schumer shutdown battle and fail to fix our broken health care system? We have that information. It could impact your health insurance costs dramatically. Also, later, more new details are revealed about the FBI and their accessing of phone records of Republican lawmakers during the J6 investigation. Former special counsel Jack Smith, right in the middle of it. President Trump has had some choice words for him. This is all ahead as American Sunrise starts again right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics. President Trump is joining us live now from Florida. We've got you covered. This is what it looks like to be a patriot. We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. I'm coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Big day, historic day. President Trump rightly celebrating the release, soon-to-be release, of the hostages in Israel. It's a big deal. We'll talk about the now what as well, because, you know, this is just the first phase. We'll see if it holds. But it's exciting. Here's a prediction, Gina. I think that, and we're hearing rumblings about this, but I think the president's going to go to the Middle East. I think he'll go this weekend, is my guess. I think he'll speak to the Knesset, Israel's version of the parliament, there probably Sunday night. And it wouldn't surprise me if these hostages are released on Monday, that Trump is right there in the thick of it. I don't want to say from a PR standpoint, because I'm trying to lessen it. But my point is that Trump knows the significance of what happened here, but also understands the visuals, too. And I think he wants to be there for it. And he sure darn deserves it, for sure.
Yeah, I was sifting through headlines, David Brody, when I was out of the last block and looking, and it does look like Monday is going to be the day. And, you know, look, for all the cynicism, I really want to focus in this moment on the fact that if one hostage comes home alive, one family is restored. And that is a beautiful thought. And I just really want to keep our thoughts there.
Yes.
You know, I'm the one who took us down the very negative path in the first hour, being cynical about what this can really mean in terms of outcomes and long-term outcomes. But I do think that we do need to keep our focus on gratitude, and especially to God, frankly, that this could even happen. Because honestly, there were points during these last 2 years that I didn't think it could, Terrence.
Yeah, no doubt. And I expect President Trump to take a bit of a victory lap over this, at least first phase of this peace deal between Israel and Hamas here in just a little bit when he hosts his cabinet secretaries at the White House. That's set to happen about 11 o'clock Eastern time. 47 likely will open that meeting to journalists and by extension the public, as he did during his last cabinet meeting. You probably remember that. Expect much of the conversation to revolve around that peace deal that's now been brokered between Israel and Hamas, but also the ongoing government shutdown and the challenges that each cabinet secretary is facing as a result of furloughed staff. The Senate once again failed to pass 2 government funding bills on Wednesday seeking to reopen shuttered agencies around the nation's capital. Those bills mark the Senate's 6th attempt to reopen the government. Maybe today will be the day, though. Meantime, the president will welcome Finland's president to the Oval Office this afternoon to discuss trade and national security. We'll, of course, be covering both events for you right here on Real America's Voice. Well, the Nobel Peace Prize nominee for this year is going to be announced tomorrow. President Trump making an 11th hour push to win that award by brokering a peace deal that we've been talking about between Israel and Hamas.
President Trump has done it. He announced just now that our loved ones, the hostages, are coming home. We will not stop fighting until we see the last of the 48 return to their family. Those who were murdered in captivity, buried in the land of Israel, those who are still alive, walking through the border and reuniting with us, the families. Thank you, President Trump, for your courage. Thank you, the Trump administration, for doing everything you can to bring them home.
Again, we're just in the first phase right now of this agreement, and it will pause the fighting and see the release of all 20 living hostages that are held by Hamas. We're hearing this morning that that's expected to happen on Monday. Some Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel will also be freed. Taking to Truth Social, the commander-in-chief writing, and this is a quote, "This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps towards a strong, durable, and everlasting peace." Meantime, a number of world leaders praising the Trump administration arranged agreement. Argentine President Javier Milei calls the deal historic, saying that he plans to nominate President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says he is relieved that the hostages will soon be reunited with their families. Former FBI Director James Comey remains a free man after being arraigned in federal court in Alexandria, Virginia on Wednesday. He's charged with making false statements and obstruction of a congressional hearing. Comey pleaded not guilty and was not taken into custody. There were also no conditions set on his release and no perp walk. Comey's lawyers say they are hoping to avoid a trial altogether, but in the meantime, the judge has set a trial date of January 12th. The initial trial date would have been no later than December 17th, but lawyers on both sides want more time to file motions and briefs. Some protesters outside the courthouse are calling the proceedings a show trial. The indictment against the former FBI director, James Comey, says that he authorized someone to leak information about an ongoing investigation. That's a quick check of your headlines. We'll have more headlines coming your way in short order. But first, let's get you back out to West Palm Beach. Tracy Anthony standing by with your forecast. Tracy, so it's really starting to feel a whole lot more like fall. Cool downs all over the place.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We have widespread frost and freeze alerts in effect across the Northeast, and daytime highs are going to struggle. We're talking daytime highs for Boston and New York City in the 50s, so definitely grab the jacket. You're going to need it. But Dallas still in the 90s. We're a little cooler across the Northwest, but we are bracing for several systems to impact the lower 48. One in the Southeast, one in the Southwest, and one in the Northwest. So tonight is kind of the appetizer where we all start to get a little of those impacts, but those systems get closer throughout the day. Friday, you can see the Southwest. We're expecting a ton of rain. That's tropical moisture for the desert Southwest. And then into the weekend, we're going to track this coastal low as it scoots up the East Coast. This is going to bring significant impacts on top of the high surf, coastal flooding, and high tides that we've been dealing with over the last week. So there's a lot going on here, and a lot of us will be dealing with the wind, the rain, and potentially even some snow this weekend, Terrence.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Appreciate the reporting there.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let's switch gears a little bit. Get you over to David Brody. DB, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, TB, or T-Bates, or Big Sexy.
I keep saying you're DB.
That's right. Look at that. A match made in heaven, TB.
There you go.
Right. All right. As the government shuts down, or as the government is literally shut down and it drags on, Americans are starting to feel the impact. Actually, in the sky, across the country, flights are being disrupted due to staffing shortages at the FAA. On Monday, 12 FAA facilities reported troubled operations. Then another half dozen faced issues on Tuesday of this week. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy blamed the delays on what he called a slight tick up in sick calls, among air traffic control workers. But travelers still are left paying the price. Joining us now for reaction is Florida Congressman Jimmy Patronis, our good friend here on American Sunrise. Congressman, look, you got flights delayed. You have federal employees about to miss their first paycheck with this government shutdown. Critical services at risk. I know WIC money is about to run out for women's, infant, and children. How much longer can Americans tolerate a Democrat-led Schumer shutdown? I mean, this has got to be figured out. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Look, I'm coming from Florida. I'm used to the trains running on time. So seeing the type of antics that are taking place in the Senate Democrats is just blown my mind. I cannot believe how these knuckleheads do not fear what is coming when you have, in the case of the state of Florida alone, 155,000 federal workers on the 15th, if the government's not open, are going to go without a paycheck. And look, I'm sorry, some of these households, they run from paycheck to paycheck. We reached out to financial institutions this morning, basically putting them on notice saying, hey, work with our people. This is going to be a challenge. But what Chuck Schumer is doing is simply unacceptable. And I tell people, if you're concerned, dial 202-224-6542. That's his office phone number, and let him have it.
Sounds like it's time to. I'm sorry, Terrence. I just went and checked one thing. Sounds like it's time, Congressman, to privatize the TSA. That would help matters. Sorry, Terrence. Continue.
Yeah. Look. So there's a lot of concerns about. Well, and I've just said this myself. We're now getting a firsthand dashboard look of what government services we need and don't need.
Yes.
Because what are people calling our office about? And it's a unique opportunity, and the Democrats are presenting it on a silver platter. So if you see, well, gosh, I didn't really realize we missed that particular, Bureau of NOAA. Maybe it's time to go privatize it out. So, I'm trying to make the glass half full by the debacle the Senate's created.
I was just going to use the glass half full euphemism there because there are opportunities there that are now coming to light as a result of all of this. It's just unfortunate for many people that they're going to ultimately have to suffer. Since you and your colleagues in the House are back in your home districts, I'm curious what kind of conversations you're having with folks in your district about the impact all of this is having on them. There's one thing to kind of see the effect from Washington, D.C. and, a beautiful office on Capitol Hill. There's another thing to be back home, be walking through your neighborhood, and people are talking to you as their congressman saying, hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Here's how this is impacting you. Can you shed some light on what those conversations have been? I'm really interested. I'm curious what those conversations are.
So I didn't know what to expect, Terrence. And as I was at my son's baseball game last night, I had a gentleman come up and put his hand on my shoulder. He says, don't give in to the Democrats. I was at lunch yesterday, had two different people walk up to me, say the exact same thing. And maybe I'm in a little bit of an echo chamber in this part of Florida that I'm representing, but the constituents are coming up to me and they see right through this. And I just don't get it. Is Chuck Schumer that obsessed with making sure his base does not see him working with Donald Trump? Is he that fearful that him signing a clean CR like they've done 13 times before is going to create a primary challenge for AOC? So, there's some crazy inside baseball, and the only person that's getting screwed is the American public.
Congressman, I have to make this question fast because we're running out of time, but I'm very upset about what is happening with our health care. We understand the effort to clean up the disaster that was Obamacare. It has doubled our premiums. It would have tripled them, except that they brought deductibles up so high to compensate. There are people who live paycheck to paycheck. Health insurance costs are still affordable. If Republicans get their way and Obamacare is fixed, is there a plan to ensure that those who are left with no health insurance then will have some sort of a way to soft place to land? Because if there isn't a Republican plan to do so, Dems will use that to hurt the GOP in the midterms. And I think the solution is just to flat out eliminate Obamacare and free the market again. Let's make this free again. Obama messed it all up.
Well, I remind people, the law prohibits any hospital. If you walk into the emergency room, I don't care if you're having a heart attack, you're fighting cancer, no matter what, they have to provide you medical care. That safety net is existing. It's forced in by law, and there's plenty of federal money that goes to every single hospital and caregiver throughout our nation. What we're trying to fix is the gaming that takes place, which we did with the one big, beautiful bill. And the other thing the Democrats are fussing about, they're complaining about enhanced COVID subsidies. Well, I don't know if they realize that COVID no longer exists, and the subsidy still exists. The subsidy's not going anywhere. It's the enhanced subsidy that they're squalling about. But you know what? Sit down, work with us, vote out a clean CR, and let's have a normal conversation like normal people should have whenever they're trying to debate a policy issue.
Exactly. Congressman Jimmy Patronis, I really appreciate your time. By the way, if you do a Google image search and you put in salt of the earth, your picture comes up. So we appreciate it.
God bless you. Thank y'all. I love Florida. Your intro. That is Florida. You better believe it, Dr. Gina.
That's a good point. All right. Thanks again. Coming up, the Schumer shutdown drama is intensifying. Now we have a squad member saying that Americans are actually backing Democrats. Boy, back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, old man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's Spill Some Tea is fueled by Artillery Tea Company. It's the only America First veteran-owned tea brand out there on the market. Their mission is to maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. There's no junk here, just real tea. The tactical advantage is that each bag brews twice. So go to artillerytco.com, use the code LIBERTY for 20% off of your first order. That's artillerytco.com. Again, use the code LIBERTY for 20% off of your first order. This is premium tea that's mission-driven and brewed for the brave. All right, let's get right into what's in the cup today. Texas Democrat and squad member Jasmine Crockett is the focus. In an appearance on MSNBC's All In, Crockett claimed the American people are standing with Democrats as the country faces delayed paychecks, critical food assistance in jeopardy, and states teetering on the edge of economic chaos. Crockett says the Democrats are on the right side of history. Republicans, of course, argue the real issue is Democratic outreach, pushing policies that prioritize illegal immigrants over American families. Here is Jasmine Crockett specifically. Here's what she had to say.
I think that the Democrats, again, are on the right side of history, and every single time the Republicans have tried to, in some way, get rid of the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare or the marketplace, it has really backfired in the most bipartisan way. And so now that the American people are paying attention and they understand why this standoff is taking place, I'm pretty confident that the American people are standing with the Democrats as it relates to what it is that we're fighting for in this moment.
Yeah, it really seems like Democrats just can't help but blame everyone else but themselves for the current shutdown. Let's bring in Gina and David to talk a bit more about this. Gina, you get first crack at this one. I almost know what you'll say, but I'll leave it to you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I get bored of just lambasting the worst of the Democrats, but that really is where we are. The thing about it is the Democrats give those like Crockett so much latitude and so much ability to control the rest of the party, and that's where the real problem is. You have some sensible Democrats out there. I mean, Fetterman's the poster child of sensibility for Democrats, but there are others, and those people, they're not the voices we hear. They're not the people that are put up. They're not the people that are mentioned for president. They're not the people that are for presidential nominee, et cetera, et cetera. So, can expect to hear more of the same from the Democrats because they're learning nothing, David.
Yeah, and Jasmine Crockett says, Americans are backing Democrats on the shutdown. Okay, they also said the border secure and crime is no problem. So
that is true.
So you have you have a credibility problem, Jasmine Crockett, and that's just one of your many problems. And I say that in a bless your heart evangelical way, by the way.
No, absolutely.
How sweet.
Hey.
Isn't that nice?
How sweet.
That's so nice of me.
In the most evangelical of ways. Hey, folks, we want to hear from you as well. I'm actually in the YouTube chat. Log in there. Let us know what you think about all of that as well. Coming up, we're headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and for insight into how to hold onto your hard-earned dollars with some common sense. More American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everyone. Kansas City, here I come. Look at that beautiful city. Their football team not doing so well these days, but otherwise their barbecue is pretty good. We're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's set to ring here in just a few minutes. And we'll, of course, take you there. A quick look at the futures. In general, not looking too bad, but of course, it doesn't really count until that bell rings and the market's officially open. We'll take you there for that once the time is right. There you have it. Just a couple of blemishes on our board, but all in all, looks like for the most part, we're in the green. Let's get you over to David really quickly. David, good morning.
Good morning. I see gold over 4,000 still, so that's good news. All right, T-Bates, time now for our daily dose of dollars and common sense with American Sunrise Early Edition host, the guy behind Jake's Take Substack. That'd be Jake Novak. Hey, so Jake, there's a lot of stuff going on at Paramount thanks to its new management, but it includes an employee rebellion. So what is going on over there? Are you suggesting an insurrection? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You say rebellion.
Yeah, I should call it a cowardly rebellion because a bunch of anonymous, underline anonymous, hundreds of Paramount workers. Remember, this is Paramount, not Paramount Pictures. That's the company that owns CBS, all those streaming networks, big entertainment company, was bought just recently by Skydance, a private equity firm owned by David Ellison. There you see him there. Well, there's a bunch of employees there, cowardly, anonymous employees who want him to go woke. Of course, what's the first thing they want him to do to prove that he's woke? They want him to bash Israel. They're upset that there's a documentary coming out from Paramount that's going to document what happened on October 7th, 2 years ago, with the Hamas atrocities against Israel. So they want to balance it out. I don't know with what. The protocols of the elders of Zion? I'm not sure. Here's my advice to David Ellison. Stand strong. If you give in on this, you will lose the whole game. Push these people out. Ignore them. First ignore them. And if they suddenly show their faces, then fire them. That's my advice.
Yeah, I mean, it's give an inch, take a mile with these people. They'll never stop. They'll never stop. So you can't win. I mean, look what Israel's facing over there, where it's like Israel's not fighting Hamas. They're fighting pretty much most of the world, if you will. So it's that same type of. Oh, go ahead. Do you want to say anything else? And who are these employees anyhow? They're anonymous. We don't even know who these people are.
I mean, who wants to see a documentary that makes Hamas look good? I mean, they're going to destroy the country. Honestly, you don't want to support Israel, fine, don't support. Who cares? But if you're going to, what do you want? You want to watch a Hamas as the heroes documentary? No one's going to come to that or pay for that on a streamer. What a dumb idea.
Right. Well, AOC would like to watch that, actually.
Yeah,
there are certain people. That's a good point. All right. Last week, you told us about a clever move that GM was working on to effectively extend those $7,500 tax credit for EVs. Yes, I used the word E or the letters EV. Now, though, you say the company's dropping this idea. So what happened here, Jake?
Yeah, well, listen, I don't love EVs, but I was impressed by the way GM was going to try to extend the tax credit. Just before September 30th, they had all these plans to buy up tons of cars, tons of EVs, and then they would pass on to people who leased them, customers, that savings, lower them by $7,500 or so. I thought that was pretty smart. Don't love EVs, but I thought that was smart. Well, now they're nixing it. You know why? Because they're smart. They see that there isn't enough of a market for this. I know that listen, I would love to stop talking about EVs. I really would. But every time you turn on the TV, every car commercial is for an EV. You can't turn on a football game, a baseball game. EV, EV, EV. They are 7.8% of the market. That's it. But they're 99 billion% of the commercials and the talk. So I've got to get some reality to you here, folks. GM found out that reality. They're nixing these plans. And that's what's going on all over the place. There just isn't enough demand.
What gives you that? Why do you get so frustrated with the EV situation? Is it because of the agenda behind it? Is that what's happening here?
A little bit, but it's also, just as someone who really cares about the consumer, there are bubbles that boosted. We talked about it I think earlier this week or maybe last week, Beyond Meat. Mm-hmm. There was that period in America 10 years ago or so, a little bit less, where the fake meat, Impossible Meat, Beyond Meat, everything was great. And a lot of people put their hard-earned savings into the stock. It's now trading at $2 a share. It was at over $300 at one point. This is what bothers me. I don't want people to get involved in the hype. There are people who have invested a lot of money in EV stuff. Either maybe they invested in charging companies, maybe they invested in the shares of the stock, maybe they bought too many EVs and realized their insurance is much more expensive and more than it takes care of the money they may have saved in gas. Whatever it is. For some people, an EV makes sense, especially if you live in some parts of the country, but not for everyone. And I hate to see people lose their hard-earned money over hype. Don't let Madison Avenue make you have a divorce with your wallet. That's all I have to say.
And this is why we have this segment with you, and it's all about common sense, because you are expressing common sense. Jake Novak, I had another EV story to get to. Sadly, we won't be getting to it today. And also, sadly for you, we'll be talking about another EV story tomorrow. So I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to break that to you.
Yeah, it happens.
But I had to ask my Dr. Phil EV question to you. So thank you, sir.
It's okay.
Thank you.
No, I'm glad you did.
You let me put you on the couch. All right. Time for T. Bates in Denver for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by, say it together, everybody, AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
We're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. You're going to hear the applause here in short order, and then we'll count down towards the opening bell. I can tell you pre-market trading not looking so hot on the Dow. It is down. Hopefully that will change the moment the bell rings. As you can see here, the applause is underway, which means that the bell is going to ring here in short order, and then we'll get a better idea of how the markets are looking. Alliance Laundry Systems, it looks like. My screen is a little small, but it looks like that too is at the podium. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The bell is ringing, which means the markets are officially open. And just like that, here's how things are looking. It looks like our entire board is in the green. That very well may change here in short order. There you go, right on cue. You see one of the indices now down to the red, but in general, looking like it's a good start to this day of trading. Hopefully, it will stay that way. Well, folks, we've been telling you for a couple of weeks now that gold is up around 40% this year. Now, that's not speculation. It's actually reality. If a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still way too high, the U.S. dollar still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are flocking to gold. They are the ones who are driving prices up to record highs. We're now over $4,000 for gold. But it's not too late to buy gold from the Birch Gold Group and to get in the door now. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation here, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for gold. So, what else can we say other than to text the word America to the number 989898? Do so right now and claim your free information kit on gold. That's texting the word America to the number 989898. That's the hookup. Protect your future today with the Birch Gold Group. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back here on American Sunrise, new developments in the FBI snooping scandal. President Trump now sounding off on the former FBI special counsel Jack Smith, calling him a real sleazebag. We'll have the details ahead. Plus, don't miss this RAV weekend or this weekend's RAV special, America's Marine 250, Uncommon Valor. A 250th anniversary salute that marks a historic tribute to 250 years of the U.S. Marine Corps. The ceremony will feature powerful historical tributes and appearances from top military leaders, including Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. It's uniting Marines, veterans, and families in a once-in-a-generation salute to America's fighting spirit. We're back with more American Sunrise after this.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. Thanks for joining us this morning. We invite you to hop in our conversation on YouTube. Get in there on YouTube with us. Have you guys been in there? So user-friendly, so easy. Gives you a lot more characters to write with. And Colin gets in there from the control room, and he's giving his whole paycheck in there. It's lots of fun. You can get in with us on Getter and Rumble as well. Time now to take the political pulse of America. The Beat today, President Trump announcing what he's calling a major breakthrough in the Israel-Hamas war. Both sides have agreed to the first phase of a peace deal, a plan that includes the release of all hostages and an Israeli troop withdrawal to an agreed line. Trump says this marks the first steps toward strong, durable, and everlasting peace, calling it a great day for Israel, the Arab world, and the United States. Hamas also confirmed the agreement, praising what they called responsible and serious negotiations, urging all parties, including the U.S., to ensure Israel follows through. Joining us now with the latest is RAV Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn. Brian, obviously he's going to take a massive victory lap. This is something I don't think there's any other president, if had anyone else been elected, a Republican or a Democrat, that could have pulled this off. But how big of a victory is this long term?
This is huge. I think we're going to look at this 10 years from now and reflect on where we were, even when Marco Rubio handed that note to President Trump during that Antifa roundtable. When that happened, we knew something big was about to be announced. That was a special moment. We all kind of sensed that in the press. And as we speak, they are figuring out the exact timing of that trip over to the Middle East to pretty much write in all of that. We should know all of that here shortly, but it's a huge moment. I think 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and I'm telling you one thing, if he does not get the Nobel Peace Prize for this, we might as well just do away with that prize, because there's no one that's more deserving than the Nobel Peace Prize than President Trump.
Well, there's no doubt about that. We could ask you a lot more questions about Israel and that victory lap, but let me move on. You mentioned the Antifa roundtable. So let's talk about this. President Trump obviously hosted that roundtable regarding Antifa, and you had a lot of conservative influencers there. They were in the room. They have covered, they've seen firsthand the damage and violence that Antifa is responsible for. So at one point, we saw a podcast influencer openly admit, I love this part, to having TDS, that Trump derangement syndrome, but now she's recovering. She doesn't have it anymore. She's seen the light, and then she called out the media over their non-existent coverage, or I should say lack thereof coverage.
I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion, because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now like I said, I'm much happier.
Brian, powerful, great stuff.
Yeah, and she wasn't alone on that. There were a couple others that addressed the media. I call it dressed down the media during that roundtable. And what was interesting is as I was leaving the White House yesterday, one of the influencers was walking out of the EOB building, and he had a mask on, sunglasses, appearing to basically conceal his identity. And he later told me, Antifa has been trying to kill me for years, and I just can't take that risk walking out of the White House knowing that they know I'm here. So the severity of this situation, as far as, that was a very disturbing thing for him to say. And of course, these young men and women that were in there, they were very brave. Our own Jack Posobiec was there, Nick Sorter, just other Savannah Hernandez are there as well, doing great work. I'm glad they were praised by the president. They have been exposing Antifa, and I'm glad that Real America's Voice. Now, I'm going to put our flag in the ground for a second, because we have been on Antifa since the beginning of this network. We've had people contribute to this, to Ben Burkholm talking about it. So I'm very proud to say that we weren't one of the media that those influencers were calling out.
Absolutely. Brian, you used the word disturbing. Another thing that's disturbing is these new released documents that show the FBI secretly spied on the phone records of 8 Republican senators and a House lawmaker. All of this was, of course, part of Special Counsel Jack Smith's Arctic Frost investigation into January 6th. President Trump now calling Jack Smith, and this is a quote, a real sleaze bag. I'll just leave it there and let you take it, Brian.
Well, he obviously is I would say that was correct. He is a sleazebag, but he's also sneaky as hell because they knew exactly what they were doing. And I'm only wondering who else was on this list. That's just what we've discovered right now. What were they looking for? The phone records. We know that they tracked hundreds, if not thousands of pinged some phone numbers that are in around the Capitol during January 6th. People that might have just been walking by with their family with no intentions of even going near the Capitol. Those people were investigated as well. So I think it's just to say that he is a sleazebag, and hopefully we can have some accountability for that, because I know there's so many people that have been involved in this roundup, if you will, and that's exactly what it is. It's a drag net to try to find as many people that they can find guilty of some type of election interference. And by the way, this is all taking place under a constitutional ability to do that, to certify the election. That's what this was all about. They weren't doing anything outside their power, but sleazebag, that might be the right word.
Brian, I'm hearing a lot about what's happening at the airports right now. One of our own chatters in our chat that everybody knows very well, Jengus, he had a flight go crazy, spent the whole morning at the airport, extremely frustrating. All because, in my mind, I think there's a lot of motive for them to, they're calling in sick, they're disrupting flights, they're doing the things because they're union government employees who are trying to make a big deal out of the shutdown. But the great thing about this shutdown, the Schumer shutdown, I should say, the great thing about every shutdown is that it very much exposes what could be privatized and handled better. So I was going to ask it, Brian. I'm going to come back to this question. Has President Trump made a comment yet on privatizing the TSA? It's time, and this Schumer shutdown proves it.
Okay. That will be my question today in the cabinet meeting, which, by the way, starts at 11 a.m. I promise you, I will ask that question, and it's a great thing, something to think about, because I know that DCA was experiencing extreme delays yesterday. I can only imagine it is today. But great question. TSA, can it be privatized, make it more efficient? Even the air traffic controller situation, people calling in sick on that. They're already shorthanded in that department anyway.
Yes.
Great question. We'll hear about that a little bit at 11 o'clock this morning.
And the unions, don't forget, give more than 90% of their money, these public sector unions, more than 90% of their money goes straight into Democrat coffers. So it's no wonder that they invade our privacy and do all the disgusting things they do every single time we go through the airports. And my next trip through the airport is going to be really bad now.
Brian, he's going
plan for that extra pat down, Dr. Gina. You're going to get that extra pat down. Yeah.
And he's going to call on you in this cabinet meeting. He loves your reporting.
He does.
So there's that. And by the way, speaking of the cabinet meeting, what was last time? 3 hours and some odd minutes. Do you have a chair? Are you going to bring one of those folding chairs? Because listen, I would literally pass out.
Oh yeah.
Literally, I'd pass.
Yeah. Well, I've got the most comfortable shoes that I own intentionally for this event. So I'm going to keep bending my knee bends here. You get get your flexibility going, get your circulation going in your legs. It could go 3 hours, which, by the way, I will say this. The question I had for President Trump yesterday was about the city of Austin that was basically waiving the fees for a No Kings anti-Trump rally in Austin coming up. So basically putting the fees on the taxpayers of the city of Austin. Since that interview, since that segment, moments later, the city of Austin took down that agenda that was supposed to be voted on today because of pressure, not only from people and patriots that live in Austin, but from the comments from the White House. So we are truly making a difference when it comes to making sure that we do not fund these radical groups. It happened yesterday in the stateroom. Great moment there.
Imagine if
I just want to see your shoes, by the way. But anyhow, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, imagine if the TSA were privatized. All of our lives would be easier.
Show the shoes real quick.
Show the shoes.
Hang on a second.
Can we see the shoes?
These are Murphy & Johnson shoes. Murphy & Johnson, which, by the way, if they want to send me a pair of shoes, we can do that. But those are the most comfortable shoes I have because, last time it was 3 hours. And God bless people who have to hold the microphone booms for 3.5 hours, too. That's going to be one heck of a shoulder press.
That I can't even imagine.
There you go.
All right, a little tap dance.
Supervised by Nordstrom's, by the way.
Yeah, that's very nice. Nicely done, sir. Nicely done.
All right, Brian, good luck standing through all that. I hope you get the question in. I really want the answer, especially right now. I think this is a great time to have this discussion because I think the American public is really, really ready for it. Brian, thanks again.
Done. Absolutely.
You're the best. Thank you. All right, coming up, what you should really be looking for in health supplements. After the break, we're going to have the details and how you can guarantee better health. Your doctor will even notice. Imagine that. That's next. Stay with us.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to American Sunrise, everybody. I'm Dr. G. Thanks so much for joining us today. Before we go, we want to tell you about a really cool upcoming event this Saturday, AMAX Boot Camp for Patriots, a day of truth, action, and resolve. Here's a quick preview.
This Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, Real America's Voice brings you an exclusive special event. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Boomers.
Give me liberty or give me death.
You're invited to a pivotal gathering of leaders, experts, and patriots coming together at a time when America stands at a crossroads.
But be out there fighting in that realm.
Education and indoctrination, election integrity, and more of the urgent issues that matter most to your family, your community, and your country. More than a conference, it's a call to action. Whether you're a citizen, a community leader, or a grassroots activist, your voice is needed now. Join us as we unite around faith, family, and freedom, and take the fight for America's future to the next level. Don't miss it. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Boomers this Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Real America's Voice.
That's right, you guys. This Saturday, it's David Brody, it's Ben Berquam, it's John Solomon. So many great Patriots featured speakers join me. It's more than a conference. It's a rally call for grassroots engagement and civic action nationwide. It'll get you all amped up. All right. Going to bring in David and Terrence. You know, I love the AMAC people. I love the AMAC mission. Did you know you don't have to be a boomer? Because I think we're all. Brody, are you a millennial or a Gen Xer?
Oh, please. Well, thank you, by the way, for
No,
calling me.
I meant Terrence. Did I say Brody? I meant Terrence.
Oh, sorry.
Terrence?
Oh, never mind, Gina. Forget it.
Sorry. Oops. Are you millennial or Xer?
No, I'm a Gen Xer. The fact that you even ask, that upsets me in and of itself. If I act like a millennial, I would hope that my actions would make it clear that I'm a Gen Xer.
Okay,
Dr.
so we're
Gina.
all Gen Xers.
We're going to have a conversation on the side, you and me, sister.
But the point I was trying to make, and forgive my absolute clumsiness there, that was just bad. Like, I wish I could start over, but this is live TV, is that you don't have to be a boomer to join AMAC. You can be a millennial like the three of us are, and you could be even a Gen Zer. Did I say millennial? I can't talk today.
Yeah,
we're Gen X, right? Yes. That's really confusing. It should have gone millennial, Gen X, Gen something than Gen Z, right? I mean, like, can we put some things in order here? No wonder I'm confused. But anyway, go ahead.
I'll be honest with you. At this point, I'm confused about my identity. I don't even know what I am. What am I exactly? I'm a liberal if I'm confused about my identity. That's what I am.
I'm a dog lover, and I love God. And my co-host that I just insulted terribly. Anyway, there will be more American Sunrise after the break. Hopefully I'll be able to talk, and but maybe not. But anyway, stick with us because, you know, someone here can talk. It doesn't have to be me.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting.
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. Trivia question. How many fruit and vegetable drinks and supplements are on the market? Well, the answer is about 7,000, you guys. Second trivia question. Are you ready? How many of those 7,000 fruit and vegetable supplements guarantee better health that's so much better that your doctor will notice? Well, the answer is just 1 in 7,000. Guarantees your doctor will be able to see your improved health or your money back. That's Field of Greens. Final question, though. What's the point of taking a health supplement if it doesn't promise measurably better health? Well, to answer that, let's bring in the CEO and founder of Brickhouse Nutrition, Miles Grimard. Good morning, Miles. This is exciting stuff. Tell us how we will prove to our doctors that our health is better.
Yeah, well, to even go before, like, we have the 60-day doctor health promise, but to even take it one step further, we actually, it's pretty exciting. We did a clinical study with Auburn University. So we can even now, on paper prove that it's going to make you better. So, there's so many, like you said, health and vegetable, fruit and vegetable products on the market, but most of them are just common products with no real science behind them. And Field of Greens is different, and we wanted to prove that with a university study, because we all have two aging scenarios. And we have our how many times we've been around the sun. There's our and then there's biological age, which is typically 8 to 16 years older than how much time we've been on this earth. So Field of Greens, each fruit and vegetable inside of it has been medically selected for its studied health benefits. And we have a heart health group, a liver health group, kidney health group, and all these vital organs as well as your cells is what determines your biological age. And so we wanted to put Field of Greens to the test, and we partnered with Auburn University actually to do a health and biological aging study. And the results were remarkable. In that study, the participants, they changed nothing. They kept their same diet. They'd keep eating fast food. They didn't work out more. They'd keep drinking if that's what they did. The only difference they made was taking Field of Greens daily. And so after extensive medical testing and studies, the results, they were really eye-opening. Field of Greens was shown to slow your body's aging. It reduced or lowered the biological age of the participants, which means just by taking Field of Greens daily, their cells were younger. And this whole study is available at fieldofgreens.com. But this is like something that we really wanted to prove that and put, with clinical studies, that Field of Greens is actually different than our competitors. And there's a reason for it. And which also backs up what you're saying with your doctor. We have a 60-day doctor health promise, which if you take it for 60 days and your doctor doesn't mention that you're healthier, we give 100% money back. But we know we can back that up because we have things like the Auburn clinical studies and a team of doctors that made this product to make our customers healthier.
Very cool, Miles. I'm excited to try it, and we appreciate you joining us today. Thanks so much.
Oh, thank you so much for having us. And please go to fieldofgreens.com and use code RAV for 20% off.
You took the words right out of my mouth. How did you know that? Yes, as you said, visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code RAV. That'll get you 20% off. That's a lot, by the way, 20%. All right, again, that's promo code RAV at fieldofgreens.com. All right, quick programming note. Tomorrow we have Ambassador Mike Huckabee, top of the hour, I believe, or top of the show, I believe. And so, guys, he should have some comments. Maybe we'll know some more about this hostage release and what we're going to see upcoming, right, T?
No, absolutely. We're expecting to know a little bit more about when specifically those hostages will be released. Again, you heard Brian Glenn talk about President Trump and the administration trying to work out a potential trip for President Trump to the Middle East, which I think is going to be key. And David, one of the things that I find interesting about all of this is the engagement from other Arab countries in this Israel-Hamas peace deal. I think that's also going to be critical to watch.
That's 100% critical, and that's why I was so interested to see Jared Kushner come in here at the last moment, because Kushner's got the relationships, he's got the connections, so does Witkoff and others, but sometimes you need some fresh eyes coming in, and Jared Kushner, I think, played an integral part here. We'll get more TikTok, so to speak, on that as the days go by.
Media frenzy. All right, you guys, tomorrow's Friday, right?
Yes, Lord.
Yes. Freedom Friday, Puppy Friday. So you want to stay tuned for all of that. War Room is up next. Hug your children, love God, go boldly now. Live the truth.
President Trump says that both Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of a ceasefire and hostage release deal. He made the announcement yesterday in a post on social media. In it, he says all remaining hostages held by Hamas will be released. He also says Israel will pull its troops back behind an agreed upon line. Israel's ambassador to the United States said last night that a 72-hour clock to release the living hostages will begin once the Israeli cabinet meets later this morning to approve the deal. On social media, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the news a, quote, diplomatic success and a national and moral victory for the state of Israel.
A lot of these people could be doing something else, sitting in a bar watching television. They're out here because most of them say they're here to protect democracy. I've not seen anything like this in Chicago. I spent a lot of time here. You know, my wife's from here. Look at this. This is Michigan Avenue in the middle of downtown Chicago. Here, too, hundreds, if not thousands of people. And it's not a feeling of anger. It is not a feeling of terror, which is being felt in much of the other parts of this city and of the Chicagoland area, where they're indiscriminately going around picking up people, not who are violent criminals or the worst of the worst, but I'll give you two examples that I saw myself. A 53-year-old mother going to pick up meat to make a stew from Mexico who has been here for 30 years and is now in the Broadview ICE detention center. Another one is two gentlemen who are on their way to work as mechanics, literally going to pick up a cup of coffee in Cicero, 90% Hispanic, 90,000 people there, the most Hispanic neighborhood in all of Illinois. And Border Patrol rolled up on them. Literally, the guys left their coffee cups there. They detained both of those guys. One of them's already in Georgia on his way to being deported. There, they're angry. There, they're terrified. Here, the energy is it's electric.
The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them.
Now, today, meeting in Paris, foreign ministers from Germany, from Spain, from Italy, from the UK, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and Jordan. Unthinkable. That would have been unthinkable not so long ago, David, but here we are.
So I think many of us have worried about declining U.S. leadership in the world, an America first approach that often seemed to isolate us from our partners and allies. This morning is a day when we can see the power of American leadership, when the United States takes the lead in putting together a peace plan that nobody else, it seems, could have done, gets the best ideas from every side and pulls them together into a 20-point plan. And then let's be honest, President Trump had the toughness to basically insist to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, this is the time for peace. You must apologize to Qatar for having bombed it. You must agree that you will not annex the West Bank, as so many right-wing Israelis wanted, and you must go forward with this peace plan. So that's what American leadership looks like, and it's no surprise to me that the world is supporting it, lining up to say, basically, thank you.
Pretext in all of this has been fighting criminals. But Stephen Miller and Donald Trump want to treat Americans who do not support their agenda like enemies, like people the U.S. is engaged in war against. And I've got to say, the response we're seeing against that vision in cities like Chicago is really actually inspiring, emboldening. I mean, despite being far less willing to weigh into American politics than his predecessor, the new Pope, Pope Leo, who is from Chicago, is calling out Trump's overreach. In remarks to bishops visiting him at the Vatican today, the Holy Father urged them to use the pulpit to speak out against Trump's draconian immigration policies. This administration has decisively lost the moral high ground on this issue. People at a deep level understand that what they are seeing in Chicago is wrong. They know that they are free citizens of a free country that we spent hundreds of years at trying to achieve and perfect. They know they have a right to film ICE and even to peacefully, verbally challenge ICE. They have a right to protest, to stand outside detention centers, to try and shame people that are committing what they believe to be grave injustices. And the fact that they are continuing to do that, even in the face of this onslaught, is a testament to the fact that Americans will not be intimidated.
Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments, celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni, in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, you know, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now. And we're not going to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
The deal that President Trump is announcing played a key part in negotiating. Is a significant change. This war was blocked for 2 years. President Biden, who preceded him, was unable to find a way to stop it. President Trump found that way by being tough on both sides, and he'll take a victory lap for sure over the next few days. But it's deserved. There's no way that I can see that this would have been done without Trump's pressure in the final hours.
It's Thursday, 9 October in the year of our Lord, 2025. Another historic day on top of another historic day on top of another historic day. We are so packed today. Don't even have time to bring in the show with our traditional open. And the reason is the President of the United States, they're going to have a cabinet meeting at 11 o'clock. Matt Boyle's going to join us for that to tee it up. Our own Brian Glenn will be in the room. This ought to be another historic cabinet meeting, as President Trump, I'm sure, is going to give us the details of a historic, and I say that with capital H, historic. Looks like a Middle East peace deal, as President Trump says. This is for the Middle East, not just for Gaza. Dave Bossie is going to join us at the bottom of the hour to discuss also the politics of it. Have our own Jack Posobiec here with us right now. Jack, couldn't be prouder of you yesterday. I think we saw the power of the United States Navy's training of young Lieutenant Posobiec as a briefer to senior admirals. You briefed the commander-in-chief right there. We did the cold open to kind of lay out the deal in the Middle East and what President Trump is doing there versus the insurrection that's going on in our streets right now. And you saw the MSNBC reporter. That guy's nothing sober off, nothing but a troublemaker. MSNBC folks all night, instead of focusing on this deal and peace coming to the cockpit of the Middle East. What's MSNBC doing? Stirring it up in the streets of Chicago, as they always do. And, of course, the great and historic Antifa terrorist designation meeting yesterday where President Trump got up to speed. Jack, put us in the room yesterday because I think when all said and done, that is actually the connective tissue between what we're doing in the Middle East, what President Trump's doing in the Middle East, and what's happening on the streets here in the United States of America. Sir.
Well, Steve, once again, just absolutely honored to have been considered for even a small role, part of the roundtable yesterday, discussing Antifa, discussing the threat that was there. And yes, as they taught us in the United States Navy, especially in the intelligence corps, be good, be brief, be gone, and attempted to present to the commander-in-chief an overview of the current political situation as pertains to America. That, of course, was the topic of the discussion, so that's what I focused my remarks on. And particularly as they teach you as an officer, situation, action, outcome. Situation, there is a threat. Where did the threat come from? The threat came from Europe. It is now in America. It now has cross-border ties between Europe and America. The President of the United States himself brought up the foreign terrorist designation for Antifa. Of course, we back that 100% because Antifa meets every single requirement to be designated a foreign terrorist organization with links to both Western Europe and the Middle East, as well as even Canada and Mexico and all throughout Latin and South America. We talked about what happened with Charlie. We talked about the direct Antifa symbols that were found on the bullet casings. And then we also talked about the fact that Turning Point USA is not going to quit. It is not going to back down in the face of these terrorist tactics. We are continuing our tour. We are continuing to put people like Savannah Hernandez and Jonathan Cho and others from Frontlines onto the scene to provide this. Katie Davenport from Post Millennial and so many others. We're not stopping, Steve. We are not backing down. And the President of the United States is never going to back down because quit is not in his vocabulary. And then just incredible to be there when Marco Rubio busts in the room and I see J.D. Vance staking out the hallway with a look on his face like he's got good news for the commander.
Yeah. Real quickly, give me 60 seconds. You had Andy there. You had Davis. You had a real crew of people that have been on the streets on this for years. Not just, all the hitters were there. All the hitters. It was extraordinary in the White House, briefing the president. And Jack, the thing that struck me was how much new media, the podcast, the sites like Post Millennial, the Rev, the war rooms, all this, we're providing real-time information, street-level truth, and strategic overview. And the news media, every time they got called on, would ask some snarky question off topic, just to be snarky. The mainstream media is dead in the water. Yesterday, I think, proved it. They just can't help themselves. What their editors want their reporters to do is just these snarky, hate-filled questions to Trump. Right, and he finally had enough of it, right? He just went off on CNN and the rest of it. It's just because you saw the difference yesterday with real information and real news versus the propaganda of corporate media. Okay, Posobic's with us. Bossi's going to join us. Boyle's with us, or will be with us shortly. The President of the United States is going to have a cabinet meeting. I think it's going to be kind of historic. Brian Glenn will be in the room. Short break. Back in a moment.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here. We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with a family I love.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet?
No.
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
A big article today. I've got it up on Getter about India. Guess what India is doing? They are doing their old transactions with the Russians. I think they're doing it in Chinese yuan. Not kidding you, and taking the currency risk. As the de-dollarization efforts continues unabated, make sure you understand this. If that sounds like Greek to you, it shouldn't. Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. 7 free installments, all for you, to get you ready for the nomenclature, the process, the critical path, all of this, about why, we'll explain to you why gold blew through 4,000. I think it's 4,069 even as we speak. Now it's going to go up and down, but it's not the price every day. It's the process of how it gets there. Also, this is what was so important with Philip Patrick. He came on the show a couple weeks ago. We've talked about gold as being a hedge, right? Something is happening in the world. The gold is just is not simply a hedge anymore. It is actually looked at as now a modern investment asset. And you can see that of what's happening with the central banks and the money center banks. Learn all about it. Just go to Birch Gold, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Get it up to speed. Or you just take your phone out for something simpler and maybe to the point if somebody wants to take action today. You text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N at 989898. How to invest in gold and precious metals, the ultimate guide, which happens to be free in the age of Trump. Go check it out today. Most important thing, get to know Philip Patrick and his team over Birch Gold. That's what you need to do. So, Poso, we had over the overall architecture, President Trump and Antifa, and look, he had a murderer's row of his cabinet there. Pam Bondi, Attorney General Kash Patel was there, Director of Homeland Security Stephen Miller, Senior Domestic Policy Advisor. But then we get to the streets in Chicago. If you go to Drudge's Mac Daddy yesterday, it was all about Chicago, all about Pritzker, all about the deployment of Texas National Guard, now federalized, juxtaposed to President Trump. And this is essentially shutting down, let's be blunt, shutting down the Greater Israel Project because Dermer, who's strategic advisor to Bibi, was just kind of they weren't asking Israel to give us fine points on the deal. And folks, if you believe otherwise, you're just dead wrong, okay? And so what did we come up with? It's a plan. It's a peace plan in Gaza, but it's going to be the beginning of a two-state solution. And I've been vilified by this crew, the Israel First crowd. What did I warn about for years and years and years? The real threat's not in Tehran, but you better be looking at Turkey and Qatar. Just saying, Turkey right now has been designated, I think, the force in the region that's going to give the initial security guarantee for Gaza. So we got a lot to unpack. But just juxtapose what happened in the White House, what happened in the streets of Chicago, and what's happening at the negotiating table in Egypt, sir.
Steve, I mean, it was incredible to see this. So we're in the meeting, we're given the briefing, the various luminaries and the journalists that are in the room, and these absolute heroes that I have the opportunity to sit with. Some of my colleagues like Andy No and Katie Davis-Court and Savannah Hernandez were all there. And then I turned my head for a second because I see movement out of the corner of my eye, and I see the Secretary of State Marco Rubio is there, and then I see a certain bearded vice president is standing off of his shoulder, and he's got that. They've got that look on their face like they're hard charging, because I knew they weren't going to be in the panel, and I said, "Well, wait, you know what's going on here?" And it looked like they had good news for the CEO, and so of course, you know, the Secretary of State comes in the room. Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, gave up her seat for him, and then there's that iconic photo that is absolutely going to go down in history, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio leans in to President Trump and informs him that the deal is, I believe he says very close, but basically informs him that the deal is made. And Steve, just to be blunt, President Trump deserves 10 Nobel Prizes for getting this done. This is something where they said the two sides, they've been at war for so many years, the peace will never hold. They talked about how the current government of Israel is totally committed to war. They want to go all in. They want a complete occupation of Gaza. They want the push out the population. We've heard it all. And then we've also heard from the other side that the Arab countries are going to back the Palestinians. They're going to continue to do this. They're going to talk about the rights of the Palestinian people and give a free hand to the terrorist group Hamas. President Trump threaded the needle. And Steve Witkoff, by the way, who everybody said didn't have the chops. Remember, he didn't have the chops. They said Witkoff doesn't have the chops. Witkoff doesn't know what he's doing. What did he do? He proved them all wrong. So President Trump, his negotiation team, our hats off absolutely to them. The fact that almost 2 years to the very day itself, President Trump, right, was able to come in and get the job done. I guess the only difference was he didn't have the right president in office.
This also shows you what has changed and changed dramatically is the commercial relationships. This goes back to the trip President Trump took this spring to the Gulf Emirates, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf Emirates, Qatar. And this is not a political deal. The difference here is they've tried to get a political solution with politicians for, decades and decades and decades. This is about, and this totally drafts off the Abraham Accords, which is really more of a business relationship than a political deal of how to integrate that region of the world, tighter economically with flights and cargo going back and forth and people going particularly to UAE from Israel. President Trump is a business guy, and he understands the commercial possibilities, particularly with the leaders of the Middle East that want to take this to the next level. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. I think the next people we have to designate as a terrorist organization, I've argued this for years and years and years at Breitbart, but also also when I was in the White House, is the Muslim Brotherhood. But that's a topic for a different day right now. And what drove this was Netanyahu's overreach in this Greater Israel Project, of which you, Jack Persoat, myself, and others who are defenders and friends of Israel argued to say, you go down this path, it's going to lead to the exact outcome you don't want. And what do we have? The exact outcome they didn't want. because they let Netanyahu overplay his hand and drag America into these various wars over there that the American people are just not going to tolerate. We're just not going to do it. And you could see this, and this is why this deal came together. And you're right. President Trump deserves 20 Nobel Prizes. The Nobel Prize, I realize everybody's talking about it's going to be awarded tomorrow. Look, if he gets it, it's so well deserved. If he doesn't get it, like, who cares? A bunch of guys in Norway. This guy, and listen, I think the drama of this, and I think he may announce it today in the cabinet, Jack, the president may actually leave for Israel on Sunday and address the Knesset about the peace deal when the actual hostages are being released. Jack Posobiec, your thoughts?
Well, the president, and I think a lot of people miss this because he said it kind of quickly, and I happened to be in the room, is when they asked him about this, he said he would go over, but he mentioned Egypt. So he didn't mention going over to Israel, but he did mention going over potentially to Egypt. Now, of course, he can go wherever he wants. He's president. But he specifically said Egypt is the place where a lot of people were getting together. And this, of course, would hold a symbolic setting for Israel, for the Middle East, because Egypt, of course, one of the first countries to go to war with Israel after the 1948 state was declared and was set up. But then also Egypt was also the first Arab country to recognize Israel after the 1967 war and going much, much further into the Camp David Accords. And so Egypt has always had a very symbolic role as sort of the face of the Arab world towards Israel when you look at the 1948 war, when you look at the 67 war, and then going up to the Camp David Accords.
In 73. Yeah. But also I think 48, 67, and Yom Kippur War 73. It's all the Egyptian army. This is why Sadat, it was such a big deal for Sadat to make, which, by the way, he was assassinated.
Such a big deal that a big deal that his own guys took him out over it.
His own guys referred to as the Muslim Brotherhood. Let's be blunt. The Muslim Brotherhood. This is when I gave the NatCon speech.
And Steve, the Muslim Brotherhood was founded in Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood was founded in Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood, by the way, took over Egypt during Barack Obama's presidency in the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring, which is the marketing brand that the Obama administration gave it, was the Muslim Brotherhood taking over country after country. And then when the Muslim Brotherhood failed, you had ISIS break out in places like Libya. That civil war turned into the bayoneting of Gaddafi, Muammar Gaddafi, and turned into these massive civil wars all across the Middle East. That was Barack Obama's policy, helping out his buddies in the Muslim Brotherhood.
Jack, I know you got to bounce. Could you just hold? I just want to hold you through the commercial break for a second because I have one. I want to ask you the intersectionality of what's happening in Portland and the streets of Chicago, particularly now the mainstream media with Pritzker is going out of the way to stir this thing up in Chicago. This thing in Chicago is going to get quite ugly because you have media, and particularly Soboroff and the MSNBC guys are trying to stir it up. The Antifa meeting yesterday, historic, and plus President Trump, it's incredible what he's done in the Middle East for years to try to work to this point, but in the last 72 hours, nothing short of extraordinary. Jack Posobiec's going to stick around. We're going to get his answer on what to look for. Also, there's a cabinet meeting at 11 o'clock. I got Dave Bossie and Matt Boyle going to join us, break it all down. Bossie is also going to be here to remind us of one very important thing, the redistricting. We need those 21 seats now more than ever for the midterm. We're going to have a representative from Indiana on in the evening show to talk about this also. Short commercial break. Poso on the other side. We got him for a couple of minutes. Let's take advantage of it. Next in the War Room.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were
prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Centuries of honor, courage, and commitment. This Saturday, Real America's Voice presents America's Marine 250. Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute from the founding at Tun Tavern to today's Marines defending freedom worldwide. Witness a historic tribute to their service and sacrifice. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hosted by Steve Bannon, Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Join us for this once-in-a-generation salute, only on Real America's Voice.
Okay, a couple of housekeeping things. We're going to have this special 5 to 8 p.m. It's scheduled to end today, but as you know, if these go over, we will go over. For the 250th anniversary of Marine Corps 250. This is part one. The second part will be the following Saturday. There'll be another event that we're going to talk about. Jack's going to join us on Saturday as part of our coverage here on Real America's Voice in the War Room. Also, Jack, as importantly, and I keep telling people, New Jersey's in play. Okay, so talk to me about what we're doing tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, sir.
We'll see tomorrow, starting from 4 p.m. all the way to 7 p.m., the Seaport Pier down Wildwood, New Jersey. We're heading over. Poso's coming back to Jersey. We've got Jack Chittarelli. We've got the great Scott Pressler, Cliff Maloney, Benny Johnson, Paula Scanlon, the Cape May County GOP. Cape May, where I used to go whale watching with my mom, my grandmom, the whole Poso family used to go down Cape May, New Jersey. As a kid, so many summers spent down there on the boardwalk. We're heading back. because New Jersey is in play. NJ is the play. And when you look, Steve, where Chitterelli's at, this is within striking distance of this terrible candidate they have. She cheated at the Naval Academy, wasn't allowed to walk. Now she won't talk about the fact that she was insider trading up to $7 million, the Kamala Harris of New Jersey. So we're going out there. Steve, the ballots, by the way, and they have 9 days of early voting, the ballot return rate for Republicans, actually, if you go look yesterday, we got the numbers that Maloney just put out. The Republicans just ticked ahead of the Democrats at ballot return rate in New Jersey. This thing is in play. They've got juice. There's a gap, but the gap is closing. The gap is absolutely closing, and that's why we're all flying in to put that energy. And, Steve, by the way, it's not just a rally. We're going to be holding a vigil for Charlie there as well.
We're going to be live from 5 to 7 in the War Room tomorrow. So to cover it all, it'll start at 4, and I'm sure Eric Bolling will pick it up here in Real America's Voice. It's going to be epic. As Scott Presler, the great Scott Presler, keeps saying, Pennsylvania's the new Ohio, and New Jersey's the new Pennsylvania. So we've got to win here if we turn out to vote. That's what this is all about. So War Room tomorrow, 5 to 7, the rally. Where do people go locally that want to attend? Where do they go to get information on this, Jack?
Yeah, just go to Cape May GOP, CapeMayGOP.com, or check out their Facebook site, their social media sites, the Cape May GOP. They've got everything. Or just show up. Show up at Wildwood. It's the Seaport Pier. You can come on down. You'll be right there. We will have full security, by the way. We've confirmed there will be drone coverage of the entire site. We've got state troopers. We've got local police. We've got the whole 9 yards, because we will absolutely not be showing up at a place where we cannot keep the people that are coming out to be safe. And it's the same deal, by the way, for all the other Turning Point events that we've been holding across the country. Utah, we had about 5,000 in Montana 2 nights ago. So security is absolutely paramount, and we're taking it all obviously very, very seriously in the wake of what happened to Charlie.
This rally is so important. 4 to 7 tomorrow night, live coverage from the War Room, 5 to 7. Jack, before I let you go, intersectionality. You were there for the historic meeting with the president and briefing him on Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. He actually, after your comments, turned to Stephen Miller, who's going to designate them now an international, which they are, international terrorist organization. Will give us even more access for Scott Besson to get to the money and Kash Patel to get to the money. You saw the corporate media yesterday would not ask a question on topic. They're having a historic meeting. They got all these podcasters, all the streaming and putting up great information and asking questions and really wanting answers about this situation. All the corporate media is just these snarky questions. And then last night you get MSNBC cheerleading insurrection. And this is what I'm saying. When the investigation into Antifa, the financing organization, has to be the media. The media is partners. MSNBC is a partner to Antifa. You saw yesterday what they're doing in the streets of Chicago, Soboroff in this crowd to stir things up. I noticed Soboroff, who had big crocodile tears out in Pacific Palisades, I know he ain't covering the Democrat, the left-wing climate change guy that burned down Palisades. That's not getting a lot of coverage on MSNBC. But the sectionality of all that, Jack, another Antifa-style guy. The violence is out of control, and they got to be put down like a rabid dog, okay? Jack Posobiec, from Gaza to Chicago to Antifa, sir, put it all together. Make it make sense for us.
Steve, it's very simple. You've got two forces at odds with each other that have been contrasting, and the first is the force of chaos. The chaos has been spreading. It's been spreading throughout the world, and under the failed tyrannical Biden administration, you saw the chaos spread everywhere. But now order is returning. And ordered liberty, right? It is ordered liberty that we were given by our forefathers. So ordered liberty, and that order is now being restored with President Trump back in power, and finally dropping the hammer on all of these situations around the country and, yes, in fact, around the world. And because those forces of chaos realize that the window is closing for them to be able to spread their insanity, to be able to spread their chaos, unfortunately, and as I briefed the president, they are becoming more violent. The situation is going to escalate before it gets better, because they know this is their very last chance. Because once President Trump closes the door, once he closes the trap shut, they will never have a chance again once the Patriots restore this order. And so this is what you're seeing, Steve, writ large. It is the interplay, the juxtaposition of chaos and order.
Let me also say what happened in the federal court in the historic indictment of arraignment of the FBI director yesterday on 2 felony charges. Part of this also a historic day, another one today, cabinet meeting at 11 o'clock. Jack Posobiec, social media, where do people go for you? And where do they go to get to Southport, the Southport Pier, to make sure
Seaport.
that we can be at this rally? Seaport Pier to be at this rally tomorrow.
Seaport Pier. It's technically in North Wildwood. So the Seaport Pier, you go over to Cape May, GOP.com or is it CapeGOP.com? Actually, CapeGOP.com. CapeGOP.com. The America First return to the Wildwoods. It's a rally for Jack Ciattarelli and a vigil for Charlie Kirk. I'll be there myself, Scott Pressler, Benny Johnson, Cliff Maloney, all the rest. And yes, Jack Ciattarelli himself will be there as well to pay tribute to our fallen friend, but also to continue his mission. And we know that Charlie would want us to stay on mission.
No, the team that delivered Pennsylvania. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you. Great job yesterday, I might add.
God bless and God bless.
My next guest. Thank you, sir. One of my brothers in arm here, Dave Bossie. Dave, I wanted to have you on today, this very special day of President Trump. The first time I sat there, and we actually had Breitbart Radio News was covering it. It was on a Saturday. I think it was 1 May of 2014. I think it was Hanover, New Hampshire. It was one of these Dave Bossie, before any presidential cycle, he will do these, what they call cattle calls for the activists to come and kind of press the flesh. When I said that this guy Trump is going to be the Republican nominee, he's going to be the next president of the United States. That was in May of 2014. Bossie, you've been with the president. I think you're the first official guy ever to sign on. You got Corey hired, and the rest is history. Give me your thoughts seeing the president yesterday, today, with because I know you're very close to the situation in the Middle East, of seeing peace now coming, a framework President Trump's hammered out of peace in the Middle East, sir.
Well, thanks for having me back, Steve. Yeah, it's been a long time since those days of 2014 when we were trying to introduce then Mr. Trump to organizers and grassroots conservatives across the country, and so you look at where he's come from, and yesterday at the White House, whether it is an announcement on peace in the Middle East, which, by the way, if you would just any president, Obama, Biden, Clinton, if in 9 months he had created peace between Hamas and Israel, he would be hailed a hero. Everyone would be calling for them to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. But instead, the left is quiet because they cannot stand his success. The Trump derangement syndrome, Steve, that you and I have talked about for so many years, is a real thing. It is. It's not made up. It is a real thing. And so everything he does, they have to be against. So this Antifa meeting yesterday was just a watershed moment. Such an important moment for this president and for America. What Jack was just talking about is so true. We have to shut down the avenues of funding to the left. Who is funding the anti-ICE operations? Who has been funding the open borders? Who has been funding the DEI woke radicalism? Who has been funding the radical climate change extremists from around the country over the last many years? These are all connected. They're not disconnected. And they start at the funding sources. And that's why giving Scott Bessent at Treasury, giving Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, the ability to go after the funding and dry it up and put these people in prison where they belong is paramount. It's so important because it breaks the back of the left. And they look, you know, yesterday, an important day for the announcement on the Middle East, for the announcement for what they did on Antifa at the White House yesterday. But it was also 1 month to the day since Charlie's assassination. Okay, these things are coming at us so fast that the left continues their violent rhetoric. You look at this Jay Jones clown running for attorney general in Virginia, putting two bullets in the head of the speaker. It is outrageous. The left knows no boundaries. They know no decency, and they are violent. And that's what we now have to come to grips with. And so I'm glad President Trump is. And that's, look, you and I were going to talk about redistricting, and that's why that is so important.
Here's what I want to do. I'm going to hold you through the break. You've got a great piece up in the Daily Caller. We've been beating the drum on this, but you actually broaden out the discussion and talk about the urgency of this. Tonight, we're going to have Brother Ireland on from Indiana to talk about why we go 9-0 there. Dave Bossi's got an incredible piece in the Daily Caller right now we're going to talk about, because they're still coming for President Trump, trust me. You could see that last night. First off, in the room, in the White House, the corporate media, the mainstream media, every question was some snarky question off the topic. When you have an historic meeting on Antifa, the podcasters, the streaming services, the sites like Breitbart asking great questions, giving up information. The mainstream media snarky questions, and then last night, Soberoff stirring things up, MSNBC stirring things up in the streets of Chicago. Dave, hang on right 1 second. Dave Bossi's with us. We're going to talk how we avoid the President of the United States getting impeached by Hakeem Jeffries in January 2027. Next in the War Room.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The official deficit for 2025, fiscal year 2025, was, wait for it, $1.8 trillion. Not too bad. If you took the under on Bannon's forecast, you got it, but we're pretty close. We said it was going to be 2. Maybe I give you 1.9, but I think it's coming a little bit over 1.8. What does that mean? The government is going to need cash, and if you got a letter from the IRS, if you're late filing, if you haven't filed in a while, no happy talk's going to get you out of your situation. You need the folks at Tax Network USA, TNUSA.com, or call, and I recommend you call 800-958-1000. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you. You'll get a free consultation. These folks have solved over $1 billion worth of tax issues. Anything you can tell them, they've heard before. There's nothing you're going to tell them that's going to say, oh, that's so new, we don't know how to do it. Just go talk to those folks. It's total free consultation. You got nothing to lose except your anxiety, because I know it's eating your life. Same with Home Title Lock. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Every dream you've ever had is in that home, right? Including, 80 or 90% of your net worth, if you're lucky enough to own one. Make sure that dream does not become a nightmare. You let one of these bad guys, cyber AI, some rogue accountant, get hands on your title and let a hard money lender take out a second on your home. They don't want to hear some tale of woe. They don't want to see big crocodile tears. They want their money, okay? So go to Home Title Lock, HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team. Do it today. Dave Bossie, you're one of the smartest guys in politics I've ever had the pleasure to meet. You have been sending up flares on this midterm election in these seats that are logically Republican districts off the gun-decked census of 2020. The floor is yours, sir. Walk us through it.
Well, we saw what the courageous folks in Texas started with. Look, everyone in America, whether you agree as a Democrat or not with it, we dealt with bad census data in 2020. It's a rigged census, just like the election. It was a rigged census. And when you deal with redistricting based on bad census data, you get bad seats, bad districts, bad numbers for Republicans. And so Texas is fixing it. They're courageous enough to fix it. It's in the courts, but they're going to get 5 new Republican seats. California, Governor Newsom, he sees it. He says, we're going to offset that. We're going to cut 5 Republican seats out of California to negate that. Well, this is a war for the future of America, and every Republican governor must be counted. They must stand and be counted. So if you live in a state where your Republican governor is not engaging on this issue, make them. They have to be told. They have to be seen. You have to be seen by them in order for them to understand how important this is for the future of America, the balance of power. Donald Trump will be impeached, as you said, Steve, the moment they take power in 2027, if they were to take the House. This is the fight of our lifetime right here. Hang on
real quick before you pivot. Just hit that again. I want everybody to understand this, is that Hakeem Jeffries, the only possibility he has become speaker is to convince those people to knock on doors, give money, because the first thing he's going to do in January 2027 is impeach Donald Trump. Am I correct in that assertion, sir?
Without question, they will be raising money to impeach Donald Trump. They will use the election as a referendum on impeaching Donald Trump, on destroying the Trump White House, on destroying the Trump legacy, on destroying everything that President Trump and the Make America Great Again movement has been about. And so we cannot allow him to have a 2-year term and then spend the next 2 years fighting fake impeachments and fighting with Hakeem Jeffries and the radical left leadership in the House of Representatives. We cannot have it. So let me just run through some numbers, if you don't mind, Steve. Look, here, let's just go through this.
Sure.
In Illinois, okay, there's 17 members of Congress, 14 Democrat and 3 Republican. In Ohio, which is a mirror image, by the way, Harris got 54% of the vote in Illinois. Okay, 54%. In Ohio, where Donald Trump got 55% of the vote, okay, there's 15 members of Congress, 5 Democrats and 10 Republicans. That should be a better map for us. In Ohio, There's a commission right now. If they don't provide a bipartisan map by the 31st, the state legislature and the governor get to do it. And so we need Ohio to come on board. In New Hampshire, where we have a weak Republican governor who has been an ever-Trumper pretty much her entire career, there's two congressional seats, both controlled by Democrats. Donald Trump got 48% of the vote there. Okay, there should be one Republican and one Democrat. It's easily done. The state legislature wants to do it. The governor is the only thing standing in the way of a new map picking up one seat. In Nevada, Governor Lombardo must do it, must step forward, must be courageous. There's four congressional seats, 3 Democrat, 1 Republican. And in that state that Donald Trump won. Are we kidding? There must be 2-2. That can easily be a 2-2 map in Nevada by creating a Las Vegas seat that is much more Democrat, and therefore it would create a second Republican seat. In Nebraska, let's talk about the enormous problem that is Nebraska. Governor Pillen is weak. Governor Pillen promised that it would be a winner-take-all. Steve, how much time did you and I spend in 2016 trying to win an unwinnable race? And we had to spend time, money, and resources in Nebraska, too, because Nebraska doesn't have a winner-take-all. Governor Pillen promised it. He did not deliver. And now we have Don Bacon, the Nebraska second seat, which Don Bacon has been a guy who goes on CNN and MSNBC as a Republican as often as possible to try and destroy Republicans at their worst moments in time. So he is not running for re-election, but it's so simple for Governor Pillen to call a special session and create a 3-0 map. 3-0.
Dave, just hang on 1 second. I'm going to hold you through the break. Matt Boll's going to join us. The president's assembling the cabinet. They normally run a couple of 3 minutes late, so we'll finish with Dave Bossie and this great article in Daily Caller. If Mo and Grace can send it out to everybody, need the force multipliers to have everybody read it today. Matt Boll, the great Matt Boll, national political editor of Breitbart, is going to join us on commentary and observations. And the President of the United States is going to have his cabinet. Our own Brian Glenn is in the room. Next hour, I think, is going to be kind of lit. Stick around. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Thursday, 9 October, year of our Lord 2025, a historic cabinet meeting is about to commence in the White House right next to the Oval Office. Our own Brian Glenn is going to be there live. I'm going to go there momentarily. Matt Bowles about to join us, national political editor of Breitbart, and I think the best reporter on politics in the country, Dave Bossie. So, Dave, continue on. We got a couple of minutes. I want to make sure everybody gets this, and please take Dave's article and read it. We're going to have a representative from Indiana on today. You know, we spent a lot of time in Indiana, 9-0, just like down in Texas. Abbott and these guys didn't want to do it. The great Brian Harrison and, of course, Glenn Story and the team down there at Patriot Mobile. We got folks fired up. We should have gotten 8 seats, but we got 5. But we need to we need maximization on everything else, Dave. So continue. And by the way, Broski's 100% correct. It's these rhino governors that are stopping it. Keep going, Dave.
Yeah, and let me just finish with Nebraska. You know, Governor Pillen has been a disappointment on a host of issues like property taxes in Nebraska, but his failure on leadership. To get rid of the winner take all, to have a winner take all, and to get rid of this second congressional district to go from a D+3 or an R+3 to a strong Republican seat. It must happen, Governor Pillen. It must happen. If you're in Nebraska, you must contact his office and make sure that they hear you loud and clear. Let me just talk about Maryland for a second. In Maryland, you have Governor Wes Moore, who is a radical leftist, really just an anti-Trumper, somebody who's made an age-old mistake of basically running for president before he gets reelected. But he is going to make every attempt to call a special session to get rid of the one Republican seat left in Maryland, and that is Andy Harris, the current chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, is from the Maryland Eastern Shore. And the governor is going to gerrymander him out. If you have the ability to make sure that contact the Maryland Republican Party, get involved in this fight. This is a seminal fight because Andy Harris, one, is a courageous conservative and a Trump supporter, but really it makes Maryland into Massachusetts, where there's no Republican representation whatsoever. The Democrats are going to do this where they can, and to be honest with you, we have to fight fire with fire. And let me just say this: my friend Kim Coleman, while we've been on the show, just told me, and she's a national committee woman from Utah, that Utah is actually doing potentially the reverse, taking 4 solid Republican seats and making 2 of them competitive Democrat seats. We cannot have governors, Republican governors, hear me, Governor Cox, we cannot do this, okay? The future of America is at stake. This is a war for the future of this country, and redistricting is one of the key components, one of the key battles we must win, and we must win it right now to take effect in 2026.
I'm going to have you back on. What I want to do is take time in the next week and go through state by state, because we're going to spend time on this. And hey, Cox, I said Cox is nothing but a wimp Democrat. They're going to put Utah in play. This thing's going to be a dogfight. The 2028 campaign, the first battle of 2028 is the redistricting war of 2026. And let me tell you who gets that. We get it here at the War Room. Alex DeGrasse gets it. Dave Bossie, the smartest guys, the smartest operatives in politics. I tell you who else gets it? a guy named Newsom out in California. He understands his entire presidential run. He can't talk about anything in California. It's such a disaster. What he's going to do is says, I'm the guy that stopped Trump. I'm the guy that led to Trump's impeachment. Newsom understands his entire 2028 campaign against President Trump is predicated on the redistricting wars now. And if you look at it, the big problem we got is a lot of these pencil neck wimp governors, right? The guys you just named right there are all terrible. They're terrible. They're not MAGA. They're not even conservatives. I mean, forget MAGA. They're not even. They're basically moderate Democrats, and you can tell by their actions. Bossy, I want everybody to read this article. We're gonna have you back on to drill. I want to take a state like a day and drill down and get people fired up and get them on the phones. Where do they go to get the article? Where do they go for your social media, brother?
So folks need to think about Florida and Missouri and Indiana and Ohio when we talk about this in the weeks to come. But absolutely, go to Daily Caller. You can get it there. You can go up on my social media, David_Bossy, and get the article right now.
It's the lead on my getter. By the way, the gross number I think is 21. If you count just Texas 5, that's not netting out California. But I think our gross number is your because I include 3 seats in Ohio to go from 10 to 5 to 12 to 2. So we're trying to do the maximals, but I think the gross number could be 21 or maybe more. You got Louisiana, all of it. Anyway, it's complicated, but it's simple. We got to put the shoulder to the wheel here. Dave Bossy, thank you. We'll have you back, brother. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Steve.
May of 2014, Bossy's cattle call. I tell you, a guy remembers it. His Matt Boyle. Matt had come over, was running politics at Breitbart at the time. Matt, you remember those cattle calls? Breitbart News Radio, we were doing an interview. I think we were the only guy to interview Trump that day. The mainstream CNN and MSNBC.
I think we were in
They said, we went to Des Moines. That was a little after. That was in January of 15, right? When they did the Sherman Theater, when President Trump was. And quite frankly, Trump will admit, he didn't dominate that day. That day was remember, it was the governor of Wisconsin kind of gave a speech out of nowhere that everybody said, wow, this guy, could be real. So President Trump, remember, at CPAC a month later, I think Trump only got 3.5% of the vote. President Trump, it was a struggle. It was a fight. Don't think anything was handed to Trump. Back in 14, in May, I remember turning to Jeremy Peters, the New York Times, who used to cover Andrew Breitbart and the Breitbart operation. He was there. And I said, hey, President Trump, candidate Trump, or he wasn't a candidate, says Mr. Trump's going to come over and give Breitbart News Radio an interview. If you hang around, I'm sure you could ask him some questions. And Jeremy Peters goes, the only way I could get fired by the New York Times is interview Trump. And I go, what are you talking about? And he goes, he's not a real candidate. He's just renegotiating his deal with The Apprentice. This is not real. And I go, I don't know. It sounds pretty real to me. It looks pretty good. Boyle, yesterday was historic day. You've been on this since the beginning. You had the Antifa, which you guys did a great job. You had the Antifa, roundtable with President Trump and all his senior advisors. You had mainstream media just ask snarky questions off topic all day. Soboroff and MSNBC last night did nothing but try to stir up these insurrectionists against ICE in Chicago. And, of course, on top of that, you had the indictment of Comey, the first FBI director ever, indicted on 2 felonies. And to top it off, President Trump bringing peace to the Middle East before this cabinet meeting starts. And I know you have a huge interview with the ambassador from the EU, but I want to get your thoughts on the last 48 hours, sir.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump is the deal maker in chief. He set out during his campaigns, 3 different campaigns for the White House. He set out that his message to the American people was, elect me and I'll be your voice in the room. I'll be your seat at the table. And that's all the American workers wanted, is they've wanted a seat at the table when these big negotiations are happening, when all these globalists get together at these confabs. Like, they want to have a voice in the room. They want to have a seat at the table. They want to make sure their voice is heard. And for too long, for the last several presidents dating back, I think the last president we really had before Trump that was, at least somewhat of a voice for the working class in the room was Reagan. But it's just we haven't really had a president like this really in my lifetime, right? I was born in '87, so I don't remember Ronald Reagan as president. But the fact is that we finally have a president who's they're regular people's voice in the room. And what do the regular people want? They want to see an end to the wars, and they want to see the trade arrangements around the world renegotiated and rebalanced so that we're not getting screwed anymore. And the fact is that Trump is doing this. Like every day, all year, he has pulled off some of the biggest deals, whether it's peace deals and whether it's trade deals. And this Gaza peace deal is the biggest peace deal in the world today. This is the biggest deal, peace deal that an American president has ever negotiated, right? Like, I mean, again, both world wars ended in unconditional surrender. I would have said those are, but that wasn't a peace deal. That was surrender, right? Like, this is a peace deal, and this is the biggest peace deal. This is big boy diplomacy that President Trump has pulled off here. And I think that, look, it's tenuous, but the key now for all of these things, whether it's the trade deals or whether it's the peace deals, is implementation. So making sure that this new arrangement that President Trump has brought to the world and on behalf of the American worker and family sticks, right? So that's the story I'm tracking as these things happen. Yes, there's the sexy, cool announcement of the deal. We have a deal, right? Like, I was there in Scotland and I interviewed the president the morning after he announced the European Union trade deal, which is the biggest trade deal in world history and the biggest trade deal in the world today. It covers more than 40% of world GDP trade. I mean, we're talking close to around $2 trillion of trade between the Europeans and the Americans every year. So again, 45% by some estimates, 47% even in some estimates of world GDP covered in this trade deal. But now it's about implementation, and that's the interview that you mentioned that I did there that we published last night with the EU ambassador to the United States. We go into detail about this, right? Like, and so the question is, are the two sides moving forward with, okay, they've agreed to the top lines. They signed a deal. The leaders signed off on it. It's a new arrangement. But now is it going to get mucked up along the way, or is it going to get implemented? And as of now, as it relates to the EU trade deal, it looks like it's getting implemented. Both sides are pretty committed to this, which is a good thing. Similar type of a situation here with this Gaza deal. The question is will this deal be implemented? And there's a lot of potential for roadblocks along the way from both sides, by the way. So the question is can President Trump use that continued American might that he has displayed, the peace through strength? The peace through strength as a concept really began under President Reagan, as we were talking about there before. But that was military strength. Trump has brought a new element to this, and you started seeing the beginning of it in the first term, and he's really fleshed it out in his second term here, which is that he uses the economic might of the United States to help make this happen. You see the president and others have talked about how tariffs have brought peace to the world. President Trump uses the trade power of the United States to force the American agenda and what's in the interest of the American people on the rest of the world. So that stuff is super important.
Hang on one second. We're going to stick through it. They're still organizing for the cabinet meeting. I think this cabinet meeting may set records. I think the last one was 3.5 hours, or 3 hours, 50 minutes. I think it was the longest on record. All of it, except for a few minutes, was covered live. President Trump's got a lot to say today. Cabinet officials are going to have a lot to say if he goes around the table. Our own Brian Gunn is there. We got Matt Boyle. We're going to enjoy Matt Boyle and get everything out of him we can until the cabinet meeting starts. Now, gold has blown through $4,000. One of the reasons is that we told you about this shift from just being a hedge to kind of risk mitigate a turbulent world of geopolitical risk and financial turbulence and uncertainty. Something that was fundamentally changed in the last couple of months. Central banks now, gold is a significant part of their asset structure as they start to dump the euro. We're going to ask Matt Boyle when we get back. The government of France is about to fall. The Fifth Republic may be coming to an end. In Czechoslovakia, or the Czech Republic, a right-wing populist wins on an anti-EU ticket. Ursula, our girl Ursula, I think is up for a vote of no confidence today. The question we have to Matt Boyle is, who in the hell were you negotiating with when we talk about the EU? Short commercial break. Matt Boyle, national political editor of Breitbart, in the War Room. Next.
America's heart, go on.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
2.5 centuries of honor, courage, and commitment. This Saturday, Real America's Voice presents America's Marine 250. Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute from the founding at Tun Tavern to today's Marines defending freedom worldwide. Witness a historic tribute to their service and sacrifice. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hosted by Steve Bannon, Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Join us for this once-in-a-generation salute, only on Real America's Voice.
Marine Corps 250 is going to be bifurcated. We have a 5 to 8 on Saturday, a very special event that we're covering. Don't miss it. And then the following Saturday is going to be another event. We'll have more details on that probably tomorrow or Saturday in the Saturday morning show. So don't miss it. Also tomorrow from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., Seaport Pier, we're going to have a live, there's going to be a rally for the candidates in New Jersey, including the Republican nominee for governor and much more, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, all going to be there live. We're going to cover it 5 to 7 live in the war room. We'll have personages that are running up there in New Jersey. Remember, this race is very winnable. Not so much the one in Virginia, but the one in New Jersey, very, very winnable. And we got the whole team from Pennsylvania. You got Presley, you got all that group, Cliff Maloney, all of them are going to be there, and we'll interview all of them. Birch Gold, look, the question I tossed to Matt Boyle, a lot of it deals with the same issues we have here. Remember, the deficits just come in officially from for fiscal year 2025. That ended on September 30th at midnight. It's the reason we're in a government shutdown, no money. The deficit, the official deficit was $1.8 trillion. That's annually, $1.8 trillion. I said it was going to be 2. So if you took the under, you got it. But, directionally, this is a fiasco. It's one of the reasons gold is at 4,000 and going to continue. Central banks buy it to look at another alternative, particularly to the euro. This is because the Europeans had this great idea of stealing the Russian people's assets, something they didn't do to Nazi Germany or Imperial Japan or the Soviet Union, but steal their assets, $350 billion to fund the war in Ukraine because they got no money to pay for weapons besides all the big talk they had in the Oval Office. And what did that do? It's had people around the world start dumping euros. They said, man, if you're going to weaponize it this much, we just don't know. We're kind of uncertain about this. That is why gold now is a central part of these central banks. Every quarter, this last quarter, the third quarter, the one we just finished, the end of the fiscal year here in the United States, another record by central banks of buying gold. That's what I'm saying. Something's changed from just being a hedge to now it's a central asset. To go from a historic relic to now a central asset greater than U.S. government bonds. The only thing bigger they got is U.S. dollars, okay? They got Federal Reserve notes, they got gold, then they got U.S. bonds, then they got euros. You have to understand that. We're not here to tell you about the price of gold and what's going up. We're here to give you access to learn about it. To learn about it. If you understand this, you understand all the happy talk when you're hearing these politicians, you can understand what's going on because we're going to teach you capital markets and we're going to do it through the U.S. dollar, the prime reserve currency. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. We started 4 years ago when gold was, wait for it, I don't know, $1,100 an ounce. But I had a strong, strong feeling that the dollar was going to come under enormous pressure, and the corollary of that was that gold was going to go on a roll, and to teach you that. So go check it out today. Matt Boyle, you did a great job. This interview with the EU ambassador to the United States is quite frankly brilliant. You get to so many key issues on trade and really the economics. But I got to ask you, Ursula, I don't know if they've had it yet or not. It's supposed to be today in Europe, a vote of no confidence. Macron can't put together a government. I think the Fifth Republic, remember the Fourth Republic was ended with de Gaulle coming back in 1958. You have the Fifth Republic now. Macron's teetering. Why? Debt and deficits. That's why he can't put together a government. Your buddy Keir Starmer, Sir Keir, is on the ropes in the UK at 11% approval. Why? Debt and deficits. The British economy is getting pounded. Europe's over-leveraged, underproduced. They got a terrible they've had taking advantage of the United States. President Trump is redoing that. The question for you, now that the Czech Republic has put in an anti-EU populist just last week in the election, who is Trump supposed to negotiate with? Ursula, this ambassador? I mean, is the EU still a thing, sir?
No, yeah. I mean, sure. First off, Ursula survived. The vote was this morning, and obviously Europe's a few hours ahead of us. So she survived the vote for now. But there were still there's a 720-member parliament, and I think there were close to 400 votes for her. That means that there's a couple hundred against her. But it's a divided thing, and this is one of the things the ambassador told me about that's a little bit different across the the 27 member states of the EU, they have, multi-party. They don't have a two-party system like we do in America, like where there's the Republicans and there's the Democrats. They have, coalition governments all over the place, and so it's a lot more complicated, a lot more difficult for them to get things done. Trump has a great working relationship with Ursula von der Leyen. They've met multiple times over the course of this year. That was one of the other things we talked about. I talked to the ambassador about. Trump seems to like that, as compared with many other European leaders, she does seem to be able to deliver what she says she's going to do. And so when she says she's going to do something, she can back it up with action, and Trump seems to like that. As it exists now, sure, she's the leader there. But you're right that there are these problems across Europe. It's very simple, as Carville once said, right? It's the economy, stupid. That law applies to voters everywhere in the world, not just here in the United States. So what you're seeing, and by the way, your prediction of the $2 trillion, and it coming in at 1.8, that's not that far under the over under there, right? That's pretty darn close. So that's the thing, is that these are major things that that's pretty right on the money there, Steve, right? So it's it's like betting the over under on a football game, and it's like you're waiting there in the last 30 seconds, please don't hit the field goal, please don't hit the field goal, right? It's pretty darn close. And so you're seeing major economic issues across Europe. You're seeing in France, of course. I think Macron is too proud and too conceited to step aside, even though he can't get a government together. So I think he's going to try to ride it out as long as he possibly can.
But hang on. We're about to start a historic cabinet meeting. Right, it's going to go on for a while. By the way, the Charlie Kirk Show follows us, as it has for 4 years, at noon. You got Poso at 2, Gruber at 3, Bowling at 4. We're back at 5, live 5 to 7. After President Trump, and I think he may actually go to Egypt or Israel on Sunday. They're talking about maybe address the Knesset or go to the last negotiation or see the hostages released. The next pivot is actually one that's 10 times bigger than what's happening in Israel, because I say Middle East is kind of a sideshow and Israel's a sideshow to a sideshow. The main event is on the Eurasian landmass. Right now, Matt, they all came over, including I think Ursula was with them. They all came over to the group meeting in the Oval Office, and they all talked big talk about how much money they're going to put up, how many arms they're going to put up, how many troops they're going to. And we're 7 weeks later and nothing, because they're all broke. They don't have any weapons. They don't have any arms. They don't have any troops. And more importantly, they don't have the political will. And I think the Czech Republic election, this guy's anti-Ukraine war, he's anti-EU. Isn't it actually drifting more towards Trump? That ADF is rising as the leading in the polling in Germany. Right now, our good friend, your good buddy Nigel Farage would be the prime minister with a majority in the UK. That the polling, she can't run because she's barred legally by lawfare, but Le Pen would win today if they had an election in France, and those are the big three in the EU. Isn't EU and the politics on the ground coming to Trump and MAGA and coming away from Ursula and Macron and the Atlanticists and the European First Crowd?
Yeah, without question, no doubt about it. And you're seeing it on the major issues of the economy, trade, and immigration. And I think that what you're seeing is this move towards, Trump, America first, economic nationalism, whatever you want to call it, right? Across the board, whether in all of their elections. And you're seeing it, the new Polish president who won this summer, right? Naraki, he seems to be a pretty solid dude. Yes. And what you're seeing, yes. Even some of the younger leaders, I think President Trump later today is going to be meeting with the president of Finland. There's another guy. But I do think that even with the globalist types, they're even recognizing that Trump was right about things like NATO, about things like immigration, and things like trade.
Yes. Hang on for a second, Matt. We're going to try to keep you before the historic cabinet. We've got a lot more to go through. By the way, he loves the Finnish guy Number one, because the guy's a scratch golfer. I think he played NCAA, and I think he was thinking of pro. I think he tried to be a pro at one time. Trump loves this guy. Trump loves playing golf with him, right? The president of Finland. Anyway, we're going to take a short commercial break. Matt Boyle's in the house. The president's getting ready to kick off a historic cabinet meeting. We're going to cover it all, wall to wall. Here at Real America's Voice, The War Room, next.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
2.5 centuries of honor, courage, and commitment. This Saturday, Real America's Voice presents America's Marine 250. Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute. From the founding at Tun Tavern to today's Marines defending freedom worldwide. Witness a historic tribute to their service and sacrifice. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hosted by Steve Bannon, Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Join us for this once-in-a-generation salute, only on Real America's Voice.
You know, we had our unprecedented over 8 hours of coverage, continuous, commercial free, thanks to our sponsor AMAC and Birch Gold and Patriot Mobile. On Saturday, that was Sunday. It all blends together. Sunday, Just like we had the Uninterrupted for Charlie Kirk's celebration of his life out in Glendale, Arizona, and like we had the prayer vigil at the Kennedy Center. Of course, before we did West Point and we did Army 250, the parade. This will be the beginning. And it was so interesting. One of my colleagues has a friend, former Marine, because you're never an ex-Marine, former Marine that really loved our coverage, all the people we brought in from the Navy, which, a very special job on Sunday. And he said, look, he was so moved by us bringing the history, the strategy, the geopolitics, the shipbuilding program, everything had to go, that he just hoped that Steve and the team, when he pivoted, because I keep calling the Marines the junior naval service, he says when Steve and the team pivot to the men's department of the Navy, that I hope it's going to be good. It's going to be great. We're going to bifurcate this. There's a special that the White House is going to do on Saturday, 5 to 8. We're going to have a team together. You're going to be blown away. And then the following Saturday, there's going to be, which we'll have more details tomorrow. There'll be additional details tomorrow on Saturday. And I think Saturday could be an all-day event. So, and we'll cover it. Of course, the War Room and Real America's Voice. We'll put all the resources we have to cover it live tomorrow. Also, Seaport Pier in Wildwood, New Jersey. Go to May GOP. I think for Cape May GOP to get the details, or Grace and Mo will put them out. Let's get it out to all the force multipliers. 4 to 7 p.m., a live rally. We're going to cover it live, 5 to 7 on the War Room. And you got Cliff Maloney, you're going to have Pressler. We got folks from New Jersey running for office. It's going to be extraordinary, plus the gubernatorial candidate for the Republican Party. So it's on fire in New Jersey, and this one's winnable. And it's so important for us to win it. The folks over at My Patriot Supply, it's one of my favorite companies because what they do is so just extraordinarily cool. Go to My Patriot Supply. Right now, they've got a special just for the War Room. The Winter Prep Special Bundle. I think it's $1,100, almost $1,100 of value. You get it for $697, okay? So right there, a massive discount. Plus, they throw in another $400, over $400 of special additional gear. Now, here's how you find out about it. It's a special just for the War Room Posse. Go to mypatriotsupply.com, promo code Bannon to get the winter bundle, the special winter bundle, which normally would be $1,100. You get it for $697. In addition, they throw in an additional $400 of other product. So check it out. You spend time, and most importantly, because we partner with these sponsors, we want to make sure you get access to people. They got the best consultants over there. They'll take as much time as you want. And we got feedback the other day. They love it when the War Room Posse calls. They said, hey, we love these folks. They're true MAGA. They're patriots, at the tip of the spear. We love the questions. We love having it. MyPatriotSupply.com, promo code Bannon. Go do it today. Matt Boyle. You've interviewed the president, so many historic interviews. You've been doing this for a long time. Like I tell people all the time, Boyle's the only guy that lived to tell, working directly for Tucker Carlson, Andrew Breitbart, and Stephen K. Bannon. So give us your perspective. We're about to have a historic cabinet meeting. I'm sure the president's having kind of a pregame right now. Walk us through what we can anticipate today, sir.
Well, Trump is a master of messaging, right? So he's always thinking through what is the message I want to accomplish with this, public appearance, and how do we get that message across? And I think the big thing that's on everybody's minds right now is how do we end this Democrat Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries government shutdown, and what does that look like? So I think that we're 9 days into it, 10 days into it, something like that. I don't know. I lose count these days too, with all the days they all blur together. But something like that. There hasn't really been real pain until possibly tomorrow. And so this is the thing: the first government workers are going to miss their first paycheck tomorrow. And that's when you start seeing pressure points coming in. So I think what you're going to see is from President Trump, but also from all the other people that are involved in running the government, guys like Russ Vought, guys like who's the OMB director, guys like Secretary Bessent, people like Attorney General Bondi, Kristi Noem, et cetera, all talking about what are the real world implications if the Democrats don't reopen the government. I think the Senate has votes scheduled later on today, this evening, before they all move out of town. By the way, the Democrats, it's worth noting, have a massive fundraiser scheduled this weekend in Napa, in California, out at the wineries, right? Like, so they want to go raise their $30 million.
Hold it. Whoa. Hang over a second. You're telling me the Working People's Party, the Democrats, the DSA, what's taken over, the Red Green Alliance is taken over. That's the driving motive force in the Democratic Party from the streets of Chicago to the streets of New York. They're going where for their fundraiser? Can I hear that again, sir?
Napa Valley in California. So for their big annual fundraiser. So like they're going to have a winery tour, right? Like, so yeah, because the average working class person across America, the bartenders like AOC used to be, can totally afford to go on just a weekend in Napa just because. No, but like, again, they're going to raise like tens of millions of dollars at this thing. But I think that the optics of doing it, if they continue the shutdown, are terrible, especially when service members in our military and federal workers, by the way, many of the federal workers are Democrats. Like they're dyed-in-the-wool party line Democrats are going to miss their first paycheck tomorrow, while their party leaders are flying out to Napa on private jets for the multi-million-dollar winery fundraisers. So again, I think that the pressure point at this meeting today is going to be seeing how they make the message of what comes next if the Democrats keep this charade going with the government shutdown. Then the second big thing to look for is, of course, any new details or information about the various deals, particularly the Gaza deal, but also the other trade deals. So we'll see if Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative, is there. Secretary Besson, again, is somebody to watch on this. Secretary Rubio, the Secretary of State, and National Security Advisor, obviously people to watch here. And then also what's happening in our cities. Like, so we're seeing what's going down in Portland. We're seeing what's going down in Chicago with the lawless left and Antifa rioters. We saw just last night in, I believe, in New York City, you saw left-wing, quote-unquote, Free Palestine protesters going to try to storm the BlackRock building in New York City. And by the way, there's these, top Democrat influencers out there. Hang on.
The media didn't cover this. What happened in the streets of New York on October 7th, the other night, is what's coming to America. And the New York Times doesn't want to cover it, and the Wall Street Journal and Murdoch's Fox News, or outside of Fox News, they don't want to cover it. I'm telling you, the threat to Israel and the Jewish people, as I said, the National Conservative Convention in one of the closing keynote speeches, it ain't coming from Tehran. It is, New York is going to be worse than London and Sadiq Khan. This thing the other night, I don't even know if anybody was arrested. It was an out-of-control riot throughout the evening with the Red Green Alliance, the neo-Marxist, coupled with the jihadists, terrorizing people. If you
top Democrat influencers, Steve, like people that are palling around with Gavin Newsom doing interviews with him, are literally out there celebrating it. Okay, on Twitter. We're working on a huge story on this today on Breitbart. We're going to have it later today. About this top Democrat influencer who was out there celebrating exactly that in New York City, what we saw the other night. But again, so getting back to the cabinet meeting, though, I think that seeing what the Attorney General Pam Bondi and what the Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem have in store for these things and what they are doing about this, and then also hearing from them about, from Attorney General Bondi about future accountability steps, like, what we've seen now with former FBI Director James Comey being indicted. Are there more of that stuff coming? And then also from Secretary Noem about more national security threats that may or may not be looming because of the government shutdown. Of course, there are a lot of government workers working without paychecks or maybe furloughed. Does that threaten our national security with what Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the rest of them are doing? And so,
Matt, hang on one second. I just want to go back to the government shutdown. The census fight and the redistricting fight we're having right now all centers on the Democrats gun decking the 2020 census because of illegal aliens, correct? The situation in Portland and Chicago is about crime. Yeah, forever, yeah. But if they don't count the illegal aliens, they'll never take back the House. Electoral College is against them. In Portland and Chicago, it's about ICE on the mass deportations. On the government shutdown, it's about $1 trillion that they have to spend on illegal alien health care. Everything, the whole connective tissue here is, wait for it, illegal aliens. And the reason is they're not a political party if they have it. Look at Zorhan. Look what they're going to turn New York into. Look what London's gone to, folks. This is all of a piece. So, Matt, once again, who is Trump's, like in EU, who's he negotiate with? This is one of the reasons it's getting done in the Middle East, because finally he had Qatar and other guys step up. And look, I'm no fan of Qatar, but kind of is what it is. In the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries is a grundoon. Okay, Chuck Schumer is kind of drifting off to the side. Who is Trump supposed to negotiate with, brother, to end the government shutdown? Like, who does he sit in a room with? Who's got any stroke? Schumer's got no stroke in the Democratic Party. They think in the streets of New York, they think Hakeem Jeffries is a joke. So who is Trump supposed to negotiate with, brother?
That's a great question, because I don't know if he could negotiate with anybody on their side. In fact, this weekend, last Saturday on my radio show, Breitbart News Saturday, I was talking to Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, and I made it because we were talking about both the deal in Gaza and the government shutdown with the senator. And then I he's talking about how difficult it is to negotiate both things. And I'm like, I make it aside at the end of the thing. I was like, Senator, which one's harder to negotiate with, Hamas or the Democrats, right? Like, and it's a fair question, right? Like, I don't know. Like, and that's the thing, is that who if, let's say you put AOC in a room with Trump and she was able to work out a deal with him, would she then get pilloried by this radical leftist base that controls the Democrat Party? Yeah. Probably. Right, like, exactly. So that's the thing, is that there is no person.
Matt, hang on 1 second. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to wrap up. Cabinet meeting is not started. Our Brian Glenn is there. Matt Bowles in the house. Short break. Back in a moment.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The cabinet meeting is about to start. Matt Boyle, what are your coordinates? Thank you for spending an hour with us. What are your coordinates, sir?
Just go to Breitbart.com. I'm also on X at Twitter at mboyle1 and on True Social at Real Matt Boyle. So all of those places. Thanks, Steve, for having me. And our team's working hard on a lot of different major stories out there all the time. So. And you're hosting the Saturday morning show, correct? That's correct. Every Saturday morning, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Breitbart News Saturday on Sirius XM 125.
Thank you, brother. The Patriot Show.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, sir. Mike Lindell, we got to go to the cabinet here momentarily. Sell me a Pella, sir.
All right, you guys, remember we have the great 3-in-1 sale. We're continuing that, but remember the percale sheets now, there's very few. So we have a new product we're adding to that for the War Room Posse, and that is the slippers. We're adding our slippers. You guys get them for $39.98, the best slippers ever. Remember, originally they were $149.98. If you own a pair, get yourself a second pair. Get them for Christmas presents. The My Slippers, this is going to be very limited time, but we're going to do it for $39.98 to the War Room Posse. You still have the towels. We got more towels in $39.98. And then remember the My Pillow premiums. We're keeping them the lowest price in history, $17.98 for the Queen, $19.98 for the King. If you go to mypillow.com/war room, there you still see there's some sheets left at the $29.98. Check it out. They're almost gone. They'll get that closeout sale. Get those today, too, along with the My Slippers. And there's the mattresses and the mattress toppers. You guys take advantage of the free shipping on those big ticket items delivered right to your front door. And the My Crosses, you guys, we've got the women's and the men's, women's reversible, made in the USA. You save 50%, the most requested items ever of My Pillow. And we finally got them in a few months ago. You guys have took a big advantage of that. Remember the Made in America socks? We have over 250 items now at My Pillow. We keep expanding, and you guys have made it possible. Promo code War Room. Call 800-873-1062. You're going to get an operator right here in the USA. A mom and dad may be working from home, and you're supporting them. It's a win-win-win. You're getting the best deals on the best products in history with promo code War Room.
Mike Lindell, thank you so much. The most powerful promo code in the business, mypillow.com, promo code War Room. Go check it out today. Get all these great offers. Sir, thank you. I'll see you in the 5 o'clock show.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Mike Lindell fighting for election integrity. He's the guy that's under the gun. Okay, I think we took the over and when the cabinet meeting is going to start, and we won. Normally they got to get organized. There's so much going on. I mean, this is all so historic. And remember, President Trump, to a degree, in the negotiations, kind of making it up. He's got an overall kind of vision and architecture to it. But President Trump's been known to call an audible at the line of scrimmage and make some of it up as he goes along. That's the power of being a great negotiator. So I'm sure we're going to get an update. I believe this cabinet meeting, when it starts, our own Brian Glenn, and I think they're starting to gather. They haven't started the feed yet, but we understand they're starting to gather. So as I toss it to the Charlie Kirk show, which we've done every workday for the last 4 years, as we talk to the Charlie Kirk show, it may actually be live, and I think it's going to be quite intense. I'm sure there's going to be an update from the president. It's going to be extraordinary. And so there's so many things going on. Or think about it. I mean, Boyle tossed in at the end, oh, by the way, he's got to negotiate an end to the government shutdown. Well, I think there are other alternatives, and I think the president's looking at other alternatives to make sure that essential personnel are paid, I think, including the military. So we'll have to see about that. But I'm not so sure that the paycheck itself, the paycheck in and of itself, is enough actually to drive President Trump to actually, excuse me, end the entire shutdown, because we're winning right now. And you can't give up. President Trump's never going to compromise. There is some issues about Obamacare. There's some issues that got to be sorted out with that. But President Trump is never, ever, ever going to compromise on the illegal alien spending for health care. He's just not going to do it. Because everything, if you go back to it, if they don't have illegal aliens in the census, if they don't have illegal aliens to count their congressional districts, if they don't have illegal aliens that somehow they can get them to vote, and that's why the mail-in ballots were such a scam and how they stole the 2020 election. If they don't have that, they don't have they're a party with no power and very little stroke, because they've driven the American people away because they're so radical. And you see this. Don't take it from me. Just so what's happening on the streets of New York. Once again, when I gave the NatCon speech, and it was addressed to Netanyahu and these guys, your number one problem ain't in Tehran. Your number one problem is in the streets of New York. There you have a Marxist. You have the Red Green Alliance that Trevor Loudon and Frank Gaff and these guys and Raheem Kassam have warned about for decades now, and people laughed at them. Well, it's in the streets of New York. Just go back and look at the footage. Look at the videos from October 7th of what happened in New York. It was celebratory. It was a celebratory riot, okay? They are celebrating the worst slaughter of Jews in the world since the Holocaust. That's what they were celebrating, because they wanted to do more. This is what President Trump has had to step in and try to organize this peace deal. It's not easy. And, of course, Netanyahu way overplayed his hand and tried to drag America into it and way overplayed his hand. And he's going to end up with a two-state solution. That's just obvious, because the Arabs are going to be in Gaza, and they're going to have a security force there. And more importantly, they're going to put up the money for the redevelopment. But the Palestinians aren't going anywhere. So in the law of unintended consequences, the very thing Netanyahu wanted to do, as we told you he was overreaching, it's going to end up happening. And on top of it all, you're going to get Zorhan in New York. And for those conservatives running around, oh, he's a socialist and let him have socialism. He's so much deeper than not a socialist. He's a Marxist and a jihadist. And that's what you're going to have. Okay, we're going to toss it to the Charlie Kirk show, as we've done every day for the last 4 years, every work day. The president, the cabinet, they're starting to gather in the cabinet room. I think the feed will be live. We're going to take it live here on Real America's Voice. We are going to be back at 5 o'clock, 5 to 7. I will commit to you that we'll be on fire from what's happening throughout the day, give you not just the news, but analysis, observations, and kind of maybe even a couple of projections of what's going to happen. We'll see you back here at 5 o'clock. We'll leave you with the right stuff. 5 p.m., you'll be back in the War Room. See you then.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw.
This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I got to say, this guy's unhinged. He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator. And there's one thing I really want to say to Donald Trump. If you come for my people, you come through me. So come and get me.
And then Pritzker gets up and he says, like, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. Pritzker was a failure in his family. They threw him out of the family business. The guy's a loser.
Listen, if Donald Trump thinks that by arresting Governor J.B. Pritzker that this fight is over, he is sorely mistaken, because he's going to have to come through me next, and I'm going to pick up right where J.B. left off. Illinois stands united in fighting back against Donald Trump's power grab.
In fact, it's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, which have had national leaders, unlike Antifa. There is no organized hierarchy to the group, and according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited. But that has not stopped Trump from blaming Antifa for just about every act of violence in America since he first got into office.
Governor Pritzker should be calling President Trump up and thanking him for taking over 1,000 criminal aliens off the streets of his state. The same President Trump did in Los Angeles, the same he did in Washington, D.C., the same we're doing in other cities. We're there to make this city safer. And you think Governor Pritzker and the Mayor Johnson, their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. Remove public safety threats from the public. We're there to do that. And we're not going to stop doing it. They can stand aside and watch us do it, but we're going to be out there tonight. We're going to be out there tomorrow. And thank God for Governor Abbott. He's sending troops out there to help protect ICE officers who have over 1,000% increase in attacks. So President Trump's doing the right thing. We're going to continue doing the right thing. We are not stopping what we're doing.
Okay. I'm just giving. I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East.
Make no mistake, it looks like President Trump has actually pulled off something here that many presidents before him have failed to do.
It's a great honor to be involved, and it's so great for Israel, so great for Muslims, for the Arab countries, and so great for this country, for the United States of America, and that we could be involved in, making a deal like this happen. Many years they talked about peace in the Middle East. This is more than Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East, and it's an incredible thing.
We've heard it again and again from a number of people today, really giving credit to President Trump for getting this deal over the finish line. What are you hearing from your sources with regard to President Trump's role in getting both parties to sign off on at least the first phase of this peace plan?
Well, certainly this is an enormous moment for the world, but also for this administration, a big win for the president, who has been very personally involved.
In order for our country to be a place of promise and hope and opportunity for people around the globe who have called the city of Chicago their home, it's why we're so committed to ensuring that we're protecting our democracy and defending humanity.
Are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you think it would help?
They have foreign links
I'd be glad
all
to
across
do it. I
Western
think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does everybody agree?
And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir. the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade.
Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family...
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, and I am excited this morning to be joined by an Arizona, I guess, I don't know, a native, a daughter of Arizona, celebrity of Arizona. I don't know. What do you want to call it?
Resident.
Yeah, there you go, resident of Arizona.
There's a lot of people that are just residents, as many people are from somewhere else than I am, but I've been here for over 20 years.
Well, there you go. Danica Patrick is in the house, so
Yes.
if you didn't recognize her name. And I have our good friend Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action, in here as well.
Who is a native, but we count anyone that's been in Arizona for more than 10 years as a native. So
I love this qualification.
Which I do
feel
not
like.
count. So
And now I
am
play
the
golf,
oddball.
so I really am a local.
That is true.
There's a lot of golf courses in this town. There's a lot of golf courses, which you'd think, the water, I don't know, the heat, the grass, but it works. I don't know how you guys pull it off in Arizona. Before we get into it with Danica here, which thank you so much again for just making it into the studio. It's always great to have people in the studio. We have to bring it up. It has to be
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Let's take you right to the White House, where President Trump is hosting his latest cabinet meeting. Here he is.
But we are getting the hostages back on Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, and that'll be a day of joy. I'm going to try and make a trip over. We're going to try and get over there, and we're working on the timing, the exact timing. We're going to go to Egypt, where we'll have a signing, an additional signing. We've already had a signing representing me, but we're going to have an official signing. And the amazing thing is all of the countries over there, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to UAE to all of them, I mean, the rich ones, the less than rich ones, they've all come together, something which is amazing, actually. They've all come together for this, and they're really probably the best relationships they've ever had. So it's been really something incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done. And very importantly, the hostages are coming back. As you know, they consider them hostages. They talk about them as hostages, but there are approximately 28 dead people, mostly young, mostly men, but and boys. I mean, boys. The one woman talked about her baby. Her baby's 25 years old, but to her it's her baby, and we're bringing them home. We're getting everything, and to those parents, the dead young man is just as important, as though this person were alive. It's amazing. I've never seen anything quite like it. I've been very much involved. I've never seen anything quite like it. But it's really peace in the Middle East. And you remember October 7th was terrible, but also from the Hamas standpoint, they probably lost 70,000 people. That's big retribution. But at some point, that whole thing has to stop, and we're going to see to it. Gaza is going to be slowly redone. You have tremendous wealth in that part of the world by certain countries, and just a small part of that, what they make will do wonders for Gaza. And I think you're going to see some tremendous countries stepping up and putting up a lot of money and taking care of things. But there's tremendous spirit like I haven't seen. And even the news, I won't call it fake news for this purpose, because they really were very fair today, I must tell you, in all cases. But they covered it very well. They covered it very fairly. Everybody loves it. Everybody. People that were never giving us a fair shake, frankly, they can't even believe it. They're so they're amazed by it. A lot of people are. But it was just everything came together. I think the attack was very important on Iran, because let's say that didn't happen, they'd probably by now have a nuclear weapon, numerous nuclear weapons, and therefore, even if we signed a deal, there'd be a big dark cloud over it, and it wouldn't be the same thing. So Iran's different, but Iran wants to work on peace now. They've informed us, and they've acknowledged that they're totally in favor of this deal. They think it's a great thing. So we appreciate that, and we'll work with Iran. As you know, we have major sanctions on Iran and lots of other things. We would like to see them be able to rebuild their country too, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. So I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for helping us reach this incredible day and for being there. They were there with us all the way. And of course, as you know, Saudi Arabia and Jordan and so many. I will tell you, President Erdogan was personally involved in dealing with Hamas and some of the others. He's been great. They've all been really amazing. Indonesia's been amazing. Indonesia's been fantastic. The whole world has come together for this. People that didn't get along, people that didn't like each other, neighboring countries that frankly didn't like each other, but now it's just this moment in time. So we look forward to welcoming the hostages, like you can't believe, home to their families, and that'll take place early next week. We hope Monday or Tuesday. And all Americans should be proud of the role that our country has played in bringing this terrible conflict to an end. And I want to thank, some of the people, JD, you were fantastic, and Pete, you were great. Marco was fantastic. Some of you were very much involved. I'm looking around. So indirectly, I think almost everybody in this room was involved. Susie, I want to thank you very much. You were incredible. You've done an incredible job. So, and yes, John, what you've done was invaluable. CIA, John Ratcliffe, and he's done an incredible job. So I want to thank you all, and if I'm missing anybody, I apologize, but you've been amazing. And then you have Steve Witkoff, who worked so hard. And you remember we settled 7, this is number 8, we settled 7 wars or major conflicts, but wars. And this is number 8. And the one that I thought would be maybe the quickest of all would be Russia-Ukraine, and I think that's going to happen too. But in the meantime, they're losing about 7,000 people a week, and that seems pretty bad. They're losing mostly soldiers, young soldiers. They go out to war and they're getting killed. And while it doesn't affect us in a lot of ways, we've got a big ocean in between. You don't want to see that happen. It was a big mistake. That war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. So we're here this morning for a cabinet meeting as my administration continues to deliver for the American people, despite the radical left lunatics that shut down our government. You have Democrats that they've lost their way. They have no leadership. We don't even know who to deal with over there. At least they know who to deal with. We have no idea who we're dealing with over there. It's like they have no idea what they're doing. Republicans have voted repeatedly to pass a clean, nonpartisan bill to reopen government at the same funding levels. We're not going to do anything only good for health care. We're really, I think, become the party of good health care. And they keep using health care as a cudgel. They want to try and get everyone thinking about health care. We're the ones that are saving health care. In fact, one of the things we're doing is we're going to be reducing the cost of medicines by 100%, 200, 300, 500%, and even more than that, because as you know, we're in the process of favored nations right now. We've exercised that clause because we were subsidizing the entire world. The entire world pays a fraction of what the United States has been paying. And we've already, numerous Pfizer and other companies have already signed, and other countries are a bigger problem because they've been getting a subsidized rate. We've been paying for years. This has gone on for 30 years. We've been reducing the rate of drugs for other countries because we've been paying much more than we're supposed to. And they used all sorts of ideas like research and development. I said, what about Germany? What about these other countries? Aren't they paying? No, we have to pay research and development. It was all nonsense, and I couldn't listen to it anymore. Such a very radical, big, tough shift. Very tough. We had a lot of things going on today. But, you know, and you probably heard me say this in my first term, I think it was my third year, we reduced drugs from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And I was so proud of it. I actually had a news conference to announce it, and it was 1/8 of 1%. Think of that, which is barely a reduction. But it's the first time in 28 years that there was a reduction in drug prices for the year. So from the beginning to the end, it was 1/8 of 1%. And I was so proud of myself. I did something that nobody else could do. But when I started to think about it, I said, it doesn't make sense. And then I'm starting to look at numbers where a pill or a treatment or some pharmaceutical product is selling in Europe for 10% of what we pay for in New York City or in any one of our places, and cities, states. And then I see people leaving for other countries to go buy their pharmaceuticals, where they make journeys to various other countries, including Europe, where they got the best bargains of all. And I put an end to it. It's over. And now we're, in major, I guess, disputes, but we're winning the disputes by a lot. With the countries, a couple of countries said, we won't do this. I said, well, it's unfair that we're paying 10%, and, you're paying just a fraction of what we're paying for the same product made in the same plant. And they said, well, we're not going to do it. I said, that's okay. You don't have to do it. But I'm going to put a tariff of 9% or 7% or whatever the amount of money is. And I'm going to put a tariff on your country for the amount of money that you're taking advantage of us for. No, you can. I said, yeah, I can do that. I'm going to do that. And they would immediately agree. And it'd make the tariff substantially more than the number we're talking about. And they would immediately agree. So we have the consent, I think, Bobby, of every country, essentially. They know that if they don't do it, we're going to put a tariff on for double the price, and then they're going to do it. So we never had that before. You never had anybody in here that knew what the hell they were doing, I'll be honest. It really it makes me angry. Because for years and years, and this started many years ago, and basically we subsidize the world. So this is going to have a huge positive impact on Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. But anything where there's pharmaceuticals, drugs involved, it's going to have a tremendous impact. So we're going to get drug reductions of 100%. I told you 1/8 of 1% that I was proud of myself. Now you're going to get 100%, 150%, 200, 300, 400, 500%. You're going to get the biggest drug reductions that you've ever seen. And they're already, I guess they're starting to kick in, but we've made deals with numerous companies and we're going for the full bore. We want whatever the price is. So that would mean that the world price, because the world is bigger than the United States, a lot more people, but the world price will go up a little bit and our price will come down a lot. So if a pill sells for $10 in London and $100 here, the pill will go to $20 in London and $20 for us. It's pretty simple. And that is a number that nobody can even fathom. It's a little like tariffs. Nobody knew how big they were. Nobody knew until they started seeing the trillions of dollars that have come in. I don't know why they didn't understand it. It's something they should have understood. We were taken advantage of for years with tariffs, and now I don't want to say we're taking advantage, but we've become a very strong country because of the money that's coming in. Republicans have voted repeatedly to pass a clean, nonpartisan bill to reopen our government. And remember, at the same funding levels, both parties have supported in the past. So the radical Democrats have chosen to put the economy of our country. We have the best economy we've ever had. We had the best economy in my first term, but we have an economy that's blowing it away. And we have the Democrats that are trying to obstruct. They don't want to have a good economy. I don't think they want to have a good country. That's why they try and stop our law enforcement from doing what we did in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., we have a great, safe, beautiful capital right now. Beautiful. It's so safe. You can walk down the street. Numerous people standing before me were mugged. And you're not going to get mugged anymore. We have a safe capital, one of the safest. We took it from one of the most unsafe places to one of the most safe places in the country. And we also beautified it, and we're in the process of doing even more so. So we're very proud of our capital again. We were embarrassed by our capital. A lot of people being killed. They'd come from Iowa, Indiana, Florida. They'd come up, and they end up getting shot. They're not getting shot. We moved out 1,700 people approximately, right? Approximately 1,700 hardened criminals, career criminals. They moved them out. So Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the congressional Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage. I will tell you, a lot of Democrats want to get this thing open too. They do. They're calling us, and they just want to get it open. And all we're doing is saying, just play the same thing until we get it straight. And they don't know how to go about it. I mean, and the problem is we really don't know who the hell is leading the Democrats. You have this AOC. I don't know her at all. But I watched her the other day. She said, well, if they want, they could come to my office. That's not leadership, you know. The only one that challenged her actually was Nancy Pelosi. And Nancy's not looking too good. I don't know what happened to Nancy. But she's not looking great. But she was the only one, I give her credit, she was the only one that challenged her. But AOC said that they can come to her office and negotiate, the Republicans. And we're saying, oh, I didn't know she was in leadership. But she's taking Hakeem Jeffries' place, and Schumer's afraid that she's going to run against him. And right now, I don't know, he can change. Life is crazy, right? But right now, he can't beat, I don't think he can beat anybody. So he'll lose in a primary. I would say he'll retire before he loses in a primary. So I think Schumer's going to retire because he can't beat anybody. His polls are so bad. Meanwhile, the Democrat shutdown is causing pain and suffering for hardworking Americans, including our military, our air traffic controllers, and impoverished mothers, people with young children, people that have to live not the greatest of lives. But we're doing so many tax cuts. We've cut their taxes. The great, big, beautiful bill, we've cut their taxes at levels that nobody's ever seen. I mean, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's been a great thing for a lot of people. They're doing great. Despite all of the damage that it's caused, the shutdown has been, pretty damaging. I mean, it's not yet because it's early, but it gets a little bit worse as it goes along. And we'll be making cuts that will be permanent. And we're only going to cut Democrat programs. I hate to tell you. I guess that makes sense. But we're only cutting Democrat programs. But we're going to start that. And we have Russell. We can talk to you about it if he wants to. But we'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this, so we'll give them a little taste of their own medicine. But Chuck Schumer proclaimed this morning that every day gets better for them. No, every day it's actually getting worse for them. And they're having a rebellion in the Democrat Party because they want to stop. And if you saw all of Schumer's, I watched last night like 10 different times over the years, he said, you can't shut down government, you can't shut down. And now he's the one that shut it down. So this is a confession that he's acting not to serve the people, but to serve the partisan interests of his party. And I don't think he's serving them well because they're way down. Look, they just lost an election in a landslide. You know, it was interesting. I watched Kamala. It was a sad figure. I watched her the other day saying the election was very close. I said, no, the election was a landslide. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the Electoral College by, I think, 312 or 315 to 220-something. But there's another one that we won that's why when you see the maps are completely red. It's counties. The counties, we won at 2,505 to 525. So 2,500 to 525. That's called one of the greatest, biggest landslides in history. And that's one that people are using now as a primary. But literally, when you see it colored in, the entire country is red representing Republicans. So, you know, they go around, they just lie. They just lie. And everything's a big lie with them. Well, the other side, and the other thing I don't understand is, Christie, I looked at crime numbers in Chicago. They're through the roof. And I have a governor who stands up every day and tells us how wonderful Chicago is. It's just a lie. It's like a con job. It's like Gavin Newsom. He says how well he's doing in California, and they're doing terribly. Population's getting smaller. People are leaving. And other people are coming in, and, you know, I wouldn't say it's an even trade. While the other side is focused on playing games, the Trump administration is focused on creating jobs, bringing down prices, and we've really brought them down a lot. That's the other thing. We're bringing down prices a lot. We're bringing down grocery prices, but the big thing is energy. When you bring down energy, everything comes down, and the energy prices are way down. I see we're down to about $61 now a barrel, and what gasoline's going to be, I think gasoline's going to be below $2 at some point in the pretty near future. It's very low, much lower than it was under Sleepy Joe. And we're restoring law and order in our country. We're restoring it here, but we're restoring it right now. We're in Memphis. We're going to Chicago. We're going to other cities. Many governors are asking us to, including Democrats are trying to ask. I don't know what the big problem is. If I were a Democrat governor, I'd be saying, whatever you can do to get crime down, I'll take anybody. You can bring them in I don't care who it is. A lot of people said that. They interviewed women, these beautiful women in Chicago, black women with a MAGA hat, a red hat. They said, we don't care who he brings in here, but this place is really dangerous. We just want crime to stop. It's true. They don't care. You know, they don't differentiate between the National Guard and the Marines. They don't care. They'll take anybody. And that's the way it is. I mean, they want what we did in D.C., they want to happen to them. And it's happening in Memphis already. I see in less than a week, the numbers are really good. And it'll be great. And we'll fix that. We'll go to various other places, and we're going to be stopping crime in our cities, and that's a great thing, and we won't get credit for it, but it's a great thing. We've launched a historic campaign to take back our nation from the gangs and the street criminals, violent repeat offenders, illegal alien lawbreakers, domestic extremists, and savage, bloodthirsty cartels. And very little, by the way, is coming in by water, in case you haven't known. The drugs aren't coming in by water. In fact, we can't even find any boats in the water anymore. We had boats, we were like a subway train loaded up with drugs. Every boat Every single boat that you see getting taken out kills 25,000 Americans. Think of that. Because it's pretty tough stuff. But it kills 25,000 Americans. So when you hear that, it's no longer tough. But here in Washington, we've deployed federal law enforcement and National Guard to restore public safety, and we're working to replicate that in numerous places all over the country. And we have a very powerful military. We have a very powerful National Guard. I want to thank the governor of Texas, who has been, as usual, great. Governor Abbott, he gave us 400 troops without even a question. And we have other governors likewise doing what has to be done because they know we have to confront crime. We're directly confronting the sinister threat of left-wing domestic terrorism and violence, including the terrorist group Antifa. You saw that yesterday. We had a news conference. Antifa's out of control in Portland and other places, but mostly Portland in the case of Antifa. And we had people that were really badly affected by them. It was terrible. So one of those things, but we're knocking the hell out of them. And we're looking for the people that are funding them, and those people are going to be just as guilty as the people that smack people over the head with a baseball bat. And I'd like now to ask Attorney General Bondi and Secretary Noem to discuss this a little bit and tell where we are. And then we'll go around the room. We'll go quickly. We're going to go quickly if we can because we have a lot of things to do, including I won't be spending that much time here because I'll be leaving fairly soon for the Middle East. And so I'm very honored to be involved with that, I'll tell you. It's a great thing for our country. People are so happy about it. I've never experienced anything quite like it. I've never seen such universal praise for being able to do something. No, it's something that nobody thought was possible, and we're going to end up having peace in the Middle East. Who would have thought? So, Pam, could you start, and then Christy, please.
Sure, President Trump, and despite the Democrat shutdown of our government, our law enforcement officers are out there working without paychecks, round the clock to keep and make America safe. Secretary Hegseth and I were recently in Memphis. We had 1,100 law enforcement officers in one room with us. The Memphis PD, they were the happiest to see us, don't you think, Secretary Hegseth, of anyone. We had ATF, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals. I'm not sure if our park police were there. We had Treasury, Secretary Bessent, and of course we had Secretary Noem's Homeland Security, all working together with the Guard. They were so happy to have us there. We've been making arrests left and right. So far, we made 562 arrests and seized 144 illegal guns just in the short time we've been in Memphis.
And many of these people are career criminals. And when you take them out of a place, your crime rate just goes down. These people commit crimes every single day. They're sick. And we're taking them out. In some cases, we're bringing them back to their countries where Biden allowed with the stupid open borders that we had in our country to come in. But they're being brought back to other places or they're being put in jail, but they're career criminals.
President Trump, last night alone, we made 91 arrests, 19 firearms off the streets, and one was a warrant for a homicide, and 4 sex offenders who had active warrants. One was a sex offender on a child. Everything we did in Memphis was worth it, in my opinion, for that one arrest. Think about that. We got a child rapist off the streets, but yet we've made 562 arrests and still going strong in Memphis. Just what we did in D.C. But it's because it's all of us as a team working for you to make America safe all together round the clock.
Thank you, Pam. You're doing a great job. And it's amazing that we're not getting cooperation from Democrats. It's like it's a new issue. You know, we have all the old issues of the wall and the border and all of the things, men playing in women's sports they still want that, transgender for everybody. All these issues are so crazy, but we have a new one. It's called crime. We stop crime and they allow crime. They want crime. It doesn't make sense. I think it's as ridiculous as the other things that we talk about all the time. But I've added it onto our list, a 5-letter word called crime. We stop it, and they actually incite it. It's crazy. You would think they'd want them. You'd think they'd want Christy and Pam and all of the people. If we needed the military, people will be there. We've got a massive military. We have the best numbers we've ever had for recruitment. We have a lot of people now. We have people that can't get into them. In a great economy, they want to be soldiers again. A year ago, they didn't want to even think about it. Same thing as with police and firemen, everything. They want to join. They're proud of our country again. Christy, go ahead, please.
Well, sir, thank you for your leadership and for deploying all of government to help us keep our country safe. You have talked extensively about how threatened our ICE officers are, but all of our law enforcement out there. And we saw the shooting in Dallas at that facility, so we're hardening all of our buildings and making sure that we have more security measures, snipers on the roof, people to protect our law enforcement while they're out there on the streets. But what I'm also doing, sir, is, and with your authority, is we're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're going to not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're going to be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there. And then I was there a few days ago and looked at some facilities that we can deploy more law enforcement out of, because what they're trying to do with these riots and violence is distract us and keep us from going after those murderers and rapists that are out in the streets. And then I was in Portland, went out and back on Tuesday and met with the governor, met with the mayor, met with the chief of police and the superintendent of the highway patrol. They are all lying and disingenuous and dishonest people, because as soon as you leave the room, then they make the exact opposite response. So we're looking at new facilities to purchase. They're in Portland too, and we're going to double down. And I told them if they didn't meet our demands for safety and security on the streets and work with us, then we were going to bring in more federal law enforcement. So I want to thank Pete and the Department of War for all their help. They've been fantastic, but while we fight litigation and work with Pam on that, we're going to send more of our resources and men and women out there to keep everybody safe. So no worries. What we see in D.C. and what we see in Memphis for benefits for people in the safety and security, we'll see that in Chicago and Portland.
And the numbers in Memphis, it's only a week, but the numbers have been amazing, I understand.
That's exactly right.
The crime numbers are way down.
Fantastic, and it shows what a partnership can be between local law enforcement and the federal government. And if we have to do it the hard way in Portland and Chicago, we will. But the people demand.
And President Trump, my lawyers are in court right now as we speak for you, arguing in Chicago and Portland to keep them safe, to bring in the Guard. The government doesn't want it there, but we do. We're going to keep their citizens safe, thanks to you.
The people want it. I don't understand the politics of it. I don't understand why Pritzker is trying to protect people that are
They're more scared of the anarchists that are on the street and the politics of it than they are of doing the right thing.
I think they're afraid. I think they're threatened. They don't tell us, but I think Pritzker's threatened by people because there's no other reason that this could be possible, that they don't want to have a safe Chicago. And we can solve the problem very quickly. And we're doing that anyway, regardless of if he doesn't want it or if he does want it, we're doing it anyway. So
I asked the mayor that himself. He said that Portland was perfectly safe, a beautiful city, no problems. And I said, well, why did you clear the streets for me today then and build out a 4-block radius to make sure I could get in and out of here? And these people on the street screaming death to ICE. There's graffiti that says Molotovs melt ICE. We have the guillotines. We're going to use them.
Portland's almost different. It's like anarchists.
It is. It really is.
It's really different than a lot of the others. This is a sick situation, but those are anarchists. Those are people that want to overthrow government. They're really degenerates. And we're finding out who is supplying all of those beautiful signs and everything else.
Scott's been fantastic. His team finding the financial networks is great. That's what gives everybody.
Scott will do that. That's easy for Scott.
we got a great team, sir.
That's good. How about we go to Marco? You can talk a little bit about what's going on and go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President. I don't know if one day perhaps the entire story will be told about the events of yesterday, but suffice it to say, it's not an exaggeration that none of it would have been possible without the President of the United States being involved. It really began with your trip to the Middle East, where these relationships were forged with partners in the region, personal relationships, close relationships that created the foundation where all of this was possible. Where I think this really took a turn. Remember, a month ago, no one thought this was possible. Where it really took a turn about a month ago, less than a couple weeks ago, is when we were at the United Nations and you convened a historic meeting, not simply of Arab countries, but of Muslim-majority countries from around the world, including Indonesia was there, Pakistan was there, and created this coalition behind this plan. Then on that following Monday, you met with the Prime Minister of Israel here, and that plan was presented. And then, of course, our great negotiating team followed up on it. In the interim, again, perhaps the stories will be told, perhaps they will never be told. The president had some extraordinary phone calls and meetings that required a high degree of intensity and commitment and made this happen. And I think what's important to understand is that yesterday what happened was really a human story. There's a geopolitical aspect to it, there's no doubt about it. It creates the conditions for Gaza to one day be a normal place again and people to have a better life and Israelis to be safe. But yesterday was a human story. And because of the work you put in, and honestly, there is not only is there no other leader in the world that could have put this together, Mr. President, but frankly, I don't know of any American president in the modern era that could have made this possible. Because of the actions you have taken unrelated to this, and because of who you are and what you've done and how you're viewed. And this weekend, because of that, at some point very soon, we are going to see 20 living human beings emerge from the darkness into the light for the first time in 2 years. And that is because not only were you used the credibility and the power and the prestige of this office and the relationships you created, and you committed yourself to making it happen. And I think it will go down as a historic moment in the history of our country, and something our country should be very proud of, that we have a president that's committed to not just peace, but to the human aspect of reuniting these families. My last point on this is just a couple days ago, Secretary Lutnick hosted us all, many of us, at the Kennedy Center. And we have these families, we've interacted with them for so many years, for 2 years now. And the stories are heartbreaking, both whose families are alive and those who are deceased as well, who want their relatives back so that they can complete the process of grieving. And we had all hoped that perhaps that was the day that we would have an announcement for them on the anniversary of the 7th. But I know you were able to speak to some of those families last night. And I just hope the whole nation understands how incredibly proud they should be of their president and of their country for the role that they've played. And I don't want to let this moment pass, Mr. President, without also noting the incredible work of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They're an incredible team working together, facing some substantial impediments to even being there this weekend and doing it. Let me just leave it at that. And they've done a great job on your behalf, Mr. President. They deserve a tremendous amount of credit. But thank you for what you've done for the world. For the world.
Thank you very much, Walter. I appreciate it. I think because we have a very busy day with all that's going on, what we'll do is maybe just a few of you raise your hand if you'd like to say something. Don't talk too long, Doug. He's doing such a great job. So good that he can talk all day. That's the problem, right? But and what we'll do is just take a few hands, and then we'll go back to getting peace done. Okay? We'll go a little bit quicker. We'll take a few questions from the press. Go ahead, please.
President Trump, I just want to double down on what Marco was sharing. It's such a remarkable accomplishment. Agree that no other president could have done this, but what set the groundwork for you able to do that? When you took office on January 20th, you made a 180-degree turn in our military strength with Pete's leadership. You were the master class in peace through strength. So militarily, we've completely turned around. We've demonstrated that through execution against Iran and others, that we have force. We want to end wars, but we'll use power if we have to. And then secondarily, peace through strength is also the prosperity, having the strongest economy and being willing to wield the power of a tariff in addition to the military power to reorder the globe. Those two things that you're standing on, both economic power and military power, allowed these negotiations to go forward. And I think as you've described the importance of these economic negotiations and all the trade deals, but that also begins with another 180-degree turn, and that was the 180-degree turn on energy. You have used energy diplomacy to bring prosperity to the American people, and you've used it to bring peace abroad. The combination of those three things have been remarkable, and now we're seeing the remarkable result. And we got one more that I know you want to end with Russia and Ukraine. Energy is going to play a key role in that. And now with this historic agreement, we're in a position working with the Middle East to also end the Russian-Ukraine conflict. So again, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Nick. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll go to you for a second. You can just cap out what he said about the military, how well we're doing, and how big it is, and how strong it is.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. At the War Department, you don't get peace without strength. And our job is to be the strength part of the equation and deliver that when necessary, as you demonstrated with your order of Midnight Hammer, and the entire world saw. And I just want to echo what Marco said. It is a personal honor to be able to witness the way you lead and negotiate. I wish people had a full understanding of what that looks like. That historic nature. A lot of us vets, the Vice President, Tulsi, Lee, Doug, probably after decades of war and the chaos that was unleashed through reckless and foolish American policies, never thought this kind of peace would be possible. Yet, with your strength, with your ability to wield trade negotiations, personal relationships, to open up that opportunity is truly historic on the world stage. And it creates a whole number of other cascading effects. And watching Marco and the Vice President and Steve and Jared, the CIA director, everybody come together to make it happen. You've formed a phenomenal team, Mr. President. And at the War Department, our job is to make sure if and when there's question about American commitment, the whole world knows we've got the biggest, strongest, most lethal, and most ready War Department in the world, which is true, which is why we saw record recruitment in 2025, Mr. President. The first 2 weeks of 2026 already blows that out. FY 2026 already blows it out of the water. In fact, re-enlistment has already met its year-long goal in the Marine Corps in 2026. 2 weeks. Okay. You can't, there's no other way to create that kind of love and enthusiasm than with your leadership, sir. And it is an honor to work with Pam and with Christy and the cities across the country to make sure American citizens and law enforcement are protected with our National Guard. But that's a core mission. And last thing, Mr. President, on the southwest border, the first group that rotated in to lock down that border to zero crossings is now rotating out, and with a new border medal, the Southwest Border Medal, or it's actually called the Mexican Border Medal, revived from 1918, that will be pinning on their chest. So thank you for renaming the department, and we're trying to live up to it every day. Thank you, sir.
I mean, think of this. We have record numbers of recruitment. 1 year ago, there were stories, front-page stories, that we couldn't get anybody to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. I call it our beautiful Space Force. I love our Space Force. It's turned out to be very important. But we couldn't get anybody to join. Nobody wanted to join, including our police and fire. They didn't want to join anything. Recruitment was embarrassing. We couldn't get anybody. And now we're brimming. Now it's, and they're getting in based on merit now. A soldier's a soldier. They come in now based on merit, not based on woke stuff that anybody can qualify. You have to qualify for jobs. You have to qualify for certain types of jobs. And it's amazing. So we were embarrassed a year ago, to think of it, a little bit more than a year ago. I think it stopped on November 5th. I think it really this all started on November 5th, the election day. But now everybody wants to be in. We have an overabundance, and maybe we should raise it a little bit. I don't know.
I like that idea, sir.
But we could raise it. But we have so many people want to join, and they're proud of our country again. JD, could I ask you to say a few words?
Yes, sir. So just a couple of things. Mr. President, first of all, congratulations on yesterday. It was a big day to Marco, to Susie, to the entire team. But in particular, viewing it from this perspective where for months, the fake news media attacked you, attacked the entire team, attacked your approach. You know, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing again and again, expecting a different result. The reason we're here is because the president actually charted a different course with a different team. He vested a lot of authority in Steve Witkoff in particular, and that's why we're here. It's because you did something different, and I think it's important to recognize that. I also think the president, Marco mentioned the president's personal touch being a big part of this. The one thing I would say is obviously the president of the United States a New York real estate billionaire, one of the most famous New Yorkers in the world, has a lot of interaction with a lot of people who are very pro-Israel. I think that was an important set of experiences and life experiences that he brought to the table. He also, of course, knew one of the most famous Palestinians in the world, Chuck Schumer, and I think without that background of knowledge, it would have been impossible to get us to this. Second thing I want to say, just on Chuck Schumer, the president mentioned this, that Chuck Schumer said this has been very good for us this morning about the shutdown. One of the things that we talked about before all the media came in, and that all of us are going to work on for the rest of the day, we've been working on for days, is how to make the shutdown as painless as possible on the American people. So while Chuck Schumer brags about this being good, and I think the president is right, it's not good for him politically as much as he might think that it is, it's causing real consequences for the American people. There's a low-income food program, the WIC program, that my mom actually used when I was a baby. That program is about to be underfunded and is about to get cut off because Chuck Schumer won't open the government. We have troops. The Secretary of War mentioned how well we're doing on recruitment. We're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer is shutting down the U.S. government. There are veterans benefits that are going to suffer. There are Americans that are going to suffer because Chuck Schumer refuses to do his job. So while we're all celebrating this incredible success that we've had on the world stage, the country could be doing so much better if Chuck Schumer did his job and opened the government. Every single Republican, except for Rand Paul, has voted to open the government. A few moderate Democrats, to their credit, have voted with us to open the government. We just need 5 more Democrats to come to their senses and let the people's government serve the American people. I hope that they'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris,
Yeah, to follow up on that point, Mr. President, the Democrat or Schumer shutdown did not begin 8 or 9 days ago. It began 8 or 9 months ago with your inauguration. For the first time in American history, every Senate confirmed appointee who were our deputies to run our department, every one of them has been filibustered. One of the critical parts of my department is the National Nuclear Security Administration. It maintains, manufactures our nuclear weapons and our engines for nuclear submarines and nuclear aircraft carriers. We are a key supplier to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. They filibustered, the Democrats filibustered the leader, the administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration, would not let him come into my department until the Republicans 2 weeks ago changed the Senate rules so they could confirm him and we could have a leader. They filibustered the leadership, now they're filibustering the funding. In the next 6-7 days, we're going to run out of funding, and the retooling of our nuclear stockpile, the ultimate guarantor of our sovereignty, is going to be underfunded, and we're going to have to slow down and creep to us crawl these efforts. Just incredibly irresponsible for Schumer to worry about his own reelection and not the 340 million Americans that count on the efforts of our military and all of our departments. It's truly offensive, and we need to bring it to an end as soon as possible. Let's open the government back up.
And you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Bobby, did you want to say something? You got a lot of things happening.
A lot of things.
A lot of very positive things, actually.
Mr. President, I'm glad you're getting bipartisan accolades on the Mideast peace agreement. You should also get bipartisan accolades on the MFN agreement. It is an historic agreement that's going to benefit every hardworking American. It's going to lower the price of drugs for every American. By the time this administration is over, we will have 95% of the drugs in this country will be the lowest price in the world. It immediately begins to affect Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, the other government programs. I remember when I went through the confirmation process, and the principal preoccupation of the Democrats during that process was whether I would continue the IRA negotiations on drugs. The Democrats negotiated 10 drugs. I'm supposed to negotiate every year 15. The 10 that they negotiated, they claimed to get a 22% reduction, but it was a lie. It was 22% under the list price, which was actually higher than the price we were getting. So Medicaid, Medicare ended up paying more for those drugs than they were paying beforehand. They only got a benefit on one drug. One was tied. 8 of them were lower. So they should be applauding what we're doing now. We're doing something that every administration, Democrat and Republican, has been saying that it was going to do for decades, and you got it done because you understood the power of the tariffs. That we had leverage over these companies. And you did it in a way which you asked us to do, to negotiate in a way that was not going to stifle innovation, that was going to make sure that those companies could bring their production home, and they are doing that. And it was a profound success. It will affect every American for 100 years. And you should be getting bipartisan accolades on that. I'll say one other thing about Tylenol, only because of this. This morning before I came in here, somebody showed me a TikTok video of a pregnant woman, 8 months pregnant. She is an associate professor at the Columbia Medical School. And she is saying F Trump and gobbling Tylenol with her baby in her placenta. And the level of Trump derangement syndrome has now left the political landscapes, and it is now in the realm of pathology. And a mother could overwhelm millions of years of maternal instinct to put her baby at risk. And all you have to do is look at the studies which you and I talked about. It's not dispositive that causes autism. It is so suggestive that anybody who takes this stuff during pregnancy, unless they have to, is irresponsible. There are 15 rodent studies. Every one of them shows if you give it to the mother, the babies, and particularly the male babies, have profound neurological and behavioral changes. There is a study from Johns Hopkins on cord blood where they divided women into 3 categories: those who had the least acetaminophen in their cord blood, and those who had the most. The ones with the most had 3.6 times the rate of autism in their children. The middle category had 2.2 times, so it's a dose-related response. And there are dozens of studies that show the countries that use the most with the highest level of autism. Cuba has the lowest level in the world of acetaminophen use, and it has the lowest autism rate in the world. So this is not dispositive. It is not proof. We're doing the studies to make the proof. But in the meantime, the precautionary principle should apply, and any mother who is taking this stuff during pregnancy just to get back at Donald Trump is doing something that is pathological. And we're seeing that across the board. I got a lot of other stuff to talk about, but I know we got a short time here. But thank you, Mr. President. You're making our country healthier again.
Thank you, Bobby. Could you just say, for the record, state what the autism was, let's say, 20 years ago and what it is today?
In 1970, the largest epidemiological study in history was performed. 900,000 kids were looked at. They were looking for autism in Wisconsin children. They looked at every child in Wisconsin who was 8 years old. They found an autism rate of 0.7 per 10,000. So almost close to 1 in 20,000, less than 1 in 10,000. Today, the autism rates are nationally 1 in 31, but it's actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, reports an autism rate of 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. This is a national security issue. There is nothing more important, and I'm grateful to you, Mr. President, because you know the flack that you take for talking about this issue. You've shown courage and you've shown leadership, and I can't thank you enough for letting me do this work.
Thank you. So think of that, 1 in 20,000, and now it's 1 in 12 for boys, 1 in 18, 19 for girls. So obviously there's something that's artificially, I think, induced, something, whether it's the vaccines in terms of these massive vaccines that are twice the size of a jar like that, of a glass of water like that, into a baby's body. And I've suggested get them in doses, get them in, maybe 20%, 30%, but smaller, not such a big. I think, that. And we had certain recommendations, the MMR, take them separately. The measles is already separate now, and it works out much better. But there doesn't seem to be any impact if you take it separately. If you take it as a combination, it's not so great. And some other things. But I would say don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and when the baby is born, don't give it Tylenol. you can avoid it at all. Just don't give it Tylenol.
I'll say this.
Really, what do you have to lose? You really don't have much to lose. Yeah, go ahead.
There's also there's many other confirmation studies. There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. It's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, none of this is just positive, but all of it is stuff that we should be paying attention to.
Yeah. But, there's a tremendous amount of proof or evidence, I would say, as a non-doctor, but I've studied this a long time ago. I met Bobby in my office 20 years ago. We were talking about the same thing 20 years ago. And I was a real estate developer. It bothered me that it seemed to be getting worse, but it's so bad now when you hear these numbers. It's not even really sustainable. I don't know how people do it, but there is some very strong evidence on Tylenol. In fact, at one point, I guess the company gave a warning.
They still don't recommend it during pregnancy. That's the weird thing.
They're not recommending it, and that's the company itself. So just don't take it. Don't take it. If you're a woman, don't take it, and don't give it to the baby when the baby's born, and I think that's going to have an impact. But I'd also get the shots in smaller doses. And, there are a few things, we gave a few things that just seem to be, and I think you'd get that number way back up. Think of it. You have 1 in 20,000, and now it's not even believable when you think that 20,000 drops to 12 children. So that's induced by something that's given or taken, and it should be able to be stopped. And you were talking about the Pennsylvania Dutch. You were talking about the Amish, where they don't take any of this stuff, and they have virtually none, right? They have no autism. So we're doing something very bad. Somebody's been given some bad things. Other countries, by the way, we have 82 vaccines that we give simultaneously. And I'm a vaccine believer, by the way. I believe in the polio vaccine. I believe in a lot of vaccines. But when you give 82 vaccines in a shot to a little baby that hasn't even formed yet, it's a lot of vaccines. And in Japan, they give a much smaller number. In Germany, they give a much smaller, like 28 vaccines. It's a lot, too. But 28's a lot different than 82. So, but I would say on the Tylenol, don't take it. And that will be, I think it's going to be a big factor. I think it'll be a very good result, and I hope we're going to be able to see that result in the not too distant future, because certainly people have heard us loud and clear. That's why I bring it up again. That's why I asked you to talk about it, because this is a horrible thing. And if you don't take it, I mean, you have to tough it through sometimes. There are other things you can do, but you have to tough it out. It's easy for me to say, but I think you're going to see numbers that will it'll be so significantly improved, and maybe fully improved. I mean, there's something there. There's something going on, and we have to address it. And so I'm addressing it the best I can as a non-doctor, but I'm a man of common sense. Okay, any other questions?
I'd like to comment on the workforce.
Please.
Mr. President, a lot of people are calling to give you the Nobel Peace Prize after this peace deal that you managed to achieve in the Middle East. First of all, your opinion on that, and I was wondering about your trip to the Middle East, if you can tell us if you're considering to speak at the Knesset, at the Israeli parliament.
Well, they asked me to speak at the Knesset, and I've agreed to. If they would like me to, I will do it. It's the first time a president has ever done that, so that makes it very interesting, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I will do it if they want me to. They have asked me to do that. Thank you.
Families of hostages are out in the streets in Israel dancing and crying tears of joy.
They're all dancing in the streets right now. They're dancing in the streets. They're so happy. Everybody's happy. They're dancing in the streets of Arab countries, Muslim countries. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody is happy. It's been really amazing. Thank you.
President Trump, on the international peacekeeping force that's going to deploy to Gaza soon, do you expect that Pakistan, Turkey, other countries to contribute forces? Has that become firmed up? And also on the shutdown, it seems like in House there's a majority support for a temporary extension of the Obamacare subsidies, perhaps minus the funds for illegal immigrants. Is that how you see the deal to end the shutdown happening?
Well, I see the deal just getting extended as we continue to talk, but we're willing to pay because we're paying. You know, it's very simple. We're paying. And the Democrats are the ones that cause this problem, and it's a big problem for them. And they have a lot of break in their ranks. But so I see that, you know, I think that'll get worked out. But we want to get back before we do this. We don't want to have a gun held to our head. We don't like that, and the public doesn't like it either. So we want to get back. And I think it's going to work out. I think it's going to work out very well. It's something that shouldn't have happened. This was supposed to take place before the election. You know, this was supposed to take place on September 28th before the election. We shouldn't even be talking about this right now. This is actually something that shouldn't have even happened. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, looking ahead, what guarantees Hamas disarms and that Israel doesn't resume bombing once the hostages are released?
The first thing we're doing is getting our hostages back, okay? And that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see. But they've agreed to things, and I think it's going to move along pretty well.
But what is phase two? When does it begin?
I'm not going to talk about that because you sort of know what phase two is, but there will be disarming, there will be pullbacks, there will be a lot of things that are happening. You know, I gave you a whole list of 22 different things that will take place. And I think it'll take place, and I think you're going to end up with peace in the Middle East. But we have to get our hostages back, and we weren't going to do it at the end. We're going to do it at the beginning. We said we want them at the beginning. We're not doing it. You know, we got the hostages back. We did, as a group with Steve and Jared and Marco and me and all of us. We got the hostages back. We got many of them back. Many, unfortunately, were dead. But we got many back that are now living with their families, with their parents in many cases, and with their husbands, families, wives. Many of them, they celebrate all over. They're the ones that are celebrating the loudest. They're all over. There are a lot of them that we got out. But the last 20, and I always said the last ones are going to be the most difficult, but it's been a very big deal getting the hostages out, but the rest is going to take place too.
And can you promise Palestinians they will be able to stay?
Well, they know exactly what we're doing. We're going to create something where people can live. You can't live right now in Gaza. The place is it's a horrible situation. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So, yeah, we're going to create better conditions for people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, excuse me, what kind of security guarantees is the United States going to make for Gaza?
Well, we're going to work with very wealthy countries that love people, frankly. I know them very well. They love people, but they love Arab people, and they love Muslims, and they love, I think right now they love everybody, and they're immensely wealthy, and they're going to be involved in putting up money, and for them it's a small amount of money. For somebody else it's a large amount of money, but you know, these are the wealthiest countries in the world, and they'll be very much involved in making it as good as possible.
And what's your take now on a two-state solution, sir? Just to follow up on that, what is your view now on a two-state solution for the?
I don't have a view. I'm going to go with what they agree to.
Mr. President, given that there are some tough provisions for Israel in this agreement, are you at all concerned that Bibi Netanyahu may not continue in his post? He may be deposed.
That Bibi may go a little bit out of whack.
That he may no longer be prime minister when this is over.
Look, that's politics. It could be. I don't know. I think he's very popular right now. He's much more popular today than he was 5 days ago. I can right now, maybe people shouldn't run against him. 5 days ago, it might not have been a bad idea. No, Bibi's become. This has been a very good thing. I don't think he did it for that reason, okay? But I think just looking as an analyst would look at this, I think Bibi should be very popular right now. Yeah, please.
What will happen if Hamas says that it cannot locate or was not able to find all of the deceased hostages' bodies within the time frame?
Well, we'll have to see. I think that's going to be, it's largely been answered. We know where most of them are. Actually, the bodies are a bigger problem because some of the bodies are going to be a little bit hard to find. It's a terrible thing to discuss even, but you understand, we're all people, we're grown-ups, we understand life. Nobody can understand this stuff because this could have taken place, but we have the hostages for the most part, and so I don't think it's going to be overly big. The situation with the bodies, they say 20, 28. Some are going to be a little bit hard to find, but we're going to do the best we can. Yeah, please.
If they don't find them within the time frame.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Regarding Jared Kushner's role in the negotiations, can you explain a little bit about why he came on at the last minute? And then in regards to the WIC program that the Vice President mentioned, do you know when the funding that you promised through the tariff revenue will actually go through to communities? Because there's reports that WIC providers are actually starting to close down today.
Well, okay, let me just answer the Jared. So Jared's a very smart guy. He did the Abraham Accords. As some people say, the Abraham, which I love the way that sounds, but he did the Abraham Accords. It was a great thing for big countries joined. If I were president, if the election would have been a correct election, which it wasn't, you'd have every country in there. Maybe even Iran would have been in there, frankly. But you'd have every country in. Now, by the way, that's going to be filled up rather quickly. People want to join the Abraham Accords. And I put Jared there because he's a very smart person, and he knows the region, knows the people, knows a lot of the players. And the combination of him and Steve Witkoff and Marco and Cooper, who, as I hear, has been fantastic, and others that were involved. JD was very much involved. I mean, we had a very smart group of people working. We had a lot of different players, different countries, and very diverse countries, very different from each other. They had certain things in common, but they had a lot of things, mostly things that were not at all common to their countries. So we had a very smart group of people. These are high IQ people. Okay, I talk about how many low IQ people we have in our government. We got some real low ones, but some shockingly low. But these are very high IQ people, and that's what we want. I like high IQ people. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. Can I ask you about the China? You're meeting with President Xi. The Chinese have now set to put in new export controls on rare earth minerals, and they've stopped buying soybeans from the U.S. What do you hope to get out of that meeting now with President Xi?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I just heard this a little while ago before we came in, so I haven't been briefed on it. Export. I mean, look, we have the ultimate export. We have import, and we have export. We import from China massive amounts, and maybe we'll have to stop doing that. But I don't know exactly what it is. Neither do you. Neither does anybody. It's a little bit soon. I just heard about it. So Scott and Howard will figure that out, and I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
Can I ask you about the soybeans? What is the plan to help farmers? Is it direct checks? Is it tax? Have you sorted that out yet?
Well, what happens with soybeans is we're going to see more and more, I think, opening up. And part of the reason that we'll be he's got things that he wants to discuss with me, and I have things that I want to discuss with him. And one of the things is soybeans. I had a great deal with China where they would buy $50 billion worth of our farm product and manufacturing and other things, but farm product. And it was going along well. Then when the election turned out to be a rigged election and we had the wrong guy get in there, he didn't do anything about it. I used to call up President Xi every 2 weeks, or I'd call up people in China, say, you got to keep going. You're not buying the amount that you agreed to. And this went on for, ever since we signed the agreement. It was a great agreement. So they used to do 15 billion, and I got it up to 50 billion, 50, and it was great. Then when Biden got in, they just never adhered to the agreement, and nobody in Biden's group, as you can imagine, did anything about it. So it just sat there for 4 years, and they didn't adhere to the agreement. And it's hard to go back after 4 years of nobody calling them, but I used to call them every 2 weeks. I'd say, you're a little low, or I appreciate it. Oftentimes I'd say, thank you very much. You are totally adhering to the agreement. But we had an agreement that would buy $50 billion worth of our product, mostly farm product. And the farmer, remember I said to the farmers, buy larger tractors and more land. And that's exactly what happened. They did well. But we do suffer. I'd like you to discuss that maybe for a second, Brooke, very quickly. Charlie, by the way.
Yes, sir.
But would you just talk about how Biden let us down? Biden, every single thing, every problem the farmer has is because Biden didn't do anything for 4 years. Go ahead.
No, I think that's right. This president has been unequivocal in his support of the farmers. First of all, in term one, we worked on it so hard and opened up markets, but especially this term. But here's what everyone has to understand. The farm economy is in a very uncertain time. But that isn't because of the current trade negotiations, although certainly the China part is part of that. But we inherited a slew of issues. First of all, as the president said, when we left Trump 1, we had an agriculture trade surplus. When we came back for Trump 2, it was a $50 billion ag deficit. That isn't everything. That's just agriculture. The second part is the cost of inputs for our farmers increased on average between 30 and 38%. But that includes fertilizer. It includes fuel. It includes interest rates. It includes labor. All of this came about under Joe Biden, a 47% increase in the cost of labor that now Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer and Noam and I are working on. Fuel is coming down. Thank you. Interest rates, thankfully, are coming down. A 73% increase in interest rates for our farmers. They couldn't get loans to make sure that they could move forward. So that's all really, really important. And I think we have to realize what the president's commitment is this, that we're moving into an era of rural prosperity, of a golden age for our farmers in rural America. The trade renegotiations and the trade realignment that Jameson and Scott and Howard have led with the president's leadership is unlike anything that's happened in the history of our country. And those that will benefit the most are the original Americans, our farmers and our ranchers. The president has committed, if we need a bridge, he has talked about that to get us from the Biden years to the new Trump era. That's what we're working on every day. We've got to get the government reopened so that we can move forward on that. And once we do, we'll be able to move out a significant program to help our farmers. Long term, we have to change this hamster wheel of government. We've got to ensure that the farmers have the market to sell, and it's a national security issue and onshoring a lot of the food as well.
Okay,
So, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think that's enough.
Thank you, Thank you, Thank you.
The country is doing very well. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Head out, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Right this way.
President Trump wrapping up his latest cabinet meeting at the White House, this in advance of meeting with Finland's president later on this afternoon. We'll have complete coverage of both events coming up here later today. But for now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Listen, I know that you and I've been really excited to see, especially with COVID. And you say that conversation is the cure. I think Charlie would agree with that. You guys, Charlie never actually got to go on your show. We were working on it behind the scenes, and I'm sad that didn't happen. But you did get to be on with him at the Patrick Bet-David.
For hours.
Yeah. So, and by the way, he came away from that, Chris, and he said, no, Chris is he's a really decent guy in person. I really enjoyed meeting him. And so, I mean, it was all positive vibes. But Chris, I'm going to keep you.
I like that. I didn't agree with some of his things. The one thing I wish Charlie had the chance to say here, what he told me when I was with him with Pat, I was like, how can you think that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake?
Oh, well,
he said, and he said to me, and I've said this, I've said this. Now people think I'm lying, but whatever. He said to me, it's not what I meant. He goes, I know you can show me clips of that. That's not what I meant. Of course, minorities needed to have the right to vote. That's not it. It's that the DEI that was embedded in the DNA of that legislation wound up being used in a way that has been bad for the country. And that's what he was talking about. That's what he meant, even if he didn't say it that way. And I accepted it because... And I tell this to people all the time as Tyro journalists.
Well, hold on, Chris, hold that thought. We're going to keep going. I have to do a little quick out here for radio. We're going to keep going on the stream. And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, we're going to keep going with Chris Cuomo. 1 second. With more with Chris Cuomo. We also have Blake Neff here. We still have Chris, right? He didn't. Okay, good. You're still there.
Man, I'm right here.
No, so you were. I mean, this is a really important thing.
I was just
saying
that my experience with racists. Okay, you got three kinds. Okay, you got dummies. Okay, right? People who are ignorant, didn't get exposed to diversity, or they're just dummies. Okay, that's one. The second kind are the people who aren't aware that their behaviors or their words or both are suggestive of a prejudice, that it's implicit, and that they're not trying to be that way, but that's how they're raised, that's just how they think, and it's correctable. Then you have the third one, okay, which is the real problem. Racists who are proud to tell you that they are. And in my experience, if someone's a racist, they will tell you, because they believe they have very good reasons for it. And I see it being abused now, just like calling people on Nazis or saying that Trump is Hitler. You cheapen the profound nature.
Well, to be fair, though, Chris, just to be fair, people have been mislabeling people as racist for, basically as long as I've been an adult, probably much longer before that.
Sometimes
but it's
people
been,
who
but it
are
ramped
called it
up,
are, and a lot of times they're not.
It ramped up a lot in the last, I would say, 10, 15 years, a lot. And you can see that by some of those charts and graphs that were the Wall Street Journal, how many times they brought up racism or racist.
There's no
it became
question that
weaponized.
you are right. You are right. And what matters, or should matter, it actually doesn't matter enough, is why. The reason it's ramped up is because we're going down a road of fundamentalism. We are getting into extreme ideas and extreme belief systems. And I believe it is fed by our system, the two-party system specifically, and amplified by design, for profit, by social media. So that now it's not that, like, I would love for you guys to pepper me with, like, all right, what do you think about, guns or whatever it is, where you think that we disagree. And I think it's a really great exercise. And we don't want to do that. Instead, I want to say, oh, that Andrew is a cuck. And, that Blake is soft. And I destroyed them. And, I destroyed them. And I did this and I did that. Yeah. And then I put it out in the clips. And that's how it is. It's so toxic. And people don't get it. And I say to them, just think about it. I say to people all the time, you think you'd say that if you were standing in front of me right now?
It's funny, Chris. I remember this.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, no, you would. It's funny. I have this. I don't know if this is bad to bring up, but one of the images of you in my head was, somebody came at you in public. It was in real life, and I think the clip went viral for a little bit, and you got this guy's face. Like I remember thinking, like, well, you don't want to mess with Chris.
I'll give you the truth. You want the truth, Andrew?
Yeah,
Here's the truth. The unspoken truth. One, I almost got fired for that. And a big reason that it almost happened was the president. The president saw the clip or was told about the clip and used it to make the point that people say his supporters are violent. Look at this guy. And he went another step and was like, and I know him. And these guys got lucky. And I'll tell you what, he's right. They did get lucky, and I'll tell you why, Andrew. What you don't know is they didn't stop me. They stopped my 9-year-old daughter and said, is it okay if we take a picture with Fredo? And as I was walking up the stairs, I heard this. And I said, did you just call me Fredo to my 9-year-old daughter? And the guy was like, yeah. Like that?
Oh, yeah. You don't do that. You don't do that. And that's disrespectful, Chris, of course. And I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm going to talk about political violence, the rise of it, more with Chris Cuomo. We're going to welcome back radio. All right. More with Chris Cuomo in just 1 second. But first, I'm going to tell you about Alan Jackson Ministry. Well, his podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues we're facing today: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, and the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss problems. In every episode, he gives practical things we all can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise, powerful testimony, and each episode episode will help you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact the world today. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring biblical truth back into the culture. That's what we try and do. You can find out more about Pastor Allen and the ministry at allenjackson.com. That's ALLEN Jackson.com. All right, Chris, I want to show you a graphic, and I'm going to have you reply to it because it is concerning. And I saw, by the way, so go ahead and throw up 265. And we've talked about it on this show before. And the question was posed, and remember, this is September 12th through the 15th. Don't worry, I'll walk you all through it if you can't read it. It says the question was, so this is 2 days after it happened, okay? Is it ever justified for citizens to resort to violence in order to achieve political goal? And this is the percentage of responding yes. And look at that really standout node right there at the beginning. Age 18 through 39, if you're liberal, 30% of them, just about, maybe just under, maybe it's 29%, said yes, that it's justified to resort to violence to achieve political goals. There is something going on with young progressives that they think violence is somehow okay. What do you make of that?
A few things. One, I think it's not that that is true as a standalone. It's the ands, okay? One, they may call themselves progressives. They may not. I think the labels don't apply the way they used to. And it's not just people on the left, it's young people in general.
Well, but Chris, one second. Yes. I just want to say, look at the conservative node there. It's in the other color. It is. I see young conservatives are actually self-described. Yeah, self-described are less likely than even 60-plus-year-old conservatives.
Yes, and I think there's a reason for that right now, which is the rageometer has swung, the pendulum, right? Everything is pendular in our politics. Why? Two choices. The binary nature of it. So the rage was on the right. That's what launched and birthed MAGA, was the president tapping into a legitimate set of grievances. Sure. And there was outrage. Now it has swung and there's reaction formation to MAGA, the Dem Socs, I call them, the Democratic Socialists. And they have the outrage. They have the grievance of Trump as a fascist and of affordability and of perceived cultural victimization, which they grab onto in Gaza as well as here in America. Like that's the level of surrogacy they have for this righteousness, whether or not it applies to them or not. That's what's driving it. And it is really dangerous.
How do we fix it?
Here's how you fix it, okay? I've been giving this a lot of thought.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes.
Usually, I'll do it in 30 seconds. Usually I say, I don't know. I'm not in the answers business. But here's the answer. There's no way that News Nation and every other media platform that you like or dislike has a level of responsibility for what it puts out there. And the richest, most powerful media people with the largest platforms have zero. Fix it.
Interesting. Yeah, and I would say that, to Charlie's credit, because Charlie gets lumped in with this, Charlie Kirk destroys lib and all this stuff, and I get it. Those videos are out there on social media. But 90%, Chris, of his interactions on campus were calm, patient. Yes. One of the most common things that we saw, especially as he got older, because he started looking at the students as like younger siblings. He had the older brother role, and he was nearly infinitely patient with so many of these kids, and that became the most common comment that we would see on social media, like, Charlie, how do you have the patient? And
for me as well. That's what I valued about Charlie.
To your point, those didn't always go as viral as the fiery exchanges, and that's something that's cooked into our basic wiring. 30 seconds. The floor is yours to finish us off.
Never. I mean, it's not one thing; it's everything. Okay, and I get that most people don't get this because most people don't live social media the way the amplified, the magnified minorities do. Minority populations. So they don't really get it, but it is infecting everything they do get. And you have to stop allowing the algorithms to reward rage baiting. I'm not allowed to do that. If I were to do that, there would be so much scrutiny of all this guy does is like give you reasons to hate people.
We got to wrap it up, Chris. That was a really interesting conversation. Thank you so much for making the time. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive. He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav.
Gold is up around 40% this year. That's not speculation, that's reality. If a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're really missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still way too high, the US dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are now flocking to gold, because they are the ones who are ultimately driving the prices up to record levels. But it's not too late to buy gold, especially if you use the Birch Gold Group and get in the door now. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, and you don't have to pay a dime out of pocket. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation here, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a great hedge and a safe haven. We're talking about for millennia here. Text America to the number 989898 right now and claim your free information kit on gold. Again, text the word America to 989898 and protect your future today with the Birch Gold Group. Clarence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. President Trump just wrapped up a cabinet meeting during which he highlighted a major victory in brokering a peace deal and hostage release between Israel and Hamas. 47 saying that he is planning on going to the Middle East to personally sign the peace agreement that he brokered. He'll likely do so in Egypt before potentially making other stops in the region. Under the terms of the agreement, Hamas is expected to release the 20 or so living hostages that it took from Israel on October 7th, 2 years ago, by early next week, and then likely Monday or Tuesday at the very latest, those hostages should be back home. The bodies of dozens of hostages are also expected to be returned to their families. The president also using the cabinet meeting to blast Senate Republicans for continuing to force the ongoing government shutdown. Wednesday, the body once again failed to pass 2 government funding bills seeking to reopen shuttered agencies around the nation's capital. The bills mark the Senate's 6th attempt to reopen the government. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Forging an all-new greatest American generation. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm going to tell you about one of our longtime partners and a dear friend of the show. That's Hillsdale College. History, economics, they're great works of literature. Do you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for a refresher course. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College president, the legend Larry Arnn, as he goes in depth on 4 novels: 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and freedom are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books long ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talking about them and they seem just a little bit intimidating. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com. That's charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. We love those guys, and they've been so good to us. So, I used to always notice this when Charlie would get to like certain segments and he just was like, hey, I don't even know anything about what I'm talking about here, but you guys do. So, and he would like love it because it was not on him. So we're going to be talking about pop culture, controversies, Taylor Swift, Zach Bryan, all the things. But first, Mikey McCoy has some news for us.
Yeah. So obviously we announced the halftime show today.
The All-American
halftime show. And so that initially there was a little bit of confusion because they were like, is this, the Forrest Frank, Corey Asbury halftime show? Is this the same thing? People were a little bit confused. And I think originally, Daisy, we had announced it, and then Corey also announced it. And so
everyone just kind of talking about their ideas.
Well, I do just want to say really quick, the original seed of the idea came from a joke from Jack Posobiec. I just want to say that Jack does sort of get to claim first dibs here. But anyways, continue.
Anyways, so we posted that this morning. Some people were asking questions. So just to put, for clarity's sake here, about literally 10 minutes ago, I just jumped off a call with Corey, and it was a great phone call. He's an amazing guy, great follower of Christ, does so much to bring people back to the Lord. And it was an amazing phone call, 30 minutes long. And our desire is to partner. Our desire is to proclaim the name of Jesus.
Collaborate.
Collaborate. Yeah. And so that is our desire. And so it sounds like we're going to be building a bridge there.
Oh, well, we can't get a hold of ourselves.
We can't get ahead of ourselves.
But listen, the good news is that like people that love Jesus, people that are concerned about the things of the Lord, there is no friction. Okay. There is only linking arms. And that has been Erica's one guiding principle, or there's been a few, but like one of the main ones is that we want to make heaven crowded. We want to see revival. We want to see the name of Jesus made great in our land again. And so that was a really positive step. Good job.
Amazing.
I think
I knew nothing that there was like like competing things.
I think
I was wonderfully oblivious.
what's most important is that it wasn't even anyone's specific idea. It was the American public saying we want something different than what we're given. And a lot of amazing people from Turning Point Events, Corey, whatever they're trying to put on, a lot of amazing people are trying to make that happen, and we all want to do it together.
Yeah, and I think this goes back to the fact that Bad Bunny was just a bad choice. And so a lot of people that really love this country, like Blake Neff, was like, I'm not going to stream Bad Bunny music. Or maybe you do. Do you secretly?
I have literally never heard of Bad Bunny until this.
And I'll just add this: a chord of 3 strings isn't easily broken, and so the more of us that partner together, to fight for what we believe in, is the stronger we are.
Yeah, and listen, this doesn't have to be a partisan thing. This doesn't have to be a political thing. This is just like, there is a sense of what America is. There's a sense about what faith, family, and freedom mean to people, and we just want to do that. That's what we want to do.
Family, freedom, less booty cheeks on a halftime show, more believers,
less sexual anarchy,
booty cheeks, believers.
Yeah,
we're more on this side.
That's really the division here.
It's also a perfect transition.
I was going to say, okay, so what are we talking about here?
Let's get this. Let's take so Daisy is of course a Taylor Swift fan.
I also would like to say I do have other interests. I know I really only come on the show to talk about Taylor Swift.
I know, but I'm not sure. I
do.
I feel like I only ever talk to her about Taylor Swift. But this is obviously a recurring thing. Charlie had very strong thoughts on Taylor Swift's celebrity and her relationship with that, the Pfizer guy,
Travis Kelce.
But now she has a new album out, and Daisy's going to tell us there's very interesting developments in how the Swifties
Well, we did talk about this once already. So she talks about just wanting to have the white picket fence in the family, which we thought was good.
That was the day after it had come out. And so the online chatter hadn't really started yet. But since then, it's been a week since it came out, almost a week since we had that conversation. And she is getting canceled by her own side. People have found a lot of different lyrics that are microaggression.
This reminds me of when that Z gal from the Un-F America tour was trying to counter Charlie and Turning Point, and then she got canceled by her own team for microaggressions.
Exactly. So there are a couple things that are going on. One, people are upset saying that Taylor is one of the quotes that I saw was that she has given the alt-right, their conservative agenda on a silver platter because she's talking about how she wants to get married and have kids.
People use that term in the most idiotic ways.
And then separately, she's getting slammed for her racist.
And what's the Black Rock?
So
okay, Topaz.
Let's show some of the clips just so we can set this up. Do we have one of those set up?
Well, we have the montage of the left canceling.
We have. Let's just start with this is a couple of let's do 118.
I want to have your white babies, and I actually want our entire neighborhood to be racially homogenous. She went through this entire thing with Trump, right? About how she and her fan base did not like being called childless cat ladies. And now Taylor is calling y'all childless cat ladies.
Either the life of a showgirl is one big racist, homophobic dog whistle, or everyone has lost their absolute minds. Currently singing about your new fiance is endorsing eugenics now. And the song Cancelled is a MAGA anthem. The Hamlet character Ophelia, a happy ending instead of a tragic one, is an endorsement of the patriarchy. The song Opalite is a white supremacist anthem for I don't know why. And it's also homophobic too. And also racist while we're at it. The question is a dog whistle really a dog whistle if only the offended party can hear it?
So that person sounds like she was defending Taylor, but going
through the general things that people are saying. So there's a couple things that are going on. One, there's a song called Opalite. Travis Kelce's very public ex-girlfriend was a black girl. Taylor's lyric says, "You were sleepless in the onyx night. Now you're seeing opalite," something like that. And people are saying that this is racist because onyx is black. Opalite. One of the articles I read said that Taylor represents opalite because she's translucent and white.
I just have to say, Taylor, you're finally getting a taste of what Charlie had to deal with for so long. Out of context, people taking your words and twisting them. And I think that happened a few times with Charlie talking about Taylor.
We have a clip of, I think, one of those complaints, by the way. Let's play 124.
Taylor Swift has revealed herself to be resentful of black women, or at least deeply insecure when it comes to comparing herself to black women. In the song Opalite, Taylor is referencing Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend, Kayla Nicole. The lyrics of Opalite include, "You were dancing through the lightning strikes, sleepless in the onyx night, but now the sky is opalite." So Taylor is not only using the lyrics in the song to talk about how she is so much better for Travis than his ex-girlfriend is, but she is choosing to do that using the imagery of onyx, which is typically black, and opalite, which is typically white. So it gets even worse. Taylor's apparent racism, because she has in Wishlist, the song that we talked about last week, she says she wants to have a bunch of kids with Travis and have the whole block looking like you, which is clearly Taylor saying that she wants her entire block to look white, and not obviously not her saying she wants to have so many kids with her fiance who she's in love with that she wants a bunch of mini thems running around. But no, she's very clearly being racist by that one. Another one, which took me a lot longer to understand. I still don't really understand it. In her song Eldest Daughter, she says, "I'm not a bad bee." We can interpret what that means. "I'm not a savage," which that is a microaggression. I think we're showing pictures up on the screen of people responding to that, saying that Taylor is showing her racism by saying that, because she is comparing herself to his ex again, who we know is black. So I'm just saying.
Blake, how many times does a progressive need to get burned by the insane progressive people before they learn that you do not make common cause?
Evidence I've seen from when I have investigated this is, unfortunately, it is infinity. Some people can just be humiliated over and over, massively hated, and they'll never quite get it.
How did I know that you were just going to nail that answer?
That's also what I think is so crazy about this, because in her song Canceled, which one of the videos mentioned, it's about how she likes her friends better being canceled. It's widely speculated that's about Brittany Mahomes, who has been associated with conservative principles, the alt-right movement.
Speaking of the alt-right move, or do you have sorry, I didn't know.
Well, I was just going to say, I think this is so crazy that people are saying that Taylor is so MAGA coded in this album, because Taylor is, every single election has come out and endorsed a Democrat. She is very publicly against Trump. Just because she wants to get married and have kids does not mean that she is a Republican.
There is a real dimension to this. There's a real dimension to this where it really makes them come out and you realize they just can't stand normal people.
Yeah.
And not to mention, this album is incredibly raunchy, not kid friendly.
Isn't there something about a magic wand?
Yes,
there's a whole song
she wants to get married.
Yeah. Maybe she'll get canceled so hard that it'll actually push her to the right.
I think that's what Charlie was hoping for.
It's the Charlie Kirk prophecy that's about to come true.
It's getting fulfilled.
In our midst. We should play 123 though. This is a critique of her album being Republican coded. 123.
I came across a video today of someone calling Taylor Swift's new album Republican coded because
it obviously is. And if you can't realize that, you're a victim of the media literacy crisis. If only for the song Canceled, where she, the billionaire, paints herself as the victim of cancel culture. People rightfully pointed out the person she was dating did a racist thing. But beyond that, that's enough. That's obvious. Making, number one, that, and number two, an album about an idealized form of what is a typical American family, ideally, of living in a suburb, being in a monogamous relationship, getting peace and joy, and basically just kind of being a housewife.
Turn this guy
Those
off.
are Republican virtues.
Those are Republican virtues.
We'll
take them.
We'll take them.
I'll take them.
We'll take it.
American families.
I will just maintain, if she can go on a tour, and if she announces that she is going to go on tour as Taylor Kelsey, I think.
I'll buy tickets.
I'll go explode.
Her fan base will explode. I just want to apologize to the audience for playing that young man. I'm sorry. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, everybody. We have good news for you. The folks over at Y-Refi, they will help you get out from the burden of private student loan debt that you are currently facing. If that's you, and that's probably a lot of you, because there's $45 billion of private student loan debt in this country that is labeled as distressed, they're going to help you. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, which are different from federal student loans. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact Y-Refi. If you have distressed or defaulted private student loans, nobody is coming to bail you out, and bankruptcy is not an option. But you can take charge of your situation by contacting the folks at Y-Refi. And not only are they giving you a helpful service that you need to take advantage of over at Y-Refi, they are good people. They're people that have stood by this show. They are people that have stood by Turning Point USA, and they love this country. They're patriots, and they're good Americans. So if you go to yrefi.com, you can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped. You can even see what their monthly payments were versus what they are now. Bad credit is accepted. Do you have a co-borrower? You can get them off the loan. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. So just call 888-YREFI34, 888-YREFI34, or log on to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com, YREFY.com. All right, so to the Real America's Voice audience, I just want to say I'm sorry for that young man. I don't think my apology was heard over your airways, and it won't happen again. Too cringe. It will not happen again. But it is remarkable that normal things are now Republican coded. I think that's a win for the country,
in the
short term politically, because how are you supposed to win if monogamy is like a partisan issue? Like, I'm pretty sure Democrats don't want to be cheated on either, you know?
I wouldn't want to assume.
I wouldn't want to assume. Okay. All right. We have more pop culture controversies, including Zach Bryan, anti-ICE Zach Bryan. We'll see what the truth is, Daisy. In 4 seconds, we're going to welcome back radio. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, joined by Daisy, Blake, and Mikey. And we're talking about what's the next controversy we need to be educated on.
Zach Bryan posted a snippet of a song, and he captioned it "The Fading of the Red, White, and Blue." And in this song, his lyrics are, "And ICE is going to come bust down your door, try to build a house no one builds no more, but I got a telephone, the kids are all scared and all alone." So Zach Bryan already is just not a good guy. I think that's pretty well
Is
known.
that true?
I think we talked about this.
I've also never heard of Zach
before.
Bryan until this
He's
moment.
a massive country singer,
he's
incredibly
huge.
talented.
Well, but Daisy, what happened with him and Brianna Chicken Fry?
Yes, so he publicly dated.
That was
Brianna
his
Chicken
former
Fry.
girlfriend.
Chicken Fry is not actually her last name, but
that's what we call it.
It'd be funnier if she was.
goes by Brianna Chicken Fry. They publicly dated for a long time. Then messy breakup. She came out, said that he treated her incredibly terribly. Very, very, very bad stuff about him. And
do we
he
trust her?
offered. In this story, yes, I don't think she's a fan of us in any way, but she very publicly has said that he offered her $12 million
to go away,
to never talk about him publicly again.
But
and
that's just an
his
extortion
ex-wife
racket.
also took the same deal. Not $12 million, but
he's been married to.
Yes, he was in the military, was married, got divorced, then is now a very successful country singer. But Brianna Chicken Fry did not take the money and has spoken about everything that
Turning down $12 million to publicly hate on someone is some pretty
Says a lot
nuclear
about the
level
person.
hatred.
Yes.
A woman scorned, Blake. A woman scorned.
So
Daisy knows what
he's always been pretty liberal, especially after all the Bud Light stuff happened. I want to say that conservatives were canceling Bud Light, and I think he pretty publicly said Bud Light was going to be the sole beer he drank on his tour. I'm 90%
By the way,
sure that's
he's
what that
he's
was.
about 5'5" in person. I don't get mad. My wife bought me a ticket.
Sure.
I went to the concert.
This is how it's gonna be. All right.
She bought it for me as a
Can we get a shirt?
Did you go to a Taylor Swift concert? I did not go to a Taylor
Can we
Swift
rush
concert.
print a Zach Bryan #1 fan shirt?
We need
for
this.
Andrew.
I do not have that. I will
That's why we
tell
have to
you
make it.
that the first thing that I saw I enter the arena, and it's kind of done in the round, so he kind of moves around. He kind of points to all directions, and the first thing I noticed is that he had heels like on his shoes, of course, like this, like they were like Bono heels. He used to do that too, and he's legit. He's just a very tiny person. 5'4", 5'5".
Was it hard to see him from the crowd?
Even with the stage. So why do we think he's a bad person? I don't understand.
Well,
Because could the women be extorting him? I don't know that I trust this stuff. I'm just being honest.
I know.
I think there's enough.
Well, they clearly weren't extorting him because they turned down the money.
Yeah.
He always starts fights with cops when they're literally being so chill with him.
Morgan Wallen?
No, Zach.
Sorry.
No, Zach Bryan.
He got arrested for
at one
interfering
point.
with a traffic stop, and he told the officer, "I'm just a 27-year-old kid, man." Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well known that he's not the best best guy. He's also pretty
liberal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I also think
he
we
has
have
comments though. He's commented on this.
Well, we have Christy Nome responding to it. That's 114. If we want to play that.
Okay.
Yes.
114.
I hope he understands how completely disrespectful that song is, not just to law enforcement, but to this country, to every single individual that has ever stood up and fought for our freedoms. He just compromised it all by putting out a product such as that attacks individuals who are just trying to make our streets safe. So, Zach, I didn't listen to your music. I'm happy about that today. Today, that makes me very happy that I never once gave you a single penny to enrich your lifestyle if you truly believe what that song stands for. But I am going to go out and probably download some Jason Aldean songs, John Rich songs,
Kid
John
Rock.
Hardy, Kid Rock, any of those guys. Those guys know what it means to stand up for freedom.
Okay.
So
Fair
you
enough.
can't say the same thing that Christy Nome said, that she's never given a penny to Zach Bryan to support him.
I can't say it.
But
I'm sorry.
Zach Bryan.
I will just say all of you are less pure than me because you had heard of Zach Bryan.
That is true. No, he is incredibly talented.
I can't believe you guys would just go and know who Zach Bryan is when he's
my wife is like, we're going to a country. We're going to a country.
No,
concert. That's what I thought.
He's very famous for a reason. He's
big.
He's really, really an amazing
So he
singer.
responds, though.
He responded and
30
said
seconds.
that this song is actually about his love for the country, and anyone that's using it as a weapon proves how divided we all truly are.
He posted it.
Well, that's the end of our pop culture power half hour.
Let us know what you think about Zach
Yeah.
Bryan.
Freedom@charliekirk.com, and send us who you want to see at the halftime show, the All-American halftime show.
I don't think Zach Bryan will want to
Bryan's
join
gonna
for that
make it.
one.
We'll be back tomorrow. I will be gone. The gents will be hosting in my stead. Talk to you soon.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
A 5th generational conflict.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Deliver us from
Gubernatorial
evil.
Candidate Katie Porter is facing criticism from all sides after attempting to walk out of a recent interview. The former Orange County Congresswoman took exception to a reporter's question about appealing to voters who also voted for President Trump.
How would I need them in order to win, ma'am?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote.
Peace for the Middle East. It's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have Muslim, all of the Muslim countries are included, all of the Arab countries are included, very rich countries and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas. and it seems to be going well.
The war in Gaza is almost over. For the first time in months, there is hope across the Middle East. President Trump has done what so many thought was impossible. Celebrations erupted at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv overnight as Israelis processed the news that all of the remaining hostages held by Hamas will be released in the days ahead.
Hundreds of National Guard troops are now on the ground just outside Chicago.
One of the first places we are expecting to see them is here at this ICE facility, where they will take over securing this building and freeing up federal agents to focus on Operation Midway Blitz, which began 1 month ago today. So far, close to 1,500 illegal aliens have been arrested as part of that operation, but we are told that there are still several thousand more individuals that ICE has on its target list.
President Trump and members of his cabinet had some choice words to say about Portland today at a roundtable meeting at the White House.
And it comes as the Trump administration continues to try and send National Guard troops to Portland's ICE facility.
And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse, and we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live on Real America's Voice. Today is October 9th, 2025, Anno Domini. I'd like to thank President Trump again yesterday for having me at the Antifa Roundtable held at the White House in the Executive Mansion, along with just a storied collection of individuals who have risked their lives. Every single person in that room risked their lives going up against Antifa time and time again. And you know something? To all the mainstream media who say that Antifa is not real, who say that it's an amorphous threat, that it's decentralized, that, it doesn't actually exist, here's what I say to you in response. Come with me. Come with me to Portland. I'll show you Antifa. Come on out. We'll go out at night. We'll put helmets on. We'll put black bloc on. We'll put GoPros on. You can have a little vest. You can have Kevlar. You can have whatever you want. But come along with me and let's go for a ride. And I will show you the streets of Portland, and I will show you exactly who Antifa is. And I'll talk to you exactly about what they do, what they are all about, what they stand for. And you tell me whether or not Antifa is real. If they're not real, then you should have no problem coming, right? So come on, if you're Aaron Burnett over at CNN, or if you're anybody over at MSNBC, or wherever you're from, CSIS, all the studies, come on out. I invite you, and I'd be more than happy for you to come along with me. I've been in there. I've been in Black Bloc how many times? I've been in Chaz, the DNC riots of 2016 that the media didn't even show. I'm going up against these guys again and again and again. So please, come along. It'll be great. But folks, what President Trump did that was so incredible there is he made the affirmation that he will name Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization. And this was one of the key things that I was seeking out of that meeting. That's why I started my remarks with discussing the fact that Antifa was born in Western Europe. They have always been an international organization. They've got links to the Middle East. They've got links to Canada. They've got links to Mexico. They're international. They meet every single definition of a foreign terrorist organization. And now President Trump has announced, we were there in the room, he asked Stephen Miller to write it up, foreign terrorist designation for Antifa. He used the full force, a whole of government approach to rid our country of this sickness, of this disease, of this filth. Charlie Kirk was shot with a gun, and the bullet casings said, "Hey, fascist, catch." And the other bullet casing said, "Bella Ciao," the international anthem of Antifa. Now, I didn't want to have to be there talking to the President of the United States about that. I'd much rather be doing anything else with my time. But folks, The threat of godless communism and Marxism has now come to our shores. Luigi Maggioni, Thomas Matthew Crooks, Tyler Robinson, the ICE shooters. There is a pattern, there is a profile, and we know it. We know the networks, and we will break it. Jack Posobiec back soon here, Real America's Voice.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means. Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Human Events Daily. Folks, let me tell you something. Cold weather will be here before you know it. And do you know what I realized the other day? If the power goes out when it's cold, I've got no way to keep myself and my family warm. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. We could actually freeze. But then I heard about the Vesta off-grid space heater from our friends at My Patriot Supply. This is a space heater that doesn't use electricity. It runs on something called canned heat, which is an indoor-safe fuel. And with a Vesta stashed in our closet, I know that the Poso family can keep warm no matter what. And it doubles as a stove to boil water or cook food, which is pretty cool, honestly. Now, the best part is you can get a Vesta and a bunch of other gifts absolutely free when you order the Winter Prep Special from My Patriot Supply. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack to see everything included. This offer won't last long, and neither will this nice fall weather. It's going to get cold. So go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack today. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. Folks, there has been this video that's gone absolutely viral in the California governor's race. Katie Porter, this I don't even know how to describe what we're seeing here, so I'm going to play it for you, and you can be the judge yourself.
This allegation of groomer and pedophile, it is alleging that a person is criminal somehow and engaged in criminal acts merely because of their identity, their sexual orientation, their gender identity.
Joining us now is Sheriff Chad Bianco of Riverside County, Florida. Sheriff Bianco, how are you?
Very good. Riverside County, California.
Riverside, California, of course. And what exactly did we see here in this video? And there's been a number of other videos of this candidate who supposedly is the leading Democrat in the California governor's race.
And we saw what we know here in California from Katie Porter is an absolute train wreck. She's been a train wreck forever. She claims she's a leader. She's not. She doesn't like the people around her. She doesn't like her family. She doesn't like the people that work for her or that she works with. And she's showing it now. And we're finally seeing all of this. And I do have to remind her that pedophilia is a crime. And we in California are absolutely sick of this left agenda that wants us to somehow believe it's not.
I mean, you hear this, and then even beyond the disgusting things that she's saying, you also hear the way that she's berating her own staff in some of these videos that have come out. She's berating reporters. I mean, this seems like someone who is a classic narcissist. And I mean, I got to say, you guys already have one of those as governor. It hasn't been going so well.
Yeah, she is definitely Gavin Newsom 2.0, and you kind of hit it on the head. She is the epitome of what the Democrat Party is right now. They are, every single one of them are complete narcissists, either truly or just by accident. They've fallen into that lifestyle, if you will, because they've been enabled for so long to say whatever they want, lie about whatever they want. The press can't question them because there is no follow-up questions. And we just saw with that interview that when there is a follow-up question, the agenda just completely falls apart because it's based on lies, it's based on emotion and not fact or the actual reality that California is living. So she represents the California Democrat Party here, and I love it. She's my biggest supporter right now.
Your biggest supporter. Well, Sheriff, you've thrown your hat in the ring for the governor's race. The race takes place, of course, next year, so we're about a year out. Talk to us about the state of California right now and why you're calling for change.
Yeah, we absolutely need a new and different path forward for California. We've been one-party rule for decades, and particularly the supermajority for the last 10, 12 years. And we are finding that California is hurting. California is losing people, losing businesses. No one is coming here anymore for that California dream. It's gone. We have the highest taxes, the highest poverty rate. Everything that we are supposed to be the best in, we're the worst. Everything that we're the worst in, we're supposed to be the best. We have more water than any place in the country, and yet we have no water. It's a complete mismanagement of government, a complete failure of an ideology as an agenda, with special interests being more important than Californians itself. And I'm truly representing what everyone is looking for right now, and that is leadership, honesty, integrity, character that we have not voted for since truly Ronald Reagan.
Well, and that's the thing. California at one point boasted certainly one of the most beautiful states in the entire union, boasted incredible resources. It was the place of dreams. It was a place that attracted not the illegal alien dreamers, but actual dreamers, where people would go to try to, find their fortune, where people would try to go and make it. And now it's become a place that it feels like, honestly, they're just looting what was once one of the shining examples of American excellence.
They truly are. Californians have just become the liberal agenda bankroll, and we're tired of it. We reached our maximum of what we're willing to pay to stay in California and the pressures that are put on us by government, and we're taking it back. There is a time now where we've said enough is enough. We're going to go for a government that actually works for its people again, instead of the people making to make government bigger. That goes against the California dream, against the American dream, and it's time that California set the stage for the rest of the country to be that shining beacon of hope again of what could be possible. Our people are great. Our businesses are great. It is our government that is ruining California.
Well, and what's horrific, actually, we have another piece of tape from Katie Porter here, and I'd love to get your comment on this. Guys, play the clip where it's Katie Porter talking about the people of California, the voters of California.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win?
Let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say.
So you don't think
I feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody.
You have it written and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters, okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
You're not going to do the interview with us?
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered.
I don't care. I don't care.
Sheriff, what did we see just there? This is someone who, she's talking about how she doesn't need the votes of 40% of the people of the state, doesn't seem to really care about them. And then when she gets asked a follow-up question, she doesn't even want to answer it, and she walks off the interview.
Yeah, it's exactly what is wrong with government and the people that have been in our state government forever, in that they're never questioned, they're never held accountable. And it's something like me. I had that interview with that reporter, and they had to kick me out of the studio. They said, you're going to have to come back. We could go on for hours with you asking questions that we're not afraid of answering, because all I have to offer is truth, honesty, and a better way of life for Californians. And I will tell you that I want 100% of California vote. I know I won't get it because there are some just crazy lunatic people that maybe 5% just refuse to vote for anyone other than a party member. But I want 100% of California vote, because I'm going to make it better for Californians instead of a special interest or an agenda or an ideology that is truly killing California. We need to get back to what California stood for, what California has been made great for, and really get back to public safety, infrastructure, education, cost of living, making all of those things good here instead of what we truly have.
Well, and Sheriff, let me ask you this as well. One of the big things that we've seen from Governor Newsom and the current administration of California is this complete refusal and outright obstruction to work with the federal government on the issue of illegal aliens. Obviously, this has been a huge problem plaguing California. What would be your policy there?
Yeah, the policy is to take care of California, and you work with the federal government to get the benefits that every other state is getting right now from the federal government, instead of fighting him at every turn. California has had decades long of failure because of the Democrat Party. And right now we are seeing an absolute refusal to acknowledge those because of Trump derangement syndrome, where you mention the word Trump and they just lose their minds. And we don't talk about California anymore because it's just about fighting the president who is trying to make the country the greatest that we have ever been in history. And we are seeing some of the things that he's doing. His policies are absolutely outstanding. They should just give him the Nobel Peace Prize right now and give him what he deserves, instead of just fighting him like he's doing something wrong. California is definitely broken because of politics. And in this election, we're going to set it straight. We're going to set a new path forward, and we're going to make California that shining star on the West Coast that it once was.
Sheriff, are you saying that you want to make California great again? You could just say it.
We are going to make California great again.
Oh, I love to hear it. I mean, you go out there, you hear the stories, and look, I, as an East Coast guy, right? We think of California as it is today, and people make the jokes and people talk about it, but you really think back to what California could be beyond the homeless encampments, beyond the illegals festering everywhere, beyond the crime. California, and obviously I've been there many, many times, especially when I was in the Navy, went through San Diego quite a few times. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. It is God's country, and God's people need God's country to be absolutely restored. Sheriff Bianco, where can people go to follow you, get more information on the campaign and everything you're putting out?
Absolutely. BiancoForGovernor.com or Sheriff Chad Bianco on all of the social media platforms. We need your help. We need your support. We're going to make a small investment. You can all make a small investment in California's future, and we're going to make a difference in 2026.
Check them out, folks. Make California great again. I like the sound of that. I really like the sound of that. Jack Posobiec will be right back here. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sovic. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
Jack Sovic, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. Well, folks, we were talking yesterday about the Antifa roundtable that we held yesterday at the White House, and there was also a moment where something truly remarkable happened in the midst of all of that, which obviously none of us knew was going to happen. But I turned to my side at one point because I saw movement, and I see the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, there. And right behind him is a certain bearded vice president. And then so Marco Rubio comes in around us, goes over to the president, leans into his ear, and I'm thinking, well, this is going to be the meme, everywhere. Absolutely iconic, even in the moment. And I thought, and I knew the president had talked about being involved in some discussions regarding the war in Gaza. And so, when the Secretary of State came in, I thought, wow, something must be up. I want to bring in our good friend, Matt Boyle. He is the Washington bureau chief of Breitbart News to talk about this. Matt, how are you?
Doing well, Jack. How are you, sir? Yeah, what a moment there, right? Like, whenever you see someone come and whisper in the president's ear, it's like shocking, right? There's that infamous image after 9/11, the 9/11 attacks, when George Bush is at a school, right, reading books to children, and somebody comes and whispers in his ear to tell him about the attack. That was bad news. This is good news, right? Like, so this was great.
It's either something really, really bad or something really, really good. And it's like, 50-50 chance. And I'm glad I was on the right side of that one.
Yeah, this is big news. Look, this is big boy diplomacy, what President Trump has accomplished here. This is, arguably, and again, it comes down to the implementation of this. This is implementation. That's the key here. They have to implement the deal. They have to follow the process. There's going to be hiccups. There's going to be roadblocks. But this is some serious stuff here. But if this deal holds, and it looks like it will, then this is going to go down as the greatest peace deal that an American president has ever negotiated ever in U.S. history. I point to the end of the 2 world wars, but I mean the unconditional surrender, right? But the fact is that this is like a big, real peace deal that's going to have world, level implications that are going to be long lasting. And so, assuming the implementation of this goes well, and that's a big assumption because there's a lot of possible impediments along the way. But the fact that we are at this point is truly incredible. You're seeing even some Democrats out there praising Trump for this. I saw Congressman Tom Suozzi earlier today issued a tweet praising President Trump for it. John Fetterman, senator from Pennsylvania, has praised the president for it. Even some Democrats who can't bring themselves to say the 2 words Donald Trump, like Barack Obama and Hakeem Jeffries, are out there praising the content of the deal because they know this is something that no other president has been able to pull off. Presidents have been trying to pull this off for generations, right? A deal over Gaza and the Palestinians and Israel. I mean, this is some real serious stuff. And what President Trump has done here, first off, if they don't give him the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow, all right, if they don't give him the Nobel Peace Prize, then, I mean, the prize is proving itself to be a joke. This is astounding level stuff. Even before this, he deserved it for a number of other things dating back to his first term with the Abraham Accords, but also all of the other peace negotiations he's accomplished this year. And that's supposedly happening tomorrow, the Nobel Committee.
Well, and it really is like a hell frozen over kind of moment, because even the Washington Post ran an op-ed today. Now, it was Mark Thiessen, who's someone who's, occasionally has Republican leanings. But even the Washington Post had an opinion editorial today saying, yes, Trump deserves the Nobel Prize. And they wrote, his Gaza agreement, though still fragile, adds to an unprecedented peacemaking record. And that's huge, just to even see something like that in the Washington Post. And it speaks to this idea that actually, we can put peace first as a country. And this is something that the president ran on all the way back to 2015, where he started saying, look, the goal of the United States government, the United States military, ought to be to support peace across the world rather than exacerbate wars and be involved in what are these called, contingency operations all over the place. It's been such a sea change from where it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, look, and by the way, I know that President Trump, it really personally views this as an important part of the job of president. And it's something that we frankly haven't seen from leaders in both parties, really dating back to Ronald Reagan, which was the last time we had like a real competent president before Trump's first term. It's amazing to me to watch President Trump expand upon Reagan's original peace through strength doctrine. Right, Reagan really fleshed out and made the peace through strength doctrine, but he did it with military strength, right? Like we weren't seeing the economic might of the United States being used. President Trump has used the economic might of the United States to implement this peace agenda for the world. And by the way, he genuinely cares about stopping the war because he wants to stop the people from getting killed. Like he thinks that it's terrible to see all these young lives worldwide, whether it's in Gaza or whether it's in Ukraine or anywhere else in any of these other conflicts, conflicts just being sacrificed to wars. He genuinely does care about this. I've talked to him, the president, about it many times over the years. It's one of the biggest reasons why I think he was elected. I think that dating back to the 2016 primary, I remember debate moments on those big stages. If you remember when Jeb Bush was up there and all these other ones, Trump really separated himself from a lot of the other candidates and inside the Republican Party by making this a focus of wanting to end wars. Remember, we were at the height of the Afghanistan war. There were other conflicts. ISIS was on the rise back then. And Trump wants to not have war. He wants to have peace and stability, and he views peace as a pathway to economic prosperity. The difference this second term, I think, is that the entire rest of the world seems to be coming around to his way of thinking. I've talked to world leaders. I've talked to leaders in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, etc. At the UN General Assembly, I interviewed the president of Republic of Congo.
Matt, hold that. We got a quick break here, man. Hold that thought. I'll come right back to you. Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily continues. Do not even dream of touching that dial.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzer.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Human Events Daily. We're on with Matt Boyle. He is the Washington bureau chief of Breitbart News. We're talking about how President Trump has completely changed the game of geopolitics, putting diplomacy forward, using economic warfare, economic leverage to be able to forge new deals, in some cases, many cases, unilateral deals for the United States for the benefit of the American people, and in this case, for the benefit of shutting down what could have spilled over into one of the biggest wars in the Middle East. Now, we don't know if he's going to get the Nobel Prize tomorrow, but he certainly deserves at least, I'm going to up it. I said 10. I'm going to up it now. He deserves a dozen. I'll even give him a baker's dozen, Matt. I'll give him a baker's dozen of Nobel Prizes for everything that he's done to put peace and anti-war front and center.
Yeah, look, I saw a Senate candidate, Nate Morris in Kentucky, who was out there saying they shouldn't just give him the prize, they should rename it after him and call it the Trump Peace Prize, which is true. Like, I think they should. But again, they're, regardless of whether or not they give it to him, it's a total joke, right? Like, the fact that they gave it to Barack Obama and they gave it to Yasser Arafat back in the day, I mean, like, it just proves the whole thing is it's a joke, right? Like, so Trump totally deserves it. But again, regardless of whether or not he gets the Nobel Peace Prize, who cares about the darn thing? What matters is what he's actually doing. And so, and frankly, I think that what President Trump is doing is going to be so good for not just the American people, but the whole world. And in that there's going to usher in a whole new era of peace and prosperity in the Middle East if this deal is implemented properly. And again, there's possible hurdles and roadblocks and impediments that may come up along the way. And it's important that people, see the process through. And that's the deal with all of these deals, whether they're trade deals or peace deals or any kind of deal, is all about implementation. Trump could strike the deal. You get the press release, the headline, and the announcement, and that's all well and good. But what matters is what comes next. And this is the hard work of implementing it, and et cetera. So getting the hostages back, disarming Hamas, right? Like getting to the point where there's an actual rebuilding of Gaza, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What does the governing look like there? What does the peace board do that President Trump's going to be the chairman of the board of, et cetera? All those things are things that we need to see as this plays out. And the fact is that again, the economic connection to this that Trump has made is he's added the economic strength and might of the United States to the peace through strength doctrine that you saw under Reagan. Reagan, was military strength, right? Back during the Cold War. And, we saw the various stuff in Central America and certain things in other places around the world. That was military peace through strength. This is economic peace through strength, economic strength. And so using the economic might of the United States, you can usher in a whole era of prosperity here and there. And I think that Trump deeply understands this as a business guy. It's a unique perspective that he brings to the White House. I know he is very proud of these deals, and he wants to see them succeed. Oh, go ahead. Yep.
Well, no, I was going to say, so when you look at this, and how does this fit in with the broader structure of where the Middle East is now? Because the fact they're talking about going to Egypt, and I was on with Bannon this morning on War Room, talking about how Egypt has been a key player in Israel's role since it regained statehood in 1948. So you got the 48 war, that's Egypt, the 67, the Yom Kippur War, but then Egypt also becomes the first state in the Middle East to recognize Israel back from Sadat, and that's of course why his own people assassinated him later on. So after the Camp David Accords. So when we look at all of the pieces here, it really does seem like President Trump is coming in and saying and finding a way to get this alignment straight for the Middle East, saying, look, it's good if we have better relations with the Muslim countries, with the Arab countries, in addition to maintaining this relationship. I mean, this is something that presidents haven't done before. Where do you think this goes into the broader structure of Middle East relations?
Well, I think if this deal does hold, and again, that's the question here, right? Is it implementation? But if the deal does hold, I think you will see a massive expansion of the Abraham Accords. I've been talking to people like Steve Witkoff, like President Trump, like Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio about this all year. I've interviewed all of them and more, and they are very hopeful and believe that an expansion of the Abraham Accords is not just possible but likely. And so, and there are many other countries that have expressed interest in joining them. Obviously, you saw President Trump's first major trip, official trip as overseas as president again here in his second term, was to the Middle East. He went to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Only one of those three countries, UAE, the last one there, is in the Abraham Accords to begin with, and those were getting tenuous after a while there anyway. But could you see a Qatar or a Saudi join the Accords? Maybe, right? And so I know that's been a long-held goal of the West to see the Saudis join. Could you see a broader possible peace and deal with the Iranians? Maybe, right? What happens in Syria? What happens in Lebanon? Right? All of these things are important questions moving forward, and seeing where this goes from here is important. But I think what you can see now is that, first off, peace in the Middle East used to be a bumper sticker slogan or a pageant slogan or something. Pageant girls would say it on the stage, right? This is a real possibility now. And so this is a very real, genuine chance at genuine peace and economic prosperity across the region. And that's going to possibly usher in some broader global peace and economic prosperity. The next big one that Trump is going to be trying to end, and he's been working it all year, is Ukraine and Russia. And if he's able to get that under control too, I mean, this is just absolutely astounding. But again, the ties between the economic and the peace negotiations, I can't understate how important this is and what Trump brought to the table. I was saying before we got cut off there at the break, I've been talking to world leaders about this. I interviewed the Prime Minister of Qatar at the UN General Assembly, also the President of the Republic of Congo. Both of them said that they view that as majorly important in Trump's peace negotiations in various conflicts around the world. In addition to that, I've talked to the president about this. I've talked to Steve Witkoff about this. They all say the same thing. What Trump has done here has revolutionized peace negotiations worldwide, and he's inspired so many other people. There are so many people getting involved in these types of things. There are exciting people involved in, say, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, the other Congo, not the Congo from the president that I interviewed. That are getting involved in things. There are people involved in, Armenia and whatnot. It's Azerbaijan. It's incredible to see this worldwide energy for peace and economic prosperity. And it's all thanks to President Trump. And by the way, again, I think that the difference between his first term and now is back in his first term, you had these globalist elites that were either mocking him, laughing at him, or not taking him seriously. This time, at least the ones that are genuine in their high and mighty beliefs want to help him. Right? They want to help him. I talked to the European Union's ambassador to the United States last week. We did a big interview, and she said that the Europeans want to help Trump. They want to help him achieve these key peace agenda items. So it's important, that the momentum continue. Victory begets victory here, right? But implementation is key and momentum is key. And look, I will say, President Trump is very proud of this deal, and I've heard from people around him, and talked to people around him very closely about this. He is so excited about this, and he should be. And frankly, even Barack Obama and Hakeem Jeffries are praising the deal. They can't bring themselves to say the name.
The deal is fantastic. Matt, where can people go to follow you and to get everything you're putting out?
Sure, just Breitbart.com, and then on Twitter X at mboyle1, and on True Social at RealMattBoyle.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. Appreciate that. By the way, folks, we do have breaking news out. This is humanevents.com has the story up. Hamas just announced an end to the war in Gaza, claiming they will open the Rafah border crossing. They are calling, and they announced, this is from the deputy chairman of Hamas. He has released a statement saying, "We declare an end to the war today and the start of a permanent ceasefire." Permanent ceasefire. This is in exchange for the prisoners in Israeli prison, detainees from Gaza, the hostages. That news coming down. Humanevents.com has the story. Incredible. Just absolute history. And it's all thanks to President Trump. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we are back, and really cool announcement to make here that longtime viewers of Human Events Daily may remember someone. We used to have producer Benny Ray, and they would say, "Whatever happened to producer Benny Ray?" Well, she's been on a journey. She's been on a bit of a story arc, if you will. And believe it or not, I'm so happy to announce that Human Events Daily alum, who was here day one of the program 4 years ago, literally 4 years, September 2021, is now joining Real America's Voice as a host. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Human Events Daily, Benny Ray Harmony. What's up, Benny Ray?
Jack, isn't it crazy to think about the last time we were together, we were streaming out of a basement?
We don't need to talk about where the original studio was, but as crazy as it was, that was the Turning Point house.
It was.
That was the turning point when the show was still through Turning Point, and it was Charlie. It was Charlie who set this show up. It was Charlie who set you up, and there's been so many people and so many things that Charlie Kirk did and set into motion that are still in motion, like you being back here today.
I know. I mean, from the beginning when I was at Arizona State, and joining Turning Point, going to Stop the Steal rally. That's where it all started. And then getting to work for you and be around Charlie and be at HQ in Phoenix. I mean, just the aura and the energy that surrounded him and still surrounds you. I can still feel it.
Well,
this is our reunion after 4 years.
Reunion, for sure.
But there's nothing, I don't think there'll ever be anything like it. And it's our duty to continue that.
No, 100%. And it's absolutely great to have you back. I'm super excited. When they called me and they said, hey, what do you think about this? I said, what do you mean? Of course. Like,
Producer
please.
Benny.
Producer Benny. Yeah, bring her back. She's Benny Ray Harmony. She's going to be rejoining, so sort of rejoining the show.
I still feel like your producer a little bit. I asked if you wanted a bottle of water.
She did ask if I wanted a bottle of water. And then we were telling some old stories and some old jokes, and it's just been, obviously I wish it were under different circumstances. But here's something that's really cool, because we get to make an announcement that Turning Point just made, and it was this sort of crazy idea that I sort of went rogue.
We know, Jack.
We know
We know what Poso does.
Yeah, you've been around enough to know this. So I sort of went rogue and was like, hey, and I just sort of tweeted it the one day, when one of this Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show was so ridiculous and just anti-American, and said he's not going to speak in English, and if you want to listen to me, you got to speak English and all this nonsense. And I said, well, what if, I said, sure, it would be a shame if Turning Point held a competing halftime show. And then we had Tim Pool on the show a couple of days later. We were out in Phoenix, and I said it again, and they just go crazy viral. It's like be careful what you tweet, sometimes.
Yeah.
And it went out there. Now, I did mention Creed, and no announcements on lineup yet.
Stay tuned, though.
But Turning Point USA is and has officially announced that we are going to be holding the All-American halftime show on the day of the Super Bowl. It's going to be during that time frame, and if people want access, you go to AmericanHalftimeShow.com. Benny Ray, talk to me a little bit about how Charlie always put culture first.
So when I was working for you in 2021, I wasn't super faith-oriented, and I always remember hearing Charlie and being at headquarters specifically with you for America Fest, and there was the atmosphere, the way faith was driving the ship. I think that's really where he touched me culturally, because he embedded something inside of me that 4 or 5 years later, little did I know, was going to change my life. And there's so many aspects of life that he touched culturally, but I think really that faith aspect, he has started a mission with God and with Jesus that we've never seen before. I never understood it until now, until I really feel what has happened in this country. And I don't know, I think he's just, he was so culturally important, and specifically to Gen Zs. We know that for sure. Whether it was, the indoctrination on campuses or freedom of speech, things like that. It's hard to pinpoint one, Jack.
And it's something, but that's my point, though, is like he was bigger than just politics. He understood that if Turning Point was going to succeed, that it wouldn't succeed just, and of course he did the debates, right? We all know he did the debates, and he was, but to Gen Z and even like to Gen Alpha, because I keep getting phone calls from people and they'll say, hey, Jack, could I know you knew Charlie, and can you talk to my nephew, talk to my niece? I say, yeah, sure. How old are they? I said, they're 10 years old. Like, tell me to be 10 years old and they know who Charlie is. It blows my mind.
It was so much bigger
Gen
than
Z,
politics.
Gen Alpha, right? And he was sort of like, he was the campus debate guy, and he was bigger than politics. You're right, obviously faith-centered. So much of what he and I did was faith-centered. So much of what this show, which you helped start, Human Events Daily, and when you were at Turning Point, helped to do, has been faith-centered. And I think this Super Bowl halftime show We can't call it that, by the way. It is the All-American halftime show.
All-American.
So they have the Super Bowl halftime show. That's Bad Bunny. What they're doing is an attack on American culture.
Absolutely.
They're attacking you for speaking English. They're attacking you. And remember, this is Jay-Z. So Jay-Z and Rock Nation signed, in the wake of George Floyd, they signed this huge deal with Barack Obama's best buddy, Jay-Z, and Beyonce, right? Barack and Michelle. And then, boom, they have total control of the Super Bowl halftime show now.
See, I just don't understand how they can even bring someone to the Super Bowl halftime show that the music isn't going to be in English. Like we are America. I cannot wrap my head around it.
This is the fight, because this is the fight, because they're trying to force the issue. So here's what we're here to announce. The halftime show on Turning Point will be 100% in English.
English!
And if you don't speak English, well, you got 4 months to learn. All right, you got 4 months to learn. By the way, we have a poll up. I don't know, did you see the poll?
No, I didn't. What is it?
So the poll, this is very important. People can go and check it all out. So the poll is up at AmericanHalftimeShow.com, and the poll says, what music genres would you like to see featured? Now, people keep asking me, they're saying like, okay, did you get Creed? Did you not get Creed? I said, I'm not making any, and conversations are ongoing on all that. No announcements yet, but on this, it says, on the poll, it says, what music genres would you like to see?
Anything in English.
The number one is anything in English. Then it goes Americana, classic rock, country, hip hop, pop, worship.
But Jack,
I'm going with anything in English. That's what I'm going with.
I think the coolest part about all of this is that Turning Point, you guys are allowing the people of America to choose what music they want to see for the halftime show.
We have, I will
that's
say
a pretty
that,
interesting.
So when we started kicking this around and we started getting more, just traction, and after this, totally rogue, move on my part,
Jack Posobiec,
that we said, all right, and then we had so much interest, and there were different genres, and there's questions about, how's it going to run, because people want to watch the game, but then do you do the halftime show? So, I was even thinking maybe do some bands before, then have the game, and then like the finale is the halftime show. So it's like, our version is a little bit different, streaming, all the rest of it, the content, the types of music, but it's all good energy, it's all here, it's all cultural, and the idea is it is a massive celebration of America.
Celebration of America, what it should always be. It's not that hard.
It's so simple. And do you know that, and I will say this though, there's a huge problem that the Super Bowl halftime show has not shown a rock act in 16 years.
Oh, wow.
It's been 16 years since we've seen that huge problem. Benny Ray Harmony, welcome back. Where can people follow you?
Benny Ray Harmony. You guys can find me all over social media, on X, Facebook, all the things. Lots of very exciting things happening and coming. I'll be reporting on all congressional things right here on the Hill. So I'm very excited.
At the Marine Corps.
I will. We will be there.
Me and Saturday night.
Brian Glenn and myself.
Make sure you go check it out. Be part of that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. he resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Terrence Bates, filling in for Steve Gruber. Today is Thursday, the 9th of October. As always, we appreciate you joining us. There is a whole lot to talk about this afternoon, from the Gaza peace deal to the government shutdown, even the ongoing issues with domestic terror group Antifa. So let's just dive right in, why don't we? President Trump helped broker a groundbreaking peace deal between Israel and Hamas. It could finally end the bloody Gaza war and bring hostages home. According to reports, the agreement includes a ceasefire, the release of all Israeli hostages, and a phased Israeli troop withdrawal from Gaza. Hamas will also get back hundreds of Palestinian prisoners currently held in Israel. Secretary of State Marco Rubio giving President Trump much of the credit for this agreement.
It's not an exaggeration that none of it would have been possible without the President of the United States being involved. It really began with your trip to the Middle East, where these relationships were forged with partners in the region, personal relationships, close relationships that created the foundation where all this was possible.
Trump hailed the breakthrough on Truth Social, saying, and this is a quote, "This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. And we thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked with us to make this historic and unprecedented event happen." Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the plan offers hope while also keeping Israel's security front and center. But critics remain skeptical, especially of Hamas. However, even the mainstream media is acknowledging that President Trump's deal is achieving results where Joe Biden's diplomacy failed. Here to discuss is former special assistant to President Trump, retired Army Colonel Derek Harvey. Also joining the conversation, the president and founder of the U.S.-Israel Education Association, Heather Johnston. Good morning or good afternoon to both of you.
Thank you.
Good to be with you.
All right, so I'm going to pose the first question to both of you. How much confidence do you have in Hamas moving forward that it first will in fact release those hostages, and second, keep its end of any deal that's already been signed? Heather, we'll start with you.
Well, I think that we are on the right track. It looks like today, within the last 24 hours, a lot of movement has taken place, and it looks like that the Arab and Muslim world, adding Qatar and Turkey into the mix, are succeeding at getting Hamas to truly hand over the hostages. Looks like we're headed in the right direction.
Colonel Harvey, your confidence level in Hamas and it actually seeing through on its promises so far?
Well, I'm very pleased, as I think everyone is, that the hostages are going to be released, and I'm confident of that. Hamas has already been backing out of the delivery of bodies, and they've been absolved of the responsibility for actually delivering those bodies by setting up another organization that will be responsible for searching and recovering bodies that Hamas says they don't know where they're at. That said, Hamas is already saying that they aren't going anywhere, that they intend to stay in power, that they are not going to disarm, that they have not surrendered, and that in one way or another, they are going to be running Gaza, whether it's through a front organization or something else. And so that is very concerning, because the beginning can work, but how is this going to be actually implemented, enforced, and what are going to be the consequences if Hamas does back out of the obligations it's making?
All right. There's obviously a lot of branches on this particular peace tree. One of the most interesting, I find, Colonel Harvey, is the engagement of other Arab nations. And in our lead-in, I just read a post from President Trump in which he basically praises Qatar, Egypt, Turkey for their involvement. It seems to me that for a lasting peace, which is ultimately the goal, let's just be honest, releasing the hostages, yes, that's a victory, but the ultimate goal is a lasting peace. Other Arab nations, other Muslim nations have got to be engaged in this process in order for there to be a lasting peace. No, Colonel?
Well, I think that's right, and I think we're on the right track, in bringing, Qatar and Egypt and, particularly Turkey along, because they've been key sponsors and financiers for the organization. So if they cooperate and you can drain the financial reservoir that's supported Hamas over the years and, provide support to the Gazans who are willing to stand up to Hamas. And keep in mind, today, Hamas is attacking some of the clans that have aligned themselves for a new Gaza. So, we're going to have to see where they go, what they're going to do to try and squeeze Hamas. But I'm confident that the president, Jared Kushner, and Mr. Witkoff have addressed these issues and have gotten strong commitments from those friendly Arab countries.
Heather, the word confidence keeps coming up. How confident are you in a lasting peace? And it's really the best way to describe this. Or is this simply an opportunity for Hamas to lay down its arms for the time being, just in order to reorganize and do something else atrocious like what happened on October 7th?
Well, I do think we may end up hitting a little speed bump on the decommissioning of their weapons and the demilitarization. I think that we have more of a problem than just them sort of laying down weapons related to Israel. I think they have a problem internally with all of the factions, the jihadists within Gaza Strip, where they're also fighting with each other over aid, over the future of the Gaza Strip. And so it's more than just a demilitarization as it concerns a war with Israel. This is where I think we may run into some problems. But Terrence, in the large picture, Gaza is just the entry point. President Trump and these Arab leaders are looking at a much larger picture of regional stability with shared mutual interests and opportunities that lie ahead for the future. And if you read the Trump plan, the 20 points, we hit a speed bump with Hamas, and we're going to move on from that. There's going to be a way to deal with Hamas if they do not cooperate.
And Heather, to your point, Gaza is the real estate, but there's still an ideological battle that needs to be fought. And I'm not so sure that simply eradicating Hamas, or at least taking Hamas out of power, changes the ideas, that ideological divide that exists between Gaza, Hamas, however, the Palestinians, whatever name you want to give them, in Israel, no?
Absolutely. And, Terrence, what we're working on, our organization has been working with the UAE, also with our U.S. administration and Congress on the next phase, which is going to be the de-radicalization of the Gaza Strip. And there are independent brokers and opportunities there where people have gone into war zones and have succeeded in Muslim countries and in very, very worse situations than even the Gaza Strip. And I believe we're going to see a real effort toward the de-radicalization of this next generation of Palestinians that are living there. And if we can't do that, we have nowhere to go from here.
Colonel Harvey, how do you see that potentially playing out? Is that possible? I always say that it's hard to break down an institution, and radicalization in Hamas, radicalization among Palestinians is institutional. This is a generational thing.
Well, it's true that there are going to be some hardcore dead-enders that will not give up, and they're going to have to be arrested, re-imprisoned, exiled, or something like that. We've done this work with, Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, as he's known in Saudi Arabia, as they've worked on de-radicalization programs. We've done it in other places with our partners in the region. So there is a pathway forward, whether it's President Sisi or, the King of Jordan or others. They see radical Islamism as a threat to, the growth and the modernization and the stability that they're trying to bring to their countries. And so we've got real good partners in the region that the President and Jared Kushner and Mr. Witkoff and Secretary Rubio have been working with over these last 7-8 months.
I hear you, but I get the gut feeling, and unfortunately, I've got a well-developed gut. If you see below my tie, you could attest to that there can be no stabilization within the region without also addressing the issue of Iran.
Yes, Iran remains a problem, although they've been defanged to a great degree. And their proxies, one of the good things that came out of the last 2 years is that, Lebanon is on a pathway potentially to, a more stable environment with, Hezbollah having suffered such a great defeat and not having gotten engaged once the battle went to Iran between Israel and Iran. Likewise with the Houthis in Yemen. And so, the monetization and the support that, Tehran could give their proxies in the region has been severely impacted with measures taken by Secretary of the Treasury Bassent and this administration and our allies to reimpose sanctions. So I think things are working. It's not going to be an easy path. As Heather said, there's going to be some speed bumps, but we're on the right path.
Heather, as we've said, we want a lasting peace. That is the goal. How long do you think this current deal will actually last? Are we talking that we'll be back having a similar conversation in a year, 2 years? Or do you think this really is that the road has been paved towards lasting peace and towards there being peace across the region, across the Middle East?
Well, I think if you look at the Trump framework, there's a lot of similarities in dealing with the Palestinians, as we saw in the 2020 Trump peace plan. What is different about today than yesterday, than 2020, is that you've got a larger coalition now of Arab Muslim nations that are all on the same page. You've got an isolated Iran. You've got a Hamas lumped in with Iran, and really even the Palestinian Authority right now that is over to the side and unable to move and to influence the situation much. And so I think that what's happening is we're watching a larger picture unfold, a construct with the support of more of the Arab Muslim community. That makes it more hopeful for the future. It doesn't remove the amount of work that's got to be done. If you think about just Gaza itself, you've got a year-long issue of just removing the ordinances out of the Gaza Strip. You've got to take down the terror tunnels. You've got to remove the military installations. You've got to decommission weapons. It is a huge process ahead. I think we've got the right players in the region now on board to try to accomplish it.
Heather Johnston, Colonel Derek Harvey, we appreciate your time. Thank you both for being here and joining the conversation.
Thank you.
Both.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, a deep dive into President Trump's cabinet meeting this morning. Everything from ending the war between Israel and Hamas to the government shutdown to crippling American farmers was on the table. We have the details next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure, and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery, with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
Our nation's capital here, a lot happening there, specifically at the White House. We'll take you to the White House here momentarily. The Gaza peace deal, the Russia-Ukraine war, making America healthy again, and securing our nation's cities were among the issues discussed during this morning's cabinet meeting there at the White House. Joining me, to break down some of the highlights from that meeting, Real America's Voice correspondent Britt McHenry, as well as Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn. Lady and gentleman, good morning. Brian, want to start with you because as you're out here talking to me, President Trump is inside the White House hosting Finland's president. Tell us about what's expected to be on their conversation plate today and kind of lay out what's happening there. Actually, we have them live now, Brian, I'm just being told. So let's go there and then we'll talk on the other side.
They're icebreakers, and I said, do me a favor, would you have your people take a look at what these people are doing? And it came out that just as I thought, they had no idea what they were doing. And we got involved, and we ended up, we need these ships very badly because we have a lot of territory, more than anybody. And so I'm very honored to have this deal, and thank you very much. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great partnership, and it's a great honor to have you, Mr. Prime Minister. Would you like to say something, please?
First, Mr. President, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here today. And as a Prime Minister of Finland, I want to say that this deal it's very important to Finland and our economy, because our economy is suffering a lot because of Russian aggression in Ukraine. And this deal, it means investments, it means jobs, and jobs means hope. And that's why this is so important. And I want to thank your leadership on this deal and this issue. Thank you very much.
So you've been affected very badly by the war going on, the ridiculous war going on, right?
Yes, because we have to close the border with Russia. We have 1,300 kilometers common border with them, and affects the atmosphere in Finland, in investments, and that's why we need good news. Our people need hope.
Right. So your border is closed.
Yes, closed.
And that's because you have so many Russians trying to get in?
Yes, they started to push illegal migrants to our border. That's why we were forced to close it.
And people also that don't want to go into the military, I guess, trying to come through, right?
Yeah, some of them are escaping. Fortunately, on our side, we don't have that problem. In Finland,
no, you have a great military.
We have compulsory military service, and as I always say, we have 900,000 men and women who've done it, including myself and the Prime Minister. We have 200.
And you've been fighting Russia for a long time. So how many years have you been indirectly fighting Russia?
Well, put it this way, we have managed our relationship since the 1300s with about 30 skirmishes, but it's been very peaceful at our border after World War II. Yeah, but it's been peaceful at our border since the Winter War and the War of Continuation. But, I mean, a lot of it is because we actually have a very large military. It's the biggest in Europe together with Turkey. Ukraine and Poland. We have over 60 F-18s. We just bought 64 F-35s. We'll roll out the first one in Texas in December. We have the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland. And as I always say, we don't have it because we're worried about Stockholm.
Well, you really have proportionately, I think, the largest military in the world, proportionately.
It's quite big, yes, I have to admit. But, you know, we have it for defense purposes and also to build a deterrence. And it's worked. And I think that's one of the reasons that our relationship is so good as well. We have the Defense Cooperation Agreement with you. Right. We're new allies in NATO. Our defense expenditure is going north of 3%. We work very closely with you and the rest of our allies. And, you know, when you push the ceiling of defense expenditure in NATO to 5%, you can imagine that a country like Finland was quite pleased with that, because that means that all of the allies have to bring up their defense expenditure. And you basically increased our security just with that decision in The Hague. And I have to admit that having been to my first NATO summit in the summer of 2024, if someone would have told me that you will move from 2% to 5% after Trump enters, I would have said, go see a doctor. But, you know,
well, they had to do it, and you were great about it. Spain has not been. Spain is the one that didn't do it. And so I think you people are going to have to start speaking to Spain. The only one that didn't do it, the only NATO country that didn't do it is Spain. And you'll figure what that's all about, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll work, and I think with the leadership also, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, I think, you know, there are a lot of commitments that have to take place, and this, of course, is going to also increase industrial defense exchanges. I think we buy 4 times more military material here from the U.S., and I think it's an essential part of our whole military setup in Europe. And it's good to be working on this together. But there's one thing that I wanted to mention also. I want to congratulate you for what we have seen in the past 24 hours in Gaza.
Thank you.
I think it's a historic deal. I went through the 20 points. It's almost like the best of record. You really see all the key elements. And if someone would have said a few weeks back that you and your team are able to push us to a position where there will be a ceasefire, an exchange of prisoners, hostages, and then a pullback, I would not have believed it. But it's this is what diplomacy is at its best, and I think it's a potentially huge deal. So congratulations to you and your team.
Peace in the Middle East. Yes,
peace in the Middle East, yeah.
And every country came together. Every single country came together, and people are shocked by it. But it's an amazing situation. Nobody thought it was going to happen. Thank you very much. And you've been of help, too. You help always. But we are really working more closely together, having to do with Russia, Ukraine. And I would have thought that would have been easier, because that would be number 8 for me, number 8. And I would have thought the Russia deal maybe would have been one of the easier ones. And unfortunately, last week they had over 7,000 soldiers die unnecessarily. So it's a terrible thing, but I think we'll be getting there hopefully soon.
Yeah, probably we'll go, I mean, or you will be going piece by piece. I mean, there are only so many agreements that you can get done, and I think this one will be the next big one. Of course, this one needs to stick, and I'm sure it will, because the incentives are all there, and then we'll continue to work. I mean, the last time I was here in the Oval Office was with the other European leaders in August, and I think we did a lot of good advancement there on security arrangements. I think you pushed us Europeans hard not to buy oil and gas from Russia, which I think is a very correct decision. Europe just put down its 19th sanctions package. I think Russia is actually right now, both economically and militarily, not in a very strong place. And I think it's because of the commitments that we've made to Ukraine. So, you know, day by day on this one.
Yeah, we're going to get it worked out.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you.
Is that there are 2 key pieces that have to be solved in the big picture. One is in the Middle East, and we're seeing the results of that. And then the other one is between Russia and Ukraine. And once those are solved, you know, and I don't see any impediments to it.
Plan to nominate Mr. Trump next year if he doesn't win?
This year? I think probably the best nomination would be coming from Zelensky and then the King of Jordan. Those would be two that would come. But I think you have to, I mean, my experience with the Nobel Peace Prize comes from Martti Ahtisaari, the former president of Finland. He got it in 2008, and he got it because he negotiated 3 peace agreements on 3 different continents. Namibia in Africa, Kosovo, Serbia in Europe, and then Aceh in Indonesia. And his message was always that when you do a peace agreement, the key is that it looks like an equal match, that the big guy doesn't win over the small guy, and vice versa. But I have to say that the track record of the President of the United States in the past 7 months, 8 months is rather impressive.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President. First of all, thank you, all of you, in behalf of the State of Israel, for everything that you're doing for my country. I want to know, how do you see the Middle East in a year from now under your leadership? And if you see maybe an option for normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's going to be great. I think it's the hostages will be coming back Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably be there. I hope to be there, and we're planning on leaving sometime Sunday, and I look forward to it. And everybody I see is celebrating in Israel, but they're celebrating in many other countries too. A lot of the Muslim and Arab countries, they're celebrating. Everybody's celebrating. Everybody loves the deal. So it's a great honor to have been working on it, and as you know, it's all finalized and done. We've had a lot of terrifically talented people. We've had tremendous support from UAE, Saudi Arabia. Qatar has been unbelievable. Egypt, as you know, and Jordan. Indonesia. I mean, it's. I don't want to leave anybody out. Just so many different countries. It's been incredible. Nobody's seen anything like it. So I think in a year from now, it's going to be great. I think it's going to be.
How do you rate your chances of winning the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. Look, I made 7 deals, and now it's 8. Solved the wars, one going 31 years, one going 34 years, one going 35 years, one going 10 years. I made 7 deals. This would be number 8. The one I thought that I was going to make, and I think we will probably, is because it's a ridiculous war. It's a horrible war. The worst since World War II. If you look at the people dying, is Russia, Ukraine. I think we'll do that too. We've a lot of reasons for them to do it, and I think they'll be coming to the table pretty soon. But this is the biggest of them all. This is a big one. Although I think India and Pakistan is very big. 2 nuclear nations. I did that based on trade and because of the tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to do it. But I said, if you guys are going to fight, I'm putting 100% tariffs on each of you. And they immediately stopped fighting, and that was going to go nuclear. You know, that was back and forth. So I know one thing. I don't know what they're going to do, really, but I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars. So that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. And that's the thing that bothers me so much about the Russia-Ukraine. 7,000 people are dying a week. Young soldiers. They're almost all soldiers of Ukraine and Russia. So in theory, it doesn't affect us, no, but it's a terrible thing. And we'll get that solved too. But nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
Are you going to step up? President Obama got it for way less. Are you going to step up the pressure for a Ukraine deal?
Yeah, we are stepping up the pressure. We're stepping it up together. We're all stepping it up. NATO's been great. The leader of NATO, as you know, Mark, has been fantastic, I think. He's a fantastic guy. And they are stepping it up. And we're selling a lot of weapons to NATO, and that's going, I guess, to Ukraine for the most part. That's up to them. But they're buying weapons from the U.S. We make the greatest weapons in the world. You buy our planes and a lot of our equipment. And you have a big force, actually. You have a tremendous force of equipment. So I think we'll get that one done too, yeah.
President Obama got it for way less.
I want to finish,
Mr. President, Mr. I'm from Finland. Mr. President, I'm from Finland. Yeah. Am I okay?
He's all right.
I'm all right. Okay. Mr. President. Yeah, President. You are buying icebreakers from Finland.
Yeah.
But what if Russia and Vladimir Putin attacks Finland? Would you defend Finland?
I would. Yes, I would. They're a member of NATO. I would. They're great people, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's going to do that. I think the chances of that are very, very small. But it's very interesting because you have a very big military relative to your size. You have a very powerful military, one of the best. And but certainly we will be there to help. Okay?
Thank you.
Mr. President. Okay, please.
Mr. President, thank you. We have a big border, as our president said. How would you exactly defend Finland? And thank you.
Say what?
How would you defend Finland?
Vigorously.
Can I just add on that? We're very pleased with the fact that we have so much training going on with American soldiers right now, so they're getting experience from Arctic conditions, and we're integrating our militaries together, working not only through the DCA agreement, but other ways as well. We see that day to day in the work that we do, and it's working well.
Okay. Yes. Please.
Yeah, thank you. How do you see this?
From?
I'm from Finland too, Finnish news agency.
This is very impressive.
So, Mr. President, thank you. So, how do you see the situation in the Arctic developing? Are there going to be any mutual plans for Finland and U.S. to collaborate there?
We have a lot of relationships together. I mean, mostly buying our military equipment. They buy a lot of it. They have an order, I guess, 60 planes, 64 F-35s, and many other things too. It's a big order. Big countries don't order that many planes. You know, it's
10 billion.
You have a lot of aircraft, a lot of great military. We make the best military equipment. They buy a lot from us, so it's very good. We're going to work together very closely with Finland and with NATO. We have a very good relationship. As you know, I requested that they pay 5%, not 2%. And most people thought that was not going to happen, and it happened virtually unanimously. We had one laggard. It was Spain. You have to call them and find why are they a laggard. And they're doing well, too. You know, the funny thing, because of a lot of the things we've done, they're doing fine. They have no excuse not to do this, but that's all right. Maybe you should throw them out of NATO, frankly.
Mr. President.
Please, go ahead.
What are you planning to do with that?
Nice tall gentleman, guy with the yellow shirt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to change gears just really quickly and ask you, you're going to Walter Reed tomorrow? What are you having done, and how are you feeling?
I'm meeting with the troops, and I'm also going to do a sort of semi-annual physical, which I do. And I think I'm in great shape, but I'll let you know. But I have no difficulty thus far. Is there wood around here? I'll knock on. No difficulty. Physically, I feel very good. Mentally, I feel very good. You know, I did about 6-7 months ago. I do physicals. I like to, when I'm around, I like to check always early, always be early. It's a lesson for a lot of people. But I also did a cognitive exam, which is always very risky because if I didn't do well, you'd be the first to be blaring it. And I had a perfect score. And one of the doctors said he's almost never seen a perfect score. I had a perfect score. I got the highest score. And that made me feel good. When they asked, would I like to do one, I said, yeah. I said, did Obama do it? No. Did Bush do it? No. Did Biden do it? I definitely did. Biden wouldn't have gotten the first 3 questions right. No, Biden didn't do it. Biden should have done it. I'm actually a person that believes that if you're president, you should do a cognitive exam. But last time I took a cognitive exam, and it was a perfect score. The doctors announced it. And by the way, not the easiest test. The first few questions are pretty easy. Once you get into the middle, it gets a little trickier. And there aren't a lot of people in this room that would get every single question right, I can guarantee
You're putting me in a difficult spot now. Next question.
Mr. President, Barack got the Nobel Peace Prize for way less than you did, and you President Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize
He
for
got a
way
prize
less.
for doing nothing.
Exactly.
Obama got a prize. He didn't even know what he got. He got elected, and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country. No, he was not a good president. The worst president was Sleepy Joe Biden. But Obama was not a good president.
Are you going to do something with the
They
Hezbollah?
gave him a prize. How many months after he won the election, then they gave him the Peace Prize, right?
It was right after he was elected.
My election was a much more important election.
Now that you're fixing the situation between Hamas and Israel, are you going to be taking care of the Hezbollah or the Lebanese armed forces to take care of
We'll get at that. Yeah, we'll be able to do that. That will be. It's a smaller part of the puzzle, but very important part. They have a great new ambassador that I appointed, Michelle. Great new ambassador. So yeah, please.
Mr. President, saying that the hostages will be released on Monday or Tuesday. What's your strict deadline? When do they have to get released?
Well, I think it's going to be Monday or Tuesday. It's going to be around that time. Yeah, they're working on it very hard. They're in very diverse parts of the earth. Okay, they're very, very diverse. Actually, it's. I think they're going to come through. I'd be surprised if they didn't. I think it'll happen.
Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. The 19th point of the 20-point plan said that in the future there could be conditions in which the Palestinians might eventually get a state. Under what conditions do you think the Palestinians could have their own state in the future?
We'll look at it at the time. We're going to see how it all goes. And, there's a point at which we may do something that would be a little bit different and maybe very positive for everybody. But we'll be looking at that at the time.
Mr. President.
I think we'll get to that. I think we'll get to that period, too. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Class.
Thank you. Mr. President, the United States has previously said that you would be that Europe would have to take more responsibility for its own security. Are you or the U.S. planning to withdraw some of the U.S. forces from the European soil?
No, but we may move some around a little bit. I'd ask you that question, Pete. Go ahead.
I think that's right, Mr. President. We are very much heartened by your leadership to get NATO to rise up to 5%, which means they can take primary responsibility for defense of the continent. But that doesn't mean America is abandoning NATO in Europe. But we could look at where our troops are postured, what makes the most sense for America and our NATO allies.
We have a lot of troops in Europe, as you know, a lot. And we can move them around a little bit, but no, basically we'll be pretty much set. Go ahead. What's the second?
My second question would be: are you planning to impose more sanctions on Russia at this point?
I might. Yeah, I might.
Mr. President, your 20-point plan says we will encourage people to stay. Can you confirm that as Gaza is rebuilt, that no one will be forced to leave?
Yeah, nobody's going to be forced to leave. No, it's just the opposite. This is a great plan. This is a great peace plan. This is a plan that was supported by everybody. I mean, as I said, they're dancing in the streets of many, many countries right now. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. No, we're not looking to do that at all.
And also, do you think that we can see a full withdrawal?
Mr. President, can you cut through the politics on the shutdown? We had another failed vote today. Can you speak to our viewers from Orlando to Sacramento? What's your message to some of these families tonight facing missed paychecks, potential layoffs, and missed benefits due to the shutdown?
Yeah, I blame the Democrats. They ought to call their local Democrat representative, whether it's a senator or a congressman, and it's their fault. I mean, they admit it's their fault. They campaigned on the fact that they'd never shut down the country, but they want to shut it down. And, we have the greatest economy. We're the hottest country in the world right now. I think you'd admit that. The hottest country. We went from a dead country a year ago to the hottest country in the world. So I think they probably don't like that. But we're doing great. I mean, we're doing great. I would say my message is call your local representative, congressman or senator, and tell them to get on the ball. The Democrats have caused this problem.
Can I ask one more Congressman Randy Fine?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Where are you from?
I'm from Finland.
It's so nice. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go with a killer question.
I would like to circle back to the icebreaker deal. So Finland and the U.S. are strengthening their economic partnership through the deal. What other areas of cooperation with Finland do you see as possible at this moment?
Good question. We're going to be talking about that in a little while. We're going into the next door room, commonly known as the cabinet room, beautiful room, and we're going to be discussing that. But we'll be doing other things. It's a wonderful country with wonderful people, We've had a long-term relationship, but it's never been as close as it is now. We'll be doing other things. Go ahead.
We've been talking about a lot with the president, with two specific fields where I think Finland has strengths. One is quantum and quantum computing, and we know that that is basically what gives food for thought for artificial intelligence. That's very important. The second one is actually networks, and you know that there are two sort of safe and trustworthy Western networks right now. One of them is Nokia, and the other one is Ericsson. And actually 70% of all broadband in the United States is Nokia. So one of the things that we could work on together is creating the 6G space through networks. And Nokia has 7,000 people working here in the United States and an American CEO.
Okay, anybody else?
Mr. President, what is the international stabilization force that's going to deploy to Gaza? What is that going to look like?
To be determined, really, I think there's going to be a large group of people determining what it will be, and a group of people funding it that are very rich countries are going to be funding it. People want to see this work. It's going to work. It's absolutely going to work. And it starts, it's already started. We've signed, as you know. Everybody's agreed. I think Monday is going to be a very big day, Monday, Tuesday, but it's going to be, depending on where you are, it's going to be a very big day. I think it's going to be a day of great celebration. I've never seen anything like it. The streets of so many countries right now, they're just roaring with love and with praise for the people that did this. And these are countries that did this. The whole world came together for this, even Iran. And I really thank them for it. Iran came out and said this is a good thing. This is a very good thing. So it was terrific. It's been a terrific experience for me. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump meeting in the Oval Office with Finland's president, the prime minister for that country, also on site for today's conversation. A lot to digest there based on that conversation. So let's bring in Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn to talk a bit more about what we just heard. Brian, good to see you. So as I said, there's a lot to digest there. The thing that strikes me is specific to Finland, the fact that it still seems to feel threatened by Russia and what's happening between Russia and Ukraine. The Finnish president saying that the country, of course, shares a more than 1,000-kilometer long border with Russia and has been forced to close that border as a result of the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, Terrence, very interesting point there. Also hearing that statistically per capita, they have one of the largest militaries in the world per population that they currently have. So that was very interesting. And that was actually going to be one of my questions is what is that relationship like? What is that like to have a border country like that is viewed by around the world as being probably one of the worst? And of course, the Ukraine-Russian conflict, that it continues to go on. So yeah, very interesting take there. Plus the icebreaker and how pivotal President Trump has been in all of that, giving them capability to do that. So just a very, and of course, the main topic was this peace deal that was brokered and really developed yesterday, Terrence, as we watched the Antifa roundtable. We saw Marco Rubio walk in, write down a note, give it to President Trump, and next thing you know, is announcing to the world. So, and of course, he spoke a little bit about that today. We'll find out the timing of that. Now, from what I understand, the hostages could be released possibly around Monday, maybe Tuesday at the latest. We'll see exactly the timing on that, as the White House has not released the date yet that President Trump's traveling over there.
Yeah, President Trump even alluded to the fact that he wants to make it to the Middle East to sign various agreements and to kind of watch all of this unfold. In fact, he talked a little bit about that earlier today during his cabinet meeting. Here's specifically what he had to say, and then we'll talk on the other side, Brian. All right, we're going to play that momentarily. We're trying to get this up, but as I said, Brian, earlier, President Trump, of course, held a cabinet meeting. All of the cabinet secretaries were there, and everyone, to a T, was really praising President Trump and the role that he's played in brokering this peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Obviously, a lot of people know that there's still a lot of work to be done, but President Trump, as I mentioned, is expected to go to the Middle East, to be there, to be front and center, if you will, to kind of oversee everything to make sure that it's solid. Guys, do we have that soundbite? No, we want to play President Trump, please. All right, Brian, so apparently we don't have that, so you and I will move on. But as you were saying, this is a big deal, and President Trump, I think, does want to be there to not only be the face of this, since it was his work and his administration's work, but he also wants to, I think, by his presence, ensure that everyone realizes that they will be held to account if there's a failure or if someone doesn't uphold their end of the deal.
Yeah, I mean, he is the ultimate leader. He is the epitome of leadership, and that's what he wants to make sure that it remains the same. I also thought it was very interesting during the press conference, Barack Obama being awarded that honor, the peace deal, just months after being in office, which is very interesting. And President Trump says he didn't solve anything. Actually, he ruined the country. Very interesting to note on that. But during that cabinet meeting, he did praise every one of his cabinet members to a certain point of having some type of responsibility in getting this deal done, from some support, words of encouragement and things like that, just ideas. So I think that he definitely sees this as a team effort there. Now, shifting gears a little bit, Terrence, to what's happening just about 2 miles behind me is a shutdown of our Capitol. Our government continues to be shut down. Now, President Trump has repeatedly blamed this 100% on the Democrats. This is a Schumer shutdown, as he likes to say. And even with now hearing that some of the military and some of the personnel not getting paid, and now and Hakeem Jeffries just recently had said, well, that's just kind of what they deserve in a way. That's and I'm paraphrasing there, but really saying this is what's best for the country. And I know that people that have military personnel at home, family members, relatives, friends, neighbors, this is not sitting well amongst that group. So as we continue to go another day with the government shutdown, when people start to see the pain in their pocketbooks, Terrence, you and I both know, that's when people really start to get angry. I think the first couple of days of the government shutdown, it was, people had a little bit of uncertainty how that would directly affect them. But now when you stop getting paychecks, that's when the rubber meets the road on that. Absolutely. And President Trump squarely laying the blame on Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats. In fact, he talked about that this morning as well. We do have this side.
But Chuck Schumer proclaimed this morning that every day gets better for them. No, every day it's actually getting worse for them. And they're having a rebellion in the Democrat Party because they want to stop. And if you saw all of Schumer's, I watched last night like 10 different times over the years, he said, you can't shut down government, you can't shut down. And now he's the one that shut it down. So this is a confession that he's acting not to serve the people, but to serve the partisan interests of his party.
Brian, the big question at this hour is how long are Democrats going to dig in before they finally say, okay, enough is enough, let's reopen the government and continue to negotiate? What are you hearing there? I've heard October 18th, which is the Kingmaker rally. That's when they might do it. We talked earlier this week. You said this thing could conceivably drag on to Christmas. What's the over-under at this very moment, Brian?
I think it's after October 18th and it's before Christmas, if we can agree on that timeline. Okay. I do think it extends a little bit further. But, it's interesting, Terrence, because what do they have to lose? When you look at the public opinion polling on Democrats, and really you can just say Congress altogether, is very low. So they don't necessarily have, and they could pin this on the fact that, they'll say, we have the White House, we have the House, we have the Senate. So it's purely lays on our responsibility. But yet the reality is we still need Democrats to vote for this thing to get it to the 60 votes. So we need Democrat help on this. So essentially, you can blame it on the Democrats, and you can call this a Schumer shutdown. Now, there is one option, and I know people have talked about this, the nuclear option in terms of this. They used the nuclear option to get confirmation on several appointees in the Trump administration. They can certainly do that to open up the government. That's something that I know Mike Johnson has expressed a lot of opinion on that. That's not what that's used for, and that would maybe put too much power into one political party. One can agree on that, but if they wanted to open up, that is certainly an issue too. But it remains to be opened, and we're going to see probably, like I said, I think it's in between after 18th, but yet before Christmas. But really, I think American people need to understand that, there's hardworking people out there that work for this government each and every day. They contribute so much to the efficiency of our government. They are going to lose paychecks. So if you want to, like President Trump says, you want to call your local Democrat and on any level of political office in your home state, I certainly encourage you to do that and tell them to open the government now.
Hey, Brian, just really quickly before I let you go, any word on other votes happening today? Yesterday, of course, there were 2 votes that ultimately failed in order to try to get the government back open. Will the U.S. Senate vote again today as far as you're hearing?
I have not heard that as of today, but I will certainly check on that, and I'll push it out on social media if I hear anything more on that. I have not heard any further votes as of today.
All right. As far as I'm concerned, they need to vote every single day until they get this government reopened. In fact, they need to vote a couple of times a day, but that's just me. Brian Glenn reporting from the White House. Appreciate you, my friend.
Yes, sir, Terrence.
All right. Well, folks, the new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, it starts at home with each and every one of us. That's where the wellness company comes in. You see and you hear from TWC doctors all the time on this very network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure that you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. The kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist you in the proper use of the medications inside. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and help your family live a longer and more satisfying life. So make America healthy again, and it starts at your home. Do your part to protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10% on a kit just like this one right here. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is. Plus, we'll have your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. There it is right there on your screen. Do you think James Comey will be held accountable for allegedly lying to Congress? Why or why not? Looking forward to your answers.
This Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, Real America's Voice brings you an exclusive special event. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Patriots.
Give me liberty or give me death.
You're invited to a pivotal gathering of leaders, experts, and patriots coming together at a time when America stands at a crossroads.
But be out there fighting in that realm.
Education and indoctrination, election integrity, and more of the urgent issues that matter most to your family, your community, and your country. More than a conference, it's a call to action. Whether you're a citizen, a community leader, or a grassroots activist, your voice is needed now. Join us as we unite around faith, family, and freedom, and take the fight for America's future to the next level. Don't miss it. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Patriots this Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Richmond, Virginia. I used to live there. I used to live off of Short Pump Road, one of my favorite street names ever. All right, folks, do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Do you forget to file for an extension? Well, the October 15th deadline is fast approaching and time is running out. If you haven't gathered all of your documents or made any estimated payments, well, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. They can garnish your wages, they can freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. But there is help available. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands of people in reducing their tax burdens, and they can help you as well. So don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA will guide you through some simple questions to determine how much you can save. Take action now before it's too late by visiting tnusa.com or call 800-905-8000. All right, folks, it's now time for What Makes America Wonderful. All right, today's story comes to us out of Florida, where a devoted dog led a police officer to a woman who was in distress. Deputy Devin Miller responded to a report from a worried husband who had told him that his wife had gone out for a walk and didn't come back. When the woman didn't return at her usual time, the husband then got concerned and, as you saw, called police and called for help. Deputy Miller then promptly searched the neighborhood and ran into the family dog, whose name is Eeyore. Eeyore was still on his leash, and when Deputy Miller asked the dog to lead her to the mom, well, the dog more than happily obliged. The pair then ran into the man's wife, who had fallen and injured herself. The deputy stabilized the woman until EMS arrived on scene. And this is just another example of how man's best friend, a dog, can help out, and it also shows what makes America wonderful. Well, that's going to do it for the show today, everyone. We appreciate your time. All right, let's get you to the question of the day real quick. Here it is. The question of the day, do you think that James Comey will be held accountable for allegedly lying to Congress? Why or why not? Sandra Murray, we appreciate you chiming in, writing, Comey has not been held accountable yet. Where's the perp walk and mugshot? That guy opens his mouth and lies just ooze out. I'm going to have to see accountability to believe it. Susan G. writes, no, Republicans never follow through. Probably plea bargain, 0 jail time. And Gen X Republican writes, no, D.C. Swamp will not convict him. It's 100% Democrats, and he knows it. A change of venue is necessary, and still the odds are in his favor. To each of you who chimed in, we appreciate you chiming in and letting us know what you think. All right, now let's go over to my good friend Eric Bowling. He's coming up next. Eric, can you hear me, brother? Good afternoon. I want to say good morning because I always do the morning show, but good afternoon. I guess it is afternoon. How are you?
What's up, my friend Terrence? I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
I am well. Excited for Monday or Tuesday whenever those hostages held by Hamas are finally released and back home safe. And I would imagine you're going to be talking a lot about that today as well. It is really the big story of the day. And it once again reinforces President Trump's impact on the world stage and how he can literally change issues that no one else has seemed to be able to tackle.
No, it's just a good point, Terrence. And I believe I read that the Nobel laureates are going to announce their
tomorrow
finalist. Yeah, tomorrow, right in front of.
I think he should be on the list. What do you think?
Can you imagine? I mean, he creates peace in the Mideast on the eve of the Nobel laureates announcing their Nobel Peace Prize. Is it the final answer, or is it the list of finalists?
I believe, I probably need to double check. I believe it is the actual nominee who ultimately will be conferred the Nobel Prize. But I'm with you. In fact, I wrote a story this morning saying on the eve of this big announcement, it would be hard to refuse the guy at this point.
Exactly. People have been trying to get peace in the Mideast since, I don't know, the beginning of the Dark Ages. And now Trump is on the verge of doing that right before the peace prizes now. Wow, what great. Look, if nothing else, the guy's got amazing timing, doesn't he? He's got perfect TV timing as always. Terrence, appreciate you, man. Great job as always, and we'll see. Maybe we'll see you again tomorrow. I'm not sure who's going to be there, but Terrence, good job, good working with you, my friend. All righty, folks. Guess what? It's 4 o'clock. Very, very quickly, Dow Jones down 262, S&P to 18, nothing. NASDAQ down a little bit. Oil was down. That good news. Crypto was hovering a little bit around unchanged. Just want to get that through because we have a lot to get to. You probably heard the name George Soros, right? He's that billionaire, but their left's favorite billionaire, puppet master. He funds radical prosecutors, woke politicians, and the media networks that protect them. But here's a name you may not have heard. David E. Shaw, D.E. Shaw. David Shaw is a Wall Street billionaire, founder of a hedge fund called D.E. Shaw & Company, and one of the biggest Democrat donors in America. He's poured nearly every penny of his political money into the left, straight to Democrats, their PACs, and their causes. And just like Soros, he hides behind a mask of morality. Shaw's firm became the poster child of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They preached values, core principles, pronouns, you name it, they were behind it. But behind the scenes, a very different story. While they're lecturing the rest of us about morality and equality, D.E. Shaw was forcing women and minority employees working for him to sign away their rights, their civil rights, just to collect paychecks for work they already did. They literally made people sign releases promising never to file claims of harassment or discrimination to get their paycheck that they've already earned. Then when reporters started digging, evidence started disappearing. Journalists caught portions of their website being deleted. And when the heat hit the boss himself, D.E. Shaw, the man, David, his COO, Chief Operating Officer, turned around and fired his own black female head of DEI, the woman he hired to make the firm look inclusive, and tried to pin the whole mess on her. That's not diversity, that's deception. It gets worse. There's a pattern. The SEC already fined D.E. Shaw for violating whistleblower protections. A court found them liable for defamation, for scapegoating an employee during the Me Too era. And David Shaw's companies have a history of being sued for sexual harassment. And yet, through it all, the Biden Department of Justice hadn't lifted a finger. No raids, no subpoenas, no investigations, no lawfare, nada, nothing, zilch. Because remember, this guy was their guy, a Democrat. Not only a Democrat, a mega donor, part of the same elite club that funds the machine, keeping those folks in power on the left while they weaponize government against conservatives, Donald Trump and others. Think of Roger Stone. Think of Steve Bannon. Think of Pete Navarro. Well, they give free passes to their billionaire banker friends bankrolling their own agenda, D.E. Shaw. If David E. Shaw were a Trump donor, the headlines would already be screaming. But because he's on their side, the system stays silent. That's the real face of power in America. And it's time we start calling that out. All right, let's bring in our first guest, a political strategist, campaign advisor who was a Democrat, but made the switch to the Republican Party because she got smart. She figured it out, folks, and she now fights against the evilness of the Democrats. She's a co-host on the Her Take podcast with the PBD, great podcast group. Happy to welcome back my friend, Lindy Lee. Lindy, we have so much to talk about, but since the president took the whole 4 o'clock hour yesterday with a great topic, I mean, Antifa, terrorist organization or not, I would say absolutely. And we saw a bunch of young citizen, young gun journalists, some of them with bruises. A young lady had a black eye, talking about how when they go to work, they might get hurt. They might get beat up. They might get assaulted. They might die. And they pointed to the legacy media in the back of the room. And the setup was beautiful, how the citizen journalists are up front and the legacy media is in the back, and they said, you guys don't have to know what we have to know before we go out and try and cover stories. It was just phenomenal. Lindy, let's talk a little Antifa, shall we? How in the world is Antifa still allowed to operate in this country?
Eric, it's so good to be with you. The reason why these still exist is that the left tells us, oh, it's just a political movement. It's not an actual entity. But no, these people are actually extremists. They're actually terrorists. And I can't forget that night, Eric, I don't know if you remember, on CNN, they had a chyron at the bottom and it said, mostly peaceful protests. Meanwhile, the city was on fire and people were overturning police cars and assaulting citizens and police. Antifa is a terrorist organization. It's not even a question anymore. I don't even know why we're allowing for that discussion. I live here in Philadelphia. They set my street on fire over George Floyd. They held him up to be their messiah.
Mm-hmm. So not only was mostly peaceful as a CNN chyron with the building burning literally behind it. Ali Velshi was on MSNBC around the same time, maybe within the same week. Another city, I'm not sure if it was Minneapolis or not, another city burning. And the guy, Ali Velshi, while he's on camera saying this is a peaceful protest, literally saying it, gets shot in the leg with a rubber bullet. Shot in the leg. Peaceful. But what we've now found out, and what Trump pointed out yesterday, and this is important, that Antifa has been funded by radical forces. He kept trying to get the kids to say Soros. He didn't really name a name, but radical outsiders funding this. I think we can shut them down, call them terrorist organization. Any damage they do, any violence they do, we can up the penalties, right?
Right. And you talk about Soros, and I think that's an extremely important point because Soros always tries to have a measure of plausible deniability by donating through a series of shell organizations. So he can say, oh, I had nothing to do with it. But where do you think the billions are coming from? George Soros is single-handedly the biggest donor on the left. He has his hand in everything. The better question to ask, in fact, is who is he not donating to? That's a much shorter list.
Well, he famously, Krasner was your district attorney in Philadelphia,
yes,
wildly liberal, let out hardened criminals, almost to the detriment of the citizens of Philadelphia. And yet Philadelphia is still a wildly liberal city and continues to elect liberal Democrats up and down the ticket.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but he depends on those people. He depends on those. That's his demographic. He depends on them for votes. That's who his supporter base is, and he understands that. And it's really disheartening to see the birthplace of America descend into such chaos because under his tenure, that's what it's become. You can't go outside without having to be worried about getting shot. That's Philadelphia for you. And I mean, this is not the Philadelphia that I was raised in the suburbs, but Pennsylvania, I mean, Pennsylvania is deeply nestled in my heart, and it breaks my heart to see everything disintegrate under progressive leadership. And it's not just Larry Krasner, by the way, it's our mayor as well. Criminal justice reform basically means let everybody out of jail.
I wonder if Trump's going to send some National Guard to the city of Philadelphia.
Hey, I wouldn't mind. I'd actually feel safer.
The thing is, I'm not even sure. Listen, I'm a libertarian. I don't really like the idea of federal law enforcement in our cities and in our state. I just don't. It just rubs me the wrong way as a libertarian. But I love the way Trump does a lot of things. Not necessarily for what the end results may be, but a lot of things to get inside the liberals' heads. I mean, they literally go apoplectic about J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, Gavin Newsom in California, and every single talking head from Joy Reid to Jim Acosta to Simone Sanders. They just, it ups their Trump derangement syndrome feelings and animosity towards Trump, and you gotta love it.
Yeah, I call them the woke brigade because they get angry at whatever he does. It's just orange man bad. If Trump does something, they automatically hate it. And don't even get me started on Joy Reid. Her entire career was built on racial grievance and how everything is terrible for Black people. That's her entire shtick. And and MSNBC got tired of her.
Let's stay on Joy for a second, because she made a comment about J.D. Vance getting into Yale because he was white. Joy Reid is a Harvard graduate, and Harvard is one of the prime examples of when conservatives went to the Supreme Court and fought to eliminate affirmative action, which means allowing minorities to get into colleges that they normally couldn't get into simply because they're meeting a quota, or the college wants that diversification, rather than allowing the meritocracy to take over. Joy Reid, I'm guessing, is a product, a baby product.
She said so. She admitted it, Eric.
Affirmative action.
You're right. She said so with her own mouth. She said, I wouldn't be at Harvard. I wouldn't for affirmative action. She admitted it. This is not our conjecture. She said it herself.
So she's got some cojones. And
I do want to say, the Supreme Court case, I want to...
Go ahead.
I want to make sure that viewers understand this. It's not every demographic. It's whites and Asians. Okay? Because whites and Asians score better than any other demographic on test scores.
I think Asians score higher than whites, right?
By affirmative action?
Am I right? Asians score the highest.
Yeah, but whites and Asians just score better than everyone, is what I'm saying.
Right. And so the ones who are hurt are Asians and whites, right? Go ahead.
I'm just saying that it's incredibly unfair that so many kids, they work hard, but they are discriminated against simply because they're white or Asian and they can't get into their dream school. I mean, this is not important anymore, but I didn't get into Harvard. I had a 2390 SAT score, which is essentially perfect. I got waitlisted at Harvard, which devastated me at the time. I don't really care anymore. But I'm just saying it didn't make any sense when people with lower test scores and resumes that weren't as strong, they easily got in because... your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we know what it is. We absolutely know it is. But somehow the white male, conservative white male, straight male, is at the bottom of the social totem pole. At least certainly was up until
that angers me so much because, as I said to you, Eric, I've said to you this offline, and I'll say it again on air: white men are the blank. I'm a huge fan, and I'm so sick and tired of society trashing white.
Well, that's one woman's opinion.
It's got to stop.
It's one woman's
opinion. Because white men are fantastic.
Since we're on race, the census has historically counted minorities, illegal minorities, in the count. And Trump is trying to say, let's do another census. It's not supposed to happen. Just let's do it off year. Every 10 years, we're supposed to take the census. But he says, because of the way it's been faultily administered, that we need to do it over. I think it's a great idea. And it'll also the resources. So America has a certain amount of resources to spend, right? It's our budget. And we send it out to the states and we send it out to the districts and the municipalities based on the demographics. And that's all based on the census. So if you have bad info going in, garbage out, meaning illegals are skewing the resource allocation. That's my take. What's your take?
Erica, I think you're spot on. And I've looked into this because I am a legal immigrant. My family waited years to come here. We've contributed so much to this country, created hundreds of American jobs. We followed every rule. But then you have people storming across the border, completely desecrating every policy, every law of this country. And let's take California, for example. They would lose 2 to 3 congressional seats if illegals weren't counted. This isn't
Maybe
me
more.
saying it.
Maybe
this
more,
is liberal think
Lindy.
tanks doing
Maybe
the
more.
math.
Bannon will tell you 5. Bannon will tell you California would lose 5, both Florida. Or Governor DeSantis said we would pick up 2 in Florida and at least 2 in Texas. Lindy, I got to go. Love having you on. And I think Asian people are the blank also. What do you think of that?
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. That means a lot to me.
Love having you on, my friend. Thank you, Lindy Lee, as always.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Keep killing it on that show, Her Take. We love it. We love PDB over here. Thank you. All right, guys. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that stands boldly in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S. support-based team, all of them in the United States, standing by to take care of you. Call this number, folks, 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT today. Call there or go to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use that promo code RAV, R-A-V, for a free month of service. That's right. They'll give you a free month just for using that promo code. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. All right. Big edge just dropped 2 hours ago. Here's a little piece of the Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort, telling us about the movie and how close the movie was to his actual life. There's that infamous scene of you coming out of I believe the country club, and you're high.
100% accurate.
Yeah, and you see your Ferrari or Lambo, and you're trying to figure out how to get to it, and you're trying to figure out, and then you just kind of use the trees and the walls as bumpers on the way home. Phenomenal scene, creative license. You say it's accurate.
No, well, the only thing that's not accurate is that it was a Mercedes, not a Lamborghini. Everything else is 100% accurate.
All right. So okay, now you're in the middle of all this, and life is coming at you fast and hard, right? Was there a moment where you realized that the empire may be collapsing? And then what I really want to know is, how did your body react to it? I know you get panicky in your mind, but was there a physical reaction with your body?
Well, I mean, I think I was, I was like a human petri dish. I was doing massive quantities of drugs, but then I got sober in 97, right? And then when I got sober, it was like the first time I really looked at what had happened.
It's a fascinating 35-minute interview. You got to see the whole thing. There's a screen right now. Just take your phone, open your phone up, open the camera up, put your phone camera right towards that QR code, and hit the yellow line on there. It'll take you right to subscribe. And I will tell you what, subscribe now. You will not be disappointed. Free, never costs you a penny. Must subscribe to see it all, though. Be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
All right, our first guest, a geopolitical advisor and strategist who served as a senior staffer to two, not one, but two Republican members of Congress. Happy to have Rina Shah join us again. My dear Rina Shah, always good to have you. So let's talk about this lunatic guy in Virginia who wants to be the top cop there. He wants to be the Attorney General of the state of Virginia. Jay Jones sent texts wishing violence on not only his political adversaries, but their spouses and their children. Democrats still seem to back him even after his violent texts about Republicans. Rina, you're also, listen, so you were there, you're a senior staffer on the Hill, but when you see this, you're senior aide, congressional aide to a top level congressman or woman, and you go, in your party, what do you say to them about supporting this Jay Johnson for Attorney General of Virginia?
My first and most clear message would be this guy has to drop out, because when you see it in black and white, or rather blue and gray like this, you can sense that this is a person who's unfit for any level of public facing leadership. And look, Eric, I mean, this is unbelievable on every level. This Jay Jones scandal, when I look at it on its face, it's straight out of a bad thriller. And I'm not just saying that because I've been behind the scenes and it'd be a nightmare to work for someone like this who's been exposed as such, but it's very real given the backdrop of what we're seeing across the country. Of course, political violence is something that feels kind of part and parcel in this era, but it's disgusting that this kind of person would think that that kind of texting wouldn't see the light of day. I mean, he's a Democrat, of course, who's running for Virginia's top cop. And to think that he's fantasized in these 2022 texts about pumping 2 bullets to the head of the Republican House Speaker, Todd Gilbert, and then wishing his kids would, quote unquote, die in their mother's arms to maybe change his mind on policy, that just tells me this isn't a rational human being who does not deserve public service. I mean, what's furthermore is that he even joked about urinating on Republican graves. I mean, he's apologized like it's no big deal, but even some Democrats are cringing. And Trump is calling for him to drop out. Governor Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, is saying that it's beyond disqualifying, which I very much agree with. His opponent, Jason Miyares, up until now, unless something has changed, has been very kind and not yet called for him to drop out. Jason Miyares is a quality guy. I've been fortunate to spend some time with him earlier this year. But look at the liberal media, how they're treating this. It's crickets. Or they're even downplaying it as quote unquote old text while they lose their minds over a sombrero meme. So look, I've said it before in many words. Jay Jones is unhinged. Virginians cannot trust him to protect their families. It's a wake-up call also. Democrats' rage is also dangerous. They keep saying right-wing rage is dangerous. Well, Democrat rage is dangerous, we're
Deadly.
seeing. And
it's deadly. Democrat rage is deadly. Right-wing rage may be, I don't know, dangerous or intimidating, but progressive rage can be deadly, and we've seen that with our friend Charlie Kirk. You know what's amazing to me, Rena, is not that this guy got caught saying really stupid crap, because I think they all do that, and they think in the privacy of their own text messaging. But the fact that he doubled down a second time, the person he was sending it to was a Republican at the time, and he doubled down saying, "Oh yeah, I'm clarifying that I mean the children too," which is insane. But worse than that, Abigail's former rep of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, who's running for governor, who's the Democrat nominee for governor, has said, "Oh, yeah, not good, but I'm still backing Jay Jones for Attorney General." They're not even distancing themselves from someone who suggested murdering an adversary.
If Spanberger wants to lock up this Virginia governorship, she needs to do better. She needs to put her foot down and call it what it is, that not just Americans, but Virginians deserve better than this violent fantasy land that it seems is what a lot of our fellow Americans are living in. Winsome Sears, who of course is the Republican opposing Spanberger, is coming down, of course, and talking about this. Look, I'm worried about this on every level. I had a great conversation last night, actually, with a very centrist Democrat that I don't think I can name. It was a private conversation, but that person gave me a lot of hope. And that person spoke particularly to me, and not because, this person knew I was a Republican, but spoke about Charlie Kirk's assassination being something that made them want to get off of social media, and that they're just deeply disturbed about sort of the rhetoric. And so I want to say it's not everybody, but for people to act like it's not happening across the political spectrum is very tone deaf. And again, we've got to get our country, especially those people who are seeking public service, out of these violent fantasy lands where they wish death.
The irony, Rena, is that he's running for Attorney General, the top lawmaker in the state, in a very influential swing state, no less. But the top lawmaker, if you boil it down, I mean, it's borderline illegal. I mean, you can't call for the murder of people. I think, maybe you can. I could be wrong on the First Amendment on that. But let me just progress this to the other story that we were talking about. Yesterday, MTG came on the show, and to her credit, she said, "You know what, Bowling? I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative first. I'm pro-Trump, but I'm a conservative first, and I got to make sure my kids grow up in a country that is right-leaning, center-right, right-leaning." And she's pushing back on a couple of things that the Trump administration is pretty much leaning on her not to. Do we have a soundbite? If we can roll that soundbite, let's do that.
To allow Democrats to have some sort of moral high ground on this issue because they're the only ones talking about it, I think is a major failure from the Republican Party. And I'm not going to stand there and just keep talking the talking points when my own adult children can hardly afford health insurance premiums, when everyone in my district, it's the number one issue that I hear about day in and day out, not just people on the ACA, but people that have private insurance as well. And I think it's something that we have to talk about. And I don't see why the government needs to be shut down. I really don't. I believe that if Republicans learn to govern and wield power, they can use the nuclear option in the Senate. They can open up the government. We can get back to work for the American people, and Republicans can solve this problem that is a very big problem that we can't ignore.
Forget the policy for just 1 minute here, and let's talk about the politics, because MTG basically said, look, I brought a bill to call Antifa a terrorist organization, right? Declare them a domestic terror organization. Never got voted on. I brought a bill to say burning the American flag should be illegal. Never got voted on. And she went through 3 or 4 things that English is the first language. None of them got codified, right? And they didn't get codified because Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, never brought them to a House vote because for whatever reason. I asked her. She didn't know why. I asked Bannon later. He said because they're all rhinos and they want to, as soon as Trump is done, they want to come back in and own the place again. Weigh in on the politics behind some of these ideas and how they're not getting through with the House Republicans, House Senate, and the House President.
Eric, this is why I love coming on your show, because you understand nuance. And I'm a creature of the house. I love that place. I started my career there, and I have seen it become increasingly dysfunctional. On the one hand, I see Speaker Johnson surviving, but I have seen him become increasingly ineffective. And Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene right there, I cannot believe it. I've said it on the show before. I cannot believe I agree with her wholeheartedly these days. I mean, she is just really out there stating facts. She's speaking about things practically. And let's not forget another bill that she's been a part of there with Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, congressmen from different sides of the aisle, talking about the Epstein files, the survivors. So Johnson is in a really bad moment when she's calling out his leadership as being weak, because she just said it right there in 2 sentences, how this could get done, how you can actually govern Republicans. And I think, I applaud her for lighting a fire under her own party. And whether you love it or you hate it, she's speaking for every hardworking American family that is getting crushed by this shutdown mess. And I know it was a fiery ex post that she put across where she blasted Republican leaders for ignoring the expiring Obamacare tax credits, which have helped a lot of people in my native West Virginia as well. And I was on Capitol Hill actually as a senior aide to a Republican.
Do me a favor, my dear Rena. We'll do the policy another time. I appreciate you weighing in on the politics. I have to go. I'm up against the break. I appreciate your time so much. We'll get you back, and when we talk a little bit. I think there's a big issue. The rural America is about to have a rude awakening as far as health care, and there are Republicans that need to hear MTG, Rena Shah, maybe even this show. So we'll talk again very, very soon. Rena Shah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Take care.
2.5 centuries of honor, courage, and commitment. This Saturday, Real America's Voice presents America's Marine 250. Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute from the founding at Tun Tavern to today's Marines defending freedom worldwide. Witness a historic tribute to their service and sacrifice. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hosted by Steve Bannon, Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Join us for this once-in-a-generation salute, only on Real America's Voice.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive. He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/RAV to join the Angel Guild.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments.
So as the temperature gets a little colder across America, Americans are start thinking about the flu season. Many experts are predicting this will be one of the worst flu seasons we've had in quite a while. Here to give us insight on how we can avoid getting sick is Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine at the great company, the wellness company. We love the wellness company doctors, and we love Dr. Kelly Victory. I've been doing TV with Dr. Kelly Victory since before COVID. Remember before COVID? Dr. Victory. Can we start with COVID right now? A lot of people are talking about, well, it's going to be a horrible COVID season, and maybe it already had. I think I already had it and didn't even know it this time around. Tell us, do we still need to watch out for COVID?
Well, thanks, as always, for having me, Eric. As you said, the kids are back at school, the leaves are changing, so cue the fear-mongering about cold and flu season, and that includes COVID. The reality is that upper respiratory viruses, including influenza and COVID and rhinoviruses, are out there in the environment all the time. Although it may not sound very sexy, the best thing that people can do is pay attention to their overall health and wellness. The things that will improve their immune system. And that's the basics, like eating a good diet, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and those sorts of things. Whether or not this will be an unusually robust influenza season or COVID season, we don't know. I will tell you, unfortunately, a lot of people did some damage to their immune systems by taking these COVID shots over and over again. And we know that we have a multitude of studies that have proven that the more vaccinated you are for COVID, the more likely you are to contract it. So it actually not only isn't efficacious, it has negative efficacy. So I recommend that people, as I said, in addition to doing the basics, people should be supplementing vitamin D, and I think it is a good idea to have on hand one of our emergency kits, because those kits include the kinds of medications that you would need if you should start to get unusually ill. And that includes, by the way, antibiotics. Many of the people who got significantly ill in the past from influenza or from COVID actually ended up suffering from a bacterial infection, a bacterial pneumonia on top of the virus, and that's where antibiotics, for example, come in. Our kits also include things like Tamiflu and ivermectin, which are effective not only against COVID, but against influenza.
At what age, Doc? A lot of people say, well, I'm in my 30s. I don't really need these sorts of wellness company kits because I'm healthy. But that's not really true, because you can walk in, touch a surface, and if it's got a virus on it, but whatever, and you touch your face, or even airborne, right? I mean, you can catch this at any age, right? You really want to make sure you have these things on hand no matter what age you are.
Absolutely. There's no question that the people who are at highest risk for a bad outcome from anything from influenza to COVID to even a common cold are the very young and the elderly, and those people who have underlying health issues, whether that's heart disease or diabetes. But anyone can contract influenza. Most people will sail right through it with simple over-the-counter measures, Tylenol, ibuprofen, lots of liquids, decongestants, cough medications, those sorts of things. Very few people will end up needing to seek medical care. But I do think, as I said, that it makes sense to have these kits on hand, because the last thing you want to do when you're profoundly ill, really under the weather, is have to get in the car, either make an appointment at your doctor, or God forbid, have to find an urgent care or an emergency department. Doc, that's not where you want to be.
I guess what I'm getting at also is the wellness company kit, right? It also prevents you from contracting some of these viruses and diseases, right? Not just help you deal with the symptoms afterwards.
Absolutely. We have things, medications in there that will help prevent you from contracting. For example, if you have been up close and personal with somebody who ends up having influenza, you certainly can choose to take things like the Tamiflu Drugs like Tamiflu are best used. They have the best efficacy and the best chance of decreasing your symptoms if they are taken very, very early. So if you have been in close contact with somebody who is tested positive for influenza, then it may make sense, depending on your underlying health conditions, to start taking Tamiflu.
Crack open that wellness kit and open the guidebooks. The guidebooks teach you how much to take, when to take it. That's also very important. Dr. Kelly Victory, appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll talk to you again. Next, I want to talk to you about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, because remember the bad rap those got, and all of a sudden, hey, it turns out they worked. Doc, thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Eric.
All right, folks, it's always entertaining to watch CNN turn on one of their own, isn't it? No one eats their own quite like the liberals do, and who can blame them, especially when it's Nancy Pelosi they're dealing with, who's one of the most corrupt snakes in the D.C. swamp.
To make, and that is nobody who has lied more to Congress than Donald Trump. And that's why I tore up his speech, because it was a manifesto of lies, and I said at the time. So it's so cute almost that he's accusing somebody of lying to Congress.
Obviously, he wasn't under oath. It's a different.
It doesn't matter. He's the president of the United States speaking to the Congress of the United States.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Appreciate it.
Doesn't matter, you idiot. He's your president too, CNN anchor. Okay, thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Democrats really don't like to be challenged in their crummy policies, do they? They love an obedient media that does as they're told to do and only asks the easy questions, the softball questions. So when the media, their own lashes out at their own occasionally and asks the real questions, well, they send in the clowns.
Well, the real Chicagoans that I talk to, that I communicate with, mostly black and brown, actually, tell me that you don't seem to know the difference between illegal aliens and real Chicago citizens. They feel that you are siding with the illegal aliens over them in their communities. And sadly...
William, let's get to the question.
Let's get to the question. The real question is simply this. I don't know how to make it any more direct. An illegal alien from Nicaragua grabbed a woman on the north side last week, bashed her head into the sidewalk, knocked her unconscious, and raped her. If that had been your wife, Stacey...
Okay, all right, we're not going to answer that. Thank you. Thanks, Will.
All right. Would you want ICE to deport her?
All right, let's move on.
Yes or no?
Let's move on.
Let's go Brandon Johnson. He's got a single-digit approval rating in the city of Chicago, right around where Lori Lightfoot, who he took over for, was polling right when she got bounced by that guy. We all love, this is great. These next two are amazing. We all love a good liberal meltdown, don't we? The Democrat leading the race for California governor to replace Gavin Newsom was asked the question she didn't like. And like the good snowflake that she is, when challenged on her ability to win the race, the self-righteous liberal Katie Porter, watch this woman and tell me she's not one of the most unlikable human beings on the planet. She may be the next governor of California. Listen.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, man?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%? Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're saying.
In a general election? Yes.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't think
I feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And we've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters. Okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it.
Yeah, she gets up and walks away. The point is, the reporter didn't ask, oh, what's your favorite color and how much do you hate Trump? Because those are the only two questions that she could nail. Those are softballs. And she got a tough question. She didn't like it, so she walked away. But want to know another reason why Katie Porter, that same woman, might have trouble winning this election besides being a nasty snowflake? Well, maybe because she scolded her ex-husband by throwing a pot of mashed potatoes on his head, or maybe this because she abused and berated staffers until they cried. You know what else we love? We love liberal meltdowns, but we also love a good liberal backtrack like AOC, who felt it necessary to insult Stephen Miller by insulting every single man who lacks height. By the way, Stephen Miller is a healthy 5'10", which is above the average height in America, which is 5'9". Anyway, fearing a loss of voters, AOC decides to lay it on thick in her support of, quote, short kings, as she puts it.
I want to express my love for the short king community. I don't believe in body shaming. I am talking about how big or small someone is on the inside. Like, for example, I have no idea how tall Andrew Tate is. No idea at all. But that guy looks to me like 5'3", like 5'3", 5'4". Whereas
we're pulling us out of it because we couldn't take it anymore. So she made fun of Stephen Miller. She thought he was short, and she made fun of him being a short king or some nonsense like that. She got lit up because, you know, liberals are snowflakes and don't make fun of people's heights or what they look like. And so she tried to backtrack it with, how big he was on the inside. Shut up. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments.
All right, my next guest has been named to the Time 100 Most Influential Rising Stars list. He's the great Florida congressman from the great state of Florida, Mr. Byron Donalds. Welcome, Congressman. I just want to give some breaking news right now. CBS and others are reporting New York Attorney General Letitia James just indicted on fraud charges by a federal grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia on Thursday, October, that's today. Sources indicate that the charges are related to bank and mortgage fraud. There you go. Breaking a little news for you, my friend Letitia James, just indicted. Your thoughts, your first reaction?
Those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. That's the first reaction I got. Number two, look, I mean, you can't do what she did, what she's accused of doing. What she's accused is lying on mortgage applications. You just can't do it. And considering the fact that she launched one of the most political and insane civil prosecutions against an American, let alone President Trump, saying that Mar-a-Lago was valued at $18 million. I mean, that's just stupid. You know,
the hypocrisy of it, really. And a lot of people on the left are already on social media say, oh, this is retaliatory action by Trump. BS, it's retaliatory. If you break the law, you're going to get held accountable, especially when you do things like trying to incarcerate Trump or bankrupt Trump simply because you don't like his politics, even though he didn't break the law. They were moving laws around to try and fit a prosecution while she was actually breaking the law herself. Do we finally see a perp walk, you think?
I don't know. I'll leave that up to them. One thing I know is nobody's above the law. That's what the left told us repeatedly over the last couple of years. And so you can't defraud on a mortgage application. That's the facts. Letitia James is accused of doing that. She'll have her day in court, and we'll see how it goes.
All right. So interesting that she was indicted in a federal district court in Virginia. Speaking of Virginia, this nut job, this Attorney General candidate, Jay Jones, sent those text messages to a colleague saying that he hoped that former Republican House Speaker Todd Gilbert's children would die. How did the Democrats continue? And Abigail Spanberger still supporting this guy. She's running for governor, still supporting this guy. I mean, did the Democrats just not have no self-awareness at all?
One, they don't have self-awareness, but it's bigger than that. They have no moral clarity. That's the problem in the Democrat Party. There's no moral clarity. I will tell you this. If there was a Republican like this, he would have been gone off the ballot long ago. That's a fact. Everybody in the party would have called for that person to go. You cannot do this. This guy, he wants to be the top cop in Virginia. Like, that's what's happening. He wants to run for attorney general, but you're the attorney general who in your private messages is actively wishing for the death of your political rival. That's crazy. But that's the Democrats. They only care about power. They really don't care about the people that they say that they care about. They're only interested in continuing the cottage industry that is the Democrat power movement. That's all they want. That's all they care about. That's why no major Democrat has called for this guy to get out of the race.
You know, guys, but the folks know I live here in Florida. I've lived down here for 4 years, I'm going on 5 years. It's just, the state's amazing. You know, you're rumored to be the leading contender for governor of Florida coming up. And the reason why I'm putting it this way, because I'm going to ask you a tough question. And I'd like just your gut reaction. So we had MTG on the other day, and she was upset that she's brought a couple of things forward, declaring, like codifying Trump's executive order that Antifa is, in fact, a terrorist organization, codifying the fact that if you burn the American flag, you will be committing a crime, and others. And she feels like the caucus, the Republicans, Speaker Johnson, isn't bringing it to the floor for a vote, and she can't figure out why. Would you know why?
No. I mean, look, I got bills, too, that he hasn't brought to the floor. There's a couple that I have which codify the president's executive orders on energy and a couple others. I wish they got a floor vote as well. I really can't speak to that. You know, the speaker and the leadership team, they decide what goes. And there's a lot of members who are frustrated by stuff that they believe is quite simple, like the ones that MTG has, that should get a floor vote. I think they should. That's something that the leadership makes a decision on. Everybody's got to deal with it. This happens at the federal level, happens in every state legislature around the country.
But, Congressman, is Mike Johnson not bringing him to the floor because he doesn't think they'll pass, because there's be some Republicans that may be exposed because they would vote against those? Is that part of the reason? By the way, as a citizen of America, not necessarily just Florida, I want to know who votes against codifying Antifa as a terrorist organization, or who votes against burning the American flag a crime.
I think so. I think there's probably some concerns about what the vote mix will be on the Republican caucus. The other piece is some of these items, they got to go through the committee process in order to get a full and thorough vetting. There might be some concerns there. But this is one of the reasons why I've long since advocated for the People's House to be an open body where members can bring bills, debate bills. That doesn't mean that they're going to pass. There's an opportunity where they could be killed in committees or on the floor of the House. That's the way the process should work. But one of the major issues in all legislative processes, and this is not just D.C., it's every state capital in the country, is that the leadership has always had an outsized influence on what goes to the floor, excuse me. That's a real problem and something that needs to be fixed. I think the members should be able to represent their districts, regardless if you think it's a good measure or a bad measure. I think those items should be heard.
Well, that begs the question, Congressman, do you have confidence in Speaker Johnson?
I do. I mean, look, being speaker is hard. It's not as easy as people think it is. It's a very hard job to do. You're trying to keep the various factions of the House together. I think Speaker Johnson has actually done a very good job. And he'd tell you, he and I have disagreed on issues from time to time. That's the way it works. But at the end of the day, he has really done a good job leading the Republican conference. There are disagreements all through the conference. I mean, we could sit here and talk about those ad nauseum, but it's not about the disagreements. It's about what you accomplish. And especially this year with President Trump coming back, we've been able to accomplish getting the president's agenda through Congress. Major feat with spending cuts. And I disagreed on the spending cuts. I wish there were more. That's what I advocated for. But you have to deal with the votes that are in the chamber. And so I think he's done a good job. I would like to see more. I'm quite sure Marjorie would like to see a lot more. But there's only one speaker at a time. He has to be able to try to find a way to move policy through the House of Representatives.
Do you know this issue that's bubbling up with the rural hospital situation? Pretty sure it's not right left only, where there was some funding during COVID and whatnot that assisted hospitals in rural parts of the country to meet expenses. And I understand it that in the new big beautiful bill, a lot of that money is being pulled back. Some Republicans want to see it upped in that number. They left some of the money in. They want to see it higher. Are you familiar with this bill, and do you know where it stands?
Well, what happened between when we were going through the president's agenda is that there were adjustments to waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. According to GAO, there's about $50 billion every single year of waste and fraud and abuse in the Medicaid system. So what we did was go through some of the loopholes that states have been abusing to basically game the system to get more money out of the federal government. What we also did is we put together $50 billion specifically for rural hospitals, something, by the way, the Democrats want to get rid of. They want to go back to the waste, fraud, and abuse system in Medicaid, as opposed to having direct funding for those same rural hospitals. So we have a solution in place today, according to the law. Democrats want to change that because they want the old system where there were no checks and balances, and states like California, Illinois, New York could just game the system repeatedly. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not more work to do in Medicaid. I think there's a lot more work that can be done in the Medicaid system and in healthcare overall. That's something where, again, you got to have the votes and you have to have the will in order to get that through Capitol Hill and to the president's desk for signature.
Well,
I think we're just getting started on this.
As a voting citizen of the state of the great free state in the Union, Florida, I look forward to calling you. I shouldn't say. Should I say goodbye, Governor Donalds? I better not do that yet. I had a brain freeze there. I thought it was 2026. Sorry, folks. Congressman Donalds, I don't want to put you in that position, but good to have you on the show.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, my friend.
We'll see you again soon. All right, folks, here it is, The Edge. Take a look at this. Jordan Belfort, Wolf of Wall Street. Watch. There's that infamous scene of you coming out of I believe the country club, and you're hiding.
100% accurate.
Yeah, and you see your Ferrari or Lambo, and you're trying to figure out how to get to it, and you're trying to figure out, and then you just kind of use the trees and the walls as bumpers on the way home. Phenomenal scene, creative license. You say it's accurate.
No, well, the only thing that's not accurate is that it was in Mercedes, not a.
Just go sign up. It's at Eric Bowling, at youtube.com/@EricBowling The Edge. Do it. I'm watching. We'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care. My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or editing.
Best part of the show, best time. Look at that number right there, 888-601-0327. Send me voicemails. I'll talk about anything. I'll listen to them. I got about 1,000 backlogged right now. I'm catching up. Keep sending them. Benny, you got a couple for us?
Yes, sir. We have a viewer who has a proposition for the country.
Hey, Eric. Love your show. Keep up the good work. You're doing a hell of a job. I got an idea for a new hat. Make it red. And on the front say, Make America Groovy Again. Now, that's a section of our populace that would understand. But on the back of the ball cap, put, We Are Right with an exclamation point. And that covers about 3 bases at least. We are right. Rugged individualists. I guess you're talking to a group that came up through the 70s. I think Make America Groovy Again would be a good slogan. You're doing a hell of a job. Keep it up.
Well, thank you. Make America Groovy Again. Ben, what do you think of Make America Groovy Again? That's a product of the 70s, I'd say, I think. Yeah?
Yeah, it's a bit past my time, but, it might work.
You got a quick one?
Yeah, we have a viewer who has a quick correction for you.
Brother Bowling, greetings. Uncle Bobby from the home of the world's second largest Navy, not meaning to contradict my favorite president, but we are this world's second largest Navy, much to my chagrin. Also, let me help you with your on-air brain fart. That lady with that funny mask on her face, that's the scales of justice, my brother. She's not a funny lady. She's a very serious lady. It's not being very well adhered to, I'm afraid. Keep up the good work, brother. We love you here. See ya.
Thank you. And very quickly, that's right, I called her Lady Liberty accidentally. I know, it's the scales of justice, and she's blindfolded. Everyone is supposed to be treated equally. The law is blind. Bannon up next. War Room. Had a great night.
New York Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted. Andrew Weissman, your reaction?
I think that I want to sort of address the people who might look at this and say this is sort of tit for tat that you see that in the Democratic administration, you see them going after Republicans, and this is Republicans going after Democrats. This is where, one, even if two wrongs don't make a right, even if that were true, but this is where facts matter. In the Letitia James case that she brought in New York, there was a trial. Facts were adduced. We all could look at those facts, and Donald Trump had a chance, an opportunity to have due process and to hear all of that. Here, the process by which this has been undertaken, like the process that was undertaken with respect to James Comey, tells you that career people and even Trump-appointed people did not think that there was evidence. There were not facts that justified this. And I think a perfect symbol of the fact that this is different, that what we're seeing is different. It is not normal. It is not everyone does it, is to take a look at Abby Lowell. Abby Lowell is the defense lawyer for Letitia James. He was also the defense lawyer for Hunter Biden. In the Biden administration, the Department of Justice actually charged and convicted the sitting president's son. And Abby Lowell represented him and defended him and lost that trial.
Yeah.
And he is now defending Letitia James. And to me, when people say it's tit for tat, it's like, no. In prior administrations, and by the way, Republican and Democratic administrations under normal times, which I agree with Mark are gone, under normal times in those administrations, there is no politics that is supposed to be considered. I'm not saying it's never considered, and there aren't. There's aberrations.
No. Letitia James herself, I understand from sources, was fully expecting that she would be indicted. Again, keeping in mind that the standard for indicting someone is the probability that there may be a crime that was committed. And it's a very low standard, but she was expecting this, embracing for it herself. Prosecutors in the Eastern District of Virginia, some of them driven out by their decision not to bring this case, some of them resigning in disgust about other cases that Donald Trump is pressing and insisting upon. He wants to get to all the hits in his enemies list. Those people have been really tortured about all of this, because for them, not only is this not a righteous case, not only is this not a justified case, but for them, it does not even meet the bare minimum for the evidence that has to be presented at trial to sustain a conviction.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Thursday, 9 October, year of our Lord 2025. Of course, a historic day. Very close to having a sign-off. The Hamas chief has just said the war is over. We're going to get to all that. There's court pleadings about sending troops into Chicago. Troops already in Chicago. So monumental historical day. Oh, by the way, Big Tish James is now indicted. And Big Tish, you better tell Abby you're going to the big house, baby. Mike Davis, you see all thing. I can't believe they politicized this from Weissman of all people, sir. All the years they went after Trump and all Trump's associates. And now, having changed the Constitution of the state of New York, and Big Tish James to come after me. Big Tish, It's a felony. It's a serious felony. And I think this is just the first of a number of charges. But Mike Davis, you followed this one for years, and you told us years ago Big Tish James was going to be indicted for felonies. What say you, sir?
First, I want to say congratulations to President Trump's U.S. Attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, Lindsay Halligan. She is the one who brought and won the indictment against James Comey, and now she just brought and won an indictment against Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General, who tried to bankrupt President Trump for non-fraud. Remember this. Let's remind your listeners, your viewers, what happened there. They went after Tish James with Judge Arthur Engeron, this goofball Democrat judge in New York, tried to bankrupt President Trump with a $400 million judgment because Judge Engeron with Big Tish James said that President Trump somehow committed bank fraud with sophisticated Wall Street banks that he paid back on time, as agreed, in full with interest. They say that these sophisticated Wall Street banks somehow got duped on the valuation of Mar-a-Lago. And they said that President Trump overvaluated Mar-a-Lago when he said it was around $750 million. Instead, they said that Mar-a-Lago was worth only $18 million. Just to put this in perspective, Mar-a-Lago is one of the most prime pieces of real estate on the planet. It is 20 acres of land in Palm Beach, Florida, that touches both the Atlantic Ocean and the intracoastal waterway. A tennis court at Mar-a-Lago is worth more than $18 million. But even though Trump paid back the banks on time, as agreed, in full, with interest, Big Tish James and Judge Goofball Arthur Engeron socked Trump with a $400 million judgment and tried to foreclose on the properties, tried to enforce the judgment to bankrupt Trump, because who has $400 million in cash laying around, right? And so fast forward to today, the New York appellate courts have put a stop to that nonsense in New York, largely because Big Tish and Arthur Engeron are such whack jobs. Now, fast forward today, we have learned a grand jury has agreed and indicted Big Tish that she lied on her mortgage application for her second home in Richmond, Virginia. Her mortgage, she got a mortgage on an investment property, and she said it was her primary residence. And she got a lower interest rate on that because she lied and said it was her primary residence. Well, here's the problem. She's the New York Attorney General. By statute in New York, her primary residence has to be in New York. So she's either defrauding New York by living in Virginia, or she's defrauding Virginia by living in New York, right? It's one or the other. Well, the grand jury just decided today she's defrauding Virginia by claiming Virginia is her primary residence, and she got charged with mortgage fraud. So I think it's like up to 30 years in prison for each count. I think it's up to $1 million in fines and restitution on top of that. Wow. So I think Big Tish is in big trouble now in the Eastern District of Virginia federal court. Now, let me make this last point, Steve. This isn't some right-wing grand jury. This is in the Eastern District of Virginia in Alexandria, the Alexandria division. I worked there many years ago. This is loaded up with Democrats, government workers, and illegal immigrants. That's the Eastern District of Virginia. So it seems like it's a pretty strong case by U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan, President Trump's all-star U.S. Attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia.
She goes back-to-back days. She's bringing big charges against big people, defending the little guy. It looks like every other day. Am I correct on this?
Yeah, I mean, Big Jim Comey is like, what is he, like 6'7"? He just got indicted by Lindsay Halligan and the grand jury, and then now Big Tish James. So back to back, she is bringing accountability and justice. And I would say to these Democrats who said this to us for 4 years, actually really 8 years of lawfare, but particularly bad over the last 4 years, that if the grand jury indicts, obviously the charges are legitimate because the grand jury indicted, and nobody's above the law. And, you know, I think we can use the same thing that they said again, including Tish James, by the way. Remember before the election, for her attorney general election, Tish James actually campaigned on the fact that she's going to weaponize her office to go after President Trump. And she did. She did. And guess what? Revenge is best served cold, Big Tish. Gosh. So lawyer up, sweetheart. It's going to be. Now, I will say this. Steve, I will say this for Big Tish. I hear from people that going to prison puts you on a prison diet and helps you. It helps you get your. It helps you get to better health when you go on that prison diet. Maybe someone here knows.
I lost 35 pounds. It was the best shape I've been in decades because you're working out, walking every day. I want to go to two things. The engine room. One of the multiple engine rooms of the war room asked the following question. Hochul, how can she be attorney general in the state of New York if she's indicted on felony charges? Can Hochul remove her? Shouldn't she be removed, or at least take a sabbatical and step aside while she's while she's going to trial and under indictment?
You would think so. I mean, I don't think that Kathy Hochul and Big Tish James like each other that much, so maybe that gives Kathy Hochul an excuse to take out a potential rival on the Democrat side. I love this. Like, it's the justice. Justice is sometimes slow, but justice is definitely being delivered here. And I love that all these people on your cold open. All these people on MSNBC that there's no evidence here, there's not a case. How the hell would they know? The grand jury proceedings are secret. How they have no idea what Lindsay Halligan presented to the grand jury. And obviously, this grand jury thought that there was probable cause to move forward with federal indictments, a federal indictment, because the grand jury returned a true bill on this indictment. So I think these MSNBC people are it's a bit of wishful thinking on their part, and it's amazing how they've totally changed their tune on this, because I remember when Democrats were indicting Trump and his top aides like you and Peter Navarro, or at least charging you and Peter Navarro and Jeff Clark and his supporters on January 6th and going after parents and Christians. They always said that if there's a grand jury indictment, if there are charges, it's obviously legitimate. So by their same standard, obviously this is legitimate. I mean, look, it's pretty clear cut. Did she say on her mortgage application that her primary residence was Virginia? And if she did, that's a clear cut case of mortgage fraud.
Simple. Boy. Can you hang on for a second? I want to get into Weissman and these guys, because they're going. Trump had due process. Trump had a trial. We just got an indictment. Also, Weissman should understand the reason he's yammering and all very nervous. Weissman, you're near the top of the list. Yes. We're coming after you too, bro. Don't think you're going to slip out of here. I actually think MSNBC will ultimately be investigated, with the media being in collusion with many of these insurrectionists and revolutionaries and terrorists. As terrorist violence escalates in the United States of America, we got to get to the bottom of it. Certainly, we got to get to the bottom of it. The financing of it, how it's organized, who their media partners are, what people know. Also, Julie Kelly couldn't be with us today. Hopefully tomorrow, if everything works out. She did send me a tweet that there's a report that Christopher Wray is under investigation. In fact, it may even be to a grand jury. Halligan and company are moving rapidly, and we know who the punch list is. Brennan McCabe. McCabe talked about, right after President Trump won, about being so nervous, having conversations to leave the country. Hey, bro, better late than never. Big Tish James indicted with a felony, brings a long time in prison. Mike Davis on the other side. Also, we got Dave Bratt. We're going to Indiana about the redistricting pact today. Also, world peace.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit. My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
I think that I want to sort of address the people who might look at this and say this is sort of tit for tat, that you see that in the Democratic administration, you see them going after Republicans, and this is Republicans going after Democrats. This is where... One, even if two wrongs don't make a right, even if that were true, but this is where facts matter. In the Letitia James case that she brought in New York, there was a trial. Facts were adduced. We all could look at those facts, and Donald Trump had a chance, an opportunity to have due process and to hear all of that. Here, the process by which this is been undertaken, like the process that was undertaken with respect to James Comey, tells you that career people and even Trump-appointed people did not think that there was evidence. There were not facts that justified this. And I think a perfect...
He's babbling. He's babbling because he's nervous. How many... I'm going to do an analysis. How many MSNBC contributors are going to be indicted? Also, how many MSNBC hosts are going to be indicted? We're coming, bros. We're coming. Coming for you. You're not a news channel. You're a offensive information warfare weapon. That's okay. We're in that business too. Remember, they came after us, coming after you. Oh, it's not tick for tack. Mike Davis and Big Tish. I think Big Tish, as they get into it, there'll be other charges on Big Tish, right? So just answer Weissman though about, oh my gosh, President Trump, and this is so terrible and so awful, and President Trump got such a good deal from Big Tish, sir.
It's amazing that Andrew Weissman is saying that it was an unfair process with the Comey and Big Tish indictments when he has no idea what the process was, because it was the first step, the grand jury proceedings, and those are secret. He has no idea if it was a fair or unfair process within the grand jury. And he said, oh, there's not evidence for the career lawyers to move forward with these indictments. Well, guess what? The grand jury thought there was probable cause to move forward with these indictments because the grand jury returned true bills, both on James Comey and on Big Tish James. And again, this is a grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia, the suburb of Chicago that is loaded up with Democrats, government workers, and illegal immigrants. It's not the Southern District of Texas, right? And so if this grand jury thought there was enough evidence to move forward with indictments, then there was enough evidence to move forward with indictments. And Andrew Weissman pretends like President Trump got due process and fair trials with Tish James in New York. No, this goofball Manhattan judge, Arthur Engeron, did not give President Trump the ability to present evidence, to present witnesses, to confront witnesses. Big Tish James, as the candidate for New York Attorney General, campaigned on the fact that she's going to go after President Trump. That's not due process. Andrew Weissman had a much different tune when the Democrats were running this lawfare against President Trump, his top aides, his allies, his supporters, parents, Christians than Andrew Weissman has now, because Andrew Weissman pretends like he's just some nonpartisan former federal prosecutor. Andrew Weissman is a partisan hack, and he is at a minimum a material witness for a criminal conspiracy investigation on all this lawfare, because he was the henchman on this Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the Jack Smith investigation.
Amazing. Can we play the Hunter? Can we play the clip? There's a clip of me outside of the courthouse in Manhattan. My warning to Big Tish James. Can we go ahead and play it?
The people rendered their verdict on all this lawfare on last Tuesday, 1 week ago. And like I've worked on for years and years and years, the whole country came together. Working class people all over came together, and they rejected what's going on in this court, what's going on with President Trump. The lawfare of Tish James and Alvin Bragg and Jack Smith and Merrick Garland has been rejected by a landslide by the American people. So the one thing I have to say to Merrick Garland, Lisa Monaco, Jack Smith, Tish James, Alvin Bragg, you wait. The hunted are about to become the hunters. Thank you very much.
The hunted are about to become the hunters. Gosh, pretty prophetic there, was it not, Viceroy?
Yeah, they went after our side for nonsense. They went after our side for non-crimes. They politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement with made-up charges that eventually got kicked by the Supreme Court. And it wasn't just Trump and his top aides like you, Bannon and Navarro and Jeff Clark. You guys have the wherewithal to fight this. They went after parents, Christians, protesters on January 6th. They hunted them for years. So these lawfare Democrats, I would say, we are just getting warmed up. James Comey and Big Tish James are just the appetizers. Hearty appetizers, but they are just the appetizers. Just wait till we get to the main course.
The long and the wide of it, so to speak. Mike Davis, Viceroy, where do people go to Article 3 to find you, sir, now more than ever?
Bannon, I was raised to be better than this, and I should not be so happy when people are suffering like this. But I would say to James Comey and Big Tish James and the rest of these lawfare Democrats, go to hell, and in the meantime, go to jail. So you can go to Article3Projects.org, article number 3projects.org. Follow us on social media, donate, but only what you can afford, and take action. Action, action, action. The War Room Posse superpower. So thank you, Steve. It's a great day for the Constitution.
Thank you. Great honor, Viceroy. You called it. Halligan, what a rock star. I was raised to be better than this too, but hey, it kind of is what prison changed me. I'll fall back on that. How's that? Big Tish James, you don't know how evil these people are. And look how worried they are. Weissman, get ready. We want you sweating every night, getting ready for the big bills. McCabe, you wet yourself when President Trump came to office, saying where there's conversations every day about leave the country. Leave the country. Go ahead. That's what America means to you. Go ahead and leave the country. Leave. Take off. Dave Bratt, you're sitting there going, hey, the Viceroy and Bannon buried the lead. Sir, as you know, we take that very seriously here at the War Room. What do you got for us, Dave Bratt?
No, I just picked up on one footnote. You guys missed the nerve of Weissman weighing in on Biden Jr. the week that John Solomon and company come out with a bombshell on the CIA report of the Biden and Biden Jr. and Biden family corruption in Ukraine. That's in addition to Congressman Scott Perry with $30 million in checks going to the Bidens from China, et cetera. We could go on and on and on. And Russiagate is the most serious, right? The file and the English file through the Hillary campaign, et cetera. But I just caught that one. Weissman, he better brush up on his law school days. Not a good day to drop. By the way, the FBI, the tough guys, they're pretty hardened. From what I heard, they were gagging and couldn't watch what was on the Biden Jr. laptop because it was so grotesque. And finally, I'll just weigh in on Mike Davis and you and your raised better. No, I don't think you could have been raised better than you two. The church is all messed up. The Catholic Church, the evangelicals, the Jewish, no one's clear on what justice is anymore in any of these traditions. They've all been incredibly weak. There's no intellectual case. The Catholics used to have just war theory and all this great stuff, and now the Pope, I don't know what's going on. I won't go there because I'm a frozen chosen Presbyterian, but my mainstream churches are all woke. The evangelicals don't have systematic theology built up for justice, for how do we build the institutions necessary. So the church, we got to get going. We got to do better. But I would not apologize for true justice taking place. That's a good day.
Yeah. That's a good day. Big Tish James. By the way, in the second hour, I think we'll close the show. I'm going to go to Rome, and Ben Harnwell is going to address exactly what Brother Dave Bratt brings up. There's been absolutely this horrible situation in the Catholic Church in the last 24 hours where the Pope is coming out in an official document. Now, it's not one of the ones that about being infallible. It's not church doctrine, but he's essentially coming out strongly against President Trump and MAGA's immigration policies, our mass deportation policies, and he's specifically telling the Catholic bishops to get up on it and to fight us. And, of course, him coming, the Prevost coming from Chicago, it adds even more weight to it. This is a very serious and a very dangerous situation with, as I hate to say it, I told y'all about Prevost, this guy from Chicago, in particular all the traditional Catholics, all the trad Catholics. Oh, he's great because he wears the right colored vestments and hold his hands the right way. No. He's worse than Francis. Worse. But Ben Harnwell's going to come and give us the facts. Dave Bratt's going to stick around. We're going to go, by the way, we got to talk world peace, everything that happened in the cabinet meeting today, which was historic. President Trump rapidly moving to bring peace to the Middle East. The Hamas has already said, I think the war is over officially. A lot more to get to, and President Trump working nonstop. But we're going to go to the Hoosier State, and we're going to talk about 9/0. The redistricting wars now are the preamble to the 2028 election. Indiana next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves
2.5 centuries of honor, courage, and commitment. This Saturday, Real America's Voice presents America's Marine 250. Uncommon Valor, a 250th anniversary salute from the founding at Tun Tavern to today's Marines defending freedom worldwide. Witness a historic tribute to their service and sacrifice. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hosted by Steve Bannon, Benny Harmony, Brian Glenn, and Jack Posobiec. Join us for this once-in-a-generation salute, only on Real America's Voice.
If you liked Navy 250, which we spent, I think, 8 hours, we're bifurcating, or I guess Marine Corps 250 is going to bifurcate the commemoration for the United States Marine Corps. We're going to do 3 hours on Saturday. We're going to cover an official event they're going to have in Washington, D.C. We will cover it from 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time until 8. Of course, we're going to have the team full coverage. Lots of Marines and former Marines will be on there. And then the following Saturday, there'll be another. We'll give more information about that, hopefully tomorrow or on Saturday for Saturday the 18th. More coverage of Marine Corps 250, or as certain former Marines told Cleo Pascal, who's my co-host for Navy 250, tell Bannon he's finally going to cover the men's department of the United States Navy. So it's going to be spectacular. Also tomorrow, there's going to be a rally at the Seaport Pier in Wildwood, New Jersey. It's going to go from 4 to 7 for the gubernatorial candidate and a host of other people. Cliff Maloney's going to be there. Scott Press is going to be there. Jack Posobiec, Benny Johnson. We're going to be live on the show from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. tomorrow, so I want to make sure everybody's there. We're going to get tons of guests in. This New Jersey race hangs in the balance. Dave Bratt is riding shotgun with me. We're going to get more to. Had a great cold open about the cabinet being historic today, what's happening in Gaza, world peace. Also in Chicago, the hearings about sending the federal troops in, the nationalized, or the federalized, I should say, National Guard. But I want to go to, like I said, the battle over redistricting now, as we've been fighting, this audience has been fighting the front in Texas for the last couple of months. And, of course, we're fighting this situation in California. But I want to go to a couple of weeks ago, I bring in Andrew Ireland from the House of Delegates in Indiana, one of the leaders, small group of leaders in the House of Delegates that are fighting to go 9-0. So, Andrew, I think it was a couple of Saturdays ago, we came in live they had DeGrasse and Raheem had a conference out there with 500 or 600 people. Senator Banks was there. We know we got 8-1, but people all jacked up about 9-0. But is that kind of hung up right now? I mean, what's the status? Because we have to maximize this. First off, the census would demand it. How people moved around states would demand it. It's the only fair thing to do. My understanding, we might have hit a speed bump in Indiana, sir.
That's exactly right. We got to get it done. I feel like we have hit a bit of a speed bump here in Barn Red, Indiana. Right now, we still haven't called a special session. We're kind of in a holding pattern right here. And I understand, we're trying to kind of figure out where everybody's at on that. But at the end of the day, the clock is ticking. We only have so much time to get this done. And every day we wait is another day that, we're risking not getting it done.
So, I mean, tell us what the process is, because we're burning daylight here. We have throughout the country, from Nevada to Missouri to Ohio. There's 21. We've got 5 in Texas. We should have 8, but we got 5. There's 16 more to go, and we got to get it now because you got to set up primaries and all the logistics dealing with the elections of 2026. Just walk us through the process. Why does this seem like it doesn't have momentum at the moment? And what can be done about it? And what's the process we actually have to get done to get this approved?
Yeah. So, I mean, kind of to start the whole process, we've got to call a special session. We're a part-time legislature. We're not meeting right now. So we're going to change the map. So we got to come back in. We got to get back to work. And so that, it's step one. But then we've got to get a map together. We've got to get it passed to give our little local election officials the time to do what they need to do. I mean, the filing deadline in Indiana to run for Congress is in February of 2026. So we're only a couple months out now. We've got to figure this out soon. I mean, I had a chance. I'm a former deputy attorney general here in Indiana to go and handle some of the election litigation that came here in 2020. And I got to tell you, I mean, there are a lot of judges out there that I think this is a perfectly legal process and we're going to get a map that's going to stick. But they're going to be judges and they're going to be lawyers that are going to try to stand in the way of that. And so there's going to have to be a process there. We're going to have to litigate this out, which means we have to give ourselves time to get the job done. So, again, I'm hopeful that we're going to call that soon.
Who's the deciding figure in that? Is that Governor Braun? Because I know Governor Braun's pretty MAGA. Is he having second thoughts about this?
Well, I think the governor's signaled that, he fully supports this. I think he'd like to call a special session, but they're trying to see, where the votes are. If there's enough votes in our House and our Senate to get the job done. And I think that's where the hang-up is right now.
Well, do you think you have the votes in the House? I hear what people are telling me is that it's the Senate in the Indiana legislature that's the problem. Do you think you have the votes in the House right now?
I hope so. I don't have a whip count, honestly, Steve, but, got my vote. I know there are a number of members of the House have been pretty vocal about their support for this. Maybe, less so maybe in the Senate right now. So I think that's where a lot of the intrigue has been. But honestly, I don't have a whip count on either one. That'd be my suspicion, though. The
Hoosier state is as red as you get. It's also people look to the Hoosiers as common sense and kind of fairness. But it's a huge MAGA state. I don't understand. I think people are confused on our show when there's other states where we know we have issues for good reason. We just can't think of any good reason there is in Indiana. Can you make that clear to people of what the hang-up is? Is something with the establishment? Is the Mitch Daniels wing of the party doesn't like fairness, doesn't like to have a map that really represents people in Congress? I mean, there's got to be something, or this would have gotten done, correct? Because this is not a heavy lift. There's a couple of states you could actually say certain of these are a heavy lift. 9-0 in Indiana is not a heavy lift, so it has to be something else. Do you have an idea what that is, or can educate this audience about it?
Well, I got to tell you again, I don't get it. Honestly, to me, this seems like the easiest vote in the world. Frankly, we should have had a 9-0 map a long time ago. We are a bright red state. I mean, we are as red as a stop sign. And yet we're a state right now that we're actually home to one of the most radical members of Congress of all, and Andre Carson here in my backyard in Indianapolis. He represents kind of the northern portion of the city. And I mean, he's part of the Hamas caucus. And for some reason, we want to draw a map right now that protects that guy, that ensures that guy wins every time, no matter what. To me, again, I think we got to get the job done soon. I couldn't tell you, what the hang up is, but this seems like a very easy vote.
So, Andrew, where can people? Do you have a website? Do you have social media that people can go and get more educated? The posse wants to pound in here, but we don't want to do it, until you guys are ready. So, do you have a site or social media that you can educate people more on the actual details?
Yeah, absolutely. My Twitter handle, my X handle is Andrew Ireland, IN for Indiana.
Okay, perfect. We will send everybody over there today. We'll look forward to having you back. We have to go 9-0 in Indiana. Andrew's 100% correct. It is as red as a stop sign. This is the only fair thing, and you can't. All these things get gerrymandered to protect these radicals, and it's time. The good folks in Indiana don't deserve that. Andrew Ireland, thank you so much for being on here. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Dave Bratt, we're going to get to everything else. But I want to go to these redistricting fights. I mean, you were actually were party to a redistricting during your time in Congress. This is so important. Look, the battle of 28, the war in 28 starts with the battle here. The redistricting wars are so important. And I tell you who understands that. Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom understands fully that his whole argument to be president of the United States can't be on how he's governed California. That's a disaster, and he knows it. It has to be that I stopped Trump and I negated the 5 seats they legitimately picked up in Texas. I took a state that is the 42, 43, 44% Republican and took it from 43 House seats to 9 to 48 to 4. Basically going to steal 5 seats. But what is the hang up, though? Bossie was on this morning. You've got these governors in various states that are just hesitant to basically drill down and to fight to get this done. Why is that? Why are politicians very hesitant to do these redistricting fights?
Yeah, you know what the answer is. My Republican leadership in the House and Senate in Virginia, of course, went along with my redistricting. I found that out after the case. I was a liberal arts professor. I was not well acquainted with the main ingredient in politics is money. The bigger majority you get, the more the Republicans are in control. In Virginia, the motto was keep it small and keep it all. Keep all the power concentrated in a few people. 4 billionaire guys ran the state, wrote the checks. That was widely known. When I won that unexpected big election, I ruined a lot of business deals. And the folks at the top don't want instability. That's what it's all about. They don't want to, that's going to upset some Democrats. It's going to upset the stability of their business deals they have over the 5 to 10 year window. You might lose some Democrat support where they need it for business deals, not for the will of Indianans or Hoosiers or Virginians. And it's always the case, right? I got sued for $1.2 million, right? I wasn't acquainted with getting sued for $1.2 million coming out of liberal arts economics professor land. So I learned the hard way, and now we got Spamberger and all sorts of issues in Virginia. It's getting interesting finally because of shows like yours. There's more transparency what's going on, and the Uniparty is getting caught with its hand in the cookie jar all over the place. The State Freedom Caucus crew, that's a good crew. People need to sign up.
Good crew. Okay, I have to tell you, I have to have a confession. I was an integral part of Dave Bratt's first run. I got volunteered because I thought Bratt had no chance. Here's why I thought he had no chance. He was just too nice a guy. Ron Maxwell, the great director, found him because he was obsessed about taking Cantor out in a primary. And having come from Richmond and known Tom Bliley, the Catholic guys run the Catholic funeral home down there, very central to the Catholic community in Richmond, which is relatively small. That's the one the FBI went after my parents' traditional Catholic Latin Mass parish. Tom Bliley's driver, his body man, was Eric Cantor. And the Cantor family is very well known and kind of revered by the Catholic community down there. They're very giving. The Jewish Community Center, they would open up to the kids to swim in the winter. I mean, just really great guys. And the Cantors were as good a family and nice as people as possible. Really nice. I mean, super. They're Mencius, right? So, but Cantor was so, he was a young gun. He was McCarthy's guy there, and so he had just totally gone in, sold out to the system. So they want to run a guy against him, and they say, we got the perfect guy. And I go, who is it? Well, he's an economics professor. I go, where? I go, Randolph. He goes, Randolph Macon. I said, that's like a country club. It's not even a college. So hold it. They introduced me to Bratt, and I tell Maxwell afterward, I said, that guy is such a pilgrim. He is as pure as new-driven snow. He's got a theology degree from Princeton. He has no earthly idea how the world actually works. And you're going to put this guy up into, literally go into battle with the biggest vested interest. I told Maxwell, I said, in the history of the Republic, the majority leader has never been defeated in a primary. It's never happened. And we've been around a couple of hundred years. It would have happened if it could have happened, and it ain't going to happen with this pilgrim Bratt. 1,000% wrong. 1,000% wrong. Dave Bratt pulled it off. Still a pilgrim. Still like Sir Galahad, right? Like New Different Snow. Bratt, stick around for a second. You're in the war room on a historic Thursday.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/RAV and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rev today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. At 6 o'clock, we're going to play the cold open we would have had for the 5 show. We're going to get into the peace deal, all of it. Dave Brett's committed to me, although he's in D.C., got a lot of stuff going on. He's committed. He's going to stick for the first half hour. I got Harnwell for the second. You have to stick around for that for the Pope. And I'm going to tell another Brat or two story, right? Because this guy's, Dave Brett's a historic figure. Nobody in the history of this republic has ever challenged a sitting majority leader. Remember the way the House works. If you have the majority, your top guy is the Speaker of the House. But the guy that really runs the deal, right, day in and day out, is the majority leader. That would be Scalise now. And in that time, it was Eric Cantor, because the young guns were going up. You had McCarthy, you had Ryan, you had Cantor. Those were the 3 young guns. No one had ever in the history of this country taken on a sitting majority leader in a primary and beaten them. Dave Brat is the only person that's ever done that. And Dave Brat, on that victory, completely changed the arc of history, because it changed. They were going to have an amnesty. Zuckerberg was coming back for a huge amnesty meeting the next day. Fox was all in. They were all in. Brat's victory, running on an anti-immigration, no amnesty, build the wall. And it laid the predicate for a guy named Donald Trump a couple of years later. So you could say that Dave Brat was actually John the Baptist in this regard. Anyway, I got a couple more great Brat stories. Talk about a pilgrim. I mean, this guy had no earthly. He is as pure as new-driven snow. Brat, you hang on. Mike Lindell, I'm confused now. I've actually bumped the cold open to 6 o'clock because I saw this thing today with this company buying Dominion. And Raheem is one of the guys working on that. I talked to Raheem. He was going to try to come on, but we didn't have enough time. And I'm going to try to get Raheem on tomorrow, because Raheem had a big lunch meeting yesterday at Butterworth's and had all the prominent D.C. political operatives and media types. Raheem, obviously, Butterworth's is the place to go. Raheem's one of the owners and kind of runs it and is obviously so prominent. But in talking, just doing my due diligence so I could come on and explain it, they started going through all the deals that are settled. And they told me, Rudy Giuliani, Mike Lindell. And I go, Mike Lindell, are you sure? I kind of ask him this question every other day on the show, and he's all huffy and gruffy. I'll never settle on Mike Lindell. And they said, no, Mike Lindell settled. And so hold it. Then I see all these news sources. The stories are exploding. Mike Lindell settles with Dominion to close deal. I just want to hear it in your own voice. In your own voice. I know you're very like a brother to me. Did you settle with Dominion voting system, sir?
100% no. And Steve, it's even worse. I've got every media outlet calling me in the country. CNN calls up, Mike, but a conservative bought Dominion's voting machines, and he says he's going to go to paper ballots. He's going to promote paper ballots. I'm going, gee, what's wrong with that picture? You think I care who owns these voting machine companies when I want them all melted down and turned into prison bars? It don't matter if you're a conservative. And then the guy goes, and you settled? I go, I didn't settle. And once again, it's fake news on top of fake news. That news is so far-fetched that nobody in the country even believes it. I mean, you think I spent 4.5 years?
Hang on, slow down. You can't blame the media for this one. And CNN, I think they're putting it out, and I don't know if it may be a miscommunication between their lawyers and the guy that owns and runs the company, or maybe it's a miscommunication between his comms people, because I think they are, and I believe they believe this is true. They're saying, Rudy settled, they're getting clearing all these out, and Mike Lindell settled. I said, so I just want to make sure you're on the record. You have not settled with Dominion voting system.
100% no. And I'd like to, you know what? Why don't we make that call a national call? They can call up to me and ask me what I would want. I'll tell you what, the settlement would be take all your machines. You guys go make blenders or something, but you shouldn't be making voting machines for our country. Okay, that's what you need to do. Go make blenders. I don't care what you make. You know what? You've attacked my pillow and attacked my company, and you just tried to destroy me and destroy our voices because we want paper ballots hand counted, everybody. Don't let this new company or any of them fool you when they say, we promote paper ballots. We all have paper ballots, but they're counted by machines and they come out of these machines. So, Steve, it's an out and out complete lie, and you're right. Maybe the media doesn't know about it because actually these guys that are calling me all day long from CNN and others, they actually like, oh, Mike, it's the news is out. That's what the company says. They're saying that to try and put this out. Nobody believes it, Steve. I'm glad you had me on to set the record straight. I have not settled with Dominion.
And you will not settle with Dominion. Is that what I'm hearing? Till they melt down all the machines? I will not settle with me. Yeah, we need to get rid of the voting machines in our country like 132 other countries have. We need to save our country. You think I'd walk away now and go, okay, you've destroyed my pillow. Yeah, have a nice day, Oh boy, you think I'm afraid of going in debt and putting everything I had on the line just to get all the way to the end and go, oh, we just changed our name. We sold it to another guy. And by the way, Mike, he's a conservative. He's a real nice fella. Give me a break. I don't care who's, like I say, Steve, I have no problem with any of these companies. Go make blenders. Go make, I don't know, telephones. Go make anything, but don't bring computers and voting machines into our country again. And then I told the one, folks, you gotta understand.
I told the one CNN, I said, you should be reporting real things that are good news to our country. Like Dallas County in Texas just voted to go to paper ballots hand counted in the upcoming primary. There's real news.
Yeah. People should know that Mike Lindell's such a brother to me that I specialize in working him up before the show on something. This is actually real. Mike, we got about a minute and a half. I want people to understand that you got deals for them. The way the company's thriving is the deals for the war. And what do you got?
That's right. My pillow, you guys, the 3-in-1 sale. We had the towels and the pillows, but now we've added the My Slippers that are in. $39.98. This is a War Room exclusive, everybody. Get those slippers just in time. Christmas is on the way. Get them for gifts. The best slippers and most comfortable slippers in history. And we're still keeping with the towels. Go to mypillow.com/War Room. There's all the specials. We still have a few of the sheets left at $29.88. You guys get those big ticket items, the beds, the mattress toppers, free shipping on the mattress toppers and beds. The My Crosses, 100% made in the USA. You guys call 800-873-1062, and you're going to get a real United States working in the USA employee taking your phone calls. We love the War Room Posse. You guys have kept us in business, and we thank you all for everything you've done for my pillow and myself. God bless you, Steve. Promo code War Room.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. Most powerful promo code in the business. Okay, stick around. At 6 o'clock, we're going to go through the news of President Trump. Blessed be the peacemakers. President Trump is working on world peace and succeeding. And Dave Bratz, my wingman, next in the War Room.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the Accountability Thursday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm going to explain in a second what I mean by that. But let's get the formalities out of the way first. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you as always from the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Just a few moments ago, word broke on Just the News that Letitia James, the top law enforcement official in the state of New York, yes, the Attorney General, was indicted for bank fraud related to her mortgages in a Virginia home she bought a couple of years ago. It's a story we've chronicled for the last 6 months here at Just the News. Today, some accountability. Second big indictment in 2 weeks for Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel's hard work on both of those cases. Meanwhile, peace is breaking out in the Middle East. That is an amazing thing to say. That's something we haven't said for a long time. President Donald Trump spoke quite a bit today about the peace deal he's putting together between Israel and Hamas, and the president sounded pretty optimistic about it. He's also planning to visit Israel this upcoming Sunday to make sure everything goes according to plan. Now, a huge part of the deal is going to be the release of the remaining hostages. Hamas took more than 200 people hostage on October 7, 2023. They've been in captivity for more than 2 years, and Hamas has released some of them over the last 2 years, but not all. The president addressed that as in that part of the deal from the Oval Office earlier today. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The hostages will be coming back Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably be there. I hope to be there, and we're planning on leaving sometime Sunday. And I look forward to it. And everybody, I see is celebrating in Israel, but they're celebrating in many other countries too. A lot of the Muslim and Arab countries, they're celebrating. Everybody's celebrating. Everybody loves the deal. So it's a great honor to have been working on it. And as you know, it's all finalized and done.
All finalized and done. 8 peach sales in 8 months. Scores of hostages in the first 8 months of President Trump's term already released, and more certainly on the way with this deal. It's a big moment for Israel and the wider Middle East region as well. And if the deal sticks and the president still doesn't win the Nobel Peace Prize tomorrow, I'm sure we're going to have a lot to talk about. Meanwhile, the government shutdown drags on to its 9th day. Yep, no surprise there. Democrats and Republicans no closer to a deal than they were last week when the shutdown went into effect. Why? Because Democrats want to make sure they get that money for illegal immigrant health care. That's what it's all about. In fact, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was quoted today in a recent interview saying about the shutdown, every day gets better for us. Just think about that. They're celebrating a shutdown while you, the American people, are suffering. Well, that message didn't go over too well here in Washington, and Republicans spoke out about it. Here's House Majority Leader Steve Scalise talking about that just a little bit ago.
Yesterday, Chuck Schumer, of course, says, quote, every day this gets better for us. So you've got to ask yourself, if you're Chuck Schumer, and a good day for you is defined by how much suffering you can impose on other people, including our men and women in uniform, maybe you need to look in the mirror and check yourself at the door and wonder what it is you're up here trying to accomplish. Is that really why Chuck Schumer ran for office? To inflict pain on other people so that he can have a good day, a better day.
Yeah, what an amazing thing. Amanda, this morning I was out at the Bible Museum. I met a couple of National Guardsmen and Guardswomen. They're out protecting us there.
Oh, for
free.
For working for free. I say, hey, you want a cup of coffee? No, we can't afford it right now. Oh, I got it. But that's the sort of people that Chuck Schumer thinks are the perfect pawns for him to make a political score. Remarkable statement he made today.
Yeah, and they're too classy and gracious to say anything to his face, but I'd say they better get the government back up and running before he comes face to face with any of those National Guardsmen. But anyway, John, I want to get to an article that I have over at justthenews.com, of course, and it highlights a new CBS News YouGov poll showing that 52% of Americans believe that President Donald Trump is keeping his campaign promises. Now, the poll also produced another approval rating in the 40th percentile for the 47th president at 43% favorable. That is the most consistent favorability rating of any president in history at this point in his presidency. So despite facing intense criticism for policies like aggressive immigration enforcement, including an accelerated deportation schedule, tariff expansions, and the reduction of federal agencies, obviously evidenced by protests in California against ICE operations, Trump's second term has delivered pretty notable economic and security dividends. The U.S. economy has gained 671,000 jobs since January, exceeding forecasts for 4 straight months, with core inflation holding steady at 2.1%, the lowest since his first term. Blue-collar wages have surged at a rate unseen in nearly 6 decades, and private investments exceeding $8.8 trillion have flooded into our nation. That's, of course, fueled by $192 billion in tariff revenue. And that's not to mention the border getting fortified, with illegal crossings dropping 96%, with a record low of approximately 8,000 per month. So you can read much more about that over at justthenews.com, but all signs are pointing to President Trump having a pretty successful start to his first term. And one more quick thing to get to. President Trump earlier today signed a proclamation honoring Columbus Day, which has been under attack by some on the left. Here was that moment.
In other words, we're calling it Columbus Day.
Yes.
That was the press that broke out in applause. I can't believe that. I've never seen that happen before. The press actually broke out in applause. Good. Columbus Day. We're back. Columbus Day, we're back, Italians.
A deserving recognition of the day, and Italian Americans, I'm sure, are very excited about it.
I know one in New York that is Joe Piscopo, my good friend, was just celebrating this morning. I knew he knew it was
he's great. He's great.
Well, we're very lucky tonight to be joined by someone on the front lines of that incredible debate in Congress. Republicans are there trying to get the government open for the American people. Democrats trying to score some points. Joining us now from the great state of Indiana, one of my favorite states, Congresswoman Erin Houchin. Congresswoman, great to have you here.
Thank you so much. Great to be with you.
Yeah, great honor to have you here in the new studios. Let me start off with Chuck Schumer. He said it out loud. If we could score some political points, we'll punish the American people. Your reaction to what he was thinking?
Unbelievable, actually. Every time I think they can't say something worse, they step on themselves again, and Chuck Schumer did that today. Told the American people exactly what they're up to. Said the quiet part out loud. Every day we're shut down, it gets better for us. He thinks it's getting better politically, but it's not. It's actually going to backfire on them in a big way.
Yeah,
no doubt.
And Congresswoman, we've talked about this. In past cycles, when there has been a shutdown, even when evidence to the contrary, Republicans typically get blamed. But it doesn't seem like that's not the zeitgeist right now. The zeitgeist right now is, frankly, what Chuck Schumer said. I mean, that whole attitude surrounding that, the Democrats are, it's okay if the American people are suffering right now as long as we get our health care for illegal immigrants. And I know you dug into the numbers on this. You dug into the lexicon in the legislation. Tell us what you found.
Yeah. So I wanted to investigate the Democrats' claims that that's something somehow not true, that the Democrats want to fund health care for illegal immigrants, even though Maxine Waters herself said that is part of the plan. Yeah. In a 1996 law, it was passed that if you are an asylee or a refugee, you get health care, taxpayer-funded benefits immediately upon entry to the United States. If you're a parolee, you get it within 5 years. So think of the millions of people that the Biden administration let across the southern border. Technically, they're not illegal immigrants. They're parolees, they're asylees and refugees, because Biden gave them that status. And that's what gives them the key to these taxpayer-funded health care benefits. We turned off the spigot. We turned off the light bulb. We closed those loopholes in the One Big Beautiful Bill. The Democrats now want to reopen them, and that's what their last stand on the government shutdown is over turning back on the spigot and the light bulb to provide health care for illegal immigrants, putting them over their own American citizens.
Best explanation I've heard to date yet.
Absolutely.
That's exactly how it happened. We did a lot of reporting on it. It's amazing. I want to turn to something else. I think for years people say, where's the accountability? Where's the accountability? In 2 weeks, we had James Comey indicted, and today Letitia James. Your reaction to the news today?
Finally, right? My constituents have been saying, where is the accountability? I'm so grateful to this administration, to FBI Director Kash Patel, to Pam Bondi for bringing this accountability. This weaponization of the federal government against conservatives, against President Trump, I'm glad that they're finally getting their due, because what goes around comes around, and if they're going to engage in aggressive prosecution, they should not be immune from that. And I think, certainly the evidence shows that Letitia James is culpable, innocent until proven guilty, but I think the evidence is going to be on the side of the FBI in this case, and I'm grateful that we're finally seeing some accountability.
Absolutely. What do you say to your constituents? Because I have no doubt in my mind that you and every other Republican member of Congress is going to have protesters when you're out at town halls and campaigning for next year. People who say, well, President Trump is just going after his political enemies. What do you say?
Well, there's actual evidence in these cases against the people who came after him. There was no evidence in these cases against President Trump, and we saw that over and over again with the number of cases that he had to fight. That was really a mechanism for political power. The Democrats are desperate to be back in charge, and they'll do anything because their policies to promote transgender surgeries on minors, to have men and girls sports, to have illegal immigration to the levels that we've never seen before. These are all mechanisms to try to control and regain power because their policies are so bad and so unpopular.
It's remarkable to see where they are. As part of that effort to keep power, we learned something pretty remarkable. The Democrats were spying on members of Congress, 8 senators, 1 House member, all Republican, no surprise there. The idea that the FBI could rifle through the phone records of lawmakers who were doing their constitutionally protected duty, certifying election, and to do it with Jack Smith at the helm, I know that's really angered a lot of your colleagues, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we are a member of the legislative body. We are elected representatives. We should be at least notified if we're the subject of an investigation. This was all done without knowledge to any member of the Senate or the House. It's absolutely egregious that could happen from a weaponized arm of our government. It's treasonous, really. It violates the separation of powers, and we should be very terrified. If they will do that to U.S. senators and members of Congress, imagine what they'll do to the American people.
Right.
Scary stuff.
As you look forward to next November for Republicans keeping and possibly expanding the majority, I know in your mind you've probably got an agenda, a list of priorities of things, steps that need to happen in order for that to happen, for you guys to expand that majority. What needs to be checked off?
Well, I will say that having the Democrats shut down the government in a last stand to make health care available, taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal immigrants.
Probably helpful for you guys.
That's really helpful, and I think it will be helpful. But we're going to be focused on promoting all of these great things that President Trump has done in just a few short months. He's ended 7 wars in a few short months. Peace through strength, restoring law and order in our cities across America. We're going to be touting all of the successes of President Trump, and with the help of House and Senate Republicans, and I think the American people will respond. The Democrats are out in a wasteland right now, and honestly, it's deserving because they didn't learn anything from the last election. We're going to continue to build on our successes and make sure that the American people are put first, and I think that will show at the ballot box.
When I was a young reporter, I got to attend the White House the day that Arafat and Sharon shook hands, and we thought peace was going to break out in the Middle East. It didn't get there, but now we really do have a peace deal, and it looks like it's going to have a ripple effect, maybe Abraham Accords 2.0. Your thoughts on what the next few months may bring to a region that's had conflict for so long?
Well, I'm so grateful to President Trump's leadership. He is really the single only person, I think, that could make this happen, to bring these two sides together again. So many peace deals over the course of just a few short months. it's going to be an incredible achievement that I think, as other world leaders have said, there's no one else that could have done it. It's a remarkable and incredible day. I'm happy for the people in Israel and to get these hostages home, that this conflict might end, and it really took the leadership of a strong president, one that we've not seen in my lifetime, certainly, to get something like this accomplished. It's monumental, and he does deserve the Nobel Peace Prize.
And I want to ask you this, because, I mean, his ability to bring sides together across the globe is now well known. I think he's also bringing sides together, at least within the Republican caucus here at home. I spoke to one of your colleagues a few days ago, and he credited President Trump's strength and leadership for actually congealing the Republican caucus. Because this time a few years ago, we were talking about the America First wing and the establishment wing of Republicans, and everybody's kind of infighting. But the fact that you guys got the one big beautiful bill done, and you were standing behind President Trump codifying policy after policy, to me that says that he's not only a peacemaker abroad, he's a peacemaker up on Capitol Hill.
Well, we've certainly seen our fair share of conflict within the Republican caucus. Sure. We have 5 different families within our Republican conference. It's it's a lot of diversity of thought, and it does take President Trump's strong leadership to kind of get everybody rowing in the same direction. He's been working hand in hand with Speaker Johnson and our leadership team, with Leader Scalise and our whip Tom Emmer and our conference chair Lisa McClain, really to get us all focusing on the same goal. Every time the liberal media said we couldn't do it, we did. We're going to keep winning, and I'm for one, am grateful that to have a leader so strong as President Trump, as a member of the House, to help us to corral all of our different groups into the right direction.
Yeah, it's so remarkable. The art of the deal, his deal making works from Gaza all the way to the Washington steps of power. It's amazing. Congresswoman, what a great honor to have you on the show. Thanks for joining us here today. I know you got a lot of work ahead of you, but thanks for being there. It was really great.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. One of the men that's in charge of getting those hostages back, Seb Gorka, the counterterrorism director of the National Security Council. He'll be with us next minute after these messages. Hey, folks, did you know that by the time the average person hits 60 years old, they've lost and regained several hundred pounds? Doctors call it weight cycling, and half of Americans do it. If you do it enough, you are at risk of diabetes, liver damage, heart attack, even a stroke. Bottom line, most people need help to stop weight cycling, and I have a great way for you to do it. Non-prescription Lean was created by doctors. Lean is an oral supplement, and the science is impressive. Its studied ingredients also target weight loss in 3 powerful ways. Lean helps maintain healthy blood sugar, it helps control appetite and cravings, and it helps burn fat by converting it to energy, and burning fat helps keep the weight off. If you want to lose meaningful weight at a healthy pace and keep it off, add Lean to your diet and exercise lifestyle. Get 20% off when you enter the code JUSTNEWS at TakeLean.com. That's code JUSTNEWS at TakeLean.com.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. President Trump is doing his best to end conflicts and wars around the globe, and he'll be heading to the Middle East this week after he announced that this first stage of the Israel-Hamas peace deal has been agreed to by both sides. So that is excellent news for all parties involved. He's also looking to quell political violence here at home, as we are also seeing a lot of that coming from the left towards the right in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So joining us now to talk about all of that and more is the Deputy Assistant to the President, Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, and our good friend, Sebastian Gorka. Sir, thanks so much for being here.
My pleasure. Great to be back with you guys. It's been too long.
It has indeed. Sir, I was just kind of scanning all of the information I was putting into an article about past presidents who have won the Nobel Peace Prize. And for most of them, it's one or maybe a couple different accomplishments. For President Trump, it's one a month since March, 8 in 8 months, right?
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. I always tell people it's a dream, it's a fantasy come true to run counterterrorism for the most consequential president of the modern age. But then you compare it to everything else he's done, whether it's tariffs, building the wall, revitalizing NATO, and then, as you said, one peace deal per month for 8 months. If a president has one peace deal in a 4-year term, that's good. 2, wow, historic. But 1 a month with historic conflicts like Rwanda, Thailand, like Armenia, Azerbaijan, and then this one yesterday, that iconic photograph of my immediate boss, acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, leaning over to the president during that briefing on Antifa. History caught in a snapshot, and then the photograph of the note that Marco gave to the president saying, "We need you, sir. We're on the cusp of a deal. Come now." And then, as you said, flying off to the Middle East momentarily to sign something that could change the reality on the ground that has been a benighted region for 3,000 years. That's President Trump. Remarkable. He better get, 8 Nobel Peace Prizes for just the first year.
It is remarkable. Tell us what to expect this weekend as this peace plan unfolds in historic proportions. The president seems like he may be going to the region. What should we be all looking for the next signs that this is rolling along smoothly?
Well, it's very clear, and this is the nice thing about this deal. It's not behind closed doors, terms that we don't know. The president has actually said what? He said 20 points, public points. Anyone can read them right now. But the first thing, and this is the thing that makes life here in this building even more stupendous. I can't tell you, John, when people heard not only that we have a deal, but that the first point is the return of all hostages, Israeli and American, alive, and the corpses of those who were killed in captivity. I can't tell you, John, the number of messages because hostages fall under my mandate as Senior Director for Counterterrorism. I know all these families. I was with them on the anniversary of October the 7th, just a few days ago, and to get all the messages, the tearful photographs of them celebrating last night. So I'm not going to say anything else about what to expect, because that's the president's glory. But number one out of the 20, all hostages. And that, I assure you, since day one, God bless, I'm not Senate confirmed. I started work at 12:01 on January the 20th. I was given a number one priority, not just to kill jihadists who have America on their hands, but to bring back every single hostage. So that's what you can expect at the beginning of the points, John.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Well, and President Trump has made it so clear that he just wants the killing to end. It's not necessarily the credit that he would get from it. He just wants lives to be saved, and ultimately that's what's happening here. But, Seb, you know, for the three of us, we walk outside practically anywhere in Washington and we hear chants of free, free Palestine. If this is ultimately successful in its rollout and its original intent to free all parties involved, do you think that the free, free Palestine crowd is going to give President Trump for freeing Palestine?
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen the meme. Hopefully you guys can put it up on the screen. I didn't repost it. You know, I'm a deputy to the president, but what I saw last night is, you know, the angry, crazy Antifa type meme screaming, "Free Palestine!" And then there's a picture of the president saying, "I did." So what are they going to scream now? I mean, this is the thing. You demanded it in outrageous ways. You talked about from the river to the sea, genocidal chants from, you know, Cambridge, Mass to the buried campus. But President actually did it. And to your first point, Amanda, people need to understand whether it's, you know, war-torn Ukraine, whether it's Gaza, whether it's the killing fields of Central Africa. The only priority he has is to stop killing. He is truly a president of peace because his number one priority is to stop the killing.
And what a record he's already ran up in just the first few months. Seb, I want to turn to yesterday's event. You're right, that photo with Marco Rubio was so remarkable. It's iconic. It's like the handshake at the White House 2 decades ago. But that event itself was amazing. The conversation that was going on, the realization that young people know what Antifa is and it needs to be stopped before it ruins this country and Western society. Already the president has designated it a domestic terrorism organization. Do you think that gets upsized at some point as the proof comes into an international terrorism organization, which gives the Justice Department, FBI, even more tools to go after it?
So, look, incredible for me. I wasn't at that meeting. I live in a skiff. We call it skiff life here at the White House, doing classified stuff. So I walked out here onto the North Lawn as the meeting ended with the president, with Pam, with Cash, with Stephen Miller. And the guests came out, and literally I met them just there. Friends of mine, Nick Sorda, Andy No, to have them find a platform to tell the truth of the violence, the intimidation against them. I'm not going to steal any of Steve's thunder, Stephen Miller's, but just, you know, again, look it up for yourselves. Look at the primary sources. Antifa has been an international terrorist organization since its inception in Germany shortly after World War I. So this isn't just about something happening on the street in Portland. This is about an international network, internationally funded network of those trying to undermine Western civilization and our constitutional order. So let me just say, stay tuned.
I love it. If that does happen, if that does happen, how much more allowance and leeway does that give this administration to go after them? Because I know that with the international charging, that's a better mechanism for going after them. But it's the funding, it's the resources, everything involved. How much more is that available with an international organization as opposed to domestic?
A whole panoply of tools, a whole toolbox opens up with the FDO designation for terrorist organization, tools that sit under Scott Bessent's control at Treasury, under Marco dual-hatted as the Secretary of State at the State Department, not just to sanction individual organizations to go after them, but it's also individuals or those who assist the terrorists, to give them succor, aid, training, financing. So it is an incredible explosion of statecraft tools that is provided with the FDO donation. So whether it's Al-Qaeda or Antifa, provides us a lot of additional tools, and that's why the president's decision is so very, very important.
Yeah, No doubt about it. Seb, I know how hard you work, 12, 14, 15 hours a day. You're in that skiff. You're constantly watching out so that we can sleep safe at night. I wanted to ask you how a lot of times things happen in Washington. Americans don't fully grasp how important it is. But the polling shows that people are in massive numbers supportive of the efforts to eradicate the narco-terrorists that have been poisoning our young adults and our children in this country. To know that they understood how important that was, the work you're doing and the president's doing, what does that mean to the men and women on the front lines of counterterrorism every day?
Wow, what a great question. Day 8, we turned it around when the president signed that go order to kill a leading ISIS jihadi in Somalia. We used that operation to revert to the rules of engagement of the first Trump administration, because I'd been told for those first days of the administration, across the Department of War, across the intelligence community, please, Dr. G, can we just do our job? Can we kill people who are planning to kill Americans or who have killed Americans? The morale has skyrocketed. It's like CBP. CBP are not greeters at Walmart on the southern border. They're doing their jobs along ice, protecting Americans, locking up human traffickers, rapists, cartel drug smugglers. So, when I had my national show on Newsmax, I did the math. Think about this one stat. From 1945, the end of hostilities in World War II, 103,000 men and women died in uniform on foreign soil. Korea, Vietnam, Panama, Grenada, Gulf War, the GWAT wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. 103,000 in 70 years. 1 year of open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration, 110,000 Americans were killed by drugs coming across the border because of the cartels. So let me be very, very candid here. They declared war on us, killing 110,000 Americans in 1 year. That's why the president is judiciously and righteously going to war with them to save American lives.
I love it. Dr. Sebastian Gorka, protecting our country as Senior Director for Counterterrorism at National Security Council. Thanks so much for being with us tonight. All right, everybody, after the break, we're going to have an update for you on those parents who were targeted by the DOJ simply for trying to stand up for their children at school board meetings. We're going to have that next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Welcome back, everybody. Parents' rights are still one of the most raging issues in America, whether it's in elections in Washington, D.C., or at the local school board. Joining us now, someone who's on the front lines of that extraordinary fight, the co-founder of the Parents Demanding Justice Alliance, Kelly Walker. Kelly, great to have you here.
Great to be back here.
All right, a lot of people probably don't know your story. Remind people of the extraordinary story, what you went through.
Sure. It's a long story, but essentially the federal government attacked my family because we stood up for school children. We saw the terrible things that were being done to children. We had a coffee shop in Tucson, Arizona at the time. So we had a lot of people coming and telling us our story. So I was sentenced to 100 days in jail and $10,000 in fines for speaking.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
A thought crime.
And you know, I think that people maybe would excuse this away, unfortunately, in a deep, deep blue state. But this is Arizona. It's a swing state.
Sure, yeah, and we have parents, we've put together a dossier of parents all over the country, and most, yes, are Republicans, but we have Democrats and progressives, and what was done to parents was to take away their rights and to criminalize them. Merrick Garland, as you know, created this memo October 4th of 2021 calling parents domestic terrorists and mobilizing FBI resources under the Patriot Act. So it's very egregious what they did to parents.
It is. Now they treated you like you're a terrorist. All right, so you didn't make any threats. You didn't act violently. You just simply advocated for your child, right?
Yes.
And for that, you got 100 days in jail.
Yeah, and the most important thing, though, is that I advocated for everyone's children because I had a voice, we had a public place. So the other two dads who sat in the same office meeting with me, they got $250 fines. Wow. I think they call that class of one legally, where they penalize someone because they don't like them, and they didn't like me because I had a voice.
Unbelievable.
So did you put up signs at your business that said, we're not going to serve you if you don't believe like we do? I mean, what was so egregious about what you said?
Absolutely not. Well, I was actually arrested twice. The first time was because we were supposedly out of compliance, even though we had passed every COVID inspection. So the whole thing was a setup. And from that point forward, they started watching me. And then people saw that stand that I took because I was publicly arrested on television, again, for speaking at a Board of Supervisors meeting. So people started coming and saying, hey, can you help us with this? Can you help us with that? So no, we welcomed everyone. I have a scientific background. I had my opinion on masks and everything else, but we wanted everyone who were customers to feel comfortable. So no, we absolutely didn't have any signs like that. We weren't overtly political, but we were targeted politically.
Became an enemy of the state just for standing up for your own beliefs. All right, so you stood up once for parents, gave them a voice, you paid a price, but now you're working to get an executive order from the White House. Tell us about that. It's really important.
We are. I've been in D.C. since Monday. I've had several trips out here. I'm going to be back next week. I'm with Sharona Bishop. We both work for Mike Lindell, among other things.
Sure.
And we've been out here talking to everyone, and we have a whole coalition of people that are working on this. Sam Sorbel's flying in tonight. Actually, we're all going to get together. And I know that people have talked to Pam Bondi. I know it's very important to Pam. It's very important to Harmeet Dillon. And yes, we do want an executive order from the president because, first of all, we know that this administration didn't do these things to people, but we would like an apology to these parents from the federal government for what was done. We have the smoking gun. We know what was done. And then we want restitution for the parents who actually suffered economic harm. People lost homes, lost jobs, they went to jail, and the whole thing was fraudulent. We know that. We have all the information on it. So we're so glad this administration's here. In fact, Sharona and I just met with Ed Martin, had a great meeting with him. We've talked to Vince Haley. We feel like this is going in a good direction, and we appreciate everything that President Trump and the administration are doing.
And this would protect future parents, right? It would set a standard that the government couldn't do this in the future. Is that right?
It would, yes. So the apology is important. It's going to help people because people's families have divided over this. So if the federal government comes forward and said, yep, we were wrong, that's going to help with family relationships. The restitution is important because people need to be restored to the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness they had before their own government attacked them. And then justice. We have to go after the people who did this and make them answer for what they did.
That's so crazy.
All right, so apology, restitution, protection, justice, these four elements within that executive order. But for you personally, what's the status update on you? Because I think last time we talked to you, you were in Tennessee.
Yes, I'm in Tennessee, and my 10-year-old daughter, she's wonderful. I think she inherited my forceful at times personality. She said, I want to tell President Trump he needs to get me a new bunk bed because they took our home and included her bunk bed.
Those are the types of requests I feel like he appreciates.
So we're getting by, but it's been tough, and we're trying to make ends meet, and I'm coming up here every so often. I get donations to help me come up here, but I'm glad to be in the fight. It's not been an easy road, but thank you guys so much for having me on.
Such an important conversation. People can't believe this is happening in our country, but it's even worse overseas now in places like Great Britain, Italy. It's crazy. Real quickly, Congress. You think Congress gets involved at some point too?
They have been involved. In fact, the first congressman who reached out to me was Jim Jordan. Eli Crane has been very helpful. Andy Biggs, good friend from Arizona. And Andy Ogles sponsored a presser we had on July 15th. So we definitely have members of Congress fighting for us, but we got to bring everybody together and do right by these incredible families.
You fired the first shot. You've got this started. Now I got momentum. So it's an amazing thing. Kelly, great to have you on the show. Thank you, and congrats on the fight you're winning. All right, folks, we're going to take a little bit break. We'll be back with more news right after these messages. Hey, America, let me bring you up to speed on a quiet but urgent issue. CBDCs, or central bank digital currencies, are being developed by 134 countries. These digital dollars will give governments the ability to track every transaction and limit how you use your own money. This includes setting expiration dates on your savings or locking your account without notice. American Alternative Assets is warning Americans now before it's too late. They published a free digital guide called The Digital Dollar Trap. It outlines the risks and shows how to use physical gold to protect your retirement savings. If you're concerned about privacy and control of your finances, this guide is for you. Here's how you get it. Call 1-855-465-3340 or visit johnlikesgold.com to get your free copy. That's 1-855-465-3340 or go to johnlikesgold.com. Get the facts, secure your future.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
This Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, Real America's Voice brings you an exclusive special event. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Patriots.
Give me liberty or give me death.
You're invited to a pivotal gathering of leaders, experts, and patriots coming together at a time when America stands at a crossroads.
But be out there fighting in that realm.
Education and indoctrination, election integrity, and more of the urgent issues that matter most to your family, your community, and your country. More than a conference, it's a call to action. Whether you're a citizen, a community leader, or a grassroots activist, your voice is needed now. Join us as we unite around faith, family, and freedom and take the fight for America's future to the next level. Don't miss it. AMAC presents Boot Camp for Patriots this Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Real America's Voice.
I have a very special guest coming up, but in the meantime, I want to knock a few topics out of the way because, John, we were talking with Dr. Gorka about President Trump's impact on the world stage. And you look at everything that he has been able to accomplish, and it has been virtually 8 accomplishments in 8 months because there were 2 in August. So that backs it up to March, and it is 8 for 8.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
No, it is. There's enormous progress, and it's what happens when the American agenda is made clear. Meaning, you know where America stands. Then you ask, what is the objective? Whatever that objective is, you try to achieve, and then the clarity of voice in which the president speaks at is, I want peace. I want the killing to stop. I want the hostages home. The ask is clear. When Joe Biden was president, it was always mumbled. Not the words. I mean, he mumbled all the time, but the message was mumbled.
The articulation,
you just didn't know where the administration was, and I think that was a really significant degradation of American policy. That's why we got nothing done in those 4 years or the world really became more unstable. We had many world leaders come on the show saying, we don't know where America stands right now.
I know, and you know, that clarity, what's so important about that clarity is that whether you agree or disagree with the president's motives, with his goals on foreign policy, it reminds me of that poll that I talked about. 52% of Americans feel that President Trump is keeping his promises. That doesn't necessarily mean that they like his promises, but he's keeping them, and people just aren't used to seeing that in Washington. But, you know, this is a guy who came into office in his first term. They said it over and over and over again. He's going to start World War III. He doesn't have any diplomatic experience. He doesn't have foreign policy experience. You know, he's never done any of this wheeling and dealing. But at the end of the day, the thing that set President Trump apart was not only that, but also the fact that he doesn't make money off the war machine. It's not something that he has been inculcated in for decades of public service in Washington. And he was the guy who came in and has had more success than any of these so-called experienced policy folks.
It is remarkable. And listen, we're only a quarter of the way into the presidency, so who knows what is still on the horizon. Going back to Seb Gorka interview, I think we had a big hint. We broke some news here. It sounds like Antifa is going to be soon designated an international terrorist organization, and all the tools that he then will leave in it. But he said, stay tuned, and he kind of hinted at where they were going. And you kind of get that feel watching that Antifa event the other day that the president was moving in that direction.
Absolutely.
But Seb laid it out. Hey, since World War I, the aftermath of World War I, Antifa was already an international organization. I thought that was a really big moment in the interview today. Congresswoman Houchin, the clarity which she laid out the illegal alien scam that's part of this. The Democrats are lying to the American people. And listen, if the Republicans are lying, we tell you that too. They're not telling you the truth. They really do want illegal aliens to get benefits. They gave them a fake name. They called them asylees when they didn't meet the standard. President Trump took that away with an executive order. But that is a really, the way she laid it out was one of the most easiest ways to understand it. And the American people need to realize you're being shut down.
Absolutely.
So that an illegal alien can get health care benefits. That's what this whole debate turns on.
Well, and not only are they being shut down, they're being gaslit by their Democrat leaders on Capitol Hill, gaslit, because, and I know you remember us having this conversation over and over again ad nauseum under President Joe Biden, because we were talking about how they changed the definition of asylum. They changed the definition of parolee so that they could usher them into this country. And people might have forgotten about that, where if it not were for this specific instance where they are trying to use that mangling of language to get what they want.
Yeah, no. Chuck Schumer said the secret out loud, right?
Yeah.
It gets better every day. We keep the American people punished because we can score some points with our base. This is not about even winning the general election. This is about getting their money base back, because the money base has been so demoralized. But you, the American people, are the hostage in that effort to get Democratic money to flow back to the lefties in the party. And make no doubt about it, AOC is much more in charge of the party now. she's a puppet master than maybe the two current leaders. I think several people have said that on the show. I think there's some truth to that in what I'm seeing and hearing now. Everybody's afraid to be primaried by AOC or Bernie or whoever the far left machine is going to run that. But you, the American people, are held hostage in that. And I think that that's something we got to keep explaining every night.
Yeah, there's an old proverb that says a bee can move a bull. And I think AOC is the bee and the bull is the Democrat Party. But John, from your perspective, because you've been reporting on Washington for so long, for Chuck Schumer, someone who, he, regardless of who he is catering to at the moment, he's not an AOC Democrat. He's not an AOC progressive. No. How does he save his caucus in the Senate? How does he save his party? How does he save face personally for himself? But still, he's got to not get blamed for the shutdown, but he also has to not tick off AOC and her ilk. So how does he do that? How does he balance that?
Listen, Donald Trump showed how to do this after 2021. The rhinos wanted to come back and kind of push the MAGA movement out, and he just pinned them back down. I mean, Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney and anyone who tried to step into that vote, he just buried out. It takes courage to fight back when you have an extremist wing in your own party, but it's the safer way to call it out and knock it down. Bill Clinton did this in 91, 92, rebounding from the Michael Dukakis leftist failure of 1988. You got to stand up to that side of the party, say, you're destroying us, and I'm going to beat you down until you get out of the party, find another home. But right now, the old, tired leadership of the Democrats don't have the courage to do that. Donald Trump has a playbook. Bill Clinton had a playbook. Right. They're not playing it. They're actually capitulating.
Yeah, it's amazing.
To their own detriment.
And I keep saying that I don't know what is going to bring Democrats to the table, because frankly, John, Republicans can push back from the table and say, we gave you a clean CR, as this drags.
They're making a vote every couple days.
Absolutely. And as time drags on, the closer and closer we are getting to Russ Vought getting his wish.
Yeah, I think that's the next thing. Just pull that trigger and see what happens. That's going to happen soon. Amanda, I've been thinking a lot about central bank digital currencies. We've been doing a lot of research on that. It's a scary thing. In the next segment, we're going to have a really good conversation about that. I think we should take a quick commercial break and do that. What do you think?
I agree. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, we'll be right back, folks.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, old man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has.
Welcome back, everybody. Something historic is happening right now with gold. In just 3 years, the U.S. dollar has lost 50% of its value against gold. That means that half of your purchasing power, poof, is gone. And Wall Street can no longer ignore it. The bond king, Jeffrey Gundlach, now recommends 25% gold exposure. Morgan Stanley has shifted to a 60-20-20 model with 20% allocated to gold. Even JP Morgan is going long on gold and silver and platinum while shortening oil and base metals. So here to explain what this means for your savings and retirement is Shannon Davis, CEO of American Alternative Assets. Shannon, great to have you back with us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. I know this goes back to a larger conversation about the gold standard, so let's try to truncate it. But how on earth have we lost that much value of our dollar against gold in 3 years?
Yeah, well, this is telling us the truth right now. I mean, what it goes back to is COVID. When you print $14 trillion, you're devaluing the money that people are holding. You know, gold is exposing the weakness in the dollar. 50% is not a small dip. That is a silent collapse, and even the big players are admitting it. And, you know, you got guys like Jeffrey Gundlach saying put a quarter of your wealth, that's your wealth, not your portfolio, into gold. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, they're following suit. But it starts because we've printed more money and more money and more money. And when you do that, it devalues. When you have more of something, it dilutes. And so that's the problem we're having, and we're going to continue to have. And, you know, that's why you talk about it a lot, John. You know, digital currency is real, and it's happening.
Yeah, it's the thing I'm most frightened about. The more I learn about it in law, and I see the little subtleties playing out in some of these countries that are pursuing it, it's a control mechanism for our money coming forward, at least in many countries. Hopefully America will resist it. Before I get to that, though, I just want to ask one quick thing, because I think when people hear 50% against the dollar, that means the buying power of someone. That dollar in my wallet only buys half as much as it could a couple of years ago compared to gold. That really means at the kitchen table, the dinner table, the store, I'm being affected, right?
100%. Yeah, there is a shift, a quiet but quick shift. Central banks are buying gold at the fastest rate ever recorded, and it's because they're exchanging those dollars that aren't purchasing nearly what it purchased 5 years ago. Cost of goods are continuing to go up. They have for 3 years straight, and it's not because they are hoping on gaining on the gold. It's because they are preparing for something big. They see currency risk everywhere. They see liquidity stress everywhere, market breakdown, and that happens. Gold is just a hedge now, but it's becoming the foundation as well. So the dollar's not holding its value, and every dollar you take, you're buying less and less with it. And that's been happening for a long time.
It's terrifying. And I know, Shannon, we've talked about the CBDC issue with this country. And obviously, you know, President Trump is a very freedom-minded person. But the conversations we've had with you give me a bad feeling that we're already too far down the road to even throw it in reverse.
Well, we are. I mean, he's definitely, I mean, you guys were just talking about it. I mean, he's knocking things out of the park one by one. And dealing with our debt is one of them, whether that's front and center. He is dealing with it with a lot of the moves that he's making because he has to. We have to do something with our currency because no one wants it. They're dumping treasuries back. That's where the stable coin's coming into play. It's just opening another market in a way to get treasuries purchased. But it's purchased in a way where we don't have to actually pay it back and have interest that we have to pay on this debt that we're taking in, because that's all we're doing is taking more debt in, paying interest on it. So, you know, he is doing a lot of really good things. We all know that. You guys know that. You talk about it all the time. But at the end of the day, he knows he has a currency issue, not only in our own country, but globally. And these are the moves that you're starting to see when it comes to digital currency. Something has to break, and he doesn't want to be caught on the wrong side of the fence when our currency completely, you know, calls it a good night. And so he's doing a good job. I don't think a lot of it is in the mainstream media with him. nor anybody, and that's the challenge for people out there, and why you want to convert a portion of your money into gold and silver. It's real money. It can't be converted into digital. We talked about it before. When that happens, you can lose, potentially 30 to 50% of your money overnight, just like France and Italy and Germany did many, many years ago.
Yeah, that's a great point. Real quickly before we go, what's your best recommendation right now to get studied up to be smart on these trend lines?
Yeah, reach out to us. We've got a robust research department. It starts with education. I don't think enough people are educated on how money really works. And it goes back to when all of us were really younger, like school doesn't teach you that. Teach your kids that, but call us, get an education on how things are really happening real time with real resources. Get our guide. Go to our website. There's a learning center on our website where they can learn all about how everything works. There's plenty of resources by just going to our website, going to the guides that you offer, giving us a call, and educating themselves on what's really going on and how they can help.
I love it. I love it. CEO of American Alternative Assets, Shannon Davis, thanks so much for being with us tonight. And to our viewers, if you want to learn more about American Alternative Assets, go over to johnlikesgold.com or call 855-GOLD-340 to get your guide now. That's 855-465-3340. Everybody have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, old man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I'll tell you what, it's a good day. New York State Attorney General Letitia James, this is breaking news. She has been charged with a felony. That felony entails lying to a mortgage company on her mortgage application to ensure a favorable mortgage rate. This is when she claimed multiple houses as her primary residence. Those are the allegations anyway. She claimed that President Trump was above the law. Guess what, honey? Now nobody's above the law, not even the Attorney General of the state of New York. She brought this on herself, folks.
We are way down a slippery slope, like way down, right? And I'm perfectly happy to say that what Trump is doing is worse than what Obama did or than what Biden did.
So that is how CNN reacts to the indictment of Letitia James. That it's somehow worse than what they did to President Trump. Hundreds of millions of dollars of a civil suit in New York where there was no victim. In this case, by the way, there is a victim. The banks. They were forced to give her a lower interest rate because she claimed it was her primary residence. It wasn't. So they lost out on this deal. You can't have anybody lying, much less a public official. And you know what else they did to Trump? They stacked the deck against him. They charged him with a liberal judge and a liberal court with a liberal jury. Not the case for Letitia James.
This isn't some right-wing grand jury. This is in the Eastern District of Virginia in Alexandria, the Alexandria division. I worked there many years ago. This is loaded up with Democrats, government workers, and illegal immigrants. That's the Eastern District of Virginia. So it seems like it's a pretty strong case by U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan, President Trump's all-star U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia.
Thank you, Mike Davis. I want to go to a little flashback here, and I will just give you one sentence, okay, which sums it all up. Karma is a witch with a B.
I'm not afraid of no president. Donald Trump, we're ready for you. We're coming for you.
Well, guess what? You can't live in two places at one time. This case, I don't know how you get any more open and shut than this one. We'll see how it plays out. Turning now to a scene. I don't know, folks. I never thought I'd see this in Gaza. Folks, they are chanting Donald Trump on the streets of Gaza after it was announced this peace deal was going to go through between Hamas and Israel. Now, tomorrow, the Nobel Peace Prizes are supposed to be announced. If President Trump doesn't get one, I will tell you what, the whole thing is an absolute fraud. He deserves it. There is a ceasefire in place now. We're supposed to get hostages by Monday or Tuesday. Here's President Trump.
Looking ahead, what guarantees Hamas disarms and that Israel doesn't resume bombing once the hostages are released?
The first thing we're doing is getting our hostages back, okay? And that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see. But they've agreed to things, and I think it's going to move along pretty well.
Look, everybody in Israel is celebrating this. They're celebrating this, as you just saw, in Gaza. Middle East countries are celebrating this. President Trump even thanked Iran. Iran played a role in getting this deal done. The president is nothing short of amazing, folks. He deserves this Nobel Peace Prize. Not that he needs it. Nobel Peace Prize lost all credibility to me when they gave it to Barack Obama in 2009 for his effort in trying to get peace. He didn't get any peace, but his effort, they gave it to him. President Trump has stopped half a dozen wars, and now peace in the Middle East. It doesn't get any better than this. Here's the Secretary of State.
You know, I don't know if one day perhaps the entire story will be told about the events of yesterday, but suffice it to say, it's not an exaggeration that none of it would have been possible without the President of the United States being involved. It really began with your trip to the Middle East, where these relationships were forged with partners in the region, personal relationships, close relationships that created the foundation where all of this was possible.
Bottom line is Joe Biden couldn't get it done. President Trump did. And that's reality. Now, we celebrate today, but don't lose sight of the fact that we're still dealing with Hamas. This is an evil terror organization. I'm not convinced they'll just drop their arms and give up and never do harm to any, quote, non-believer ever again. I'm not that naive. Here's how the deal is supposed to be laid out. There may be a peacekeeping force in Gaza. We're still getting details about that. What will America's role be in all this? I want to know. Hamas is supposed to disarm. That's part of the deal. They would get amnesty as a result of all of this, including releasing all of the hostages by Monday or Tuesday. Humanitarian aid would resume in a very big way, and they would rebuild Gaza. turning to many of the wealthy countries in the region, and there are a lot of them. This is the Israeli foreign minister.
President Trump was brilliant taking Hamas answer. When I read it for the first time, I thought, well, it's not really an acceptance. But he took it and not only seized an opportunity, but created an opportunity by saying, well, it's positive, let's build from there. And eventually it works.
Mr. President, I salute you. You are the president of peace. Peace through strength, maybe, but peace in and of itself. Joining me now, former special assistant to President Trump and Army Colonel retired, our good friend Derek Harvey is back. Colonel, great to have you back on.
Good to be here.
Colonel, is this a day to celebrate?
Well, it very much is, because any opportunity you get to free hostages and bring the dead bodies back and get an agreement that opens up an opportunity for further progress, especially in dealing with Hamas in Gaza, I think it's a very important day. And it would not have happened, as Secretary Rubio said, without the commitment and risk-taking by President Trump. And he's built these relationships, not just with the recent trips to the region, but he built them in 2017 and onward. He earned that trust and the credibility and the belief in his commitment to getting things done. And I think those relationships, and then Secretary Rubio and Jared Kushner and Mr. Witkoff did a lot of the mechanical things to move this thing forward. But, I think a lot of credit goes to those three guys working behind President Trump's vision.
Colonel, it's interesting you brought up those men, because the left will tell us that President Trump's a dictator. He's a tyrant. Certainly, he played a big role in the vision for all of this, massaging the relationships with the leaders of these different countries. But he gave great leeway to his men and women in the field. You mentioned Witkoff and Rubio and Kushner. He wasn't up in their grill every second of the day trying to tell them what to do. He let them work these deals, didn't he?
Yes, he does. And he's the key decision maker. He's an excellent chief executive officer, and he provides the direction, the vision, provides the guardrails, go left, go right. And, ultimately the buck stops with him. And so that frees up people like Secretary Rubio and Witkoff and Jared to engage more freely. And the interlocutors over there know that all three of these gentlemen have the president's ear and the confidence of President Trump. And that makes a difference at the negotiating table.
All right, Colonel, I guess my last question for you here, and I don't want to be naive. I celebrate today, but I realize we're still dealing with Hamas. I really don't trust them. Asking them to disarm, I don't believe they actually will disarm everything. I fear it's only a matter of time before another suicide bomb goes off in Tel Aviv. Where do you think Hamas comes out? They don't just give up here, do they?
Absolutely not. And what I'm reading from Hamas today is that they are saying they have not surrendered, that they are not going to disarm, and that they're going to remain in power one way or another. And they've already gone after, opponents, clans and tribesmen that they think are a threat to them. And they are glad that the United Nations is going to be funneling more aid in so that they can try and get wealthy again and repair their financial situation. That said, the president has had a major accomplishment in getting the Arab countries on side. Turkey, not an Arab country, is on side, and Iran apparently is not standing in the way. So that's a major accomplishment. It opens up the door. Doesn't mean we're going to get there, because execution matters.
Yeah, it sure does. Derek Harvey, your insight on these issues.